This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. I won't go. Please let me go. My differentiation value is only 26%. There's no way I can awaken. It's useless to force me. Please spare me. I don't want to die. I still have a sister to take care of. Intermittent pleas for mercy rang out from all directions. Song Shi's eyelashes fluttered slowly, his consciousness breaking free from the endless darkness, and his closed eyes suddenly opened. Heated heat rushed towards him. Within the giant glass enclosure before him, a ball of flames blazed and spread rapidly. Thick black smoke enveloped the glass, a dark mass. Something seemed to be moving on the ground inside. Song Shi looked closely, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. There were actually more than a dozen living people inside. Locked inside the glass enclosure, they banged on the transparent glass, causing it to buzz. The flames seared their faces crimson, the longing for life in their eyes burning even hotter than the flames behind them. They cried for help, smoke pouring through their mouths and noses into their lungs. They doubled over and coughed, their lungs piercing, as if they were coughing up their internal organs. Their faces turned purple from lack of oxygen, and their eyes burned with tears, but the tears evaporated before they fell. No one came to their rescue. Beyond the glass enclosure stood a row of men in combat uniforms, armed with machine guns. Despite the cries for help, they stood motionless as a mountain. This was hell on earth. Song Shi closed her eyes. Not long ago, she had been learning self-defense with her instructor. The instructor swept his leg across, and she ducked to avoid it. Just as she was about to dodge, her vision suddenly went black, and she heard a choking sob. She struggled to open her eyes, and saw the scene before her. Had she traveled to another world? The thought of this possibility sent goosebumps flying down the back of Song Shi's neck. She instinctively took a step back, her back suddenly pressed against something hard. Song Shi's body stiffened slightly, and as she turned back, a cold spear suddenly pressed against her temple with such force that her head was knocked sideways. Anyone who escapes will be shot on the spot. A stern voice boomed from her side. Song Shi immediately turned back obediently, the feeling of something pressing against her waist still lingering. From the moment her head was knocked sideways, she caught a glimpse of the object pressed against her back. A spear. The man holding the spear was dressed like the man guarding the glass enclosure, a black combat uniform and a face covering. He was standing diagonally to her side, well positioned to see every movement and take action at any moment. What was her identity? Why was she being guarded so closely? In her earlier glance, she had noticed hundreds of people around her, dressed in coarse, yellowish-white clothing. They looked very young, about 17 or 18 years old, both men and women. Some were being treated the same way as her, with armed men standing to their right and back. What exactly was this place? Why was she being held at gunpoint? What were these people trying to do? Song Shi was filled with confusion. At this moment, thick black smoke had filled the entire glass enclosure, making it impossible to see inside. All she could see were white palms pressed against the glass. The people inside hadn't given up on survival, they continued to bang on the glass. But it was no use, the armed men outside showed no sign of letting them out. As time passed, the banging of the glass grew less frequent and less forceful, with only a faint sound audible after a long interval. Song Shi's heart tightened with the sound of knocking on the glass. Witnessing her fellow humans perishing in the flames was excruciating, but she dared not close her eyes, fearing she would miss out on useful information. 3 more minutes passed. Song Shi's heart had grown numb. The loudspeaker overhead hummed for 3 seconds, and an emotionless voice rang out. The 7th stimulation experiment for high-probability differentiation of the water, ice, earth, and fire elements has failed. No one has activated their superpowers. Song Shi's lifeless eyes gradually focused. Within the glass enclosure, the thick smoke gradually cleared, becoming thinner. The charred bodies lying on the ground gradually became clearer. Their twisted and strange postures showed the immense pain they had endured in life. Is all this to activate superpowers? Humans in this world have superpowers. Before Song Shi could fully digest this fact, another command came from the loudspeaker, cold and icy. The 8th experiment begins. Bring in the 8th group. Song Shi's heart sank. The 8th group? What if she was the 8th group? She quickly looked down at her clothes. On the left chest of her loose, white linen shirt was a number 2, written in red. 2, second group? Now she's the 8th group. Had she already done the experiment? She's still alive. Does that mean the experiment was a success? Song Shi couldn't help but feel relieved, yet also inexplicably uneasy. She had a feeling things weren't going the way they were supposed to. As expected, the first experiment with high-probability differentiation of the contract and berserker types has officially begun. The lab is ready. Bring the first group inside. Songshur pressed the gun from his back against her left shoulder, roughly turning her to face right. So she was one of the contract and berserker types. At the same moment, the entire first row, where she was standing, turned right and formed a single file. A man with a gun led them forward, each still holding a gun at his back. Songshur followed the procession, glancing to the side as he left. He saw that only their group was being held at gunpoint. The others were standing alone, some even gathering in groups of 3 or 4. Songshur couldn't wrap his head around it. The line stretched out for a long time. Although it was only one file, there were at least 40 or 50 people. After walking a few dozen meters, the view suddenly opened up. They were on a barren mountaintop, the ground worn flat, bare without a single blade of grass. 7 hemispherical glass domes were visible, varying in size. The one they seen at first, blazing with black smoke, was only medium-sized. The situation within each dome was different. By fire, water, or volleys of arrows, young lives were being reaped. At the cliff, there were no glass domes, but a row of young people stood there. They faced the cliff, 1 foot dangling over the edge, as if a single gust of wind would cause them to fall. Guns were pressed against their backs. The gunman urged them to jump. Some desperately pleaded, "I don't want to jump. I can't wake up. Jumping will kill me." Bang! The bullet grazed his ear, accompanied by a vicious threat, "If you don't jump, I kill you right now." The smell of gunpowder exploded in the area, and the wailing ceased abruptly. In the extreme silence, a row of people disappeared from the cliff edge, like dumplings dropping into the air. Songshur glanced down. The cliff was thick with fog, and the bottom was unseen. A cold wind blew up, sweeping away the cold sweat on her body, leaving a slight shiver. Like a machine, she moved forward with the group, her mechanical, heavy steps. Whoosh! There was the sound of a flying object rising rapidly, breaking through the air. Songshur sensed something and quickly turned back. A short-haired girl hovered in the air, a meter from the edge of the cliff where she had just fallen. Tear marks still lingered on her face, and a look of fear hadn't faded. Forced stimulation experiment on a high-probability flying-type differentiation candidate. 1 person succeeded. Level assessment, B. Seeing a human suspended in midair was shocking to Songshur. It completely overturned her understanding of the previous 20 years, but she pinched her palm, the slight sting helping her to calm down quickly. "Hurry!" The muzzle of the gun at her lower back pushed forward. Songshur retracted her gaze, quickening her pace to catch up with the people ahead. Ahead lay the battlefield she was about to reach, the largest of the 7 glass enclosures. The reason for this was that a massive, ferocious beast roamed within. The first group had already been pushed in. The beast looked starved for days, its sticky saliva dripping down in streams, its pupils fixed on the food entering the glass enclosure. Even though everyone in the first group was armed with sharp daggers. As soon as they were pushed inside, it pounced, its bloody jaws seizing the leading human by the neck. Without waiting for a reaction, it flung them into the air and swallowed them whole. The glass door slammed shut, and the other experimenters fled in panic, some also banging on the glass enclosure, begging to be released. But it was no use. Songshur's group had already arrived and lined up outside the glass enclosure, watching the brutal scene unfold within, waiting for the first set of experiments to conclude. This feeling of waiting to die was not pleasant. Songshur gritted her teeth anxiously. She was in the next group, and it would be her turn soon. She was no match for this beast, and she wasn't sure she could awaken. For people had already died inside the glass enclosure. Faced with the beast's massive size and sharp teeth, humans seemed so vulnerable. Steaming red blood splattered inside the glass enclosure. All the berserker type and contract type high probability differentiation players standing outside trembled beneath their loose clothing. Bang, bang. The sudden sound of gunfire startled Songshur. She quickly turned to see a girl with the number 2 plastered on her chest had been shot through the heart. Blood quickly spread from the muzzle, soaking the number 2. However, the color of the number 2 didn't hide it. It was even brighter than the blood, blinding Songshur. She glanced sideways at the gun pressed against her waist, her fingers dangling at her side trembling. The gunshot served as a signal, and 2 more people, a man and a woman, defied the gunman and attempted to wrest his weapon from him. The man was pinned down in a split second, shot in the head. The woman, clearly experienced, managed to wrestle the weapon away and successfully shot the gunman dead. However, she didn't have time to escape and was riddled with bullets from the other gunmen, who arrived to reinforce him. The 3 bodies were quickly dragged to the edge of the cliff and pushed down, while the gunman's body was carried away. The scene was quickly cleared, and the smell of gunpowder was blown away by the wind from the cliff, as if nothing had happened. Every year, it's you, the high-probability splitters of the berserker type, who are the cause of trouble. The sturdy man who arrived to support him glanced at Songshi's group and, with his pistol in hand, fired a shot into the air. Again, anyone who escapes will be shot on the spot. Songshi lowered his eyes, the thought vanishing from his mind. Group 1, annihilated. The first stimulation experiment with high-probability differentiation of the contract and berserk systems failed. No one activated their superpowers. Group 2, prepare. The bodies of Group 1 didn't even require human cleanup. The beast devoured them all. It even licked up the blood that had spilled on the ground and the glass enclosure. After doing so, its crimson tongue licked its paws with unsatisfied satisfaction, its dark green eyes fixed on the outside. It made no other movements, but Songshi inexplicably felt it was anticipating the next batch of food. The glass door was open from the outside, and 2 gunmen fired several shots at the beast. It slowly retreated, crouching at the rear of the glass enclosure. A large area in front of it cleared, leaving room for Group 2 to move. Songshi was immediately pushed toward the glass enclosure, and so did the other experimenters. The door was small, only wide enough for 2 people to enter at once. Are you a berserker type with a high probability of differentiation? The boy standing next to her asked quickly as Songshi entered the room. Songshi hesitated, then nodded. In truth, she didn't know whether she was a berserker type or a contract type. I'm a contract type. Let's team up. As long as we kill this alien beast, we can survive. That thing was called an alien beast. They had already entered the glass enclosure. The alien beast was still crouching in the corner, not pouncing directly like it had with the first group. Its animalistic green eyes swirled in its eye sockets, observing. Songshi bent down and picked up a dagger from the ground. It had been left by the previous group. She gripped it tightly in her hand, the cool, solid touch giving her some confidence. She glanced quickly at the alien beast, lowered her head, and stood close to the glass enclosure, lowering her voice. It doesn't look easy to kill. The gunman had fired 3 bullets at it to force it back, all hitting its head, but it remained intact. What if one of us awakens? The boy followed Songshi's lead, bending down to pick up a dagger. The handle was stained with someone's blood, and he held it between 2 fingers. Songshi finally looked him in the eye. The boy, with a fair complexion, was wiping the blood off the dagger handle with the corner of his shirt. When he finished, he looked up, his distinct black and white eyes shining brightly. I'm a pretty good judge of people. I think you have the talent for awakening. Chapter 2. Songshi didn't know where he gotten that insight. If awakening were easy, there wouldn't be these so-called superpower stimulation experiments that cost lives. Before she woke up, she heard someone crying, the differentiation value is only 26%, awakening is impossible. This shows that only those whose differentiation value reaches a certain level will be sent here for superpower stimulation experiments, and that level isn't much lower than 26%. Furthermore, she previously observed that the experimental subjects here were almost all young people in their teens and 17s. There were no children or middle-aged or elderly people. She speculated that 17 or 18 was the final age for awakening, and that everyone who came here had the potential to awaken, but hadn't yet. Those with high talent had already awakened before that age. In other words, those sent here were all high-probability differentiations without talent. Despite the high probability, from the time she woke up until now, Songshi had only witnessed one successful awakening, the girl from the flying department, while countless others had died. This shows that high-probability differentiations aren't truly high probability, they simply have a higher probability of awakening compared to ordinary people. This experimental base spared no expense, regardless of life or death, placing ordinary high-probability differentiation subjects in harm's way, stimulating them to awaken their superpowers. This is enough to reveal the desire of the forces behind this base for awakened individuals. What exactly is this force behind this? A legitimate government agency or an illegally operating terrorist organization? Looking around, the entire base was massive, fully armed, with well-trained gunmen and hundreds of high-probability differentiation subjects gathered. Judging by the power behind them's desire for awakened ones are rare in this world. Gathering hundreds of potential awakened ones at once would require far more manpower and resources than an ordinary organization could afford. Furthermore, the sudden disappearance of so many high-probability awakened ones from a country, a situation that continues annually, is bound to arouse suspicion from relevant authorities. Thus, Songshi is more inclined to believe that this stimulation experiment, which has continued for years, is a government regulation. Like a rite of passage for everyone, it's a coming-of-age ceremony. The regulations stipulate that anyone who, after undergoing certain technical tests and finding a differentiation value above a certain value, who has not successfully awakened by the age of 18, will be forcibly sent to this place for the stimulation of their supernatural powers. This experiment is undoubtedly inhumane. Songshur doesn't believe that in a peaceful and stable society, the government would allow such an experiment. This world must be far from peaceful. There must be a crisis beyond the reach of human technology, a crisis that has pushed the government and humanity to the brink of despair. Therefore, this world desperately needs awakened ones. What exactly was this crisis? Songshur instinctively looked up. A greedy, ferocious look flashed in the alien beast's dark, vertical pupils. A sound emanated from its throat, and its forelimbs flexed, gathering strength. This was the precursor to an attack. Run! Songshur's scattered thoughts converged in all directions, and he was the first to duck to the side. The alien beast, finally unable to wait any longer, pounced upon the crowded area. Its massive size, with one leap, its limbs stretched out, spanning nearly 2/3 the diameter of the glass dome. All the previous experimenters who had come in had consciously huddled together for warmth. Although they were all high-probability differentiators, possessing a greater chance of awakening than ordinary people, they were, at this point, ordinary people with no fighting power. The beast suddenly attacked. Even with Songshur's advance warning, the people crammed and were unable to dodge, and were instantly struck down by the beast. With a crisp crack, someone was bitten in half like a dead tree. Blood splattered across the glass, and internal organs scattered everywhere. The distinctly pungent smell of human entrails filled the air. Temporarily in a safe area, Songshur pinched her nose and took a few steps back. Previously, she had observed from outside the glass. Although she had seen different deaths, some more horrific than the present, the smell of blood was far removed from her because of the glass. But now, she felt as if she were in a sea of blood and corpses, hiding in the maw of the beast. The sickening smell of blood made her stomach swell. "You don't look well." Her elbow was bumped. Songshur looked back. It was the boy who had said he wanted to work with her. He hadn't noticed when he stood behind her. Songshur didn't say anything, fearing she would vomit if she opened her mouth. "Run! It's coming this way." The boy's eyes suddenly widened, and he suddenly grabbed Songshur's wrist and dragged her in the other direction. Songshur also felt the ground shaking. Without even looking back, she observed the direction the other experimenters were fleeing, grabbed the boy's arm, and ran in that direction. She ran so fast that the boy was practically dragged along by her. The sound of nails scraping the ground behind her could be heard. Songshur guessed that the monster had braked suddenly to avoid hitting the glass dome, but it did hit it anyway. After the loud crash, the entire glass dome emitted a humming sound. This glass dome, huge for a human, still restricted the movement of the enormous monster. This was good news. At least, she wasn't left helpless against the beast, helpless and waiting for death. Throwing the boy he was dragging into the crowd, Songshur looked back to see the beast had already turned its bulky body and was charging towards them again. Songshur tried to dodge, but something heavy caught his arm. It was the boy. "Take me with you. Aren't we supposed to work together?" "I didn't agree," Songshur said bluntly, raising her hand to push him away. In this situation, she didn't want to be burdened. The boy actually grabbed her arm and hugged her. "Just carry me with you. You're so fast, taking me with you won't be a problem. If danger strikes, you can just push me out to take the blame." Seeing Songshur unmoved, his eyes flashed, and he seemed close to tears. "You can't repay kindness with enmity. I just reminded you that the beast is behind you." Songshur gritted her teeth and took him away. As they took their first steps, the beast pounced on them. The moment it touched the glass, it swung its tail like a scorpion, pinning the two subjects running in the opposite direction of Songshur. Their claws, having previously pierced the compacted soil, were incredibly sharp. Almost as soon as the two men were pinned down by it, their sharp claws pierced their chests, piercing their internal organs. Blood mixed with visceral fragments gushed from their mouths. Songshur glanced at them briefly before turning away. The sound of crunching soon followed, as the beast shattered human bones. The enclosed space within the glass enclosure amplified the sound immensely, and Songshur felt her bones ache. Faced with such a colossus, Songshur felt a wave of despair. She had no chance of survival against this beast. Everything she was doing was a final struggle before death. It was only a matter of time before her death. Within this artificial glass enclosure, designed to stimulate the awakening of high-probability differentiation subjects, awakening was her only chance of survival. But the hope of awakening was too illusory. Songshur's dejection didn't last long, as the beast quickly devoured the two men. He then turned to look at the others. The second group of contract and violence departments originally consisted of 15 individuals. 2 of the 3 who had resisted the gunman outside the glass enclosure were from this second group. Now, 3 more had fallen into the beast's belly, leaving only 10. With every pounce of the beast, a subject fell into its mouth, and even their desperate struggles were futile. The dagger couldn't hurt it at all. The number of people dwindled, but no one awakened. Bright red blood had coated the entire ground, seeping deep into the earth. Every time Songshur stepped on it, he could feel the sticky feeling under his shoes. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Although her body possessed considerable stamina, she was exhausted from dragging the weight of 2 people around the edge of the glass enclosure, dodging the beast's pursuit for countless laps. Finally, only 2 people remained within the entire enclosure. The hope of awakening seemed to rest on them. Songshur once again dodged the beast's attack with the boy at her side, leaning against the glass enclosure, panting, her throat thick with the taste of blood. Her speed had noticeably slowed, a fatal blow. She might not escape unscathed next time. "Go on your own," Songshur said, pushing his arm away. "I've carried you through so many times. Don't accuse me of ingratitude." The boy reluctantly withdrew his hand, glanced over Songshur's shoulder, and shouted, "It's coming again! Run!" He grabbed Songshur's arm. After so many dodging attempts, Songshur had become conditioned reflexes. Even though she sensed something was amiss, she instinctively followed him. Unexpectedly, the alien beast was significantly faster this time. Songshur could clearly smell the bloody, rancid stench emanating from its mouth, and the heat gushing from its back. It was already behind them. Songshur took a deep breath, ready to make one last stand. The boy suddenly turned his head, his delicate, fair face etched with ruthlessness. With immense force in his hands, he pushed Songshur towards the alien beast. The first emotion that surged through Songshur wasn't the fear of being crushed and devoured, nor the regret and annoyance of betrayal, but rather a bloodthirsty killing intent and the rage that her fate was controlled by the alien beast. This emotion was far more intense and real than the fear she had felt since passing through this place. It was as if, at this moment, she was truly herself, truly integrated into this body. Songshur's body leaned back, the beast's curved fangs already reaching the back of her head, pressing against her scalp. The smell of blood, 100 times more intense than anywhere else, assaulted her face, her blood boiling, every sense at full power. At the critical moment, Songshur grasped the dagger and thrust it into the beast's mouth before it could close, piercing the tender flesh 100 times softer than skin. Using this force, she quickly pulled her head away, extracted the dagger, slid down, and rolled twice on the ground. All of this happened in an instant. By the time the stinging pain from the beast's mouth traveled through its nerves to its brain, triggering an angry reaction, Songshur was already 2 meters away. In contrast, the murderer who had pushed her out still stood dumbfounded before the beast. The beast roared in pain, its air splattering his face. Only then did he react and turn to run. Want to run? Songshur's face, a half smile, appeared before him. His face was pale, his voice trembling violently. "I didn't mean to do that. It just suddenly appeared, and I got scared." "Ah!" Songshur didn't even have the patience to listen to his explanation. He kicked him in the chest, sending his frail body flying directly into the beast's gaping mouth. Chapter 3. Songshur never believed she was lucky, so she never held out much hope for her own awakening. But she never imagined she would be so unlucky. This person, with only 2 legs left outside the monster's mouth, had actually awakened before her. She watched helplessly, as a faint golden light shone from the monster's jagged teeth. Then, the monster's once furious eyes gradually cleared, and finally, it actually spat out the person it had swallowed. Songshur. Second stimulation test for the high-probability contract system differentiation candidate. 1 person succeeded. Level assessment. A. The announcement from within the glass enclosure blared. The boy lay on the ground, laughing. His leg had been bitten by the monster, and after being spit out, he lay on the ground, his legs twisted in an abnormal position. His white pants were stained red, and blood was still spreading. The glass enclosure opened from the outside, and a group of armed men entered, carrying a stretcher. The boy was placed on the stretcher, screaming the entire time. The beast he had subdued was also restless, pawing at the ground with its claws. Songshur stood aside, dagger in hand, watching the boy being loaded onto the stretcher, yet he remained vigilant against the beast. Before he was carried away, the boy tilted his head from the stretcher to glance at Songshur. His fair face forced a smile, but the intense pain he was experiencing caused his facial muscles to twitch, making the smile contort. I hope you be so lucky next time. Songshur pursed his lips, saying nothing. Those who enter this experiment must either awaken or die. She didn't die, nor did she awaken, so she could only continue the experiment with the third group. After the boy left, the alien beast's nose emitted a loud huffing sound, and its pupils repeatedly shrank from vertical to needle-like and back again, as if it was struggling with some internal force. Songshur wasn't sure how the contract system dealt with alien beasts, or how long they could last, but she had a vague feeling that the alien beast was about to break free. She silently stepped back, putting some distance between them. The glass door opened again. Songshur heard the sound, and thought the third group was about to enter. She didn't look back, continuing to be on guard against the alien beast. Then, a message came from behind. A researcher wants to see you. At that moment, the alien beast's pupils suddenly cleared. Songshur's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately ran towards the glass door. The man in black, armed with a gun, had been guarding the door. As Songshur left, he closed the door behind him, and the alien beast slammed into the glass door. Temporarily safe, Songshur panted and looked back. The alien beast was furious because it hadn't caught her, banging on the glass door, its roar shaking the entire experimental base. The other experimenters near the glass enclosure were also attracted by the earth-shaking movement, and turned their heads to look over. After seeing the massive, ferocious alien beast, they silently turned away. In comparison, their level didn't seem so difficult, at least they could preserve their bodies. In stark contrast to their mood, the next three groups of Berserk and Contract-type players were to appear. They were the ones who really walked into the trap. With the alien beast so angry, their entry would have skyrocketed in danger. So nervous were they that two people awakened before even entering. One awakened to a sea-level Berserk and the other to a sea-level Contract. Songshur paid no attention to any of this. She had already followed the black-clad figure from the mountaintop and descended in the elevator. Standing inside the elevator, Songshur observed her current appearance from the reflector opposite. Her loose, yellowed clothes were stained with blood and unidentified yellow matter, all from the two rolls she made while dodging the beast. Her bangs were also heavily stained, mixed with sweat, sticking to her face in strands. Her face was remarkably similar to that of her previous world, though the differences in her features required careful scrutiny. What was most noticeable was that the owner of this body was very thin, with skin that had a dull, malnutrition-induced tinge. She looked listless, especially the heavy bangs that nearly obscured her eyes. Could this body be her in this world? Songshur clenched his fists, feeling his absolute control over it. The elevator descended rapidly, and Songshur had already adjusted to the feeling of weightlessness. She calmed down, wondering why she had been summoned. Why did the researcher want to see her? Even when the elevator felt overloaded, Songshur still hadn't figured it out. She knew so little. She didn't even know her original body's name. She could only speculate on very little. She could only take things one step at a time. Ding! The elevator opened to both sides. A seemingly endless metallic corridor came into view. Songshur collected her thoughts and stepped out first. The gunman followed her half a step diagonally behind, his gun never leaving her body. Is she a dangerous person? Songshur couldn't figure it out. They entered the corridor, and on either side were connected rooms, windowless, making it impossible to see what was inside from the outside. Their footsteps were clearly audible. A door opened at the end of the hallway, and a figure emerged, arms folded, facing them without moving. Songshur paused, turned to question the gunman, who nodded, indicating that the researcher was in that room. Songshur slowly approached, observing the man. He had pink hair tied in a high ponytail, sunglasses obscuring his vision, and a lollipop stuck out of his right cheek. They were getting closer, until only two closed doors separated them. Songshur felt the man's scrutinizing gaze, scanning her from head to toe, radiating unwavering hostility. He was not welcoming her. It was clear that the researcher who had come to see her was not her. Songshur walked around her, heading into the room. Her hand was already on the doorknob. A sudden gust of wind blew past her ears, followed by the smell of strawberry candy. From the moment she sensed the enemy's hostility, Songshur hadn't let her guard down, her body tense. Suddenly, the enemy attacked, and Songshur reacted quickly, dodging sideways. The enemy's claw missed, but he didn't give up. He placed another claw in Songshur's path. Songshur retreated hastily, her back colliding with the metal door, her heels almost touching the frame. This gave her a small gap, but the enemy continued to pursue her. Songshur slid down to avoid the attack, but the enemy, as if seeing through her, reached down with his other hand. At this point, she was trapped in a small space, threatened from above and below. Unable to escape, Songshur had no choice but to take the attack. She chose the downward-reaching hand, and the two hands collided. Numbness spread rapidly from her wrist to her arm, followed by a sharp pain in her wrist that slowly spread to her brain. Songshur, already half-crouched, collapsed to the ground, unable to lift her entire right arm. The opponent didn't let her go, raising his leg and sweeping it across her temple. A sharp gust of wind sliced Songshur's face, his murderous intent now unleashed without reservation. Songshur watched the approaching foot from the corner of her eye, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. She had thought leaving the glass cover was a chance of survival, but it turned out to be a greater danger. Faced with death, this body's potential was once again unleashed. Songshur bent her legs and pushed against the opponent's supporting leg. Surprisingly, the leg, which could be described as slender, didn't bend under her kick. The opponent simply thought it was a last-ditch effort, and a disdainful smile curled his lips. Songshur, however, used this force to slide over a meter across the smooth ground, avoiding the opponent's fatal blow. That was exactly where the gunman was standing. Seizing the opportunity before the gunman could react, Songshur half lay down, grabbed the gunman's gun, and quickly turned it towards the woman, who was about to approach. The woman, however, seemed oblivious to the gun's pointed direction and stepped forward once more. A subtle flash of panic crossed Songshur's eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his palm as he gripped the gun. Why wasn't she afraid of guns? Achiao, stop. The door to the room opened at some point, and a leather shoe landed on the doorframe. The leg rushing towards Songshur quickly retracted, and he stood respectfully and submissively beside the owner of the leather shoe. Miss Song, can you please return the gun to its owner? A polite and gentle voice came from above. Songshur rose from the ground and glanced at the gunman, who looked anxiously waiting for her to return the gun. He didn't move, but instead looked towards the source of the voice, the person who had been silent in the room, acquiescing to her men's fight with her. The androgynous face looked particularly cold against the black shirt, yet it managed a gentle smile. Songshur felt terrified. Don't be afraid, Miss Song. I've restrained my subordinates, and they won't harm you again, the other person said with a harmless smile. Songshur glanced at the woman standing beside her. She shifted her cheeks between her lips, sucking on a lollipop. Her eyes couldn't be seen through her sunglasses, but the murderous intent she held was undiminished. All right, the man in the black shirt helplessly spread his hands. Miss Song, since you feel safe with the gun, then go ahead. Can we come in and talk now? Songshur knew this was already a concession. Ultimately, her survival depended on the other person's attitude. The gun wouldn't actually be of much use. Following them into the room, the pink-haired girl stopped the gunman, his hands empty, at the door, slamming it shut. Songshur stood in the center of the room, silently surveying his surroundings. An entire wall was covered by a massive electronic screen, displaying the events within the various glass enclosures of the mountaintop experimental base. My name is Qin. Miss Song, you can call me by my name or Chairman Qin. Here's my business card. Qin walked around the back of a chair, pulled a card from the pocket of his black suit jacket, and handed it to the pink-haired girl. The latter took it and handed it to Songshur. Songshur looked down. Printed on the card were his photo and name, along with his company, the hunting group, and his position. Chairman of the hunting group. Miss Song, you've probably heard of the hunting group. Qin leaned back on the table, his long legs naturally stretched forward, his hands resting on the table. Songshur hadn't heard of it, but she nodded. I saw Miss Song's performance at the experimental base just now. Qin tilted his head, motioning Songshur to look at the electronic screen on the wall. Miss Song performed very well. I admire her very much, so I sincerely invite her to work for my group. A pop-up window appeared on the screen, covering the scene of the previous battle. The 9th stimulation experiment of the high-probability differentiation of the healing system has succeeded. 3 people have been evaluated. Grades B, D, and D. Songshur retracted his gaze. I'm not an awakened. Awakened are truly rare. A group like mine has thousands of employees, but awakened are only a minority. Songshur subconsciously glanced at the pink-haired girl's right leg. She was wearing shorts, and her leg muscles were smooth, not bulky. 2 dirty footprints were now on her knee. In their brief exchange, she had kicked the opponent's right leg with both legs simultaneously, using all her strength, sending him flying a meter away. The opponent's leg seemed rooted to the ground, motionless. She had only learned some simple self-defense techniques before this, and wasn't sure if a normal human's leg strength could accomplish this. Perhaps she, too, wasn't awakened in some field? Songshur's response was long in coming. Qin Yi's smile remained unchanged, but his fingers tapped against the edge of the table. Miss Song, please consider this. After all, this is a matter of fate. If you don't agree, I will have no choice but to send you back to continue your experiments. Song Shi keenly sensed her impatience. I agree. While she didn't understand why the chairman of a group would condescend to recruit a non-awakened person like her, who only had rudimentary skills, her life depended on him, so she had to get through this first. Then, Miss Song, when you return home, take this business card to any of the Safari Group branches. Achiao, see Miss Song off. The pink-haired woman, known as Achiao, crunched the candy in her mouth, walked to the door, and kicked it open with a bang, not intending to send her off. Song Shi left quickly holding the business card, and he didn't really want her to see him off. Chapter 4. The gunman was still waiting outside, clearly anxious about losing his weapon. As soon as the door opened, he approached Song Shi, his eyes fixed on the gun in her hand. Song Shi tossed the gun back to him, and walked towards the elevator. The gunman, holding his gun, dutifully pressed it against Song Shi's back, followed her towards the elevator. The two entered the elevator, one in front of the other, with Song Shi still standing at the front. The gunman pressed the floor button, and Song Shi glanced at him through the reflective glass. Can I leave now? The gunman nodded. Song Shi pinched the corner of his clothes with 2 fingers, revealing his stained clothes. Is there a place to change clothes? I need a clean change. The gunman was silent for a moment. Those who have awakened will be sent directly to the hospital. The hospital will provide a change of clothes. Those who haven't awakened. He met Song Shi's eyes, and closed his mouth. Generally, those who haven't awakened died up there, and don't need a change of clothes. Song Shi. So she was going to go home in this ostentatious outfit. Besides, she didn't even know where her home was. But I take you back, Director Qin told me, the gunman said. Song Shi didn't let up, tentatively asking, did Director Qin send you my address? If not, it would reveal she didn't know where she lived. The gunman glanced down at his wrist. Yes. Song Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The elevator went directly to the underground parking lot, and Song Shi was taken to the back seat. The gunman finally removed the gun from Song Shi, letting it hang at his side. He opened the car door, and sat in the driver's seat. The SUV quickly reversed, and left the dimly lit garage. Light intruded again, and Song Shi closed his eyes uncomfortably. When he opened them again, they were already on a mountain road. The experimental base was built deep in the mountains, the surrounding hills exceptionally desolate, with yellow sand filling the sky as far as the eye could see. Off-road vehicles roared past, one after another, along with the occasional large truck carrying cargo, its trunks wrapped in black tarpaulins, all destined for the experimental base. The gunman would occasionally glance in the rearview mirror at Song Shi, who sat in the back seat. She kept her face turned sideways, looking out, her gaze calm. He briefly glanced out the window, but seeing nothing, he focused on driving. Song Shi was staring at her own reflection in the window. The moment her hands collided with the pink-haired girl's earlier fight, her entire right arm had gone numb, and suddenly a few words flashed through her mind. The situation was urgent, and she hadn't had time to think about the subtitles. Now, as she recalled them, they resurfaced in her mind. Unlocked masochism value. Masochism value progress, 1%. Unlocked anti-masochism value. Anti-masochism value progress, 1%. Want to survive in this world of cannibalism? In exchange for coming to this world, I offer you the opportunity to awaken. I hope you can seize it. She has the chance to awaken. The figure in the window projection curled her lips, a fleeting moment. By the time the gunman driving the vehicle glanced in the rearview mirror, she had returned to normal. In less than half an hour, the view ahead of the SUV had transformed from barren mountains to skyscrapers. After passing a checkpoint, the vehicle officially entered the city. Song Shi's gaze was completely captivated by the buildings before him. Tall buildings rose one after another, rising into the sky. High-altitude suspended tracks crisscrossed them. Small aircraft in the air were as diverse as the cars on the ground. Motorboats floating in the sky, carrying huge billboards, assaulted the eyes. The narrow gaps between the buildings were also filled with billboards of various colors. After Song Shi's initial shock wore off, only one thought remained: how depressing it must be for people living here. The SUV zipped through the narrow streets and stopped in front of a dilapidated old building. This is the address Mr. Qin gave you. 7th floor, room 703. The gunman turned off the navigation, turned to look at Song Shi in the back seat, and asked for confirmation. Is that it? Song Shi nodded, opened the car door with his left hand, and jumped out. Then I take you there. The gunman reached out from the driver's seat, waved at Songshur, and drove off. Songshur looked up at the dilapidated building before her. Counting to the 7th floor, some rooms were lit, others dimmed. She wasn't sure what kind of family would greet her. Judging from her original incarnation's malnourished face, and the dilapidated building before her, her family probably wasn't well off. Songshur didn't care. After all, her family wasn't well off in her previous life, and she still managed to thrive, helping her parents live well too. She was about to ascend the stairs. Songshur? Someone called her, and Songshur turned to look. A strikingly beautiful girl in a light green dress was approaching her with a look of surprise. She clearly recognized her original self, so Songshur remained silent, remaining composed. The girl was walking towards the trash can, having apparently just been throwing away some trash. She must have seen her being taken out of the car. Did you successfully awaken? The girl had already reached Songshur, and glanced in the direction the SUV had departed. Songshur didn't respond directly. She didn't know who the person was. I'm tired and want to rest. Oh yeah, I was too impatient, the girl said, a smile apologetically on her bright face. She reached out, and took her arm affectionately. Let's go upstairs now. My father just finished cooking, so we'd be there just in time for it. Songshur let her embrace him, but her hand froze just 3 centimeters from her arm. Sister, your clothes. Songshur hadn't changed out of her blood and dirt-stained clothes. The girl in front of him had initially focused on whether she'd woken up, not her clothes. Are you hurt? The girl's delicate voice suddenly trembled, her eyes reddened. Against her otherwise innocent face, Songshur felt a pity for her. Songshur had just suffered a loss at the base, and it was difficult for her to open up to anyone in this world, even if that person might be her sister in this body. No. I go upstairs first. Songshur walked around her, and headed inside. The elevator sign said under maintenance, so Songshur turned and headed for the stairwell. 7th floor, 703. Songshur climbed 7 floors in a row. The door directly opposite the stairwell was 703. Songshur rang the doorbell. The girl claiming to be her sister followed closely behind her, still a little breathless as she climbed up. Sister's strength has improved so much, it seems she's awakened. Is she a berserker? Just as she finished saying berserker, the door opened, and the person inside just happened to hear it. Songshur immediately felt a surge of malicious resentment. She looked at the person who opened the door, but their face had already fallen. Chi-Chi, change your shoes, she said, then turned and went back inside. Her so-called sister pushed past her, and headed inside first. Her sweet voice carried through the wall, Dad, your cooking is still as delicious as ever. Mom, look at my dad's nose. I don't know where it got dust from, haha. Songshur stood at the doorway, pondering. If she had returned from a previous life, surviving a disaster, how would her parents have treated her? He'd probably pull her aside and ask her all sorts of questions. Was she hurt, hungry, wanted a bath, and so on. But now, could it be that she wasn't his biological child? Was she just fostered here? Did she have other parents? After changing his shoes and entering the house, he walked through the hallway to see a happy family of 3 gathered together, wiping their noses. Songshur's gaze fell on the man in the middle. He couldn't tell his age, but his daughter probably inherited his looks. The man also noticed Songshur and quickly pushed his daughter aside, smiling as he walked over. Little girl, you're back. Are you hurt? Songshur's eyes swept over the plaid apron in front of him. No. That's good. Go change. Put your dirty clothes in the hamper, and I wash them for you. Why wash them? Just throw them away, the woman sitting at the dining table said coldly. The man glanced back, then at Songshur, who seemed hesitant. Songshur agreed, you really don't need to wash them. They were just temporary clothes anyway, so it's easier to just throw them away. The man smiled, then listened to Songshur. I've got a change of clothes ready. They're in your room. Songshur followed his gaze to a closed door, confirming it was hers. Come out to dinner after you changed. We have your favorite meatball soup today. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Chi-Chi, don't start eating yet. Wait for your sister. Songshur agreed and hurried into the room. She looked around and noticed that the small bedroom surprisingly had a bathroom with a separate wet and dry area and a shower. Songshur immediately stripped off her clothes and rinsed herself repeatedly, especially her hair, which was sticky, and had to be washed 3 times before it was clean. After changing into the clothes neatly folded at the head of the bed, Songshur dug a bag out of the corner of the bookshelf, rolled up her blood-stained clothes, and placed them tightly by the bedroom door. She then began to survey the room carefully. On the desk, a photo frame sat upside down. Songshur flipped it open, revealing a family portrait of 4 people, her and the 3 people outside. She had been very young when the photo was taken, standing on the far right. The other 3 stood hand in hand, a hand's length away from her. So they were indeed a family of 4. Songshur flipped the photo frame back upside down and searched the bookshelf for useful information. She needed to understand not only this family but, more importantly, the world. A book with the words Guide to Human Differentiation written in dark red font on its spine caught Songshur's attention, and she pulled it out. Human Differentiation Guide, 27th edition. Special abilities, or talents beyond the norm, that develop between the ages of 13 and 18 are hereditary and mutagenic. Differentiation is humanity's only weapon for evolving in the face of harsh environments. Every human with a differentiation value above 25% is the Federation's hope. Please consciously abide by Federation laws. Regularly undergo genetic testing, train yourself, and awaken as soon as possible. Songshur flipped to the next page's table of contents and glanced through it. There were no fewer than 100 diverse abilities. Songshur found the one he was most interested in learning about and checked the corresponding page. Berserk, enhanced ability. The violent factor permeates their genes. Muscle strength rivaling men of alien beasts, super fast reaction speed, superior combat power, rage, immorality, rapid recovery, and tenacious vitality. The following section lists several famous individuals whose differentiation direction fell into the berserk direction, along with their typical deeds. Songshur quickly skimmed through it, gaining a preliminary understanding. She was a high-probability berserker type, and the stimulation experiment had failed to awaken her, leading her to believe she couldn't awaken. The system gave her another chance, but it didn't explicitly state whether the ability she ultimately awakened would be berserker type. The progress bars for her masochism and anti-masochism values were still visible, and Songshur couldn't help but associate them with her future awakening abilities. The term anti-masochism value seemed to fit the berserker type's characteristics, violence. But Songshur couldn't quite connect the dots with the masochism value. Perhaps it had something to do with the tenacious vitality mentioned in the introduction? Perhaps the more abuse one endures, the stronger one's vitality will naturally be? Chapter 5. 2 knocks on the door interrupted Songshur's thoughts. She stuffed the book back into the closet and opened it. It was her sister, Lu Qiqi. Her elegant name was written on the first page of a guide to human differentiation. Presumably, she had lent the book to her original self. Sister, it's almost time for dinner. Her smile was perfect. Yes. Songshur walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. At the dining table, she sat on the same side as Lu Qiqi, across from her father. Songshur had already figured out the family structure of the 4-member family. She and Lu Qiqi had different fathers. Lu Qiqi's father was the man across from her, and her father's identity was unknown. But judging by her biological mother's attitude towards her, her biological father might not be a good person. This was from her biological mother's perspective. Songshur sipped her soup quietly. A disjointed family relationship was good, it saved her the energy of maintaining it. She still had a lot to do. Sister, the Supernatural Administration hasn't registered your awakening information yet. Do you want to go and ask them? After they both sat down, Lu Qiqi turned to look at her. Songshur, expressionless, reached for a vegetable dish near her. I haven't awakened. The 2 people across the table paused in their eating. Sister, stop joking. The stimulation experiment is so rigorous. How could someone who hasn't awakened come back alive? And you're a high-probability berserker. Everyone else in my group died, and I haven't awakened yet. The researchers determined I had no chance of awakening, and it was useless to force me, so they sent me back. Songshur made up an excuse. Ignoring the others' expressions, she added more food to her bowl and ate earnestly. She was hungry and just wanted to eat. The woman across from her had no patience for her fake compliments. She put down her bowl and chopsticks. Since there's no hope for your awakening, move out of this house as soon as possible. Songshur finally paused in his eating. Why? The original form was still underage. No one wants a potential violent person living near their home. Violent person? Songshur thought for 2 seconds before associating the word with herself. Just because she carried the violent gene of the berserker type, even if she had done nothing, she would be labeled a violent person and expelled. The tense atmosphere at the table made the man across from her feel uneasy. He began to explain, the neighbors have complained numerous times. Before, when you had hopes of awakening, they didn't dare say anything. But now that you've failed, they know about it, and will probably band together again to demand an explanation. Lu Qiqi spoke up, adding to her father's unfinished words. Sister, don't blame mother. She can't do anything. If she were a healer, these people wouldn't dare do this. But now? Mother's mental strength is damaged, her abilities are almost non-existent, and father's abilities are useless. I haven't awakened yet, and sister hasn't awakened either. Our family. As she spoke, she covered her mouth and choked up. Songshur glanced at her sideways. A stream of tears streamed down her fair cheeks, making her look particularly pitiful. For example, the two people across from her immediately looked distressed. Songshur. She felt unnecessary sitting there. I'm leaving, she said. The atmosphere at the table suddenly relaxed. But I need money for rent and living expenses. Her mother, almost impatiently, looked down at her wrist, fumbling with notes. After a dozen seconds, she looked up. The money has been deposited into your name. You still have 3 months until you become an adult. It covers your rent and daily expenses for those 3 months. Songshur glanced at the bracelet on her wrist and noticed that Lucici and her father also had one. She guessed it might be a communication device from this world. She remembered she had one on her desk, too. She thought it was a watch and hadn't paid much attention to it before. Having gotten what she wanted, Songshur silently picked up her chopsticks and started eating. This might be her last free meal. She had to cherish it. The other 3 people at the table were clearly surprised by her calm demeanor. They exchanged glances before returning their gazes to her. The so-called mother impatiently severed the last connection between them. According to federal law, I will have no further support obligations to you after 3 months. I hope you won't come to see me during this time. Yes, Songshur agreed vaguely, food in his mouth. The woman paused for a moment, then added, after you come of age, we have no further relationship. I won't need you to support me, and it's best if we don't meet. Songshur, who was sipping his soup, nodded. No problem. The woman opened her mouth, her voice tinged with relief. Then from today on, you and I have nothing to do with each other. Songshur put down his empty bowl, stood up, and corrected himself. It's tomorrow. I'm staying here for the last night and packing up my things. Do you mind? Songshur's gaze swept over the 3 of them. Lucici's face was filled with shock. Her father's expression was filled with worry, though it was unclear whether it was genuine or feigned. The third face was expressionless, utterly indifferent. Songshur nodded to herself. Silence means you agree. See you tomorrow. With that, she stood up and returned to her room. After closing the door, Songshur leaned against it, raised her hand, and placed her palm over her chest. Normal heart rate. I bet the original self wasn't sad either. As soon as possible, I want to escape this unloving family and embrace a new life. Songshur put the watch-shaped bracelet on the table on her wrist. She fumbled with it, figuring out its functions, then opened her account to check the balance. 34,030. Not knowing much about this world, and not knowing the consumption level, Songshur couldn't estimate the value of this money. She put it aside for the moment, pulled a suitcase from the top of the closet, and opened the closet to pack a few clothes. There were a few scattered pieces of clothing, and Songshur immediately noticed a black and white school uniform. Could the original body still be studying? Songshur took out the school uniform and looked at it. There was a badge on the right chest that read Songshur, Class 2, Senior 3, Rinchi Middle School. Songshur. The original body was really still studying. She had been so focused on her supernatural powers that she had forgotten that the most important thing for the original body at her age was studying. Throwing the school uniform into the suitcase, Songshur sat on the edge of the bed, scratching her hair in annoyance, and finally found a number in the bracelet's address book with the note Teacher Chen. After confirming that there was only one teacher among all the numbers, and that the chat history showed that the original body and Teacher Chen had talked a week ago, Songshur pressed the dial button. Songshur? What's up? The line connected quickly. A middle-aged male voice matched his profile picture perfectly. I'm taking tomorrow off. As a well-behaved student who had respected teachers from elementary school through university, Songshur believed skipping classes was immoral, so she called to ask for leave. There was a pause on the other end of the line. Approved. Then the line hung up. Those 2 simple words, yet Songshur inexplicably heard a sense of awkwardness. Without giving it much thought, she turned off the screen and continued packing. Songshur's original body had only a few clothes, so she packed them quickly. She grabbed some necessities and turned to the bookshelf. There weren't many books there, mostly literary works, so Songshur gave up taking anything. She sat down and continued flipping through the book, A Guide to Human Alienation. This time, she read it cover to cover, memorizing every superpower, including the characteristics, weaknesses, and representative figures of each. After finishing the entire book, Songshur leaned back in her chair and let out a long sigh. Lucici mentioned that her mother was a healing awakener. The book describes healing awakeners as weak and unable to protect themselves. Healers are vital to humanity and are highly valued by the Federation. One of their abilities is healing, not only for physical pain, but also for mental suffering, comparable to a clinician or psychologist with magical powers. Any healer can achieve this level of skill. But that's not why healers are so highly regarded. After all, ordinary doctors can also treat illnesses. Their second ability is paramount, clearing the black aura pollution from alien beasts and assisting other awakeners in killing them. Only healers of rank B or above can do this. Songshur searched his bracelet for relevant information. Black chi is the psychic pollution emitted by alien beasts. While ineffective against ordinary people, it is extremely aggressive towards psychics, or awakened ones. At the very least, it can significantly reduce or even temporarily disable an awakened's abilities. At the worst, it can cause irreversible brain damage, leading to complete loss of abilities, idiocy, and even life-threatening consequences. The Black Chi's attack range varies depending on the level of alien beast. While Contract Type Awakened can control alien beast's Black Chi, only Healing Type Awakened can purify it. So, while healers may be weak in combat, they are indispensable for killing alien beasts on the battlefield. Healers are not rare in the Federation, one reason being that the healing gene is easily inherited. There are many healer families in the Federation, and they often only marry those with similar healing abilities to ensure their offspring have a high probability of being healing type awakened. The purer the genes, the higher the level of their eventual awakening, and the wider the range of Black Chi they can purify. So what level could her mother be? Songshur was curious. She couldn't get an answer for now. She didn't even know the other person's name. Let's put it aside for now. Lucici said her father had a useless superpower. There are few superpowers that could be described that way. Since it's called a superpower, it's definitely something ordinary people can't possess. Even if it's not very useful on the battlefield, it can still provide some convenience in daily life. Songshur flipped through the entire book. Considering Lucici's father's characteristics, his superpower should also be an enhancement type superpower, belonging to the same lineage as the Berserker type. However, the Berserker type strengthens physical fitness, while the Peacock type, to which Lucici's father belongs, strengthens appearance. All those with the Peacock gene are born with an appearance that's different from that of ordinary people. As they age, their appearance will become infinitely closer to their imagined ideal image. High-level Peacock type awakeners can even change their appearance in later stages, becoming more up-to-date with the times. This was just Songshur's inner preference. She didn't want to delve into whether it was true or not. Looking at the time, it was already 1 in the morning. Thinking that he had to rent a house and move tomorrow, Songshur stood up, stretched, and climbed into bed to sleep. Chapter 6. Before dragging her suitcase away the next day, Songshur searched for suitable monthly rentals on the rental platform on her wristband. First, the rent had to be reasonable. She only had a little over 30,000 yuan, so any savings were appreciated. Second, it had to be as close as possible to Rinchi Middle School, where she attended. After Songshur entered her requirements, a page popped up with numerous rental listings. What Songshur immediately noticed was the bold red text after each listing, indicating the monthly rent. 20,009 federal coins, 19,999 federal coins, 30,000 federal coins. Songshur, She had a rough idea of how much the 30,000 yuan her mother had given her was worth. She could only add one more filter, monthly rent less than or equal to 10,000 federal coins. After this round of screening, only 4 houses remained. Songshur planned to look at them one by one. Pulling her suitcase, she pushed open the door. The living room was empty. Songshur glanced at the 2 closed doors. She had gotten up very early that morning and hadn't heard anyone leave. They were still in the bedroom. They didn't want to see her. Songshur didn't care, picked up her suitcase and left. She carried it all the way down the 7th floor without taking a breath. She ran into a woman returning with soy milk and fried dough sticks. Her eyes from behind her glasses scanned her up and down, finally resting on her rolling suitcase. She gave her a subtle eye roll and walked around her into the building. Songshur chose to ignore her and continued walking out of the complex, pulling her suitcase. She passed many people along the way, and every one of them glanced at her, especially when they saw her suitcase, a reassuring smile. Songshur hadn't anticipated the extent of her influence in this community, and her pace quickened. The first apartment she selected was only 2 kilometers from the complex, so Songshur decided to walk there. She deliberately exercised her stamina, carrying her suitcase dangling in the air, as she moved swiftly toward her destination. 15 minutes later, Songshur followed the landlord to the doorway. It was 25 square meters, each divided into small sections. Fortunately, it was fully equipped and ready for move-in. It was 4 kilometers from the school, and the monthly rent was only $8,999. This apartment was already the largest of the 4 she had selected, and the best. If it lived up to the description in the rental listing, she wouldn't have needed to waste time looking for the other 3. Want to rent it, little sister? The landlord, a portly middle-aged man, leaned against the doorframe, scraping dirt from between his fingernails, and whistled at her. Songshur made up her mind. Rent it. Okay, the middle-aged man tapped his wristband a few times, and a scanning beam emanated from a circular hole on the side. Put your optical computer on it. So this thing is called an optical computer. Songshur did as she was told. The other person's optical computer beeped, signaling the scan was complete. Then she saw the other person's face flush as he stared at the screen. It wasn't a blush radiating from heat or shyness, but rather from the red screen illuminated by the optical computer. You, his voice suddenly rose, repeatedly glancing up at Songshur and comparing the contents of the screen. You actually. Songshur stood obediently behind the suitcase, gripping the handle, blinking in confusion. I'm not renting this room anymore. He lowered his wrist and clicked the half-open door shut. Why? Songshur immediately lost her composure. The man said impatiently, someone just offered 3 times more for this apartment. The highest bidder gets it. Please leave. I reserved this place first, Songshur couldn't help but argue. She had rented apartments before, and she never seen such a backtracking. We don't have that kind of rule here, the landlord said, waving his hand, evict her. There are plenty of monthly rentals around here. Look for something else. Songshur gritted her teeth and had no choice but to pick up her suitcase and move on to the next place. But she encountered the same situation again. After scanning her computer, the other party used the excuse that the apartment's water system was malfunctioning and temporarily unavailable for rent, telling her to look elsewhere. Songshur vaguely guessed the reason. She had a violent gene in her body, and the residents of her original neighborhood wouldn't tolerate her, and the same was true for people elsewhere. She had originally thought that by moving somewhere else, as long as she kept a low profile and remained anonymous, no one would know she was a high-probability berserker. However, she hadn't expected that once her computer scan would reveal all her information. The so-called offer of 3 times the price and problems with the water system were just excuses from the landlord. After figuring this out, Songshur headed for the 3rd apartment. The viewing process was the same as usual. The monthly rent for this apartment was 7,600 yuan. It was a tiny 15 square meter apartment on the basement level, with no windows, no living room, and only a cramped 1 bedroom, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. After she mentioned her interest in renting this apartment, the landlord, unsurprisingly, asked to scan her computer. Songshur stood still. I transfer half at the beginning of each month and the other half mid-month. No contract required. The landlord looked her over. Those who refused to sign a contract usually had something shady about them. Yes, I can, but the price? 9,000 a month, Songshur said. 10,000. Songshur, deal? She left 1,000 for the landlord to play with. The landlord's afro-like hair trembled with her laughter. The price pleased her greatly. She opened her computer and said, I scan you. Seeing Songshur's wary gaze on the computer, she explained, it's not a contract, it's a payment. Songshur then extended her hand. She had thought everything was settled. But? I don't want to rent this room anymore. I have things to do. I'm leaving now. The landlord twisted her fat body and started to squeeze towards the stairs. Songshur couldn't stand it any longer and grabbed her arm, pulling her back. Why? I can pay more. As soon as Songshur's hand touched her arm, her fat body trembled violently, and the fat on her face trembled. Songshur was also startled by her reaction, and quickly let go. The woman couldn't even control her legs to continue standing, and slumped down at the foot of the stairs. What are you doing? I have surveillance cameras. Songshur glanced in the direction she pointed and retracted the hand he had intended to help her up. Calm down. I just want to ask you why. She hadn't signed a contract, so how could the other party still know her identity? Seeing Songshur's hand withdraw, the woman visibly calmed down a bit, trembling as she switched her laptop to public mode. Songshur first saw a payment page, then saw her profile picture followed by a bracketed text, high-risk individual. Song high-risk individual sure. What's going on in this world? Are there still human rights? With this kind of treatment, even people who aren't dangerous are being forced into a desperate situation. The woman took advantage of Songshir's drooping head and stood up to run again. Songshir called out, "I'm leaving right away. Don't run. Don't blame her if you fall." Chapter 7. Walking along the roadside, dragging her enormous suitcase, Songshir felt a sense of homelessness. She was indeed homeless. In this bustling world, rejection of her genes was everywhere. There was only one apartment left to see. With a glimmer of hope, Songshir headed for the bus stop. The last apartment was over 10 kilometers away, and walking there alone would be a waste of time. After about 5 minutes, the bus slowly pulled into the station. Songshir's heart began to grow a little worried. What if she couldn't even get on the bus? Face scan successful. A robotic female voice rang out from the scanner, not letting her get off. Songshir's heart so. Finding a seat near the back, Songshir rested her suitcase against her feet, glancing sideways at the scenery gradually moving away. Parallel to the direction of the bus, a suspended electric train flashed by. In the sky, an airship lowered a huge banner that read "Tomorrow University welcomes you." Songshir paused, then lowered his head to search for Tomorrow University on the website. The official website page that popped up boasted, "Tomorrow University welcomes all psychics from District 11. Combining this with the following description, Songshir learned that Tomorrow University was the only psychic school in District 11. There were 11 human bases in the Federation, and each one had at least one psychic university. Human Base 11 ranked last among all the bases in the Federation, with only a few psychics, making it sufficient for only one psychic university. Larger bases like Base 1 and Base 2 had over 10 psychic universities. She was currently in her 3rd year of high school. If she awakened her psychic powers during that time, she could attend Tomorrow University. If I can't awaken my superpowers, I have to go to a regular university, which District 11 has plenty of. Songshir was lost in thought when a sudden gunshot rang out inside the bus. The driver slammed on the brakes, sending Songshir's upper body tumbling forward, sending the suitcase tumbling forward. Songshir quickly grabbed the back of the seat in front of him, using his other hand to pull the suitcase. No one moved. A bearded man, holding a gun, swept through everyone on the bus, finally stopping at Song's hand, which was holding the suitcase. Songshir locked the rear wheel of the suitcase with his foot, then released his hand and raised it above his shoulder, a gesture of surrender. The man then pointed his gun at the driver. "Don't stop. Drive west. If the city security team catches up, you be the first to die with me." The driver trembled as the bus started, and it shot forward like an arrow. Those who had been waiting at the bus stop, about to board, saw the bus had vanished. Bewildered, they stared in the direction the bus was heading, then, bewilderedly, called the city security team. "Hello, city security team? Looks like another bus robbery." On the bus, the thieves, guns drawn, extorted money from each seat. No one dared to resist, perhaps because they were so used to this kind of situation that risking their lives for a few bucks wasn't worth it. It was Songshir's turn in the back seat. Reluctantly, Songshir pressed his laptop against the other man's laptop. Payment successful, 34,030. Songshir was heartbroken. They hadn't even left her anything. That was 3 months' worth of her living expenses. "One of us." The thieves, who should have taken the money and left, stopped and stared down at Songshir. "Song Dynasty? ? A thought struck Songshir, and she looked up. Shock! This guy's differentiation is the berserker type. Her payment page would show her as a high-risk individual. She checked, and there was only one type of high-risk individual in the Federation, the berserker type. That wasn't the main point. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by saying that in public? He was a berserker type, and so was she. He was robbing someone at gunpoint, so how could she get away with it? In this world, which was particularly repulsive to berserker types, she couldn't explain herself. Sure enough, the people in the car were already giving her strange looks, clearly identifying her with them. The criminal, clearly trying to drag Songshir down with him, patted her shoulder. "What are you doing sitting there for? Come join me." 50/50. Songshir's mouth twitched, and she stood up, saying with difficulty, "Okay." The criminal smiled a satisfied, maniacal smile and walked behind Songshir. There was only one row left, and he'd be back with a full load. Songshir turned, gripping the back of his chair with one hand, and pretended to chat. "Are you an adult?" The man's beard obscured his face, and his hair was long and tangled, only his eyes visible through the hair. A homeless man who had been wandering for years was usually cleaner and tidier than him, so it was hard to tell his current age. "No, I'm only 17. "Oh, the same age as me? Then I guess you haven't awakened yet, have you?" The gangster was immersed in the joy of money, And the thought of the woman before him, who would soon share his risk, made him feel so happy that his mind was paralyzed. Of course not. Vane suddenly popped on the back of Songsher's hand, gripping the seat back. She leaped up, bracing herself against the seat, and with her legs bent, she kicked him hard on the shoulder holding the gun. The gun flung to the ground, and the man's body was thrown backwards by the impact. Since he was in the last row, close to the rear of the bus, his back slammed against the car, stopping him from falling further. He quickly grasped the seats on either side of the aisle to help himself up. "Driver, stop the bus." "Get off," Songsher yelled, already leaping out of her seat. The gun landed not far away, and she hooked it over with her foot, grasping it in her hand. The driver reacted quickly, slamming the bus's brakes and opening the front and rear doors. Passengers scrambled to get out before the bus even stopped. Songsher took a few steps back due to inertia, grabbing the handrails on either side to steady himself. The man had already stood still. Having been tricked by Songsher, he was furious, a dark glare gleaming from behind his bangs. He pulled a dagger from his pocket. Songsher knew this man wouldn't just pull off a carjacking with a pistol. She had never used a pistol before, but that didn't stop her from using it to show off. "Don't move." Songsher pointed the gun at his forehead. He suddenly laughed. "Haha, there's only one bullet in the gun. I've already used it. You're holding an empty gun. Prepare to die?" He lunged at her with the knife, unfazed by the weapon. Songsher repeatedly pulled the trigger, but not a single bullet was fired. True to his words, the man was already approaching, the tip of the knife only a dozen centimeters away. "Damn it!" Songsher cursed, dragging the suitcase out with her toe and kicking it at him, then retreating decisively. The man stumbled unexpectedly, falling forward onto his knees on the suitcase, his hands on the ground. It was a perfect position for exploiting an opening. Songsher, fleeing, saw the dagger he held pointed at her. Her temple throbbed, and almost instantly, she changed her mind about escaping the car. She rushed forward, grabbed his hand, and stabbed him. His head was lowered so low that Songsher couldn't see his features, practically stabbing blindly. Puff! The eyeball exploded, and the clear, blood-stained contents flowed down the dagger onto Songsher's hand and wrist. Songsher's hand trembled, and she almost let go of the man's hand, but she still had some sense and stabbed deeper. "Ah!" The man howled heartbreakingly, pushing Songsher away. Before leaving, Songsher pulled the dagger out. Previously, the dagger had been lodged in the wound, so the blood wasn't flowing quickly. Now, with the dagger suddenly pulled out, a multicolored, sticky substance gushed out. The man screamed in agony, his hands covering the hole in his right eye, writhing on the ground in pain. A normal person would have probably fainted. Songsher stopped looking at him, and went to look for her suitcase, which the man had knocked to the very end of the carriage. To lift it, she had to step over the man. Given the man's deep hatred for her, Songsher retracted her leg. She would wait until the so-called city security team arrived. "Ah, you die with me!" The man suddenly screamed. Songsher sensed something was wrong and turned to see what looked like a grenade in his hand. He pulled the safety pin with a trembling, blood-stained hand. Songsher, shock. She took 2 steps at a time, regretting she hadn't run fast enough. She had forgotten about the suitcase. Jumping out of the bus door, she ran as far as she could. Boom! A scorching heat wave lashed out from behind, and the massive shockwave tossed Songsher up and down before he could reach safety. Chapter 8. Songsher opened her eyes again, and found herself lying on a hospital bed. The cold liquid from the floor drip trickled slowly down the back of her hand. Striped hospital gowns and white lab coats swayed in front of the bed, creating a cacophony of noises, both near and far, that pierced her ears. She felt like a giant vessel, forced to absorb all the noise. The pain in her back steadily and slowly irritated her nerves. Her brain swelled like air, and the nausea grew stronger. Songsher covered her mouth with her free hand and retched repeatedly. Tears welled up from the corners of her eyes. Songsher silently covered them with his sleeve. Name: Songsher. Age: 17, a student at Renchi Middle School, a berserker with a high probability of awakening. A day ago, I participated in a differentiation stimulation experiment and was released due to lack of awakening. Today, I took bus 912 at Qingju Station and encountered Lin Hu, a fellow high-probability awakener on bus 912. Songsher lowered his arm and looked towards the source of the noise. There were 2 guards in black uniforms. A green screen stood before the male guard, and the female guard stood diagonally to his side. Songsher glanced at the badges on their chests and spoke with difficulty, "Yes." Her throat was also sore, and her voice was hoarse. The female officer walked over to the table, picked up a cup of warm water, inserted a straw, and held it to Song Shi's lips. Song Shi glanced at her gratefully, and took a few sips of water through the straw, which slightly eased the pain in his throat. Why did you suddenly attack? The data shows that you haven't awakened. The male officer asked casually, looking at the data recorded on the screen in front of him. Song Shi had originally been afraid of being implicated by Lin Hu and being mistaken for an accomplice, but now facing two officers, Song Shi was less honest. She changed her words to a more pleasant one. The people in the car were ordinary people. I was worried they would get hurt, so I thought I would subdue the robbers and get them to leave. Combined with her frail tone and sickly expression, these two sentences instantly portrayed her as a selfless, good citizen. The female officer, who was putting away the cup, glanced at her. According to the bus surveillance footage, Lin Hu only had one bullet in his pistol. His original intention was to steal the money, not to die together. It was your actions that angered him, and he blew up the bus. The aftermath of the explosion even affected nearby vehicles, ultimately resulting in millions in property damage. Song Shi listened quietly, his expression unchanged. This is my first time experiencing this. Next time, I will do as the other passengers did, not resist and wait for your help. The male officer, seemingly oblivious to the hidden meaning, recorded his words expressionlessly on the screen. After completing this, he put away his laptop and looked down at Song Shi. You performed well in this bus hijacking incident. We will report it according to the procedures and apply for a reward for you. Rest well. Given the severity of your injuries, we have already applied for treatment by a Class D healer. A reward was beyond Song Shi's expectations. Thank you. Song Shi twitched the corner of his lip. The male guard said nothing more and hurried away, even processing the contents on the laptop as he left. The female guard was a step behind him, and Song Shi called out to her, Officer, wait a moment. The male guard had already left the ward and, not hearing Song Shi's voice, stopped, looked back at Song Shi lying on the bed, then turned back. Is there anything wrong? My money, his. Song Shi tried to lift the wrist holding the laptop, but it pulled against the wound on her back, causing her to gasp in pain. The female officer understood her meaning and shook her head regretfully. It wasn't recovered. All the money, the moment it was transferred into his account, went straight into the black market in the western suburbs. That place. You know? Song Shi didn't hear anything else. Only the words not recovered echoed repeatedly in her mind. Her money, her 3 months' living expenses. Her already aching head ached even more. What's wrong with you, Song Shi? Doctor? Doctor? Song Shi felt someone shaking her arm and heard someone shouting in her ear, but she couldn't make out the specifics. With her eyes half closed, blurry lights and shadows flashed before her eyes. Someone held her hand. It was a warm hand, magical, transporting warmth from her veins to her back. The wound on her back, which had been numb from the pain, gradually felt a sharp tingling sensation, seeping out from every pore, engulfed in the heat, and slowly withdrawing from her body. It felt so good. Song Shi's frown gradually relaxed. After an unknown amount of time, the pain in her back disappeared, replaced by a tingling sensation. Song Shi fell asleep in this tingling sensation. Song Shi didn't know how long she slept, but upon waking, her body felt unusually relaxed, and her head was no longer swollen. She finally had the energy to read the few lines in her mind. Masochism progress, 6%. Anti-masochism progress, 4%. Song Shi suddenly felt a headache. She had suffered such a severe injury, and her masochism progress had only increased by 5%. She had indirectly killed someone, and her anti-masochism progress had only increased by 3%. If she wanted to reach 100% for both, Song Shi couldn't imagine how many lives she would have to lose. Taking a deep breath, Song Shi quickly calmed herself. One must always look forward. In less than 2 days since arriving in this world, she had already found herself in dire straits 3 times, nearly dying each time. In this world, personal strength was paramount. No matter how difficult it was, she had to gather her progress. The system had given her, this useless body, a chance to awaken. She couldn't let it slip away. Song Shi raised her wrist. The 4 needle had been removed, leaving no needle marks on the back of her hand. The movement of raising her hand didn't cause any pain in the wound on her back. Song Shi propped herself up on her arms and sat up. Her back felt completely pain-free. She pounded her shoulders and back, stretching her joints, and recalled the scene before she fell asleep. It felt like someone held her hand, and then she fell into a comfortable sleep. Could that person be the healer? A healing psychic. The Human Differentiation Guide states that C and D level healers, due to their low rank and limited ability to purify the black energy of alien beasts, are not suitable for combat use and are therefore relegated to the rear, becoming dedicated medical personnel. Awakened healers are highly sought after in all hospitals. Their abilities are so profound that any wound they treat can heal at a 1,000-fold rate. If it weren't for the 2 officers dispatched this time, Song sure wouldn't have been able to hire a healer at all, and would likely have been bedridden for several months. By then, her hospital bills would have been a problem. Thinking of the bill, Song sure quickly stopped the nurse, who had just left the next bed, carrying a bottle of medicine. "Have you paid for my bed?" The nurse nodded. "Yes," she said, glancing Song sure over. "If you've recovered, you can leave." Chapter 9. Song sure glanced sideways at the time on the wall clock, 11:06 p.m. It was so late, she had nowhere to stay. Does the bed fee not include tonight's bed? Of course, because you hired a healer, you should have left immediately after the treatment, but you fell asleep, so we didn't wake you, the nurse replied patiently. If you want to stay overnight, you need to pay the bed fee. Song sure looked up from the account balance displayed on the computer. Paying money? The money in her account was now cleaner than her face. And there was something she had forgotten. Did I have any luggage when I came? No, you were alone, and your clothes were torn during the surgery. We've already disposed of them for you. Song sure tried to smile, but couldn't. Your family hasn't been here since your surgery. Although your external injuries have healed, it's best for you to rest at home for a few days. A healer's healing powers aren't something everyone can withstand. You need to stay home and observe your condition for a few days. The nurse wanted to give a few more reminders, but the head nurse hurriedly dismissed her. Song sure sat alone by the bed. Her family had already severed ties with her. The hospital seemed very busy. Through the half-open door, one could see nurses and doctors running around in the corridor, and occasionally 1 or 2 uniformed guards would flash by. Song sure glanced at his striped hospital gown. He walked to the ward door and peered sideways. The nurses were busy with their own tasks. Some in hospital gowns, unable to sleep, were strolling in the corridor. Song sure slipped out of the ward, blending in with the strolling patients as he approached the elevator. The elevator happened to stop at this floor, and Song sure slipped in. Inside, 2 doctors were pushing a hospital bed. The pristine white quilt was covered in blood. As Song sure entered, the stench of blood hit her face. Subconsciously holding her breath, Song sure stood in the corner. After pressing the floor button, her gaze involuntarily turned towards the person on the bed. She gasped. The person's features were blurred, as if melted by the heat, or as if a wooden board with countless sharp nails had been repeatedly rubbed against his face. The surface skin was gone, and blood seeped out from the capillaries beneath the skin. Song sure averted his gaze, not daring to look. The 2 doctors in the elevator paid little attention to Song sure. Their laptops were pinging, and video calls continued one after another. The operating room isn't ready yet? What are you dawdling about? Everyone's here. Send a few more people up from the rooftop to meet us. We have 5 helicopters. It's been so many times, and you still don't have any experience. Earth Wolf Beast, Earth Wolf Beast. Prepare the debridement equipment first. What are you reading these days? You've hired a bunch of losers. Sooner or later, you cause someone's death. Song sure stood in the corner, silently minimizing his presence. The elevator descended to the first floor, and Song sure quickly slipped out through the gap. The elevator closed and descended to the basement. Song sure mingled with the crowd out of the hall and stood on the open ground outside. The deafening sound of the rescue helicopters circling overhead was deafening. The rustling wind made Song sure's loose hospital gown rustle. This midnight was a turbulent time for many. Song sure walked down the alley, occasionally checking his account balance. Every time she clicked in, she hoped her bravery bonus would arrive. But each time, she was disappointed. The number 0 was particularly glaring. And then, at that inopportune moment, her stomach began to growl. Accompanying this faint gurgle, a thunderous rumble echoed from the other end of the alley, completely drowning out her own rumble. Almost instantly, Song sure felt a chill rising from the soles of her feet, spreading up her calves, and then spreading to every part of her limbs. This sound reminded Song sure of the strange beast she had trapped in the glass enclosure at the test base yesterday. The faint smell of blood lingered in the air, and the tragic condition of the human lying on the hospital bed was vivid in her mind. It was unclear whether the Earth Wolf beast the doctor had mentioned had been captured. Song sure turned to run, but stopped abruptly. She heard the sound of laughter approaching from afar. People were passing by, their footsteps clattering loudly, and there were many people. Song sure glanced around. She was standing in the shadows beneath the streetlight, with a pile of debris piled in front of her, shielding her from the monster's view. Songshur immediately retreated deeper into the shadows. The crowd in the distance drew closer, so close that Songshur could clearly hear their conversation. What if we run into that earth wolf beast? Let's wait until it's captured before we have any fun. What are you afraid of? The inner city has already sent awakened ones. I heard it's a pair from the Wu and Lu families of Base 1. No matter how powerful the earth wolf beast is, that lunatic Lu Xing won't let it go. Why did they come to our base? Don't the people of Base 1 always look down on us at Base 11? How would I know? I don't live in the inner city. Hey, did you see the announcement on the hunting group's official website? Anyone who finds the location of the earth wolf beast will be rewarded with 10,000 Federation coins. Only 10,000? That's too stingy, right? Only a fool would risk their life to find the earth wolf beast for 10,000. In the corner, Songshur silently took out his laptop, searched the hunting group's official website, hastily registered an account, and sent the earth wolf beast's location. 66 Great Song. Discovered the earth wolf beast's tracks. Location. Songshur had just finished sending it. The group had already reached the streetlight. Pitch blackness surrounded them. Songshur was hiding in the alley on the left, and the earth wolf beast was lurking in the alley on the right. It seems someone has found the earth wolf beast's location? And even sent the location. Where's the location? Someone asked curiously. Let me check in. How come this location overlaps with ours? Songshur, slowly retreating, attempted to use the noise of the group to mask his own escape, said, Fuck. Not all of the group were fools. What are you still standing there for? Run! Roar! The beast's furious roar suddenly rang out, and even without turning back, Songshur could imagine the scene. The screams continued, and Songshur completely unleashed his full force, running at full speed. The wind whistled in his ears, and the shrill cries gradually faded. His bangs flew off, his heartbeat quickened, his body grew hotter, and his speed increased. However, even after Songshur had left a trace behind, the ground shook violently behind him, indicating that the earth wolf beast was catching up. How could two legs outrun four? Songshur braked suddenly, and turned right into a narrower alley, running so fast that sparks flew from the soles of his shoes. The ground wolf beast rushed forward a dozen meters by inertia before turning back and continuing its pursuit of Songshur's back. The distance it had finally closed was wasted in this way, and it could barely see Songshur's back. Chapter 10. Songshur weaved back and forth through the alley, never straying too far from the location she had sent him. The earth wolf beast pursued relentlessly, closing the gap with Songshur, but always just a hair's breadth before Songshur swerved and lost him. Faced with such slippery prey, the earth wolf beast grew increasingly agitated, roaring almost incessantly. Songshur could even feel the heat of the air on her back. Her nerves were on edge, constantly gauging the earth wolf beast's distance from her by the vibrations of the ground, making sharp turns whenever necessary. But her strength eventually ran out, and the feeling of exhaustion grew stronger. Sweat beaded on Songshur's forehead, unable to evaporate even with the breeze. It gathered and slid down her high nose. The moment the sweat fell to the ground. Crack! The sharp sound of blade clashing against leather suddenly rang out, and the sound waves reached Songshur's eardrums, sending a sharp sting. Songshur instinctively covered her ears and dodged against the wall. Roar! The beast's painful howl shook the earth, and the sensor lights in the nearby buildings lit up, illuminating the scene as bright as day. Songshur turned her head to look at the earth wolf beast. In her field of vision, a pair of military boots landed smoothly, blocking her from the earth wolf beast. The man held an extremely broad sword. The blade appeared completely black at first glance, but upon closer inspection, one could discern shimmering hues of multicolored light. The earth wolf beast's forelimb had been slashed, leaving a patch of gray-black fur bald. A sticky black liquid continuously oozed from its fur, flowing down its left forelimb and onto the ground. It seemed to be very afraid of the awakened. Despite the initial painful howl, it was tentatively retreating. After taking a small step back, it noticed the awakened didn't react, and bravely took another step back. Even though its front was mostly obscured by the awakened, Songshur could still see the fear in its gait. The earth wolf beast at this moment was no longer as ferocious and arrogant as it had been when it chased her. This made Songshur wonder who the newcomer was. The earlier conversation between the men mentioned that two awakened from the Wu and Lu families of Base 1 had been sent here. They also mentioned a name, Lu Xing. From their description, Lu Xing seemed extremely powerful. What if the person before her was Lu Xing, a companion of the Wu family, From her perspective, she couldn't see the other person. The Earth Wolf beast retreated 7 or 8 steps, putting nearly 10 meters between it and the awakened, then suddenly lunged in the other direction. Songshi's eyes fixed on it. The momentum of its charge didn't look like it was fleeing, but rather like it was catching prey, looking for death. The awakened, who had been calm, suddenly erupted in rage, leaving the ground and dashing in that direction. His speed was astonishing. The phrase "so fast you can't see anyone" wasn't just an adjective for him, it was a fact. Songshi instinctively looked for the Earth Wolf beast, her vision partially obscured by the wall, and she inched her feet outward. In the direction the Earth Wolf beast and the awakened one were running, there was a dim streetlight. Under the streetlight, a young woman knelt on one knee, her fair right hand spread out, supporting the ground. Her long, slightly curly hair draped casually over her shoulders, a few strands falling on the side of her face. A dot of white light emanated from her palm, gradually fading as it moved outward, with a diameter of more than 30 meters. Healer, Songshi thought instantly. High-level healers can purify the mental attacks emitted by alien beasts, also known as black energy. The higher their level, the wider the range of purification. The alien beast's black energy attack is ineffective against ordinary, unawakened individuals, but possesses immense power against awakened ones. To the extent that every awakened individual must have a healer to purify the surrounding black energy when battling the alien beast. The Earth Wolf beast is exceptionally cunning, knowing how to exploit opportunities and avoid danger. This is why it has been able to escape the city for so long without being caught. It knew it couldn't kill the awakened individual who had struck it, so it turned and attacked the opponent's healer. Its streamlined form, with a single leap, reached the center of the halo. The woman tilted her head slightly, her dark eyes reflecting the Earth Wolf beast's approaching form, drawing closer and closer. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. She remained calm, maintaining a semi-crouching position. The Earth Wolf beast opened its mouth, revealing its ferocious, hooked fangs, and tilted its head to bite her head. It failed. The young male awakener, who had been chasing the Earth Wolf beast, teleported in front of the woman with inhuman speed. He grasped his long sword with both hands, raised it to his shoulders, and charged at the Earth Wolf beast head-on like a bullet from a gun. The Earth Wolf beast quickly dove to its hind legs, digging its front paws deep into the ground to slow its forward momentum. But it was still a step too late. The awakener leaped up, his longsword burying itself in its nose, as if entering an empty space, the tip of the sword emerging smoothly from deep beneath its jaw. Songshi knew only too well how thick the hide of the alien beasts was. Back at the experimental base, bullets hadn't even penetrated the alien beast's head. The Earth Wolf beast before him was even larger, yet the awakener had stabbed it through with a single blow. Strong, fast, quick reflexes, agile. Songshi compared these characteristics with the description of the Berserker Awakener in the Human Differentiation Guide she had read yesterday, and they all matched. Furthermore, the Berserker Awakener was bloody, violent, and furious. The Earth Wolf beast was forced to lower its head, and the Awakener landed on its feet. The Earth Wolf beast wanted to wail in pain, but with its mouth pinned shut, it could only let out a low, whimpering sound from its throat. Its front legs half-crouched, while its hind legs continuously thrashed the ground, attempting to force the Awakener to loosen his grip on the sword. Despite the size difference of over 10 times, the Awakener's legs seemed completely rooted to the ground. No matter how the Earth Wolf beast struggled, it remained motionless. On the contrary, the Earth Wolf beast's wound widened with repeated struggles, and blood gushed out of the hole. At first, it flowed out in streams, then slowly gushed out in spurts. The healer behind the Awakener half-crouched on the ground, his pristine white clothes inevitably splattered with blood. The awakened one's visible emotional fluctuations, perhaps initially a mere punishment and cruel teasing of the Earth Wolf beast, now transformed into an imperative murderous intent. He twirled the hilt of his knife in his hand, then coldly drew it, a trail of blood shooting skyward. The dim streetlights above were harmed, their already dim light now a dark crimson. The pool of blood on the ground darkened even further. The Earth Wolf beast reared up, attempting to flee. The awakened one kicked its nose, leveraging the momentum to leap over 2 meters high, landing on its back. The Earth Wolf beast's forelimbs were bent again. It growled, struggling to stand once more, but its body trembled violently. The dark longsword sank completely into the back of its neck, the over a meter-long blade nearly piercing its entire neck. Blood flowed from its mouth, splattering onto the ground. The healer had already risen and stepped back, the surrounding white light converging upon her. The sword was drawn, thrust in, and drawn again, as if venting his anger on the corpse, never quite satisfied. Lu Xing. The healer suddenly called out to the awakened on the back of the earth wolf beast. The voice was gentle, and the awakened's thrusting suddenly froze. Then, as if consciousness returned, the bloodthirsty murderous intent in his eyes faded, leaving a clear gaze. Songshur took it all in. The Human Differentiation Guide chapter on the Berserker type states, the Berserker type is closest to the differentiation direction of the beasts. Low-level Berserker type awakened have moral issues, while high-level Berserker type awakened have not only moral issues, but also mental issues, often falling prey to killing. When they go berserk, they are like beasts of exceptional combat power. They are dangerous, but their strength is too great for humans to abandon. In the end, they are left with shackles to control their beastly emotions. This is how the Guardians were born. The most suitable Guardians are healing awakeners, whose mental power is incomparably effective in calming frantic berserkers. Of course, contract awakeners, who possess absolute control over exotic beasts, can also fill this role. But contract awakeners are so rare that it would be a waste to use them here. The earth wolf beast lay on its side, motionless. Lu Xing jumped down and looked in Songshur's direction. Most of Songshur's body was hidden behind the wall, with only half his eye visible. His posture was somewhat awkward. Songshur thought for a moment, then stepped forward boldly. Lu Xing took a quick look, cleared the danger, and lowered his head to polish his sword. The girl surnamed Wu walked out from behind him, taking off her coat as she approached Songshur. Here, she handed him. Songshur paused, looking down at his clothes. The right hem of her hospital gown had been snagged somewhere, tearing a long rip. Thank you, Songshur took it. Just as she was about to put it on, Lu Xing, who had been polishing his sword, teleported over. He stared at the coat Songshur held, then raised his cold gaze at her. The blood-stained sword, still dangling from his side, spun in a circle. He looked as if he would kill her if she dared to wear it. Songshur. The girl stepped forward, grasped Lu Xing's sword-wielding hand, and pulled him behind her. Then, with an apologetic smile, she said to Songshur, ignore him. You put on your clothes. I have a coat in the car. You won't catch a cold. With that, she took Lu Xing's arm and led him away. Songshur put on his clothes and overheard their conversation as they left. She's still in her hospital gown and needs care. She's a berserker-type divergent. She doesn't need your care. Berserkers are human too. The girl tried to appeal to Lu Xing's conscience. The clothes are dirty anyway, so just throw them away. The attempt failed. Songshur glanced at the few drops of blood in the corner of his coat and ignored it. She opened her laptop and looked at the comments below the hunting group's official website. The location she posted had already attracted numerous comments, along with an official response. We've sent someone there. Upon successful verification, 10,000 Federation coins will be deposited into your account. Songshur put away his laptop, took one last look at the fallen earth wolf beast, and left. Chapter 11. At 1:30 a.m., Songshur stopped in front of a small hotel, its sign still lit. Through the transparent curtain, he saw a large man sitting behind the counter, hunched over, fiddling with a small fortune cat on the counter. He repeatedly fiddled with the cat's hand, making a soft clicking sound. Suddenly, he heard a loud clatter of curtains colliding. He quickly straightened his back, a ferocious expression on his face. He glanced up and down at the visitor, and upon seeing that he was wearing a hospital gown, his thick, convex brows furrowed deeply. At this hour, the appearance of a clearly underage girl in a hospital gown often brought with it a lot of trouble. Stay in the hotel? His voice was as rough as his own, like a dull knife sharpened on stone. Yes. Songshur gathered his clothes. Stay one night. Scan your laptop. He showed his laptop. Songshur stood still. I pay you tomorrow. The man withdrew his laptop. We don't accept credit. If you can't pay, leave immediately. Songshur remained calm. My family will come tomorrow and pay you triple. The man glanced at the laptop on Songshur's wrist. If you can really pay, use it now to contact your family and have them transfer the money to you. He had clearly seen through Songshur's thoughts. Songshur, I definitely pay you tomorrow, you lie. She paused, holding up her laptop. Songshur wanted to say that the Yulai group would transfer her 10,000 Federation coins after they located the ground wolf beast. She was sure she could pay tomorrow. But the other man pulled out a gun, the dark muzzle pointed at her head. Songshur. She silently lowered her hand, turned, lifted the curtain, and left the shop. The shop owner craned his neck forward, making sure Songshur was far away before tucking the gun back under the cash register like a treasure. Songshur wandered aimlessly through the streets. The billboards on both sides of the road were colorful, and many hotels were still open, but when they heard that Songshur couldn't pay until tomorrow, they all turned her away. After trying 7 hotels in a row without success, Songshur gave up on staying in a hotel. She'd just find a place to sit for the night, and she'd find another place to stay tomorrow when the money came in. Passing by a closed coffee shop with a carpeted entrance, Songshur found a corner to sit down, curling up her legs to keep warm. For the nth time, she checked her account balance. No money had come in. Songshur had no desire to sleep, and instead went to the official website of the Safari Group to check her comment. They hadn't yet responded to her verification. Songshur exited the comments section and browsed the official website to learn more about the hunting group. The hunting group is present in all 11 human bases across the Federation, making it a rare group capable of expanding operations to every base. The nature of the work is as its name suggests, hunting. They deal with escaped exotic beasts within the human bases and capture wild exotic beasts outside the bases, then sell these captured exotic beasts to wealthy individuals. The wealthy individuals in every base in the Federation live in the inner city, the heart of each base. With stronger walls and more valiant guards, it is a gathering place for the wealthy and awakened, 100 times safer than the outer city. Some researchers also live in the inner city. They need exotic beasts for their research, and the hunting group provides them with a source of experimental subjects. In addition, employees who join the hunting group would also help government agencies capture fugitives and receive bonuses. In short, the hunting group had intricate ties with the government, serving as a bridge connecting the inner and outer cities. The official website records it as above. Songshur scrolled down and found a column dedicated to the hunting group's recent missions and the individuals who had accomplished them brilliantly. It was like a roll of honor. Songshur thought of the business card Sheen he had given her. In her suitcase, it must have been reduced to ash in the explosion. Unsure if the photo would be useful, Songshur pulled up the photo album on her computer. She had taken a picture of the card while packing her suitcase. Little sister alone? Songshur paused as she flipped through the album. She had thought that in this chaotic world, living alone on the streets, she might not be able to survive the night in peace, which was why she had wanted to stay in a hotel. But she hadn't expected trouble to come so quickly. She turned off her computer and looked towards the source of the voice. 4 young thugs, all dressed in street punk style, stood across the street and whistled at her. A tram happened to pass through, preventing them from approaching immediately. Songshur stood up, glanced left and right, and finally ran back the way they had come. The 4 waited for the tram to completely pass before they saw the person on the other side of the street had disappeared. She ran over there. Let's chase her. The streets were still bustling in the early morning. While there wasn't the daytime traffic, there were still many people having fun. Those who dared to hang out at this time were certainly not ordinary people, and they all walked in groups of 3 or 5. Seeing the chase, they stopped and looked on, watching the excitement. Some even joined in, attempting to grab Songshur as she passed. Songshur's face was utterly horrified. Using the momentum of his forward charge, he grabbed the man's arm, slammed down, and threw him over his shoulder. The man was caught off guard, and his massive body crashed to the ground. Before leaving, he stomped hard on his head. Only then did Songshur feel relieved and continued running. The 4 men, already flung away, somehow managed to get 2 motorcycles and quickly closed the distance on Songshur. Songshur ran, searching for shelter, before finally slamming to the brakes at the entrance of the first hotel. Looking back, the 2 motorcycles had stopped, their occupants eagerly jumping off. Let's take a gamble. The owner of this inn has a gun, it should be enough to scare them off. Songshur lifted the curtain and slipped inside. The owner was dozing with his head propped up. Started by the sudden noise, he reached under the cash register for his gun before even opening his eyes. Seeing it was Songshur, he paused. Why you again? Didn't I tell you? The door curtain was lifted again, this time to reveal the 4 garishly dressed thugs. They ignored the shopkeeper and reached out to grab Songshur's arms. Songshur shook them off, grasping the edge of the cash register and staring at the shopkeeper behind it. The burly shopkeeper, scorched by Songshur's intense gaze, turned away, not daring to look at her. Seeing the shopkeeper showed no sign of intervening, the thugs became more aggressive. 2 of them each grabbed Songshur's arms, attempting to take her away. A flicker of disappointment flashed across Songshur's eyes, but it vanished the moment the thugs touched her arm. Breaking free from their restraints, Songshur grabbed the lucky cat on the counter and was about to smash it against the nearest thug's head. But she was stopped by a loud, distorted shout. Put down my lucky cat. And you, get out. Don't interrupt my business. The gun was finally pulled out, and pointed at the gang leader's head. Chapter 12. Having a gun pointed at them by a burly man twice their size was quite intimidating. The gang leader raised his arm, pointed at the store manager, cleared his throat, and managed to maintain composure. You stay out of my business. Get lost. The shout resonated like thunder, and coupled with the forward thrust of the pistol, the gang leader, believing the other man was actually going to shoot, instinctively crouched down with his head in his hands. The other 3 underlings, embarrassed by his posture, hurriedly pulled their leader to his feet, uttered a harsh word, and fled in dismay. Only Songsher remained. Songsher returned the lucky cat he hadn't thrown to its spot, then carefully nudged it forward with his fingertips, returning it to its original position. The man gave her a cold look. He touched the intact lucky cat, stuffed the gun back into the cabinet, and looked at Songsher. Leave your laptop here as a pawn. When you give me the money, I return it to you. Songsher was stunned. The man simply meant to allow her to stay in the hotel for one night. Thank you, Songsher thanked him solemnly, taking off the laptop and handing it to him with both hands. The man took the laptop and put it in his pocket, then tossed a room card on the counter. Songsher picked up the room card from the table, glanced at the number on it, and went upstairs to find the corresponding room. The hotel wasn't fancy, even a little shabby. The wooden stairs creaked underfoot, and were only wide enough for one person to pass through. There were 3 floors, and Songsher's room was on the 3rd floor, towards the back. After swiping his card to enter the room, Songsher found that the interior was more spacious than he had expected. He closed the door, and glanced at the electronic clock hanging on the wall. It showed that it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. Songsher walked over to the bed, and sat down, her mind clearing. The scenes of the past 2 days flashed through her mind. It was more exciting than the first 20 years of her life in her previous world combined. Thankfully, she already had a basic understanding of this world. As long as her rewards for bravery, and for reporting the location of the Earth Wolf Beast arrived, her life would be relatively stable. The next step was to increase her anti-masochism and masochism points. Once they were full, she would awaken her superpowers, and enter the University of Superpowers. Songsher thought of the hunting group as a specific way to do this. She had to join this group. Not only was Qin Yi's recommendation the only thing, but with the hunting group's business model, she would definitely gain a lot of experience points. If she performed well, she could even earn enough money to cover her living expenses. After planning her next year, Songsher felt a little sleepy and prepared to take a shower. The doorbell rang. Songsher paused, then turned and walked towards the door. She didn't open it immediately, but instead cautiously peered through the peephole. It was the shopkeeper, holding a bag. Songsher opened the door. The shopkeeper, 3 heads taller than her, handed the bag over and said in a muffled voice, "These are my daughter's clothes. I lend them to you for 2 days." Songsher took them. "Thank you. I return them tomorrow." The man said nothing and went downstairs. The wooden stairs creaked loudly. She hadn't heard a sound in the room just now, which proved the house was well soundproofed. Songsher walked to the bed and emptied the clothes from the bag. They were washed-out denim overalls and a simple, soft shirt with playful flowers embroidered on the chest. Songsher gathered his clothes and took them into the bathroom. He quickly showered, got dressed, opened the door, locked it, and descended the stairs. It was already 4 in the morning. The shop owner was still sitting at the counter, dozing with his head propped up, the lucky cat before him waving back and forth. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, he sobered up a little. He turned around and saw it was Songsher. "What are you doing down here again?" Songsher pulled a chair from the corner and pushed it next to the counter. "I need to check my laptop. I think my money has been transferred." The shop owner was startled. As he fished through his pockets, he said, "You're a good person, but I'm not in a hurry. It's the middle of the night, and you're a little girl, sure enough." Songsher took the laptop from him and simply smiled, saying nothing. She sat down on the chair and opened it. Sure enough, there were 2 messages. After more than 4 hours, the people from the hunting group finally succeeded in verifying the information. The official private messaged her the account number and requested the money be transferred. Songsher sent the account number to the other party, and just 3 minutes later, a deposit of 10,000 federal dollars was deposited into her account. 0 turned to 10,000, and Songsher felt a little excited. Money now? The shop owner next to her noticed Songsher's expression and hurriedly opened his computer to scan. 500 a night, I scan you. Songsher calmly held out her computer. Just as it was about to be scanned, she raised her arm and pointed outside, covering her mouth with a frightened expression. Looks like those thugs are back again. Ding, payment successful. The computer beeped, but the man didn't bother to look. He quickly pulled a pistol from the cabinet and pointed it cautiously at the door. The silence outside the door was eerie, almost unsettling. Through the scratched, transparent curtain, not a single figure could be seen. I guess I was too scared and misjudged it, Songshur apologized. The man's expression darkened as he looked down at Songshur. Seeing him wearing his daughter's clothes, he thought of his daughter, a little girl, and how it was natural for her to be afraid, and he subsided. Songshur noticed and warned, check the records. I've transferred the 500. She had searched online and realized that the high-risk individual warning only appeared on the page that popped up the moment the payment was successful. It would not appear in subsequent transfer records. No, I just heard it. The man sat back down wearily in his chair, put his gun back in the cabinet, and rubbed his face. I've paid, you can go up and rest. Songshur didn't leave. Can you rent a room here for a whole month? The man looked up. You want to rent? Where are your family? I see you're underage. Did your parents kick you out? Or did you get kicked out of the orphanage? Federal regulations prohibit the abandonment of minors. How about I help you file a police report? The more he spoke, the more he felt like Songshur was a poor, unwanted child. No wonder he was wandering around alone in the middle of the night, with no money for a hotel. His temper immediately soared. He wanted to call the police right then and there. Songshur quickly calmed down. No, I need to adapt myself. They gave me rent and living expenses. The man looked puzzled, clearly unable to understand why Songshur was so upset. 500 a night, 900 a day, that works out to 27,000 a month. Since you're including the rent, I give you 20,000. Although Songshur was prepared, the figure of 20,000 still frightened her. Considering the location was close to her school, and the room was nice, she gritted her teeth and agreed. How about I pay 7,000 at the beginning of the month, 7,000 in the middle, and the remaining 6,000 at the end? Although it was his first time seeing this payment method, considering it feasible, the boss agreed. 7,000, I transfer it to you now. Songshur paused. Let's add contact information first, so we can keep in touch later. I scan you. The boss took out his computer and let Songshur scan it. Immediately, a friend request arrived. The boss's finger, about to click agree, trembled as he saw the message on the screen. He used the momentum to press the agree button and silently sent his name to Songshur. Wang Ding. Songshur. After changing the note, Songshur transferred the 7,000 yuan to him. Transferring money after adding friends would prevent the high-risk individual alert from appearing. Songshur had already searched for this beforehand. After paying, Songshur was left with only 2,500 yuan. With the current prices in this world, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Eating was a major issue for her. Aren't you going to bed? It's almost 5 o'clock. At your age, you should still be in school, right? Wang Ding raised his wrist to check the date on his laptop. Tomorrow isn't the weekend. Songshur, She actually wanted to go to school. I lost my school uniform. I need to buy a new one. She wondered if the remaining money would be enough. Songshur rubbed her hair, feeling a little annoyed. Even if it was, she would definitely have no money for food. 10 days later, she still had to pay the other 7,000 yuan. It was still unclear when the reward for her bravery would be paid. She was truly broke and living on the edge of her tether. Which school do you attend? Wang Ding asked casually. Songshur thought of the badge and answered honestly, Renshi Middle School. Renshi? What a coincidence. My daughter goes to the same school. Wang Ding slapped his thigh. She happens to have a spare uniform. I ask her to lend it to you when she wakes up. Songshur was momentarily at a loss for words and expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you. You're welcome. Wang Ding waved his hand roughly. You and my daughter go to the same school, so you're classmates. It's only natural for classmates to help each other. Songshur lowered her eyes, hiding the bitterness in them. If the other person knew she was a violent type, would he still say such words? Which class are you in? Wang Ding was always a chatty person, and working the night shift alone was excruciating. Now that he had let down his guard around Songshur, his chatty nature immediately emerged. Class 2, senior year. My daughter is also in senior year. She's in Class 2, special abilities. Songshur looked up. She's awakened? At the mention of his daughter, Wang Ding's face lit up with joy, his face radiant. The unapproachable aura he held about him vanished. Yes, fire. Songshur recalled the guide to human differentiation. Fire, natural. Also belonging to the natural category are the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Natural awakeners have a wide range of destructive power, and some are even as powerful as berserkers. However, they also have a fatal flaw. Their mental energy depletion is extremely rapid. Without a deep reserve of mental energy, the effectiveness of their abilities is greatly reduced. The top natural awakeners can easily destroy a group of alien beasts with a flick of their finger. However, those without mental energy reserves, no matter how talented, can only light a flame or a birthday candle. Therefore, natural awakeners prioritize later effort over talent. She's a gifted child, awakened at 16. She went to the Supernatural Administration for evaluation and was rated B level, Wang Ding said proudly. Song Shi responded, using the limited knowledge he gained over the past 2 days, a 16-year-old fire type B level. She can at least advance to A level when she grows up. With enough effort, she could probably reach S level. Supernatural power levels are constantly evaluated and revised. The initial evaluation is based on talent, and there are annual reassessments. Once the upgrade criteria are met, further upgrades are allowed. Her words touched Wang Ding's heart, and the 300-pound man beamed. As they chatted, it was already 7 o'clock. Wang Ding's shift was replaced by a gray-haired old man. Wang Ding briefly briefed him on the previous night's events, and then took Song Shi upstairs. His daughter also lived on the 3rd floor of the hotel, a few rooms away from Song Shi. Wang Ding asked Song Shi to wait outside while he went in to wake his daughter. A moment later, he returned with a set of school uniforms. Here, take it. Wear it. There's no rush to return it. During their conversation, which lasted over 2 hours, Song Shi had subtly hinted that he wasn't well off. Although Wang Ding hadn't said anything at the time, his words, "There's no rush to return it," showed that he took it to heart. Song Shi took it, thanked him, and headed for her room. She quickly changed her clothes and tied her tie. In the bathroom, there was a full-length mirror. Song Shi stared at himself in the mirror. After a moment, he picked up a pair of scissors and trimmed his troublesome bangs, which were blocking his eyes, down to the level of his eyebrows. Instantly, he brightened up. She ran her hand through her straight black hair, which had been untied, reaching nearly her waist. She searched the dresser for a hair tie, but couldn't find one, so she gave up. Take your time. A drastic change in appearance would easily arouse suspicion. After tidying everything up, Song Shi pushed the door open and left. Going downstairs, he saw Wang Ding packing snacks into his daughter's backpack. The girl had a slightly chubby face, her short hair casually tied in a low ponytail. A strand of hair had fallen out from her sleepy state. Her eyelids drooped, and she stood there swaying, half asleep and half awake, carrying a backpack. In one hand, she held a carton of milk, in the other, an egg. In terms of appearance, it was completely different from what Song Shi had imagined. The personality traits of a fire awakener described in the Guide to Human Differentiation are flamboyant, domineering, irritable, and arrogant. Wang Ding spotted Song Shi coming down the stairs and hurriedly pulled his daughter over to introduce him. "Xiao Song, this is my daughter, Tang Yu. Shall you open your eyes? She's your classmate. You have company at school from now on." Tang Yu listened to the introduction in a daze, symbolically raising her eyelids. The moment she saw Song Shi's face, her sleepiness instantly vanished. "Xiao Yu, do you know each other?" Wang Ding, though a rough man, was keenly aware of his daughter's mood swings. Tang Yu shook her head, lowering her eyes, returning to a semi-drooping posture. "We've met a few times, but I don't know you. We go to the same school, so it's normal to have met before." Wang Ding casually glanced at the time and suddenly exclaimed, pushing his daughter's back. "It's 7:25. Hurry and catch the bus." Tang Yu hefted her bag and left, with Song Shi following behind her out of the hotel. Tang Yu walked quickly, making no attempt to wait for her. Song Shi was keenly aware of her rejection of him. She seemed to want nothing to do with him. Song Shi, confused, simply followed her closely toward the bus stop. At 7:30, the number 901 bus arrived promptly. Tang Yu boarded and found an empty seat. Song Shi also boarded. After paying, he scanned the interior, which was mostly filled with students wearing Rinchi uniforms. The only available seat was behind Tang Yu. After some deliberation, Song Shi decided not to sit there, opting instead to hold the handle across the aisle from her. Chapter 13. The bus slowly started. Next stop, Shinan Station. Passengers getting off, please prepare. The bus had completely stabilized. Song Shi leaned against the handrail for balance and lowered her head to flip through her laptop. After a long conversation with Wang Ding this morning, she realized that while she had a basic understanding of the various supernatural powers in this world, she was practically clueless about everything else. This world's developmental history, the origins of the supernatural beasts, its politics, economy, technological level, and social system. She knew nothing. She still had much to learn. Songshur found relevant websites, carefully browsed through the content, and memorized it. We arrived at Shinan Station. A mechanical electronic voice rang out from the loudspeaker. The bus braked, and Songshur leaned forward due to inertia. She took a step forward just in time to steady herself, never looking up, and continued to absorb the content in her laptop. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy blow struck. Songshur felt a sharp pain in the back of her head, and the immense force of the impact slammed her forehead against the corner of the front seat backrest. Just then, the driver started the bus, and Songshur stumbled backward. A hand suddenly appeared, grabbed her hair, and dragged her to the ground. The commotion drew the attention of most people in the car, and upon seeing Songshur lying on the ground, they began to murmur among themselves. Songshur pushed herself up, ignoring the gazes, gripped the seat back for stability, and turned to search for the perpetrator. A group of students boarded the bus at Shinan Station. They were wearing Rinchi Middle School uniforms, and were about her age. One of them, a male high school student, had his uniform unbuttoned. He had one hand in his pocket, the other resting on his younger brother's shoulder. He looked at her with a smug expression, his eyes filled with challenge. Songshur locked his gaze on him. A thick silver necklace hung around his neck, and next to it was his name badge, Jin Xianhui, Class 3-2, Rinchi Middle School. You have the nerve to come back to class without awakening successfully? He patted the chest of his younger brother, his eyes fixed on Songshur, but he was talking to his younger brother. You just transferred here, let me introduce you to her. She is a famous high-probability berserker in our school. His tone was full of sarcasm. When Luo Su heard the word berserker, he felt unwell, shuddered, and subconsciously took a step back. This is a reflex that humans in this world have developed after birth, even if they have never seen a high-probability berserker in reality. But the bombings, robberies, serial murders, terrorist attacks, caused by high-probability awakeners of the berserker type, are flooding all major media platforms every day, occupying the hot search headlines from time to time, and even often happening around them. They have been shrouded in the shadow of the berserker type. No one could tell if the berserk type high-probability splitter standing before them would suddenly erupt and kill. So, suddenly facing a berserk type high-probability splitter, who had just taken advantage of their numbers to punch and pull their hair, Luo Su's fear was unmatched. He could already imagine himself, and the others on the bus being blown to pieces, his parents collecting his body. He had heard that a bus nearby had been blown up by a berserk-type high-probability splitter yesterday. Fortunately, a brave high school student had saved everyone. He had said at the time that the group was incredibly lucky, but he hadn't expected it would be his turn so soon. Someone, please save him. His legs are weak, and he wants to kneel. Jin Xianhui, whose elbow had been resting on his shoulder, was the first to feel his trembling. He grabbed his collar and pulled him back, giving him a resounding slap on the back of his neck, cursing, "Idiot! I'm here, what are you afraid of?" He looked at Songshur again, hooking his index finger. "Trash can, didn't you see you scared my brother to death? Come here and apologize to him." "No, no." Luo Su frantically waved his hands, trying to break free from Jin Xianhui and retreat, but his strong arms held him firmly in place. Trapped, his face pale, he dared not meet Songshur's eyes. Seeing Songshur didn't move, Jin Xianhui looked her up and down. "Your powers haven't awakened successfully, and you can't even understand what people say? And where's breakfast? Didn't I tell you to prepare it for us every day? Trash can?" Songshur repeated these 3 words between her teeth, laughing in anger. What else did she not understand? The original was bullied. Her classmates had even given her an extremely insulting nickname. "What are you laughing at? A cancer of the Federation." Songshur's sinister smile stung Jin Xianhui's eyes. With so many people on the bus, he felt his authority was being challenged. He pushed Luo Su aside and slapped Songshur in the face. Given his skillful movements, Songshur couldn't imagine how many times the original had been beaten. She had been wary of Jin Xianhui's movements. Seeing him strike, she immediately stepped back. Jin Xianhui's slap missed, arcing in midair, creating a strong wind that blew Songshur's hair that fell by her ear. "You dare to dodge?" Having missed, Jin Xianhui's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot, and he switched his other hand to grab her collar. Songshur dodged sideways, but Jin Xianhui didn't have time to retract his arm, which swiped past her. Songshur raised his foot and kicked him in the arm. Jin Xianhui screamed in pain and quickly pulled his hand back. Songshur grabbed the hanging ring on the bus, leaped into the air, and punched him hard in the chest. Jin Xianhui's muscular body flew backwards. In a panic, he grabbed one of his subordinates in each hand, but it still couldn't offset the force of his blow. The three of them fell face down to the ground. The bus swayed back and forth twice before stabilizing. Songshur landed safely, still holding onto the hanging ring, looking down at them from above. A subtitle flashed in his mind. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. Songshur's eyes darkened. The sudden change caught the onlookers off guard. The bus was mostly filled with students from Rinchi Middle School rushing to their early morning classes. Rinchi Middle School had only a handful of high-probability berserkers, and for various reasons, the students there were extremely concerned about these individuals. Songshur, a bully who possessed the berserker gene, but was constantly bullied, was a well-known figure. They had originally intended to laugh at Songshur, but they hadn't expected to see the scene. Jin Xianhui had already risen from the ground, one hand clutching his chest, the other supported by Luo Su. The whispers around him reached his ears, like sharp knives, slicing at his pride. His rage surged exponentially, and he angrily pushed away Luo Su, who was supporting him, and, clutching his chest with a fist, struck Songshur in the face. He had received no formal training in fighting, charging forward purely on rage, each blow abruptly and without direction. Compared to him, Songshur wasn't much better. She had only learned some simple self-defense techniques in her previous life, and these skills would have left her vulnerable to a beating against an opponent with even a modicum of combat experience. But her advantage over Jin Xianhui lay in her original body's gifted body. As a berserk-type variant with a high probability, even without awakening, the berserk gene was still present. Her physical qualities were naturally superior to others. Whether it was speed, strength, reflexes, or even her ability to recover from injury. This was also why she was able to hold her own against the alien beast within the glass enclosure of the experimental base, survive the deadly attacks of Qin Yi's men, and even hold off the Earth Wolf beast until the awakened ones arrived. Songshur bent her arm to block, instantly dissipating 60% of Jin Xianhui's powerful punch. Jin Xianhui's reaction time wasn't as quick as hers, and he continued to charge forward. At that moment, the driver stopped, accelerating his forward momentum. Luo Su screamed, reaching for him, but his hand missed. Songshur dodged to the side, his back pressed against the seat. The students sitting there huddled in a corner. Due to inertia, Jin Xianhui's body was almost uncontrollable. Even if he wanted to stop, he couldn't. He watched helplessly as Songshur dodged to the side. As Jin Xianhui passed, Songshur extended his foot, tripping Jin Xianhui, already unable to stop face first. As the bus floor drew closer, his eyes widened, and he instinctively reached for the ground to cushion the impact. But he didn't suffer the bruises he expected. Instead, a suffocating feeling enveloped his neck, as if the Grim Reaper had grabbed him by the neck, lifting him up and severing his windpipe. Along with the sound of gasps from the surroundings, Jin Xianhui vaguely caught the terrified expressions on the faces of several people who had just boarded the bus. Your necklace is quite sturdy. Chapter 14. A cold voice echoed from behind. Jin Xianhui broke out in a cold sweat. His necklace had been grabbed by Songshur. Under the overwhelming force, his head was forced back, and he knelt on the ground, dragging himself backward. He raised his hands to pull at the necklace around his throat, gaining a moment's breath. Just as he was about to retreat further, a heavy object pressed against his back, pushing him forward. The force of the necklace pulling back, and the force of his back pushing forward counterbalanced each other, depriving him of his last chance to breathe. The tension in his neck increased exponentially, and each iron link of the chain dug into the flesh of his neck, threatening to crush the bones within. His face quickly flushed, then turned purple, like a ripe eggplant, and the veins on his forehead twitched again and again. And you want me to bring you breakfast? Songshur clutched the necklace with one hand, placed one foot on his back, leaned forward slightly, and leaned her head behind his head. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and yet I'm bringing it to you. As she spoke, her grip tightened even more. Jin Xianhui was in excruciating pain, the shadow of death looming over him. He wanted to call for help, but no sound came out. The people who had just boarded the bus were horrified by the scene and stood there frozen, showing no intention of helping him. No one can help him. He thought desperately, the scene before him gradually blurring. The driver. And the driver. He pulled himself together and looked at the driver in the driver's seat, but he seemed oblivious to the noise behind him. He closed the door as usual, started the bus, and drove off to the next stop. Many images flashed through his mind. The many times he had bullied others on this bus before, and how he had threatened the driver to stay out of his way. He hadn't imagined that one day his position would be reversed, leaving him the weakling who needed help from the driver. His consciousness gradually faded, and his struggles weakened. His two subordinates stood trembling behind him, wanting to intervene several times, but fearing the same treatment from the mad Song-Shur. They exchanged glances, and finally decided to call the police. Anti-abuse progress, plus 4%. Just as they raised their laptop to make a call, Song-Shur quickly loosened his necklace and stepped back. Luo-Su quickly put down the laptop and carefully edged past Song-Shur to approach Jin Xianhui. After losing Song-Shur's grip, Jin Xianhui fell face first to the ground, landing at Song-Shur's feet. He clutched his neck and coughed violently, his body hunched over like a shrimp. Song-Shur lowered her eyes, looking down at him. She only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. She controlled the duration of the stranglehold, keeping it within a minute, and the time it took to completely suffocate him was only 20 seconds. As expected, Jin Xianhui lay on the ground coughing for half a minute before recovering. Luo-Su went to support his arm, but was pushed to the ground. Jin Xianhui cursed, "Get lost." And, with trembling arms, he pushed himself to his feet. His anger toward Luo-Su was primarily directed at Song-Shur, but now, knowing full well that he was no match for her, he dared not challenge her again, and could only vent his anger on Luo-Su. The first thing he did upon standing was kick Luo-Su, then he removed the necklace from his neck and slammed it heavily to the ground. The bus had been completely silent since then, except for the rustling of the car. This made the sound of the necklace hitting the floor all the more resonant. Some of the more timid students on the bus clutched their backpacks tighter, minimizing their presence. Song-Shur now stood alone in the middle of the bus, while a group of newly boarded students crowded the front, leaving the rear relatively empty. Jin Xianhui stood between Song-Shur and the group, standing very close to her. He tried to suppress the anger in his eyes, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He lowered his head, not looking at Song-Shur, keeping a fist's length from her. Silently, he squeezed past her and made his way around to the spacious back, away from Song-Shur. Luo-Su quickly climbed to his feet, carefully slipping through the gap between Song-Shur and the right seat, and stood next to Jin Xianhui. He glanced at Jin Xianhui's expression, but didn't dare speak again. The bus continued to move forward. As usual, a few students boarded at each stop, and the previously empty bus gradually filled up. The students who arrived later were still joking and playing with each other before boarding, but as soon as they stepped onto the bus, they could sense the tense atmosphere inside. They exchanged glances, their steps unconsciously lightened. The ride to school was always so noisy that the bus roof had to be lifted, but why was everyone so silent today? The eerie silence caused them to cautiously shut their mouths, looking around in confusion, observing the situation. The last stop was Rinchi Middle School. Rinchi Middle School has arrived. Passengers disembarking, please take your belongings with you. Even until the bus stopped, they didn't notice anything was wrong. Song-Shur. A loud shout rang out from the crowded crowd at the back door, and everyone in the car turned their heads in that direction. Song-Shur also looked out from a distance. Through a gap in the crowd, he spotted Jin Xianhui about to jump out of the bus. Jin Xianhui rubbed his neck, waiting for her to look. Meeting Song-Shur's eyes, he uttered a fierce, stern voice, "Just you wait." With that, he jumped out of the bus and headed for the school gate, followed by his two underlings. As Jin Xianhui left, the people on the bus naturally turned their attention to the threatened protagonist, Song-Shur. Some knew the whole story and felt sympathy for Song-Shur. Jin Xianhui must have gone to get help. Although Jin Xianhui was a scoundrel, he wasn't well known at Rinchi Middle School. The boss he followed was the one everyone at Rinchi Middle School avoided. The rest of the people on the bus saw nothing and were completely bewildered. They knew Jin Xianhui and Song-Shur. Jin Xianhui always fought when he said he would, especially when it came to Song-Shur. Why would he just scramble and then get away with it? Something was wrong. They must have missed something. Having reached the final stop, the bus's front and rear doors opened simultaneously, and the students rushed out at a faster pace than usual. Their burning desire for gossip made them eager to find a place where Song-Shur wasn't, and find out what had happened. Song-Shur was in the middle of the bus, one of the last to get off. She walked towards the back door, and noticed that Tang Yu was still sitting in her original seat, clutching her school bag. She had already guessed why Tang Yu had distanced herself from her. The original self was too weak, becoming the target of others' bullying and venting their anger. In such a situation, anyone who approached the original self would likely be implicated. Tang Yu made a wise decision. The bus had mostly cleared out, and Song-Shur stopped at the back door. "Lend me a hair tie." Tang Yu paused, then followed Song-Shur's gaze, and lowered her head. She had a spare hair tie on her wrist. She reached out and took it off, stood up, and walked towards Songshi. Without a word, she handed the hair tie to Songshi. At the same time, she stuffed the breakfast Wang Ding had prepared for her, an unopened carton of milk, into Songshi's hands. Then, expressionless, she passed by Songshi. Songshi looked down at the carton of milk, remembering what she had said when she tugged at Jin Xianhui's neck by the necklace. She said she hadn't had breakfast either. Tang Yu had heard it. She and her father were so much alike. Tang Yu had already entered the school gate, and Songshi quickly got off the bus, inserted the straw into his milk, and drank it in a few gulps. After being hungry for over a day, his stomach finally felt full. After throwing the milk carton into the trash can at the school gate, Songshi took out the rubber band and tied her hair into a low ponytail while walking towards the campus. Her scalp, which had been pulled by Jin Xianhui, was still aching. Songshi rubbed it and casually folded the ponytail back with her backhand. There would definitely be another fierce battle today, and she couldn't let her hair affect her performance. She wasted a lot of time walking down the stairs to find class 3-2. When she was standing at the classroom door, the bell in the corridor rang. The classroom door was closed, with a small window above. Songshi peeked in from outside. There was no teacher on the podium. The students in the first 2 rows were sitting in their seats, seemingly reading books properly, but in fact their eyes were constantly glancing outside. Songshi saw everything, pursed her lips, slowly curled her 5 fingers into a fist, raised her leg, and kicked the door. The moment the door clanged open, the people who were pretending to read looked up, and the figures that had been hiding behind the door also jumped out. Chapter 15. He was a boy far more muscular than Jin Xianhui, his muscles bulging out his thin school shirt and uniform. He had a blonde crew cut and rushed towards him from behind the door, fists brandished. He had intended to greet Songshi with his fists, embarrass her in front of the whole class. But he hadn't anticipated that Songshi hadn't even entered the room. His punch was premature, hitting the air. Songshi, on the other hand, stood a step behind the door, gazing at him with a half-smile. Surprise flashed across his face, followed by a surge of anger at being teased. His cheek bulged from biting his teeth. He grabbed the doorknob and slammed it back against the wall, both venting his anger and creating some noise to bluff. The metal doorknob collided with the wall with a resounding clang, far louder than the bell. Students from other classes, running through the hallway and almost late for class, couldn't help but turn their heads and look at him. Seeing Songshi standing at the classroom door, they looked away with a look of understanding, then walked back to their own classes. The bell had rung. The hallway returned to silence. The blond man with a buzz cut snorted coldly, staring at Songshi as he twisted his neck a few times, his joints crackling. Songshi had been watching his movements closely. The moment he threw a punch, she mentally simulated its trajectory. She stepped sideways, and her fist grazed her neck. The blond man with a buzz cut hadn't yet retracted his left fist when his right had already been delivered. Songshi leaned back again, barely avoiding it. The buzz cut man was clearly professionally trained. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. Songshi was on high alert, responding cautiously. Songshi dodged both of the buzz cut man's attacks and swept forward with his leg. The leg, clad in school uniform trousers, was faintly muscular, sweeping forward at such speed that Songshi couldn't dodge, and her knees met the blow. Masochism progress, plus 1%. Songshi was thrown directly against the doorframe, her back colliding with the raised beam. She heard the crackling sound of her spine. Her knees were numb, almost numb. The buzz cut man was also affected by Songshi's counterattack, his dangling legs trembling slightly. But his muscles weren't built in vain, and he quickly recovered. He raised his leg again, kicking Songshi in the waist. Songshi leaned against the door, staring at his movements without moving. The blonde buzz cut man, assuming Songshi was frightened, a hint of excitement crossed his face, and he immediately exerted more force in his leg, intending to knock Songshi down with one blow. However, just as he was about to succeed, Songshi dodged and disappeared through the doorframe. The buzz cut man's pupils suddenly constricted. His leg attack was too powerful, and he couldn't retract it in time. Crack! The crisp sound was so sharp that even Songshi, who had already hidden in the classroom, couldn't help but frown. Ah! A pig-like scream echoed from behind him. The buzz cut man hugged his leg, sweating profusely from the pain. Anti-abuse progress, plus 2%. Songshi didn't look at him, but glanced toward the back of the classroom. Jin Xianhui stood in the second-to-last row, his brows lowered, his eyes submissive and respectful. Next to him sat a boy, his arms folded across his chest, leaning back, looking at her. Earning their gazes, the boy raised his right hand, which held the laptop, and pointed a slender finger at her. Then, 5 people from the back row of the class stood up, 3 men and 2 women. Songshur took a step back with her right foot, resting it on the step of the podium. She tilted her head slightly to glance at the empty podium. Class had already begun, but the teacher hadn't appeared. Was it a coincidence? Or had they already manipulated the teacher into not coming to class? The 5 people left their seats and gradually surrounded the podium. Some flexed their wrists, while others casually snatched a book from a student's desk in the front row and rolled it into a stick. The student whose book had been taken was like a puppet, afraid to say a word. One could even say the entire classroom was like puppets, indifferent to what was about to happen, as calm as if they were about to watch a movie they've seen countless times. The most excited person was undoubtedly Jin Xianhui. He still stroked his neck, watching Songshur surrounded, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement. Songshur took another step back and stood on the podium. With a wide view, she noticed a head on the side window of the classroom, near the corridor. It was a middle-aged man, with a Mediterranean hairstyle and black-framed glasses. He disappeared as soon as she looked. Given the height of the window, Songshur guessed he must be crouching in an awkward position. At this point, Songshur couldn't think of anyone other than the teacher as the middle-aged man outside the classroom. She lowered her eyes, completely abandoning the thought of asking the teacher for help. With no escape route, Songshur stared directly at the people surrounding her. The first to strike was the girl holding a rolled-up book as a weapon. The book, like a thick stick, came crashing down on Songshur's head. Songshur instinctively dodged to the side and reached out to grab the book from her hand. As soon as he grasped her wrist, he heard the sound of wind. In the enclosed classroom and hallway, there was no reason for the wind. Where did it come from? She immediately ducked to the right. A fist, accompanied by the sharp sound of wind, passed close to her ear, and the dull pain from the outer ear pierced her brain. Songshur didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his face. With a bang, he received a solid punch to his shoulder. Songshur stumbled forward, and the person on his left raised another fist. Songshur gritted his teeth and endured the pain in his back, ignoring the incoming punch. He focused on grabbing the weapon. He crossed his hands and exerted force, twisting the girl's wrist like a twist. With a crisp crack, the girl's face reflected pain, and the book she was holding fell. Songshur bent down and quickly took it. Without wasting time, he blocked it to his left. The violent punch slammed into the book, tearing the cover apart. Songshur didn't bother to check the book's condition. He used it as a weapon and swung it backwards. The attacker behind him was caught off guard by a book slapping his face. Songshur's force was so strong that his upper body tilted, colliding with his companion's head. Songshur immediately gathered his strength, grasping the book's tail with both hands, and struck them again. Bang! Snap! Snap! Amid the continuous bangs, Songshur, with the mindset of injuring the enemy 800 times and injuring himself 1,000 times, brandished his only weapon like a madman, striking whoever he encountered. The book, originally only torn by the cover, began to tear at a faster pace, its white pages flying with each impact, landing all over the podium. Even so, she couldn't stop the fist thrusting through the cracks. Her back was the hardest hit area, and even with her quick reflexes, she couldn't guarantee she could block every punch. Punch after punch, each one hitting her flesh, Songshur felt as if her bones were about to break, and the taste of blood in her throat intensified. She swallowed, suppressing the unpleasant taste. Chapter 16. The book couldn't hold out for long after all. It was tattered, like a white flower blooming in Songshur's hand, barely able to inflict any damage. Songshur randomly targeted someone, and smashed it in their face. The man quickly crossed his arms in front of his face, blocking the book's attack, but this also blocked his vision. Songshur leaped towards him, knocking him off the podium. The immense force of the impact made the boy scream. He struggled to sit up, but Songshur's elbow locked onto his neck, forcing his head back down. Songshur changed his previous strategy. It was a 1-on-5 situation. The damage was evenly distributed among them, with little impact on their movements. So, she would target one person. Songshur clenched her right fist, and smashed it into his face. Her blood boiled. She struck again and again, leaving the man beneath her powerless, his nose bleeding profusely. He tried to pry his neck with one hand. While frantically shielding his face with the other, he cried, "Save me!" The rest of the class was stunned in their seats. They couldn't believe the girl fighting like a madman, recklessly, was Songshur. The Songshur who had once been timid and unyielding, never fighting back or retaliating. Hasn't she been awakened yet? Why is she even more frantic and desperate than a properly awakened berserker? The other four had already surrounded their friend when she was tackled. They reached out to tug at Songsher's clothes, trying to pull her down. But Songsher's grip on her neck refused to let go. No matter how hard they pulled, they couldn't free her friend. Instead, it only caused her further pain. The boy lying on the ground rolled his eyes. His hands, which had been blocking Songsher's punches, were powerless, and he slumped to the ground, letting Songsher pummel him. His face quickly lost its human form, several large bumps forming on his forehead. Songsher's fists were also bloody, and it was unclear whether the blood was his or their own. Unable to lift Songsher from his grasp, the four men began attacking his back. Masochism progress, +1. Masochism progress, +1. Subtitles kept flashing in her mind, but Songsher ignored them. Blood splattered everywhere, landing on her face. The front of her clean white shirt and her back were also stained with blood from the beatings. The men who had been kicking and hitting her gradually stopped, watching the scene in horror. Songsher was enveloped in the smell of blood, her eyes red, as the pain in her back irritated her nerves. She lost all consciousness, only a single thought. She would not let those who had bullied her original self go. The man lying on the ground had fainted and was motionless. Songsher paused, hesitantly straightening the man's face. Seeing the purple, tightly closed eyes, her clenched fists gradually loosened. She released the arm that was strangling his breath, stood up, and turned to look at the remaining four people. Blood splattered in her right eye, smearing as she blinked. The moment she glanced over, it was as if she were being watched by a demon. The girl whose arm she had previously broken instinctively took a step back. The remaining three managed to maintain their composure. They hesitantly glanced toward the back of the class, seeking the opinion of the boy sitting next to Jin Xianhui. Songsher also turned and looked in their direction, but she was looking at Jin Xianhui. Jin Xianhui caught Songsher's eye, and a chill ran down his feet, making him breathless. He took a step back, moving closer to the boy beside him, as if that would make Songsher powerless. But the chill, like being stared at by a venomous snake, remained undimmed. Songsher rose, charging toward him. Jin Xianhui, sensing the situation, tried to dodge, but Songsher grabbed a nearby pile of books from a girl's desk and threw it at him. Jin Xianhui's steps slowed, and Songsher leaped past, tackling him to the ground. Jin Xianhui was terrified, remembering the fate of the last person Songsher had pinned down and beat. He clutched his head with both hands, crying for help. "Brother Wei, save me. Sisterly, save me. Teacher Chen. Teacher Chen. Come, save me." Songsher forcefully pried one of his hands free, revealing half his face, and struck down mercilessly. "Ah! Brother! Teacher Chen! Teacher!" Jin Xianhui's screams grew louder and louder. "Songsher!" A loud shout rang out from the doorway. The voice sounded familiar to Songsher. It was the voice of Teacher Chen, the one she called to ask for leave. Jin Xianhui felt like she grabbed a lifeline when she heard it. "Teacher Chen! Help me! Help me! Songsher's crazy! She's crazy! Songsher, let him go!" Teacher Chen had already entered the classroom and stood at the podium, slamming the book against it and shouting. Songsher impatiently delivered one last punch before he subdued his violent demeanor and raised his head. The middle-aged teacher at the podium raised his slipping black-framed glasses. Songsher, let Jin go. His eyes suddenly widened behind his glasses. He took a step forward in his leather shoes, his arm raised to stop something. Songsher's consciousness had just returned, but her reflexes were plummeting. Watching the scene, she dully wondered what had happened to the teacher. Bang! A sharp pain pierced the back of her head, and her vision suddenly went black. Her body fell uncontrollably forward, landing squarely on the floor next to Jin Xianhui. "Ah!" Songsher heard screams echoing around her, mixed with Jin Xianhui's cries. Teacher Chen ran down from the podium, shouting, "Class monitor! Get her to the infirmary! Quick!" She felt something flowing out of her, hot and stinking bloody, running down her face. She heard the scraping of a metal chair against the floor. Two people, each holding her arms, helped her up. Her legs were completely powerless, and she was dragged forward. As her consciousness grew increasingly hazy, she struggled to keep from falling asleep, struggling to turn back. The boy, who had been sitting in the chair, whom Jin Xianhui had regarded as his savior, had stood up at some point, his lips curled as he smiled at her. Looking down, he held a chair in his right hand. A sharp corner of the chair backrest was stained with blood. Staring at the dark red sticky blood, Songsher lost consciousness. The news that 4 people were carried out of the class of senior year 2 in a morning class spread like wildfire throughout the school. Although the students of Class 2 were discussing this matter everywhere on the campus forum of Rinchi Middle School, people kept asking the students of Class 3, 2, whether it was true. They kept silent about this matter, but Class 1 and Class 3 were separated from Class 2 by a wall. They heard the noise clearly at that time, and they were the most active in the forum. The superpower Class 1 was also discussing this matter. Chapter 17. Tang Yu's deskmate, Yang Jingjin, is a natural-born Bagua saint, an awakened super brain. Also differentiated along the same lines of enhancement, super brain awakeners strengthen their brains. High-level super brain awakeners can connect their brains to the information world, freely intercepting, browsing, and analyzing invisible signals traveling through the human world without the aid of external devices. But Yang Jingjin is a D-class, unable to perform these advanced tasks. She simply possesses a greater acuity for information than others, excelling at gathering gossip, organizing it into items, and using logical connections to determine what's true and what's false. 1 against 7 is absolutely true. She put one foot on a stool, surrounded by a circle of gossiping classmates, looking up at her. The guy in the last row by the back door of Class 3 left the door ajar during class. He said the fight started the moment the bell rang and lasted a full 20 minutes. It only stopped when the class teacher from Class 2 came out to break it up. Yang Jingjin described it with great enthusiasm and vividness, as if she were there. For those 20 minutes, there was this constant clattering. The noise was almost enough to lift the roof off the floor, but somehow, their class teacher never showed up. And then, guess what? Do you know Jean Xianhui from Class 2? She looked around expectantly, but everyone was bewildered. Yang Jingjin tooted. That guy who doesn't wear his uniform properly, wears a big silver chain around his neck, and hangs out on our floor every day. Oh, I remember now. A chubby boy raised his hand. I accidentally bumped into him once while walking, and he wanted to hit me. Luckily, I'm a wind-type person, so I can run fast. He saw I had a special ability and left. It was him. Yang Jingjin clapped his hands. They were beaten up and kept crying for help, so their class teacher showed up. I think their class teacher did it on purpose, a gentle-looking girl with glasses said in a low voice. Wei Yu from their class. His father is the deputy captain of the outer city security team in District 11. There was such a big commotion today. It was definitely Wei Yu's instigation. That's why their class teacher didn't dare show up. Yang Jingjin gave her a thumbs up. The class monitor is the one who guessed it was Wei Yu's instigation. Jean Xianhui is his underling, and he's just venting his anger on his underling. And then? Tang Yu, who had been sleeping on the table, raised her head. What was the outcome? Yang Jingjin rarely saw Tang Yu actively inquiring about such gossip. He pinched her chubby cheeks, patted the dirty stool, sat back in his seat, and continued his story with even greater excitement. As soon as their classmate walked in, he yelled at the girl from the violent department to stop. I guess she did stop in the end, but here's the kicker. Yang Jingjin paused, glanced around, lowered his head furtively, and beckoned everyone to come closer. Tang Yu leaned her head closer, forming a smaller circle with the others. Yang Jingjin then said, that Wei Yu kid attacked me. He took advantage of me not noticing, and hit me on the back of the head with a chair. Hiss! A chorus of gasps erupted from the group. Tang Yu instinctively touched her head. It would have been fine if she hadn't touched it, but once she did, she remembered that Songshur had borrowed a hair tie from her. Her hand froze. Perhaps Songshur had already been planning a head-on confrontation with those people? Don't tell anyone outside. I overheard what the girls in Class 2 said in the restroom stall. Yang Jingjin raised her index finger and pressed it to her lips. The chubby boy wondered, Class 2 is on the 3rd floor, and we're on the 5th. How could the girls from their class go to the bathroom on our 5th floor? Yang Jingjin glared at him speechlessly. Can't I just go down to the 3rd floor? The chubby boy, well, the god of gossip is truly dedicated to his job. Yang Jingjin accepted the title with satisfaction and continued with his storyteller's tone. You don't know, the scene was horrific. The guy from Class 3, who was eavesdropping, was sitting in the back row. To get to the infirmary, he had to go through Class 3's back door. He saw through the crack in the door, as Class 3 carried 4 people out at once. She held up her fingers, making the number 4, and waved them in front of everyone. The girl from the violence department was the first to be carried out. She was being held by her class monitor and vice monitor. She seemed unconscious, her legs dragging on the ground. Her uniform was stained red, and the ground was covered in blood. As she spoke, she shuddered. As expected, Her description elicited another wave of gasps. Will she die? The chubby boy asked worriedly. Yang Jinjin shook his head regretfully. I don't know. The infirmary hasn't released any information yet. What about the other 3? Someone asked. Yang Jinjin said, one is lame, one was beaten beyond recognition and is also unconscious. And the other one, that big silver chain, was covered in the blood of the violent girl. They say she fainted from shock. Huh? Such an arrogant person actually fainted from shock. Oh, by the way, I have photos of the scene. Do you want to see them? Yes, they said almost in unison. Gossip was the only fun in their boring student lives. As Yang Jinjin opened the laptop to search for photos, she warned everyone, be prepared, it's extremely bloody. She emphasized the last 4 words. Who hasn't seen a bloody photo? I've even seen the ones depicting the disassembly of strange beasts. Here, this one. Yang Jinjin unblocked the laptop's privacy function, displaying the photo for everyone to see. It was a photo of an uncleaned hallway, with a long trail of blood and overlapping, chaotic footprints extending all the way to the stairwell. The person sitting in front of Yang Jinjin looked disappointed. That's it? I thought it was a classroom photo. Yang Jinjin nudged him across the table. That's easy to say. With Wei Yu and the homeroom teacher here, how could the classroom photo get out? I even begged someone for it. The chubby boy propped up his chin, looking like a melancholy mushroom. 1 versus 7, that's impressive. He was envious. If I were faced with something like that, I'd just run away. The bespectacled female monitor ignored him, pondering for a moment. Why did she suddenly change? Didn't she not awaken? Yang Jinjin hadn't figured this out either. While a berserker-type high-probability differentiator driven by violence should be arrogant and violent, she had been so timid for 2 years. It was a bit strange that she had suddenly changed her personality to what a berserker-type person should be. Isn't it possible to resist being bullied? Tang Yu pouted. Besides, even if you're not a berserker, you're still a normal person. If you've been oppressed for a long time, you have the right to resist. Yang Jinjin bit his nails, his brow furrowing unconsciously. That being said, I still feel like something's not right. What's wrong? She couldn't put her finger on it. The bespectacled female monitor looked at Yang Jinjin and patiently encouraged her, think carefully. The superbrain system excels at grasping details. Anything you think is wrong is a detail you've missed. The people around her nodded in agreement. With so many people staring at her, pondering the details, Yang Jinjin gnawed her fingers even harder. She mobilized all her brain cells to think, and suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck her. Isn't she the same Songshur anymore? The others, their eyes sparkling, awaited her answer. Class is about to start. Let's go home. The group scattered like wild beasts. Yang Jinjin raised her hand to try to stop them, but found she couldn't seem to explain this absurd thought, and sat back down in a sullen mood. How could she have thought that? She didn't know that as she continued to unravel every detail related to Songshur, a certain area of neurons in her brain had established a tenuous connection with the virtual information of this world. She briefly saw Songshur's search history. Are there parallel worlds? The most suspicious time traveler in Federation history, the Federation's most brilliant scientist. Why is Federation technology so poor? How many districts are there in the Federation? What are exotic beasts? How do you pay for buses? After capturing this information, each neuron independently summarizes it, ultimately outputting a single conclusion. Songshur does not belong to the Federation. Unfortunately, Yang Jinjin was only a D-level awakened superbrain user. She didn't realize her ability had just exerted a level no less than A level, and she thought she was just overthinking it. She drooped her brows, feeling a little dizzy. The bell rang. Tang Yu pulled out her book and flipped to the previous lesson. She saw her desk mate still asleep on the desk. Tang Yu was surprised. This class was the homeroom teacher's, and she didn't dare sleep, but Yang Jinjin dared to do it. Before the homeroom teacher could look over, she nudged her with her elbow. Yang Jinjin's head shook, but she didn't wake up. Tang Yu frowned and pushed harder, but Yang Jinjin didn't react. Tang Yu sensed something was wrong and shook her arm, whispering, Jinjin? Jinjin, Jinjin? Class has already started. Tang Yu, what are you doing? The head teacher, a gaunt, elderly man, boomed from the podium with a commanding voice, accompanied by a book hurled down. Tang Yu instinctively reached out to stop the book, but her temper failed her, and a burst of fire erupted from her palm. The book the head teacher was using for the lecture instantly burned to black ash, showering it over the head of a student at the front desk. Student in the front row, ? The head teacher strode down from the podium in anger, rushed over to Tang Yu, and was about to explode. Tang Yu leaped to her feet and shouted, "Teacher Jinjin has fainted." Head teacher, shock. Chapter 18. The infirmary was unusually busy today. First, students from the regular class arrived, half dead from a fight, and then a comatose super brain student was brought in. The medical staff was incredibly busy. Tang Yu and the old head teacher carried Yang Jinjin over to the examination room reserved for awakened individuals. They sat side by side on chairs in the waiting room outside, awaiting the results. Tang Yu pinched her fingers. "Teacher, I didn't mean to burn your books. I lost control." The old man glanced at her sideways. "I have plenty of books, so I wouldn't miss one. But you should also try to control your emotions. You seem like a well-behaved child, so how can you get so angry when you get excited?" Tang Yu lowered her head, her tone sincere. "I be careful." The old man turned away, saying nothing more. The door of treatment room number 3 opened. Tang Yu and the old man looked over. A middle-aged Mediterranean man, sweating profusely, came out, helping a student with a short haircut and a cane. Thanks to the gossip Saint Yang Jinjin, Tang Yu knew all the head teachers of the school, and knew a lot of their embarrassing stories, so she recognized him at a glance as the head teacher of Senior 3 too. Qin Lishu also saw them, or to be more precise, the old man. He was stunned at first, then smiled awkwardly, helped the student out of the waiting room, and handed him to the parents waiting outside. The parents outside the door were cursing, and the sound of them was heard in the waiting room. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Lishu returned. He took out a handkerchief from his chest to wipe the sweat from his head, hesitantly moved to the old man, and asked with a forced smile, "Why are you here, Director Yin?" The old man's name was Yin Qianlin, the director of the Supernatural Powers Department at Renchi Middle School. A student fainted from overusing her supernatural powers. Send her here for a checkup. Hearing this, Tang Yu glanced at the homeroom teacher and suddenly realized that after teaching so many supernatural power classes, she must have some experience. But how could Jinjin have overused her supernatural powers? Dean Yan's students are all extraordinary, Qin Lishu said, subconsciously flattering. Not as good as the students in your class. Qin Lishu's sweat broke out even more. What happened in his class today must have been known to all the teachers in the school. He felt a deep sense of grievance. Wei Yuyu was a valuable and hot potato. As an ordinary person with no supernatural powers and no background, he dared not offend this great Buddha. He could only hold it in his hands, burning himself with blisters. He had originally thought that this was the last year, and as long as Songsher persevered and he turned a blind eye, everything would go smoothly. Unexpectedly, Songsher's situation took a turn. He chuckled dryly, speechless, and found a seat in a corner. Yang Jinjin's homeroom teacher, come here. The door to the examination room opened, and the doctor came out to call for them. Old Man Yin slowly stood up, supporting himself on his knees, and headed for the doctor's office. Tang Yu followed suit. She's temporarily dormant due to overuse of her supernatural powers and excessive mental energy depletion. Don't worry, she'd be fine after a good night's sleep. Also, tell her parents to eat more brain-boosting foods for the next few days, and preferably take a few doses of mental energy recovery supplements. She's showing signs of a D-level breakthrough. Tang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Yang Jinjin was fine, and then she was excited for her when she heard that she might be about to break through. Old Man Yin, a man of much experience, remained calm and simply nodded. Then we temporarily place her here. Have her contact me when she wakes up. Okay. The doctor entered Old Man Yan's instructions into the computer reminder system, said goodbye, put on his mask, and hurried to the next treatment room. Go back to class. Old Man Yan glanced at Tang Yu and walked briskly towards the classroom. Before leaving, Tang Yu quickly scanned the screen on the doctor's desk and found Songsher's name on the ward schedule. When Songsher opened her eyes, she had only one thought. She took a deep breath, suppressed the urge, and reached out to touch the wound on the back of her head. Recalling the scene before she fainted, she had bled profusely, and the wound must have been deep. But at this moment, she couldn't find the bandage, nor could she even find the wound. She pressed her fingers across the back of her head, feeling no pain. She lifted the blanket and lifted the hospital gown underneath. She remembered a kick to her lower right rib. Even through the flesh, she could feel the bone break. But now, there wasn't even a bruise, and pressing with her finger didn't hurt. The healer had treated her. Songsher sat up and pulled back her collar to examine the wound on her back. No, it was smooth, as if the fight that morning had been a dream. Slowly lowering her hand, Songsher's mind briefly cleared. The subtitles in her mind then appeared. Anti-torture progress. 20%. Masochism progress, 15%. The increase in progress was beyond Song Shi's expectations. Even after the bus explosion that killed one person, her progress hadn't increased so significantly. Could it be that indirect damage doesn't count? Song Shi looked down at her right hand. She could still recall the feeling of her hand being splattered with the turbid substance that flowed from the exploding eyeball, scalding hot like boiling water, so sticky she couldn't shake it off. The direct damage that time only popped the other person's eyeball. So the progress was pitifully small. Thinking this through, Song Shi withdrew her thoughts. She glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table. It was 2:34 p.m. She got out of bed and put on her shoes. Song Shi walked out and ran into Tang Yu, who came in carrying a large bag. Tang Yu was visibly stunned, then blankly raised the bag in her hand. "My dad asked me to bring this to you." Song Shi peered through the bag. It seemed to be filled with food. Inside was a familiar package, like the milk Tang Yu had given her that morning. Her stomach growled modestly. She definitely needed some energy. "Thank you." Song Shi took it from her and returned to his bed. He placed the bag back on the nightstand, took out the contents, and began to eat voraciously. She ate very quickly, as if she was on a mission. Tang Yu stood for a moment, then left in silence. The school bell rang outside the window, and Song Shi's food stuffing became even faster. After eating until he was about 70% full and wrapping up the rest, Song Shi jumped out of bed, grabbed the doorknob, and prepared to open it. The mirror against the door revealed her current appearance. Her hair, which had been tied up that morning, had undone, its once smooth strands now matted, clinging to dried, hardened blood clots. Song Shi tugged at the clot, pulling off a piece of dried blood with a few strands of hair still clinging to it. Song Shi rubbed the sore root of his hair and threw it into the trash can. He glanced around the room, finally landing in the laundry basket in the corner. Her old school uniform was piled inside. Song Shi went over and picked through the clothes. They were too stained to wear, but thankfully none of them were torn. She pulled out her bottom tie, tied her hair up, and tied it haphazardly. After doing this, she pushed open the door. Surprisingly, Tang Yu hadn't left. She stood cross-legged against the wall to the right of the door. At the sound of the door opening, she immediately turned her head, her clear eyes reflecting the figure in the hospital gown. Wei Yu's father, Wei Hong, is the deputy captain of the District 11 Urban Security Team, Tang Yu said quickly. Song Shi paused as she tried to close the door. She hadn't expected Tang Yu to guess what she was about to do. She quickly recovered and gently closed the door. "You should go to class." With that, she began to leave. Tang Yu bit her lower lip, then stepped sideways to block her path. "While resisting is a good thing, I'm just a bystander and have no right to judge you. But I still want to say, don't be so brazen. Wei Hong is incredibly powerful in the outer city. If he causes trouble for you, you and your parents won't be able to move a step in District 11. Song Shi lowered his eyes, as if lost in thought. Tang Yu's eyes were just beginning to flicker with hope when Song Shi said, "Can he kill people at will?" Tang Yu shook her head. Federal law still exists, and he's not capable of killing people at will. Song Shi raised an eyebrow. "Then what am I afraid of? What about your parents?" Tang Yu bit her tongue as she spoke those words. She suddenly realized that during the 2 years Song Shi had been bullied, her parents had never appeared. "Song Shi?" A sudden intrusive voice interrupted their conversation. The two of them simultaneously glanced toward the source of the sound. A Mediterranean-looking man, sweating profusely, was approaching them. Song Shi glanced out the window, the sun blazing fiercely in his eyes. Jin Lishu stood before them, his cheeks flushed, greasy sweat running down his nose, causing his glasses to fall downward. He adjusted his glasses. "It's really you. I thought I was seeing things." "Hello, Teacher Chen." Song Shi lowered his head slightly. "I didn't expect you to wake up so soon. How are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine." "That's good," Chen Lishu sighed, finally feeling up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "It's worth hiring a healer just for you." "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Song Shi was polite. So polite that it sent a chill down Chen Lishu's spine. Even before, Song Shi had never been so polite to him. Now, she couldn't bear it anymore. She completely exploded, and it turned out like this. "I'm glad she's okay. I'm glad she's okay." He shakily put his handkerchief back into his clothes. He changed the subject and happened to see Tang Yu. "This girl looks familiar. You came here with Director Yen this morning. From the special abilities class, right? Why are you still here? Didn't that student from your class go home?" Tang Yu was about to speak when Song Shi beat her to the punch, his expression calm. "I hired her to bring me food." I was a little hungry when I woke up. Chen Lishu nodded, unfazed. We have this kind of service on campus too. It's quite convenient. It's good for earning some pocket money, but you're in your third year now. Teacher Chen, Songshur interrupted, noticing he was trying to find a conversation. Have you contacted my parents about what happened today? The smile on Chen Lishu's face froze for a moment, then he straightened his expression. I contacted them. Then why haven't I seen them? Songshur asked, knowing the answer. Chen Lishu cautiously glanced at Songshur's face. Your mother said, as long as you're still alive, there's no need to contact her. Songshur had known this would happen. She asked this question not for herself, but to make Tang Yu understand. Her parents weren't worth her worry, not worth her patience. She glanced sideways, and sure enough, Tang Yu was twisting her fingers, looking a little annoyed. I see. Songshur turned around. Teacher Chen, I need to go back to class. Do you want to come with me? Go back? Chen Lishu was visibly panicked. Go back for what? You've just recovered from your injury, and you need to rest. I'm giving you leave. You don't have to go back to class. Go home and rest for 2 days. I take some books back to read. I'm in my third year of high school now, and I'm worried about delaying my studies. Songshur smiled. Chen Lishu stared at Songshur's face, stunned. It was strange. She was smiling, but he felt something sinister about her. He was about to speak, but Songshur had already walked around him and headed out. Chen Lishu hurried after him. Then I go get it with you. Thank you, but don't you have classes today? I'm a bit busy today, so I asked another teacher to cover 2 classes for me. Tang Yu stared at their backs, then glanced at the closed ward. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, then went in to fill the laundry basket with the food on the table and take it away. Chapter 19. Entering the teaching building, I walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. It was still class time at this time, and the classroom doors were all closed. Occasionally, the sound of the teacher's lecture could be heard, but it was not loud, like a whisper. Chen Lishu followed Songshur 1 step away from him, walked through the corridor, and finally stopped at the classroom in the middle of the 3rd floor. The class sign of grade 3-2 was placed horizontally on the eaves of the door. Songshur stood below, looking through the glass window on the door. On the podium, a tall male teacher was lecturing passionately, and a miniature 4-dimensional monster was projected on the desk. Songshur hesitated for a moment and looked back at Chen Lishu. I go in after class? It would be bad to disturb the class. Chen Lishu's eyes turned around behind his glasses. Go in now. There were too many students joining in the fun after class. There were too many people and too many mouths. It was hard to control what was going on. Songshur probably guessed his intention, but did not say it clearly. Then please wait a moment. After that, he raised his hand to knock on the door. Chen Lishu had a premonition, especially when he saw Songshur's fingers about to touch the door. He gritted his teeth and, with a final struggle, stopped Songshur's arm. How about I get it for you? What book do you want? Songshur's knocking fingers paused midair. She could sense Chen Lishu's nervousness. After a moment's silence, she turned back. I forgot to ask you, what will be the punishment for Wei Yu's behavior this morning? Chen Lishu's body stiffened, and he instinctively touched the few remaining hairs at his temples. His voice faltered. Well, he's already written a self-criticism. Songshur twitched his lips, dispelling the last bit of goodwill in his heart. You won't be able to find what I need for a while. Avoiding Chen Lishu's hand, Songshur's knuckles knocked on the door without hesitation. Dong dong. 2 crisp sounds rang out. The teacher's voice was interrupted. He glanced at the front door with annoyance, then stepped down and opened it. Songshur, dressed in a hospital gown, was revealed to the entire class. What's up? The teacher asked, frowning. Songshur walked straight in, ignoring the question. The male teacher tooted in displeasure. Chen Lishu awkwardly explained from behind, Haha, Teacher Yu, sorry to interrupt you. It's nothing. She's back to get some books, and will be leaving soon. She'd be leaving soon. After Songshur entered, his gaze swept across the class, inevitably meeting Wei Yu's gaze. He seemed to have been sleeping just now, with a red mark on one side of his face, and his hair was messy. The moment she looked over, he raised his middle finger at her, grinning wickedly and arrogantly. Songshur only stayed for a second before looking elsewhere, as if to avoid his eyes, to admit defeat in a sense, and to ignore his provocation. There was no shortage of people watching the fun in the class. Their eyes moving back and forth between the two of them, they were more inclined towards the former. Although Songshur resisted, she could not compare with Wei Yu, who had been arrogant for many years, and had a strong background. The gap between them was too big. Instead of confronting the enemy head-on, it would be better to surrender earlier and have an easier time in the future. While they were still imagining Song Shi's increasingly difficult study life in the future, Song Shi was already looking for his original seat. Now there are only 5 vacant positions in the class. Excluding the positions of the 4 seriously injured people who were beaten by her this morning, the remaining one must be hers. At the end by the window, closest to the trash can, the 3-character nickname came to mind again. Song Shi closed her eyes, then opened them again, walking resolutely towards her seat. After Chen Lishu finished explaining to the teacher, he followed Song Shi's movements, watching her closely, fearing she might cause trouble again. Seeing Song Shi actually walk towards her seat, he breathed a sigh of relief. But his relief wasn't complete, because he saw that Song Shi didn't reach for her textbook in the bookcase. Instead, she simply picked up the chair from her seat and dragged it towards the back door. The chair legs dragged on the ground, making a sharp, piercing creak. Everyone in the class couldn't help but look back, wondering what Song Shi's intention was. Wei Yu didn't turn around. He leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, one hand resting naturally on his knee, the other on the table, playing with a pen. He stared at the virtual beast on the podium ahead, seemingly unintrigued by what was happening behind him. Rather, he ignored Song Shi's actions, confident that he wouldn't dare challenge him again. Chen Lishu, standing at the doorway, observed Song Shi's direction, then glanced at Wei Yu, sitting in the second-to-last row in the middle, who hadn't yet grasped the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened involuntarily, as he thought of something. Seeing Song Shi dragging his chair around the corner, his heart skipped a beat. His mouth dropped open, and he leaped forward with his right leg, trying to stop it. It was too late. Bang! Anti-torture progress, plus 2%. Silent subtitles appeared in Song Shi's mind. The back of a chair swung across Wei Yu's back, knocking him and his chair to the ground. Ah! Song Shi! Stop! The class instantly erupted in chaos. Chen Lishu's heart trembled, his blood boiling. Especially when he saw Wei Yu fall to the ground and spit out blood, his legs gave way instantly, and he practically scrambled to stop him. Screams, the sounds of Chen Lishu, and the male teacher yelling Song Shi's name, Wei Yu's angry roar. All mixed together. Thankfully, Chen Lishu had closed the door before running, keeping the noise contained to the classroom, hidden from the other classes. Song Shi coldly watched Wei Yu struggle to his feet. He grasped the back of the chair with both hands, lifted it overhead, and before Wei Yu could stand, he slammed him down with all his might. Anti-abuse progress, plus 2%. Wei Yu groaned, his limbs limp to the ground. Song Shi, like an emotionless machine, retracted his hand and lifted the chair again. As he dropped it, Chen Lishu pounced on him, wrapping his arms around the chair and pressing all his strength against it. Calm down. Talk it over. Let's talk it over properly, don't be impulsive. Chen Lishu was on the verge of tears. Song Shi pursed her lips, frowning, and tugged at the chair from his grasp, but couldn't pull it free. Here you go. Song Shi snorted coldly, and simply tossed the chair to Chen Lishu. Expecting more tugs, Chen Lishu exerted all his strength, but Song Shi suddenly let go, and he fell back to the ground, dazed. Song Shi kicked Wei Yu's table, which was blocking her path, away. The table flipped over in the aisle, books scattered all over the floor. The people around them quickly retreated, away from the battlefield, huddled together. Only the 3 younger men who had followed Wei Yu that morning, who hadn't been seriously injured, ran over and pulled Song Shi back. Song Shi picked up a stack of books from the table behind Wei Yu and threw them at them, sending books flying everywhere. They instinctively dodged. Song Shi took advantage of their evasion to pounce on Wei Yu, grabbing his hair and forcing him to raise his face. Wei Yu was still conscious, but a bone in his back was broken somewhere, preventing him from straightening up. Song Shi's tugging on his hair pulled at the wound on his back, causing him to gasp in pain. He gritted his teeth to suppress a cry in front of Song Shi. He tilted his head slightly, glaring at Song Shi with a venomous gaze. Good job. Song Shi. You never stay in District 11 again. Neither will your parents. Song Shi grabbed his hair and slammed his head to the ground. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. When he pulled him up again, Wei Yu was already bleeding profusely from the nose and speechless. Wei Yu's followers were terrified by this scene, and surrounded Song Shi to pull him away. Song Shi pushed them away, and turned Wei Yu's face away forcefully. Without your father, you're nothing. Wei Yu's fists crackled as he lay on the ground. He glared at Song Shi fiercely, uttering a few words between his teeth. If you dare, touch me again. He had never been treated like this in his life. Songshur, I satisfy you. Songshur lifted his head without hesitation and pinned it to the ground. Bang! The sound of his head hitting the ground was deep and heavy. Song! Sure! Wei Yu trembled with anger, his voice hoarse. I won't let you go. I don't need you to let me go. Songshur lifted his head and looked him straight in the eye without fear. If you're brave enough, kill me. Oh, and if you're not, you have to ask your dad. Wei Yu gritted his teeth, his eyes red, and blood running down his face from his nose. He looked utterly miserable. At this moment, he had swapped places with Songshur from this morning. After the male teacher helped Qinlishu to her feet, he quickly ran over to grab Songshur's arm, prying her fingers apart to get her to release Wei Yu's hair. He was incredibly strong, and Songshur, subconsciously unwilling to fight him, could only reluctantly let go. The three henchmen, watching closely from behind, took advantage of the situation and dragged her back. Songshur was dragged to her feet, watching the distance between her and Wei Yu gradually widen. She bent her elbow and struck the boy holding her right hand in the face. A scream echoed, and the boy crouched down, clutching his face. The remaining two men were powerless to stop Songshur. She dragged them forward, taking a large step and kicking Wei Yu in the thigh. Hit me with that chair again. She grew angrier and angrier. This bastard had actually resorted to a sneak attack. Not satisfied with one kick, she struck again. Get your father here too. Get a chair together, and I see if you can crush me to death. The classroom was in chaos, and students squatting in the corner trembled at the scene before them. Songshur, like a madman, kept kicking Wei Yu. Her hospital gown was ripped into a mess, and her hair, which had been temporarily tied up with a tie, was untied. She exuded a fierceness, a reckless abandon. Even so many people couldn't control her. A fool who only knows how to call me daddy. A useless second-generation rich kid. Songshur was being dragged further and further away. With a final blow, determined to break Wei Yu's leg, she thrust her heel back and launched a fierce kick forward. Ah! Innocent harm. Anti-abuse progress, reduced by 10%. Qinlishu, who suddenly stepped between Songshur and Wei Yu, shielding the devastating blow with his body, blushed like a cherry. He squeezed his legs together, clenching his fist to block his lower abdomen. Songshur froze. ? The male teacher protecting Wei Yu was stunned, and subconsciously brought his legs together from a half squat. The entire class silently shifted into a sitting position, crossing their legs and pressing them together. The scream was incredibly powerful, and the previously boisterous class fell completely silent. The bell for the end of get out of class rang at that precise moment, clear, melodious, and prolonged. Chapter 20. As the bell rang, Songshur's expression became complex. He broke the silence. Teacher, why? Do you want to go to the infirmary? Qinlishu's head was covered in sweat. He remained in his original position, not daring to move. He gritted his teeth and managed a relatively complete sentence. Send Wei Yu to the infirmary. The three people still holding Songshur hostage reacted quickly and released Songshur's arms. They helped Wei Yu, who lay nearly unconscious on the ground, onto the back of a sturdy and tall boy. They carried him, opened the classroom door, and headed towards the infirmary. The male teacher also stood up, carefully holding Qinlishu's arm. With a deeply sympathetic tone he said, I take you to the infirmary. Qinlishu gasped in pain, nodded, and slowly moved out. Songshur was left alone. She looked around. Tables, chairs, and books were scattered all over the floor, a scene of devastation. The onlookers huddled together, staring at her motionlessly. It was clearly the end of get out of class, but the noisy sounds from outside the hallway drifted in, while the classroom was so quiet you could hear even the sound of someone breathing. Two extremes. Songshur felt the need to check on Qinlishu. He tied his hair back with his tie, straightened his hospital gown, which had become wrinkled from the tugs, and headed for the back door. A crowd of students gathered at the back door, watching the excitement. They had just finished class, and were out for some fresh air and some relaxation when they saw a student from class 2 running out of the classroom carrying an unconscious person. A man and a woman flanked the student, flanking them as they hurried toward the hallway. The man's face was buried in the ground, so they couldn't see clearly. But a closer look revealed that the three people running frantically in the hallway were none other than Wei Yu's three younger brothers, who always flaunted their power behind him. Since they were protecting him like this, it was almost certain that the unconscious person was Wei Yu. How could Wei Yu be unconscious for no apparent reason? The group exchanged glances, then simultaneously rushed towards Class 2's half-open front door. They could vaguely see the class's members huddled in a corner, leaving a large empty space in the middle. What was happening inside was obscured by the doorframe due to the angle, so they couldn't see. Just as they were debating whether to pretend to accidentally push the door open a little more, they saw Class 2's head teacher walk out, his face ashen. He couldn't be described as walking, he should be described as moving. He took small, tiny steps, his thighs moving, his calves moving, inching forward bit by bit. A teacher was supporting him, but even so, he seemed to be enduring immense pain, his features contorted. Class is about to start. Are you going back to class to review the next lesson? The man supporting Chen Lishu shouted, dismissing the group of onlookers. But it was no use. Aside from their own class teacher, none of them were afraid and continued to gather at the doorway, looking them up and down. This probing look was extremely rude, and the male teacher immediately flew into a rage, his eyebrows raised, and he was about to reprimand them. Ignore them, Chen Lishu tried to stop him, but it was obvious that this statement took a great deal of effort. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead again. The male teacher could only swallow his anger and help him push through the crowd toward the stairs. But there were simply too many people. Students on other floors, who knew where they had heard the news, had crowded in to watch the excitement. The traffic jam made it impossible for them to move forward. As Songshur pushed the door open and walked out, she saw the throng of people. She was stunned. The scene reminded her of her previous life, when she was in high school, scrambling for food in the cafeteria. Songshur's hospital gown, with the blood splattered on her sleeve, its bright color clearly freshly applied. The mess on the floor behind her, wide open, spoke volumes about what had happened. The people closest to Songshur couldn't help but take a step back. Songshur followed their gaze, glanced back at the classroom, stepped back, and slammed the door shut, blocking their view. Then she walked towards Chen Lishu. As she approached, the crowd dispersed significantly, clearing a path more than a meter wide that had previously been so crowded that it was difficult to move forward. The male teacher noticed something and glanced back at Songshur. Her actions didn't endear her to him. He snorted coldly, turned away, and quickly left, supporting Chen Lishu. Songshur followed them about 2 meters down to the first floor. The bell rang over the loudspeaker, and the crowd of onlookers dispersed, returning to their classes. Songshur followed them into the school clinic building without a word, watched Chen Lishu enter the treatment room, and found a chair outside to sit down. You're in big trouble, the male teacher said sternly from the lounge chair across from her, then lowered his head to work on the computer screen. Songshur paid no attention, closing her eyes to rest. 2 brief subtitles appeared in her mind. Masochism progress, 16%. Anti-masochism progress, 15%. For injuring Chen Lishu, the innocent, she had lost 10% of her anti-masochism progress. To say she didn't feel the pain was a lie. With her current tactics of injuring the enemy by 800 and herself by 1,000, she had to endure countless beatings to earn back that 10%. She was a step behind in awakening. Songshur sighed regretfully and opened her eyes, only to be met with the teacher across from her, arms folded across his chest, glaring at her with a stern, imposing gaze. Songshur's mood wasn't particularly good at the moment, but she didn't shy away, staring back at him blankly. The other person thought she was in serious trouble, but she didn't agree. In her previous life, faced with such a situation, she would probably have lost her appetite and sleep, terrified for her future. But for her now, having arrived in this dangerous alien world, free from all worries, and having survived several near-death experiences, she had become indifferent. As long as she wasn't killed, it wasn't a big deal. What truly weighed on her mind was whether she could awaken successfully, and how she could become stronger. She didn't have to be like this now, where she had simply fought back, but because of her lack of strength, the outcome was drastically different. A simple letter of apology from Wei Yuyu could have resolved the situation, but she could only passively accept the fate dictated to her. Songshur didn't realize the frenzied display of his emotions. His once clear, relatively calm eyes were now filled with fury. That fierceness was identical to the look on his face when he hit Wei Yuyu with the chair. The man glaring at her suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, a shiver rising from his feet. He quickly averted his gaze, feigning a busy presence as he stood up and lingered near the door of treatment room 6, where Chen Lishu was. Songshur remained seated, taking a deep breath and slowly exhaling to calm his inner turmoil. Half an hour later, the door to treatment room 6 opened from the inside. Chen Lishu opened it himself, standing aside. The healer emerged, rubbing his temple, a weary expression on his face. There's a reason why healers are so highly sought after, and sought after by ordinary hospitals. Chen Lishu's injuries would likely take him 10 days, or even half a month to recover in an ordinary hospital. But under the care of a healer, even one of only C or D rank, healed his wounds at 1,000 times the rate in just half an hour. Thanking the healer profusely, Chen Lishu breathed a sigh of relief. But the next task presented a greater headache. In the short half hour he'd been healing, Wei Yu's mother had already received 34 call requests. Chen Lishu dialed the number with trembling hands, only to see the young, bright, and beautiful woman's face scowl. The school building was in the background. "Teacher Chen, I'll be in your office shortly. I hope you can handle today's matter properly." With that, he mercilessly hung up the phone. The figure on the screen vanished in an instant, and Chen Lishu's words of explanation caught in his throat, unable to finish them. Chen Lishu wiped her face, revealing a smile uglier than tears. She looked at Songshur, who was already approaching her, and said, "Contact your mother, and have her come over." Songshur helplessly replied, "You already contacted her this morning. She only comes when I need to collect my body." The male teacher standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore and scolded Songshur, "It's already this late. I hope you can take this seriously." Songshur wanted to say she was serious, but meeting the male teacher's glaring eyes, she decided to prove it with action. In front of him, Songshur found the number marked mother in her computer's address book and dialed it. The call was disconnected almost the moment it connected. The phone hung up with 2 beeps, and the male teacher looked at Songshur with a strange expression. What kind of family situation could create such a strained mother-daughter relationship? Songshur marveled at the speed of the call. Even a scam call wouldn't have hung up so quickly. Her biological mother avoided her like a scorpion. Shrugging, Songshur looked up helplessly. "I told you she'd just come to collect my body." Perhaps she wouldn't even come to collect it, and would just let the school dispose of it. Though they had only shared a meal, Songshur was inexplicably certain of this. Chen Lishu ultimately had to contact her in person. Songshur surreptitiously glanced at Chen Lishu's computer screen. She wanted to see her mother's name, but the computer had privacy settings, so she couldn't see anything. But Chen Lishu called personally, and the call went through. It must be said that Chen Lishu was always very kind to everyone. Songshur is still a minor. Her fight with a classmate violated school regulations. You must come to the school in person to negotiate with the other students' parents to resolve this matter. If you are unwilling to come, I will have to report this matter to the Minor Rights Protection Center in accordance with federal law. You are her legal guardian, and the trouble you will face then will be even greater than it is now. I hope you will carefully consider this." After such a lengthy speech, Chen Lishu laid out the consequences, and the person on the other end of the computer finally agreed. Chen Lishu turned off the computer and walked towards the office in the teaching building. Songshur hesitated for a moment, then followed him to the office. The male teacher, seeing that Chen Lishu had recovered and was fine, left. After all, he was only a classroom teacher and had no position to meet with parents. Before leaving, he patted Chen Lishu's shoulder sympathetically and offered his best wishes. Songshur was stopped outside Chen Lishu's office. 2 bodyguards in black suits stood on either side of the doorway and let Chen Lishu inside. Songshur found a spot not too far from the office door and stood against the wall. A closer look would reveal a small, slightly cracked window just above her head. She took in every conversation in the office. At first, it was mostly just the woman's accusations, Chen Lishu's small, weak voice blending in, sounding weak, pitiful, and helpless. Gradually, the woman, perhaps tired of scolding, lost her intensity, and her voice became less passionate. The soft, crisp sound of porcelain cups colliding and the sound of water pouring could be heard instead. Chen Lishu poured her tea, and only then was he able to join in the conversation. If she were an ordinary person, expelling her would be fine, but she has a high probability of becoming a berserker. You know how much we value berserkers in District 11. Rinchi Middle School, a key high school, has fewer than 10 berserker-type awakeners and none yet. This puts it at the bottom of the list among all the key high schools in District 11. Even one less would be embarrassing for the school, wouldn't it? He spoke sincerely, but the other party wasn't buying it. I sent someone to the Supernatural Administration Bureau to investigate. She participated in the stimulation experiment but didn't awaken. There's no chance of her awakening. You lose a berserker-type spot sooner or later. Why not expel her? I help you find someone with potential. The other party's offer was actually quite tempting. The stimulation experiment isn't the only criterion for determining whether someone can awaken. She still has 3 months until the deadline. Given her high differentiation score of 49% upon enrollment, her chance of awakening in those 3 months is not 0. So, even if I agreed to expel her. Chen Lishu paused, then suddenly lowered his voice. He must have leaned in close to someone's ear to speak, Songshur had to press her ear against the wall to hear clearly. The higher-ups at the Ability Division wouldn't agree either. Ability Division? Songshur had never heard of it before, but she could probably guess from the name. This school had a class for people with special abilities, and therefore had a corresponding leadership structure to manage them. Based on their conversation, it seemed clear that the higher-ups at the Ability Division, even the deputy captain of the city security squad, couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, Chen Lishu wouldn't have specifically mentioned them in this situation. She was curious about who the higher-ups at the Ability Division were. For a moment, there was no woman's voice from inside. Chen Lishu continued slowly, "You've probably heard what happened this morning. Yu was the one who first rallied a group to initiate the violence. If this gets out of hand, those high-ranking officials are always trying to be fair, and it's going to be a mess." Bang! The sound of a porcelain cup shattering suddenly echoed. Songshur, whose ear was pressed against the wall, immediately moved away and rubbed his aching ear. The woman, unable to bear it any longer, shrilled, "She hurt my son, and I can't heal her?" Chen Lishu quickly addressed the situation. "Wei Yu wrote a self-criticism this morning. Songshur will punish her a little more severely than he did. Let her read it in front of the whole school." "How about that? Read a self-criticism?" The woman thought she had misheard. "Chen Lishu, you've probably forgotten who Wei Yu's father is. He only needs to write a self-criticism because of his status. That arrogant person who dared to hit my son is just a lowly citizen. Reading a self-criticism in front of the whole school? Are you deliberately trying to protect her?" Even though Songshur couldn't see Chen Lishu, he could imagine he was probably wiping the sweat off his brow with a handkerchief. Songshur was surprised Chen Lishu would go to such lengths to defend her, especially since she accidentally injured him, and he didn't take advantage of the situation to retaliate. "So what do you think? What should we do?" Chen Lishu's attitude shrugged. The woman snorted coldly. "Since you're reluctant to expel her, then how about this? Send her to a controlled school for 3 months. During those 3 months, she'd still be considered a student at Rinchi Middle School. After 3 months, she'd be an adult. If she hasn't awakened, expel her." Songshur silently opened his computer, searched for controlled school, and quickly browsed through the options. In short, these are closed-door schools established by the Federation at various bases for orphan minors who have no means of education. Federal law mandates that minors receive education, and their educational history is recorded in their personal files. Those who evade education will be treated the same as those with a high probability of berserker differentiation. That is, whenever someone scanned their light brain, they would see the word moron in parentheses after their names. Songshur repeatedly read the words moron to make sure she was reading them correctly. She felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. With that comparison, her high-risk individual designation didn't seem so hard to accept. No one wanted to be labeled moron for the rest of their lives. Therefore, in today's Federation, whether it's the developed first base or the resource-scarce 11th base, education is a top priority. But the Federation has a very large number of orphans. Nowadays, alien beasts are rampant, and human bases are frequently attacked by them. Public security in the outer cities is not particularly good, and the Federation's annual accidental death rate remains high. To ensure these orphan children have access to education, a series of controlled schools have been established. Granted by the Ministry of Finance, these schools are fully managed by the local city security team. Teachers from other schools in the bases are assigned to teach in rotation, and the schools are completely closed, with food, clothing, housing, and transportation all provided. This prison-like system has attracted the attention of ordinary schools. They are struggling to figure out how to deal with students who have committed misconduct. If they expel them directly, the school has an annual expulsion quota, and too many expulsions would affect enrollment. If they don't expel them, the school atmosphere will only worsen. Controlled schools are a good option. They don't amount to expulsion, but they can send troublemakers for education and simultaneously discipline those who are tempted to cause trouble, achieving multiple goals at once. This form of punishment is not uncommon in the Federation today. Songshur flipped his hand down from the screen and placed the words "The district city security team is under full management" in the center. She lowered her hand and stared at the words. This must be the woman's true purpose. The school is under the control of the city security team. Wei Yu's father is the deputy captain of the city security team. If she went in, wouldn't she be at their mercy? Chapter 21. Chen Lishu, also well aware of this, immediately said, "I probably need to discuss this with Songshur's guardian. She's already on her way." As he finished speaking, Songshur caught a glimpse of a figure approaching the corridor. She glanced sideways and saw the original body's mother, dressed in a black work suit, her face sullen, walking briskly in the empty hallway. Behind her, Lucici, clad in a green gauze dress, walked with a relatively brisk pace. They approached one after the other, her mother never once giving her a glance. The bodyguard pushed open the office door, and she walked straight in. Lucici's gaze remained fixed on her. She stopped 2 steps away, looked her up and down, and chuckled, covering her mouth with her hands. "Only 2 days, and you become like this?" Songshur didn't bother to pay attention, her attention was focused on the office. Gently she was explaining the whole story to the original body's mother. Lucici felt a little embarrassed by her disregard, and said, "You and your father are so much alike." Songshur finally looked up. "What?" Lucici snorted. "They only bring trouble to mother. They're both disasters." "Songshur, tell me more." "Lucici, ? She was startled by Songshur's calm tone. She clenched her fists. "Do you need me to tell you? Don't you know what your father did?" Songshur, She really didn't know. Lucici pursed her lips, turned her head away, took a few steps back, and leaned against the railing on the other side of the aisle, her arm casually draped over it, admiring the view. Songshur was speechless for once. This guy was such a dampener. She was so ready for a story. Out of sight, out of mind. Songshur leaned against the wall with his arms folded across his chest, his back to her. Inside, Wei Yuyu's mother was screaming accusations, while her own mother remained silent. The reason Wei Yuyu's mother was so unstable was because she knew the decision was no longer in her hands. With her special status as a berserker with a high probability of differentiation, and her son Wei Yuyu already in the wrong, if he just stood firm and rejected the proposal, she would. "I agree." The indifferent voice vibrated through the cold wall, reaching Songshur's eardrums. All her calculations were shattered in that moment, and her eyelashes fluttered. Lucici stood far away and didn't hear the conversation inside. She spoke to herself, "I've awakened. I'm a healer, B-level. Now that all 3 of us are awakened, we can move to the inner city. We've already set a date, we leave the outer city in 3 days. Don't bother your mother with these messy things at school anymore." Lucici's voice overlapped with the voices within the wall. "You can do whatever you want with me. I have no objections. Also, Teacher Chen, I'm moving to the inner city soon. If Songshur has any problems at the school, I hope you can help resolve them on my behalf, just like you did the past 2 years." On the signature page of the consent to transfer to school, Songshur was about to sign his own name when he saw the name of the body's biological mother in the family signature column, Zhao Jing. The handwriting was so heavy it nearly pierced through the paper, and the strokes trembled slightly at the end. After signing quickly, the other person brushed past her, grabbed the hand of Lucici, who was standing dazed at the office door, and quickly left. As if afraid something might happen again in the next second, and they wouldn't be able to get rid of this burden. Songshur retracted her gaze, bent down, picked up the pen the other person had used, and wrote her name carefully behind the signature. She took 2 imperceptible deep breaths, calming herself, and swept away the previous wave of abandonment. After all, she wasn't her biological mother, so why should she feel bad? As for being sent to a detention school, what did it matter if the school was under the control of the city's security team? If she died there within 3 months, Wei Yuyu and his family wouldn't be able to explain to the school. Wei Yuyu's mother had personally stated that if she hadn't awakened after 3 months, she would be expelled from the school. This meant that her life would at least be safe during these 3 months. 3 months was plenty of time for her to awaken successfully. As for the way they managed to get her into the detention school, they were definitely prepared to let her suffer a lot there. But danger and opportunity often coexist. Staying outside, the progress bar is too slow. Perhaps a change of location would allow her awakening progress to surge forward. Songshur, right? Wei Yuyu's mother suddenly spoke from the sofa in front of the coffee table. Songshur, his thoughts returning, ignored her and wrote the last stroke of his name. The other woman sat on the sofa, legs naturally crossed, eyes downcast, fiddling with her bright red nail polish. Low-class citizens like you living in the slums should know that a strong temper is not something you should possess. Songshur paused as he capped his pen and looked up. The woman blew gently on her nails, gathered her white fur cape around her waist, and raised her eyelids. Especially when facing someone from a different class, it's best to retract your fangs and claws, becoming a gentle and docile punching bag, good for others and good for yourself. Songshur rubbed his ears. So, this woman was saying that a slum dweller like her should just sit back and let her son bully her? She shouldn't fight back, shouldn't talk back. Songshur had never heard such a disgusting lecture in her life. Your son has a move I really like. The other person, not following Songshur's train of thought, frowned and stared at her in confusion. Chen Lishu also looked over warily. In fact, he was still a little wary of Song Shi. He was worried she might suddenly go crazy like she did in class, and hit Wei Yu's mother with a chair again. He glanced vaguely at the two bodyguards guarding the door. Song Shi must have seen them when she came in. She wouldn't be so crazy as to attack them under their watchful eyes. Chen Lishu was still a little worried. He pretended to take the contract from the table and casually walked to Song Shi's side. That way, if Song Shi suddenly went berserk, he would be able to stop her in time. Under Chen Lishu's wary gaze, and the beautiful woman's questioning gaze, Song Shi raised his middle finger and gestured twice at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman replied, ? Her eyes widened, and the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes flattened. Chen Lishu breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Song Shi's gesture, but then a wave of fear washed over him. Her life was now in someone else's hands, and yet she dared to provoke him so brazenly. The beautiful woman was so angry she was speechless, her fingers digging into the leather sofa. Her lips moved for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Perhaps because she had never been treated so rudely before, she had no coping strategies in this regard. I learned this from your son. I'm giving it back to you as a gift from your son, Song Shi said with a smile. The beautiful woman was so furious that her vision was spinning. Chen Lishu stamped his feet in frustration, and, unseen by the beautiful woman, elbowed Song Shi's arm. Song Shi glanced up at him, but receiving Chen Lishu's warning look, she shrugged and clasped her hands behind her back as if nothing had happened. Chen Lishu quickly leaned forward to offer her some kind words, then retrieved a fresh cup from the shelf and poured her a cup of tea. Song Shi had nothing better to do, so she turned and tried to leave. Where are you going? The woman, seeing Song Shi's retreating figure, suddenly became agitated and waved the cup away. The cup Chen Lishu had just retrieved shattered. The woman, no longer able to maintain her ladylike elegance, screamed at Song Shi, "You have to go today." Song Shi didn't even turn around. She had eyes, and saw the date written on the contract. Her time at the school was starting today. I go back and pack my things. Although she had nothing to pack, her suitcases were destroyed in the explosion, and her only remaining possession was the laptop on her wrist. She still had to buy something. No, the woman said, probably afraid she used this opportunity to escape. You two arrest her. Song Shi, who had just reached the door, was dragged back by two men, arms twisted. Chen Lishu reluctantly turned his gaze away from the shattered teacups, nervously trying to ease the tension. Xiao Song, there's everything in there. You don't have to go home to pack. I drive you there right now. After speaking to Song Shi, he bowed respectfully to the beautiful woman. I be with her to handle the paperwork for her transfer to the school. I take her there now. Madam, do you have any other instructions? The beautiful woman, still furious at Song Shi, glared at Chen Lishu and warned, if you dare pull any tricks, forget about teaching at Renshi Middle School. Don't forget who helped you get here. She had clearly seen Chen Lishu's deliberate attempts to help Song Shi. Chen Lishu's sweat had already trickled down to the back of his neck, but he didn't dare wipe it. He lowered his head even lower and timidly said, of course, of course. The beautiful woman glanced at him, then stood up gracefully, smoothing her shawl around her. She stepped aside from the sofa, passing Song Shi with a cold snort. Perhaps the thought of Song Shi falling into her hands had cheered her up. Song Shi's eyes half closed, staring at the shattered porcelain pieces on the floor, unresponsive, as if he hadn't heard. Let's go see my son. She left with two bodyguards. Chen Lishu finally dared to take out his wrinkled handkerchief and wipe the sticky sweat from his face. Let's go! He smiled bitterly. Leaving the office building, they headed towards the garage, passing teaching building number 1. All the senior classes were there. It was still class time, and aside from the physical education classes, there were few people downstairs. As she was about to enter the garage door, Song Shi spotted a figure running towards her from a distance. She was wearing a school uniform, her hair falling in wisps as she ran. It was Tang Yu. Chapter 22. Song Shi stopped immediately. Chen Lishu was still walking forward when he heard no footsteps behind him and turned to look. He saw the girl who had worked part-time that morning, a backpack slung across her back and a small, pure black suitcase in tow, clattering and clattering as she ran towards him. She finally stopped 3 steps in front of Song Shi. I've packed some things here. You should be able to use them. She ran so fast that her voice was breathless and her cheeks flushed. Not only Chen Lishu, but Song Shi himself was stunned. Where did you get the news? No, it hadn't been more than half an hour since she signed the consent form. Even if she had passed the news to Tang Yu, She wouldn't have had enough time to prepare these things in such a short time. Unless... You? Yes, Tang Yu nodded in agreement. Songshi's mouth snapped shut. From the very beginning, Tang Yu had anticipated her intention to settle the score with Wei Yu and had gone back to prepare these things. My father asked me to prepare these for you. He said you paid for 10 days accommodation and only stayed for 1 day. The remaining 9 days worth of money will be exchanged for these things for you to use inside, Tang Yu explained. Songshi took the suitcase handle from her, a mixture of emotions welling up in his heart. Your father knows I'm a berserker? He knew when you added him as a friend. Tang Yu lowered her head to operate her computer. I don't have your contact information on my computer yet, so I add you. Songshi held out her computer for her to scan, recalling the details of adding Wei Hong as a friend. Had she been exposed then? She hadn't noticed anything wrong. The scan was complete. As if understanding Songshi's thoughts, Tang Yu showed her the friend page. Songshi looked down. High-risk individual was practically popping out of the page in bold red. Songshi. This notification is truly pervasive. Afraid others wouldn't notice, Tang Yu retracted her laptop and said crisply, I have good news for you. What? Songshi looked up at her. Her eyes curved into crescents, and she clutched the straps of her backpack with both hands, looking incredibly well-behaved. When I went to the office to ask for leave to go home, my homeroom teacher, the director of the supernatural department, asked me about you. He thought you might be about to awaken, and asked me to keep an eye on you. As she spoke, her eyebrows raised slightly, her gaze deliberately sweeping across Chenlishu before returning to Songshi's face. She shook the laptop on her wrist. So, remember to contact me every week so I can explain your situation to my homeroom teacher. Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Chenlishu, standing in the shadows of the garage doorway, to hear. He wiped his sweat. These words were clearly meant for him. He thought to himself, how can kids these days be so cunning? He couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at the time on the laptop and waved to Songshi, urging her, Xiao Song, hurry up. We have to be there before 6 o'clock. Songshi unzipped the sleeve of her hospital gown, revealing the laptop on her wrist. It was 5:10. She looked up at Tang Yu and promised, I will. Then she dragged her suitcase toward the garage. Chenlishu drove Songshi away from Renchi Middle School and, 40 minutes later, arrived in Xinhe District, a neighboring district. Written in gold letters on the gate were the words Control School 11-6 Branch. After registering with the security guard, Chenlishu drove Songshi into the parking area. After parking the car, a middle-aged man in a gray suit arrived to greet them, take them through the admissions procedures, and introduce Songshi to the school. It wasn't much different from a regular school, except that the management was much stricter. You could only go out once a month, for no more than half a day. Dual laptops are confiscated during the week, and you can only use them for 1 hour on weekend afternoons. The assessment system is such that if you accumulate 5 points for a mistake, you'd be put in a small dark room as punishment. It's like a prison system, Songshi thought to himself. The man in the gray suit introduced himself, Li Binwen, I work in the admissions office. He spoke at length about the school's management system and proudly outlined its contributions to District 11. Although our 11-Branch 6 hasn't produced any outstanding individuals, District 11's crime rate has plummeted in recent years, and this is inextricably linked to 11-Branch 6. This is especially true in Xinhe District, which used to top the crime rate rankings in District 11, but now ranks near the bottom. Songshi never imagined that one day a school would describe its achievements by mentioning its contribution to lowering crime in the area. Other places are so inferior, Songshi muttered. Li Binwen, oblivious to Songshi's complaints, continued his lengthy speech, his voice cadenced. Character is the biggest problem. If someone has flawed character, no matter how outstanding their abilities are, what good is it? They're still a threat to District 11 and the Federation. Chenlishu, always agreeing with others, could only smile awkwardly, unsure what to say next. So, little Song, Li Binwen turned his head and suddenly changed the subject to Songshi. Come here, reform yourself, and when you get out, start a new life. Songshi, following behind the two men and surveying the surrounding buildings, said, ? Why does that sound so strange? Staring at Songshi, who remained unresponsive, Chenlishu grabbed her arm and pulled her in front of Li Binwen, saying with a smile, then directly, please take good care of her for me. If she has any questions, just contact me directly. I'll be there whenever you need me. It's rare to find a class teacher like you these days. Li Binwen gave Chenlishu an admiring look, then turned back and continued walking. Chenlishu's smile suddenly became forced. especially when he met Songshir's eyes. He hurriedly turned his head away, not daring to look at her, and caught up with Lee Bin-wen. Songshir looked at his back and narrowed his eyes. Just now, what flashed across Chen Lishu's eyes was guilt. Guilt that he, as the class teacher, had turned a blind eye to the bullying he had known for the past 2 years. The two had already walked away. Songshir shook his head and hurried to catch up. The class she was about to transfer to was still Class 3-2 of senior high school. Chen Lishu followed her to complete all the admission procedures and left. Songshir took the dormitory room card from Lee Bin-wen, took off the light computer, and gave it to him. Instead, he received a mechanical watch to tell the time and walked towards the dormitory building alone, dragging his suitcase. Songshir glanced at the location on the room card. Room 496, Building A Senior High School. Songshir followed the location and went up. The second room, at the end of the 4th floor. Songshir swiped her card, and the door creaked open with a trembling sound. It was still class time, and no one was in the dormitory, making the sound extremely loud. Songshir hurriedly reached up to steady the door, and the sound finally stopped. Songshir sighed. This door was so broken. She squeezed her suitcase through the gap, gently closing the door. The dormitory was a single room. It was about 10 square meters, with a wooden single bed, a worn desk and chair, and a small bathroom. Songshir pushed open the door, revealing a shower. She turned on the faucet to test the water temperature. It was cold. Songshir shook the water off her hands and looked at the things on the bed. The school-issued luggage and daily necessities were piled on the bed, including 2 sets of school uniforms, 2 sets of daily suits, and even the matching shoes. Just as Chen Lishu had said, everything was prepared here. Songshir took off her watch and placed it on the table, then rolled up her sleeves and began to pack. An hour later, she slumped in the chip chair, her head tilted back, and breathed a long sigh. She had finally finished packing the things assigned to her by school. She was so sleepy that her upper eyelids clung to her lower. She hadn't slept a wink since yesterday morning. She hadn't unpacked the suitcase Tang Yu had prepared, but she planned to save it for tomorrow. She grabbed a change of clothes and went to shower. After a refreshing cold shower, Songshir, shrouded in cold air, sat in a chair, blinking at the ceiling. Her sleepiness had vanished. Resignedly, she dragged the black suitcase from under the bed and unzipped it. What she saw was a wall of milk. They were all the same brand Tang Yu drank. After a moment of stunned silence, Songshir shook his head and smiled helplessly, then took out all the milk and placed it on the table. Tang Yu, perhaps worried she starved, had packed 30 cartons of milk. After removing the milk, the contents buried underneath were revealed. A large bag of medicine, almost taking up half the suitcase. It contained various therapies. Songshir rummaged through the bags and found most of them were painkillers, hemostatics, and gauze. Songshir stared at the pile of medicine and wiped his face. So, Tang Yu had already anticipated that she would suffer greatly here. After sorting the medicines by category, Songshir looked at the few remaining items in the suitcase. They were all more delicate items that the school hadn't prepared. He took out a bundle of hair ties and placed them on the table. He zipped it up and tucked it back under the bed. Outside, voices and footsteps gradually became heard. Songshir picked up his watch from the table and slipped it on his wrist, checking the time, 9 o'clock. She remembered that Lee Bin-wen had given her a schedule, which she had slipped into a drawer. Songshir took it out and unfolded it, studying the schedule. Wake up at 7 a.m. and return to the dorm at 9 p.m. There's an hour-long lunch break, and the remaining time is 2/3 study time, with 1/3 for meals and group playtime. The noise grew louder, and someone exclaimed, "Huh? A new person?" Dorm 496. Songshir hadn't heard this conversation for 2 minutes, and was about to fall asleep when the dorm door, which seemed poised to collapse at any moment, was kicked in from outside. Songshir had locked the door before entering, so they didn't kick it open. Newcomer. Open the door. Songshir didn't want to open the door. If the other party had knocked politely, she might have opened the door to communicate, but the other party's attitude made it clear they were up to no good. Not wanting to cause trouble right away, she reached up and flipped the switch on the side of the desk. The lights went out, plunging the room into darkness. Silence fell outside. Songshir sat motionless in her chair, staring at the door. There was a small window on it. Earlier, while packing, she had taped the piece of paper with the deductions Lee Bin-wen had given her to it for privacy. It blocked the view outside. The room was now pitch black. A light from the corridor outside cast a shadow on the paper. The shadow gradually shrank, and the person who had kicked her door walked away. But the next second, the shadow rapidly expanded, and her door was kicked again. The vibration echoed throughout the building, and the voices elsewhere died down. Chapter 23. Songshur had thought turning off the lights would make it clear she didn't want to see him, but he refused to give up until he saw her. She pushed her chair aside, stood up, and pulled a hair tie from a bundle on the table, tucking it up with the still damp ends of her hair. She flipped the wall light switch and approached the doorknob. New here, do you know the rules? It's your first day here, and you're already going to bed without even saying hello to our sister? The shouts, accompanied by the sound of kicking at the door, masked Songshur's approaching footsteps. Songshur unlocked the door and opened it. Caught off guard, the girl who had kicked the door didn't retract her foot. A look of terror crossed her face, and she screamed and lunged at Songshur. Songshur dodged to the side, watching coldly as the girl fell to the ground. The room was small and cramped, and the chair was right at the entrance. The girl pushed it forward in her panic, making a grinding sound against the floor. The girl cried out, "Ouch!" and scrambled to her feet, rubbing her knees and elbows as she limped back to her big sister. The so-called big sister was standing in front of the door. Songshur looked up. She was wearing the school-issued blue and white uniform. Her hair was a head of faded, light brown curls, with new black hair growing at the roots. Her arms were folded across her chest, a burning cigarette tucked between her right index and middle fingers. She strolled in, ignoring Songshur. She scanned the newly tidy room, her gaze settling on a pile of red milk cartons on the table. The girl who had fallen earlier also noticed this, and despite the pain in her leg, she squeezed in again, picked up a carton, and examined it. This milk is expensive. It's the brand from the Eternal Life group specifically for awakened ones. It seems to boost mental strength. This kind of drink can strengthen the body, even for ordinary people. I've never tried it before. As she spoke, she unwrapped a straw and, without even asking Songshur's permission, stuffed it into her mouth. Songshur's eyes flashed with impatience. He stepped forward, snatched the straw from her mouth, and, pulling it out just as it was about to touch her mouth, threw it to the ground, and stomped on it. The attendant was about to take a sip from the straw, but her hand came up empty. She was startled, looking down to see her hand empty. Songshur had just returned the milk to its place. Feeling insulted, her eyes widened, and her arm trembled as she pointed at Songshur. You, what are you so arrogant about? What's wrong with drinking something? This is our territory." The dormitory walls were not soundproof, and her voice boomed like thunder, quickly echoing throughout the building. Onlookers crowded the entrance. The big sister standing in front of her raised her smoke-yellowed fingers at the perfect moment. The little henchman immediately shut up and, with a pretentious chin, raised his head towards Songshur. "Wait till my eldest sister takes care of you. Your name is Songshur?" Songshur looked up. The other party knew her name. Were they sent by Wei Yu's mother? After the girl uttered the name Songshur, a murmur of chattering erupted from outside the door. Offended. City security, reward photo. Songshur vaguely discerned a few words. Her fingers tightened around the doorknob. How many people had Wei Yu's mother shared this matter with? Why did they all seem to know? She looked wary, her body tense. The curly-haired woman looked at her and chuckled softly, a cloud of white smoke emanating from her nostrils. "Get some sleep tonight." With that, he walked away. The little henchman, just as surprised as Songshur, quickly pushed through the crowd to catch up. "Why?" He barely uttered the 3 words before receiving a glare from the other man. He shut his mouth, shrank like a quail, and followed him out. The smell of cigarette smoke lingered in the room. Those who had been watching outside had returned to their dormitories. Songshur locked the door and sat in a chair for a while. They were there to confirm. To determine if this new arrival was actually Songshur. They were the vanguard, with a large group following behind. "Get some sleep tonight." Songshur recalled these words to himself, turned off the lights, and went to bed. 7 a.m. A whistle blew downstairs, breaking through the thick morning fog and piercing the ears of the sleeping people. The shrill sound drew curses from many. Songshur emerged from the bathroom, her face still damp with moisture. She took the uniform she arranged the night before from the hanger and put it on. She also tied her hair back in a ponytail. Breakfast was distributed, 2 eggs and a carton of milk. After breakfast, it was time for moral education class. Songshur sat at her desk, looking at a moral education book on the table, as thick as 2 bricks stacked together. She inexplicably thought about how devastating it would be to be hit on the head with this book. She had been in a trance all morning. She had just learned this. Moral education is a standard curriculum in all controlled schools. This free school is a multi-purpose facility that accommodates orphans, social workers seeking qualifications, punishes troublemakers, and detains juvenile offenders. A banner with white letters on a red background on the classroom wall read, "Even if you are society's outcasts, don't let this school become a prison." Since it's a slogan, it means it's different from reality. Songshur took one look and summed it up in one sentence: a prison full of social outcasts. The Federation doesn't expect these people to learn any useful knowledge that would contribute to its development. It only hopes to discipline their morals, so that they won't harm society upon release. No wonder Li Bin Wen, when he previously described the school's achievements, said it had reduced the crime rate in the area. Songshur admitted he misjudged him. The controller spoke for the entire morning. When he got tired, someone else took over. The controller is the master of this school. There are no teachers in the control school, only controllers. 12 o'clock. Classes ended promptly. Everyone filed into the cafeteria in an orderly manner, under the controller's supervision. The cafeteria had ample capacity, easily enough for 1,000 people to dine simultaneously. With so many people, conflicts were likely to arise. Controllers armed with instruments stood at intervals along the walls. Controllers also patrolled the neatly arranged tables. Songshur lined up to get her meal and looked for a seat. More than half the seats in the cafeteria were already occupied, leaving few completely empty tables. She found a nearby table with 2 empty seats and set down her plate. Just as she was about to sit down, the other 6 people at the table for 8 hurriedly stood up, carrying half-eaten meals, and scattered to other empty tables, away from Songshur. Songshur wasn't surprised. He sat down calmly and began to eat from his plate. The dish wasn't particularly attractive. A mixture of various unknown vegetables created an unappetizing grayish-white color. Songshur picked up her spoon and dipped a little. The taste matched its appearance perfectly, even better. Resisting the urge to spit, Songshur closed her eyes, forcing herself to ignore the taste and swallow. This was her only way to maintain her strength now. She would be eating dishes like this every day for the next few months. "Oh, new here? It's normal you can't handle this kind of food." A tray was placed across the table. Songshur looked up and saw a boy about her age sitting down. At the same time, the previously empty 8-person table was filled, leaving only the table next to her vacant. Songshur instantly became alert. "Call me Brother Tong. We see each other often," the boy introduced enthusiastically. Songshur didn't relax at all and continued eating faster. "Huh? You seem to really enjoy this kind of food," the boy across from her said, feigning surprise. "Then you can have some of mine too." With that, he dumped all the food from his plate onto Songshur's. The plate was thrown in as well. "Ouch, sorry, my hand is shaking." He winked at his subordinate, who reached in to scoop it up. The subordinate's fingers made direct contact with the food, completely unaware. When the plate was lifted, the rice and vegetables were all mixed together. It was unappetizing to begin with, and now it looked even less edible. Because of the other party's rough handling, a lot of food splattered onto the table, outside the plate, some even onto Songshur's arm. It was summer, and Songshur was wearing short sleeves. She quickly pulled her arm back and wiped off the soup. "Eat quickly. This is Brother Tong's gift." The man who took the plate nudged Songshur's shoulder, urging him on, and wiped all the soup off his hands. Songshur frowned in disgust. The boy didn't notice and reached out to push him. Songshur raised her eyes and clenched the spoon in her hand. "Ah! Xiao Gung, stop touching me." Tonggu, standing opposite, reached out to stop him, then looked at Songshur. "Xiao Song, hurry up and eat." Songshur sat still, his eyes scanning the cafeteria for the traffic control officers assigned to maintain order. The few traffic control officers who had been patrolling their area had now moved to other areas, avoiding patrolling this area, and even avoiding looking in their direction. Songshur had an idea. The man across from her, who called himself Tonggu, spoke again. "Xiao Song can't eat? I get one of your kind to show you how." "One of your kind?" Songshur's brows furrowed. A thin boy was dragged over by the arm, and sat down in the empty seat next to her. Songshur glanced sideways, his appearance stopping her in her tracks. A high-probability peacock-type differentiator, the same type as Xiao Song. He reached out, and pushed the plate in front of Songshur toward the boy next to him. His fake smile faded, and he gave a direct order, "Chen Suchin, eat it." Under his gaze, the boy trembled as he picked up the spoon on the table. Without a thought of resistance, he scooped a spoonful and shoveled it into his mouth. In this inappropriate moment, Songshur's mind flashed through the description of the peacock type in the guidebook. Weak, docile, timid. Eat your sister. Songshur raised his hand and swatted the spoon away from his mouth. Chapter 24. The food in the spoon splattered, some even landing on Tong's hair across from him, a sticky mess. His forced smile faltered. He reached up to touch his hair, only to get a handful of the sticky substance. With disgust, he smeared it on the clothes of the younger brother beside him, his face contorted with gloom. Grab her. The boy who had been standing behind Songshur, poised to strike, immediately wrapped his elbow around Songshur's neck and pulled back with all his might. Songshur's breath caught, and his upper body was forced backward. She raised her hand to pry the man's arm, but the hardened, swollen muscles, like a giant arm of steel, couldn't budge even a bit. The steel spoon she had been holding in her right hand now came into play. Her fingers slid down to grasp the spoon's head, and she thrust the relatively sharp handle down hard into his arm. Ah! The spoon's handle, polished to a smooth surface, only penetrated about a centimeter before being stopped by the muscle, preventing it from going any further. The boy above screamed, but didn't let go. Songshur pulled out the ladle and lunged at him again. His hand was grabbed. His fingers were pried apart bit by bit, and the ladle was forcibly removed. The others sitting around the table had quickly gathered around, two of them grabbing Songshur's arms, one on each side, forcibly holding her up. The boy holding Songshur's neck finally released his arm. A bloody hole was visible on his arm, and blood flowed down his veins. He grimaced in pain and frantically tore at his clothes to bandage it. Songshur was half dragged, half pulled to Tong Ji's front. She struggled violently, and the two men seemed to be trying to break free. Tonggu gave a wink, and two more men came over and grabbed Songshur's arms. It took 4 strong boys to finally hold her in place. The people eating at the surrounding tables were startled and scattered. The controllers never glanced in their direction. Is the camera on? Brother Tong stood up, flexed his wrists, and turned to ask a younger officer behind him. It's on, the younger officer said, revealing a laptop computer on his wrist. He raised it and pointed it at Songshur. Laptop computers are contraband here, and the other party must have had the controller's tacit approval for one. Okay, then remember to take a clear picture. I'm waiting to exchange it for money, Brother Tong said, clenching his right fist, exhaling and punching Songshur in the stomach. Songshur groaned, the color draining from his face. Pain spread from his abdomen to his internal organs, squeezing them violently, and his mind instantly cleared of thoughts. She lowered her head, gritting her teeth to suppress a cry. Veins throbbed at her forehead, and the veins in her neck were prominent. Aren't you a tough guy? Her hair was grabbed, and the man surnamed Tong lifted her face and pointed it at the camera. Come on, face the camera, and say, I was wrong, please forgive me. I won't do it again, and I let you go. Songshur's eyes slowly focused, and she opened her mouth slightly. The smell of blood washed over her, but she ignored it and stared at the camera, bearing one white fang. Tong's face darkened, and he swung his fist at Songshur's face. Don't be ungrateful. Songshur's face tilted weakly. Her chin was pinched again, forcing her head up to face the camera. Songshur lifted her eyelids and looked at Tong, who was standing right before her, completely defenseless. Haven't you heard that when you hit someone, don't hit them in the face? His hoarse voice fell, and Songshur, with all her strength, slammed his head forward. There was a crisp bang. It was the sound of a broken nose. Tonggu was caught off guard by the blow, clutching his nose as tears streamed down his face. The 4 men holding Songshur's arms panicked. 2 men tried to support Tonggu, while the other 2 pulled Songshur back. Songshur, ahead of them, raised her leg and kicked Tonggu in the weakest spot. She hadn't moved her legs for so long, waiting for this perfect opportunity. The distance and angle were perfect. Tonggu, preoccupied with clutching her nose, had no idea the real danger was about to arrive. Ah! The screams echoed throughout the cafeteria, which was so large that the echoes were continuous. The 2 men restraining Songshur's arms panicked. They were barely holding her, but now Songshur seized the opportunity, instantly freeing her right hand, which was the weakest part of her grip. She grabbed the plate from the table, and threw it at the man still twisting her left arm. The man, seeing the plate coming at him, instinctively let go. Songshur flung it away, drawing his attention, and he spun towards Brother Tong. Brother Tong was being carefully supported by his men. Songshur, like a vicious dog, pushed his way in, unexpectedly. Brother Tong was thrown backwards, his lower body in pain, afraid to struggle. He screamed for his men to pull Songshur away. Before his men could react and pull Songshur away, Songshur's fists rained down. Each one struck him with full force, pounding him in the face. Don't hit me in the face! Don't hit me in the face! Don't hit me in the face! 3 consecutive punches left the man's face bruised and swollen beyond recognition. The man recording the video quickly put down his laptop to intervene. More than a dozen hands forcibly pulled Songshur down and threw him to the ground. Songshur's abdomen was injured again by the collision, and she twitched as she struggled to her feet. The men had already surrounded her, 1 foot on her back, pinning her to the ground. Her arms were twisted behind her back, and her legs were restrained. Tonggu was helped to his feet. His eyes were swollen, and he could barely see the scene, but he knew he had been beaten. He could vaguely see Songshur pinned to the ground. The pain in his lower body was nothing compared to the burning rage. He staggered, holding onto the arm of one of his men, and walked over to the prone Songshur, kicking him repeatedly in the back. I let you run wild. I let you run wild. You dare to resist. I show you who's boss here. Blood flowed from Songshur's tightly pursed lips. Her hands, twisted behind her back, were clenched into fists, their knuckles white. She struggled hard, even digging her watchband into her flesh, but it was no use. She was too weak under the pressure of so many people. After another 7 or 8 kicks, Brother Tong finally relaxed. The pain in his lower body was imminent. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and instructed the others, keep going. Leave her alive. Film the video, and send it to me when you're done. Yes. 2 of the men helped him away, and the remaining men released their grip on Songshur. Songshur's hands were drooping. She tried to sit up, but barely 5 centimeters off the ground when punches and kicks rained down upon her. Songshur's body hunched over, her hands clutching her head. The beating lasted for an unknown amount of time, until Songshur's vision went black, her mind gradually blurring into a blur. The sounds of beatings and scolding faded, and her jaw was twisted. A camera, flashing green light, focused on her for 2 or 3 seconds. Silence finally fell. Songshur weakly lifted her wrist, removed the watch that had been deeply embedded in her flesh, and clutched it in her hand. She lay face up on the cafeteria floor, unconscious. Chapter 25. Songshur was awakened by pain. Every bone in her body ached, especially her right waist. Every breath she took irritated her, and soon a layer of sweat formed on her forehead. She could only breathe gently, and move her body slowly. She lay on the cold cafeteria floor, no one caring whether she lived or died. Songshur propped herself up with her arms, and slowly sat up, holding onto the cafeteria chair next to her to support herself. This series of movements had already caused her to sweat profusely, and she leaned against the table to catch her breath. The cafeteria was empty, the food on the table had been cleared away, and the sky outside the window was still bright. Songshur looked down at her watch. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She had been unconscious for over 2 hours. A screen popped up in her mind. Abuse value progress, 26%. Anti-abuse value progress, 21%. This system is physically abusive, not emotionally. I hope you persevere to the end, the rewards will be far greater than you can imagine. Songshur looked at the last line, raised her head, and forced back the bitterness in her eyes. Putting her watch in her trouser pocket, she dragged her heavy steps towards the dormitory building. As she entered the dormitory door, someone dressed like an older woman from the duty office called out to her. What are you doing? Songshur turned around. I need to go back to the dormitory. As she spoke, she realized her voice was incredibly hoarse. It's class time now. No one is allowed back to the dormitory. The afro-haired attendant ran out of the duty room, holding a half-meter-long steel ruler, and stood in front of Songshur. Songshur lowered his eyes to look at the steel ruler. Through the reflection on it, he saw large bloodstains on his cheeks and under his nose, which even spread to the roots of his hair on the left side of his temple. He didn't know when the nosebleed had flowed out, but it had now dried up. The corners of his mouth were swollen and purple, and there was blood as well, which was left by a punch to the abdomen. Seeing her in this state, and still not being allowed to return to the dormitory to rest, Songshur had a rough idea. Holding his waist, he slowly moved out of the dormitory building and headed towards the teaching building. It was class time, and the corridor was empty. Songshur passed the bathroom, turned into the sink, turned on the faucet, and washed the blood off his face. The water stung the corners of his mouth, and Songshur, trying to endure it, still groaned. She slammed her palm against the edge of the sink, her chest heaving violently. The pain in her waist slowly irritated her nerves, and her tyrannical desire to destroy everything reached its peak at that moment. Songshur looked up, and the person in the mirror had bloodshot eyes, a terrifying crimson. I don't know if it was anger that overwhelmed me, or if the pain had numbed me, but the pain in my body gradually began to fade. Tons of warmth pumped from my chest, flowing through my blood vessels, slowly flowing into my limbs, nourishing my wounded flesh and soothing my violent emotions. Doubt flashed across the person in the mirror's eyes. She had just withdrawn her hand from the water and placed it on her chest, where her heart lay, sensing the unidentified breath, carefully examining whether it was an illusion. Before she could determine whether it was real or not, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, engulfing her. Songsher's eyelids fluttered shut, and she took a step back. The weightlessness of falling startled her awake. She quickly grasped the sink with both hands, bracing herself against the fall. The unexplained drowsiness returned, and she shook her head, scooping a handful of cold water from the spout onto her face. The cool touch soothed her a little, and she stumbled towards the classroom. Songsher drifted off several times along the way. Each time, she punched her injured waist. The dull pain stimulated her nerves, waking her up for a moment, and she rushed forward. Finally reaching the back door of the classroom, Songsher's eyelids were already weighing her down. She kicked the door open, straining to pry them open a crack, and rushed to her seat. As soon as her butt touched the chair, Songsher fell asleep. She blocked out the instructor's angry scolding and the whispers around her. Her body was rapidly repairing itself, radiating heat from the inside out. Her damp hair quickly dried, and her cheeks flushed an unnatural red, burning like a fever. Songsher dozed over the table for the entire afternoon, until darkness fell, the bell rang, and the noisy shuffling of chairs around her awoke her, and she slowly awoke, opening her eyes. More than half the class had already left. The remaining students were gathering their belongings in groups of 3 or 4, while a few others were cleaning. Songsher instinctively checked her wrist. There was no watch on either arm. She paused for a moment, her memory returning, and she remembered that her watch was in her trouser pocket. She was about to retrieve her watch from her trouser pocket when her pupils fluttered, staring at her right wrist. She remembered a deep scar there before she went to sleep, caused by the watch strap. Now, there was only a shallow red mark on her wrist, like new pink flesh growing after a scab had formed and fallen away. A thought struck Songsher, and he immediately touched the wound on his waist. A gentle touch didn't hurt, but with a little pressure, he felt a slow ache coming from deep within. This light pain brought peace of mind to Songsher. At least it proved that everything she remembered wasn't a dream, but real. But why had she recovered so quickly? Songsher thought of the soothing warmth that had surged through his heart in the bathroom, and the accompanying wave of sleepiness. Could she be awakening her healing powers? "We're locking the door." An impatient male voice interrupted her. Songsher looked up and saw the cleaners had already laid out their tools and were heading out. The boy standing outside, holding the doorknob, urged them on. Songsher stood up and left her seat. As soon as she took a step, she felt a pain in her lower back, her legs gave way, and she nearly fell. Thankfully, she reacted quickly and held onto the table. The injury to her waist was severe, and a good night's sleep might have healed her to 70% or 80%. Songsher's expression remained calm. She let go of the table, slowed down, and walked towards the door. As she left, the sound of a door closing could be heard from behind. The men, chasing her, brushed past her. Songsher, then, slowly moved towards the dormitory building. After adjusting to the pain, she walked back to her dorm with relative ease. After locking the door, she took off her blood-stained clothes and headed to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Songsher carefully examined her body. All external injuries had healed, the cut around her mouth and the bruises on her body were gone. Only her waist and rib cage still felt painful when pressed. These were the areas most severely beaten. Such a rapid recovery was a pleasant surprise for Songsher. After washing and hanging the blood-stained clothes, Songsher pushed open the bathroom door. She had slept through dinner and hadn't eaten anything. Although she wasn't hungry, she decided to eat something. This kind of thing wouldn't happen just once. From the few words she heard, she could tell that the video of her beating could be exchanged for money from Wei Yu's mother. She didn't know the exact amount. But if there was one person driven by such money, there would be another. Songsher picked up the milk on the table that the henchman had stabbed yesterday, cut a small hole in it, and tilted her head back to chug it down. Feeling a little full, she washed and lay down on the bed. Even after a full afternoon, she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Chapter 26. The next morning, Songsher was awakened by a whistle. Before she even opened her eyes, her fingers found her waist and pressed. The pain was much less intense than yesterday. She sat up, changed into the clean clothes she had left by the bed the previous night, and went to the bathroom to wash up. Staring at herself in the mirror, the corners of her mouth were smooth, and the redness, swelling, and bruises from the punch yesterday were gone. Songshur touched her fingertips, lost in thought. Her recovery was too fast. While berserkers with a high probability of differentiation had greater recovery abilities than the average person, they couldn't recover 80% to 90% overnight. She needed to cover up, and Songshur remembered the small bag of cosmetics Tang Yu had prepared in her suitcase. She pushed open the bathroom door, squatted by the bed, pulled out the suitcase, opened it, and found the bag of cosmetics underneath a large bag of medicine. Songshur returned to the bathroom and sifted through her makeup, finding a suitable purple-blue hue. She dipped her finger into it and applied it to her lips. She stepped back, looked at it from a distance, and feeling it wasn't realistic enough, she added another layer of red. It still didn't look quite right. Songshur simply squeezed out her foundation, gently patted it open, and applied a thin layer to the corners of her mouth, not completely covering the bruises, creating the effect of deliberately concealing the wound. Standing in front of the mirror, Songshur looked around and was satisfied with the result. She put her makeup away, tied her hair, and walked out. Life at the control school was much the same day after day. She entered the cafeteria, collected her plate, and went to get breakfast. Today's breakfast was a palm-sized piece of bread and a stew. Songshur carried the tray with these items and looked for a seat. She was late again today. Every 8-person table was already occupied, so she simply walked over to the nearest table and sat down. They would avoid her anyway. As expected, as she approached, everyone eating opposite her raised their eyes to observe her until she put down her plates. Those not at the same table lowered their gazes and continued eating, while those unfortunate enough to be sitting next to her said, "Bad luck," and took their plates elsewhere. Songshur ignored the insults, lowering her head and eating quickly. At the same time, she maintained a high level of concentration, constantly monitoring the passing crowd. The situation she had been in since yesterday, where she'd been held captive by the neck and put in a passive position, couldn't happen again. Someone approached, followed by a large group of followers. Songshur's eating movements remained unchanged, but a closer look would notice that the knuckles of her right hand, which held the spoon, were turning white. Her eating speed was slowing, and she was ready to fight back at any moment. The man extended his hand, reaching for her shoulder. Songshur's shoulders tensed, the steel spoon resting against the plate. He lowered his hand, grasping the center of the handle, and quickly flipping it so the tip faced downward. The warm fingers touched her shoulder, and Songshur flicked his wrist, ready to stab. "Hello, young lady." The man patted her shoulder and withdrew his hand. Songshur, still gripping the steel spoon, glanced sideways. The man, one hand in his pocket, had taken the seat next to her. He sat sideways, one leg casually resting on the horizontal bar between the two stools, his elbow resting on the table, his head resting on his fist. He tilted his head and looked at her, his voice familiar. "I heard you sent Tong Jun to the hospital yesterday. I didn't expect you to be so capable." After confirming that the other party had no intention of attacking, Songshur lowered his head and continued eating. When Songshur didn't respond, his brow furrowed, feeling offended, but he quickly calmed down and continued smiling. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Dai Ming, from the class below you. Miss, you can come to me if you have any problems in the future. I'm a loyal friend." Songshur was a fool to believe someone who kept talking about friend and loyalty when they first met. She had finished her stew, and was feeding the remaining half of the bread. The bread was dry, and even though Songshur ate slowly, he still felt a little choked. Dai Ming beckoned his subordinate, and handed him a bottle of water. He considerately unscrewed the cap, and placed it in front of Songshur. Songshur glanced at it, but didn't touch it. "Miss, do you know why Tong Jun came to see you?" Dai Ming asked, propping his head up. Songshur was blunt. "How much did Wei Yu's mother give you?" Not much, just 100,000. Whoever is the first to send her the video every day will receive a 100,000 yuan reward." Songshur caught a glimpse of something. The first one every day. That's why the man in front of her had hurriedly approached her during breakfast. He was worried someone else would beat her and film the video, claiming the 100,000 yuan prize. Yesterday, only one group approached her for the same reason. The prize had already been taken by someone named Tong, so no matter how eager others were to claim the 100,000 yuan, there was no point in approaching her again. So from now on, only one group would approach her every day, and because of the fierce competition, the hours would get earlier and earlier. Like today, she just woken up and arrived at the cafeteria when they came to her. "Miss, I don't really want to hurt you," the other man sighed in mock pity, glancing at the corner of Songshur's mouth and reaching out to touch her. That Tong Jun bastard has no sense of leniency. Look how ruthless he is. TSK, this won't go away for 5 or 6 days. Song Shi turned away from his fingers and tossed the remaining bread onto her plate. Just tell me what you want to do. Dai Ming withdrew his hand, resting it on the knee of the leg that was resting on the railing. He spoke affectionately. Actually, I just want to help you. Instead of being beaten up by different people every day and suffering like that, why not establish a long-term partnership with me? We perform a play every day and give it to Wang Danyu. I take the money, and you suffer less. Song Shi endured it. What play? Simple. Dai Ming lowered his legs, pointed to the laptop on the wrist of one of his subordinates, and enthusiastically explained, you kneel down and beg for mercy in front of the camera. The best way is to cry harder, be humble, kowtow a few more times, and Wang Danyu will believe you, and the money will come naturally. Song Shi lowered his eyes, staring at the reflection of the steel plate. What if I don't want to? Dai Ming rubbed his neck, and his men behind him suddenly became restless. Then I have to follow Tong Jun's method from yesterday. After all, I have to get the money. Song Shi was silent for a moment. Okay. Dai Ming's eyes lit up. You agree to cooperate? He quickly turned back and asked his men to turn on the camera on the computer. Song Shi clenched the plate in his hands, stood up, and smashed it against the back of his head, facing away from him. Slap your mother. Slap your mother. Slap your mother. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. The steel plate was severely deformed by the 3 consecutive blows, leaving a large dent. Caught off guard, Dai Ming was knocked unconscious and fell headfirst to the ground. Fortunately, his men caught him in time, preventing him from making direct contact with the ground. A group of men, far more numerous than those Tong Jun had brought yesterday, surrounded Song Shi. Song Shi leaped onto the dining table, waving his plates, sending anyone who approached flying. The plates struck arms and heads, creating a loud, resonant crackling sound that made the surrounding diners' teeth ache. The controller remained unfazed by the commotion and allowed the fight to continue. Song Shi swung the plates with such force that they left a trail of afterimages. Her speed was so great that the people surrounding the table, clutching at her, could only see the plate's swift afterimages. Before they could react, their arms went numb, they had been hit. Screams of pain echoed. For a moment, no one could get close to Song Shi. Dai Ming, who had been helped to the side to rest, finally calmed down. Rubbing the back of his head, he looked at Song Shi, who was jumping up and down on the dining table. Furious, he grabbed a plate left by someone who had fled the table and hadn't had time to clear it, and threw it at Song Shi. Out of the corner of her eye, Song Shi detected a silver object flying towards her head. She grasped the end of the plate with both hands and, like a badminton player, swatted it back, then returned her attention to the scene ahead. The plate returned at breakneck speed, following the same path. Dai Ming's pupils constricted, and he quickly dodged to the side. The plate grazed his nose and slammed vertically into the dining table. The immense force caused the bottom of the plate to flip over, leaving a noticeable scratch on the table. Dai Ming felt both relieved and furious, his face livid. He stood up, grabbed a small clerk by the collar, and led him to the table next to Song Shi's. Go up. Throw her down, Dai Ming commanded. With Song Shi standing at the top, no one could get close to her. Only by throwing her down could he find the right opportunity. The small clerk looked up at the brimming Song Shi, afraid to move forward. Dai Ming grabbed the clerk and pulled him forward a few inches, forcing him to look him in the eye. He spoke clearly, if you don't do as I say, you be next. The small clerk shuddered and nodded hurriedly, I do it, I do it. Dai Ming released his collar, and the small clerk climbed onto the table using a stool. He stood up, facing Song Shi, closed his eyes, and gathered his courage. The next moment, he crossed the gap between the two tables and lunged at Song Shi. Song Shi couldn't have failed to sense the sudden onslaught of such a large figure. She also knew the man's intention was to drag her down. She braced herself, striking him hard on the head the moment he lunged. The man couldn't dodge, and the blow left him dizzy and blood gushing from his nose. But he remembered Dai Ming's mission and reached out to embrace Song Shi. Song Shi gathered his strength and kicked him in the chest. Song Shi was quite powerful, especially now that he was in his prime. With a single kick, he sent the man flying. The man's arms found nothing, and the weightlessness overwhelmed him. He couldn't care less about Song Shi, and instinctively shielded his head as he plummeted to the ground. Having resolved this crisis, Song Shi had no time to rejoice when her other ankle, resting on the table, was covered with something warm. Songshur, thinking it was bad news, quickly lowered her weight, lashing her hand, clutching the steel plate, back. But it was too late. A hand seized the opportunity to grab her ankle and pull her backward. Songshur slid off the table. Another hand appeared, snatching the plate from her grasp. Clinging tightly to the plate, Songshur fell off the table, landing on one knee. The people who had been waiting for her rushed over. Songshur ignored the pain of her kneecap shattering as she struggled to slash the faces and bodies of those around her with the sharp edge of the torn plate. It was unclear whose blood splattered on Songshur's face and hair. It was also unclear who had yanked her hairband, causing it to scatter and be grabbed, forcing her body backward. At the last moment, she threw her plate, hitting someone on the head, tearing a large hole in his forehead. He covered his head and retreated. For Songshur, every life saved was a life saved. Songshur was ultimately overwhelmed by the blows and kicks. She protected her neck and curled up to minimize the damage. Because of her previous indiscriminate attacks, everyone had bruises and scratches, and their hatred for her naturally deepened. The fight lasted for a long time, until Songshur's breath faded, and they dispersed. After pinching her face again, and taking photos of her miserable condition, they supported each other as they retreated. Songshur didn't faint this time. It took her a long time to adjust to the pain. She climbed to her feet, and looked at the bloodstains splattered everywhere. It was shocking. Some were hers, but more were those of others. She had one today. Songshur chuckled softly. The laughter, accompanied by the blood on her face and her disheveled hair, resembled a wounded wolf battling a pack of hyenas for 100 battles, yet still surviving. It was heroic, cruel, yet terrifying. The cafeteria cleaners, intimidated by her appearance, stepped back, their tools in hand, hesitant to approach. Songshur wiped the hot stream from her nose, and the bright red blood on the back of her hand. She pulled the tissue she had prepared that morning from her pocket, rolled it into a ball, and held it to her nostrils. She dragged her right leg towards the teaching building. Chapter 27. Her knee must have been bruised from falling from the table. She couldn't muster much strength, and every step she took was excruciating. Songshur walked into the bathroom, and tossed the blood-soaked toilet paper stuck in her nostril into the trash can. She leaned over the drain, and poured a dozen handfuls of water over her face. The clean water mixed with the blood and flowed away. When she looked up again, the nosebleed had stopped, and the blood on her face was almost completely washed away. In the mirror, she saw a new wound at the corner of her mouth, completely covered in makeup. It was bruised and purple, and after rinsing it clean, it quickly seeped blood again. Her right eye was swollen, and her cheeks were covered in scrapes. One of the guys had taken advantage of the chaos to kick her in the face. Songshur vaguely saw the man's face, and now recalling it, he put it on the list of sooner or later, I find you and settle the score. Her hair was a mess, and Songshur didn't bother to comb it as she headed towards the classroom. She needed to prepare in advance. Yesterday, around this time, her body started to heat up, and she was about to fall asleep uncontrollably. Songshur pushed open the back door. The controller was lecturing on a thick code of ethics. Seeing Songshur suddenly burst in, the controller frowned and slammed the book on the table. You're late again, every day. The students in the classroom all turned their heads toward the back door. Their eyes met Songshur, her hair disheveled and her face bruised. Suddenly, a scene of her standing on a table in the cafeteria, brandishing a plate and slashing someone's head with it flashed through their minds. They all knew each other, and two words popped into their minds: lunatic. Crazy Song raised her eyelids and looked at the controller. Even though one of her eyes was swollen to a slit, it didn't stop the other from radiating coldness. Don't you know why I'm late? The controller was momentarily speechless. Songshur slammed the door shut and limped toward her seat. Her seat was at the end of the middle row, a temporary addition, with no roommate sitting to her left or right. She sat down slowly, pulled the moral education book from the drawer, flipped to a random page, and then lowered her head. Her bangs obscured her eyes, making it hard to see what she was doing. The instructor slammed the book twice, the clapping sound drawing everyone's attention back. He cleared his throat, ignored Songshur, and continued his tedious brainwashing. Under the table, Songshur's right hand was clasped loosely around her knee, trembling slightly. The movement of sitting down had strained her kneecap, and the pain made her want to cry out, but she could only bite her lower lip tightly and lower her head to hide the expression of forbearance on her face. She clenched her left hand into a fist, bracing herself on the table to prevent herself from falling. She waited for the warm feeling in her heart to return, but time slipped by, The pages of her textbooks turned, the bell rang again and again, but the soothing force she longed for never appeared. Songshur's head was sweating profusely. He bit his tongue to stay awake, carefully comparing the scenes of today with those of yesterday, wondering where the power that had appeared and disappeared without a trace yesterday had come from, why it had appeared, and why, in the same scene today, there was no trace of it. A screen flashed in his mind. Anti-sadism progress, 32%. Masochism progress, 38%. This was even greater progress than yesterday. If the appearance of that restorative force was related to her progress, there was no reason why she hadn't felt it yet. What could it be? Songshur felt strangely irritated. He scratched his hair and caught a wet liquid on his hand. He lowered his hand and saw it was blood, hidden deep in his hair roots, which hadn't been cleaned away. Staring at the glaring red on her fingers, the stench of blood pierced her nose, and Songshur felt an inexplicable frenzy. She wanted to get rid of the blood, every cell in her body fighting the stench. She smeared it carelessly on the pages of the open book, wiping her fingers clean one by one. The open book was wrecked by her, but staring at the vast expanse of crimson, she desperately wanted to see more red. A bloodthirsty murderous intent surged up. The boy sitting at the table in front of Songshur was drowsy, propping up his head, about to drift off to sleep, when he suddenly shuddered, his scalp throbbing. He sat up straight, rubbing the back of his neck, where the hair stood on end, and hesitantly looked back. What he saw was Songshur's bloodshot eyes, and the large patches of blood on the table. Ah! He screamed and fell off his chair. His legs were too weak to stand. He shuffled back awkwardly, looking at Songshur in horror. His movement interrupted the controller's lecture, and also cleared Songshur's chaotic thoughts, revealing a glimmer of clarity. She quickly regained consciousness, and turned the page in her textbook. "What are you doing?" "Yelling during class." "Don't you miss your lessons?" the instructor shouted, pointing at the boy from the podium. The students in the class also looked at him in confusion. The boy pointed at Songshur, his teeth chattering. She's going to kill me. She's going to kill me." Everyone's eyes instantly turned to Songshur, and the controller strode down from the podium, demanding, "What did you do?" Songshur raised his eyelids, his eyes filled with deep fatigue. He spread his hands. "I didn't do anything. If you don't believe me, check the surveillance." The controller clearly didn't believe her story. He glanced at her desk. Apart from a textbook that wasn't turned to the correct page, there was nothing else. He half knelt down to check Songshur's desk drawer. He found only a few brand new, unopened books. He frowned, stood up, and looked at the boy still trembling on the ground. "Tell me clearly, what could she use to kill you?" The boy recalled the scene he had just seen when he turned his head. The aura of death that penetrated his soul made it impossible for him to recover. Eyes. Controller, get out. Stand in the corner. 1 point deduction for disrupting class order. The boy, who had been distraught, suddenly came to his senses upon hearing the deduction. He grabbed the controller's hand. "Don't deduct points from me. I've already lost 4. 1 more, and I'd be in the solitary confinement room." The people around him looked at him with sympathy. The solitary confinement room was their nightmare. The controller shook his hand off. "If you make a mistake, you have to accept the punishment. If pleading works, our 11-6 branch won't be operating anymore." "But I'm not lying. It's really her. It's her." He pointed a finger at Songshur, met her eyes, his front finger curled, and his voice gradually lost its strength. Finally, he was taken away on the spot by the other 2 controllers who arrived. The class continued as usual. Songshur lowered her eyes, recalling the moment when she nearly lost control. She used to be a stable person, but since coming into this world and experiencing all these chaotic events, she could clearly feel that her emotions were becoming increasingly difficult to control. She often fell into a state of irritation, and whenever that happened, she would want to destroy everyone and everything in front of her. Chapter 28. Songshur seriously suspected she had been influenced by the violent genes within this body. At the moment her violent emotions peaked, she keenly sensed a warm current rising in her heart, but the screams of the boy in front of her distracted her, and that power dissipated without a trace. Songshur couldn't help but touch her chest, where her heart was, and recalled yesterday, when that soothing power surged from her chest, just as she had nearly lost control while staring in the mirror. Songshur pondered for a moment, a brow twitching. 2 forces within her were counterbalancing each other. The violent aura came from her genes. She was naturally a high-probability berserker. A characteristic of the berserker type is a bloodthirsty, murderous nature, and difficulty controlling their own power. For example, when she encountered the earth wolf beast in the alley, she was rescued by two awakeners who arrived just in time. One of them, Lu Xing, was a powerful berserker. Even though the Earth Wolf beast was already dead, he couldn't control his surging murderous intent, repeatedly stabbing it into its long-dead body. It was only when his guardian, Wu Jilu, called his name that he regained consciousness. And the elusive soothing power within her body inevitably reminded Song Shi of the healing power of a healer. Zhao Jing was an awakener with the healing attribute, and the healing gene was extremely easy to inherit. Lu Qiqi had inherited Zhao Jing's genes and awakened the healing attribute. As for her, as Zhao Jing's daughter, it seemed reasonable for her to possess this power. Whenever her berserker gene awakened, the soothing and gentle healing attribute would surge forth, calming her fury. But why did she possess this healing ability? Recalling the time she eavesdropped outside the office, Chen Lishu had said that her genetic test before entering high school had revealed a 49% differentiation value for the Berserk system. She wasn't sure whether the results from the Federation's long-standing genetic testing method proved that only the Berserk system had a differentiation value of 49%, or that other systems also had differentiation values, but the Berserk system had the highest value. If it was the second scenario, she would likely have some genes from a healing awakener, which would make it possible for her to awaken to the healing system. But why were both awakening directions manifesting simultaneously in her body now? Song Shi's eyes drifted, as he carefully reviewed the contents of the Human Differentiation Guide, frowning. There was no record of such a situation. Song Shi could only temporarily put aside the question of tracing the source of the problem. The priority was to use these abilities to heal the wounds on her body. Perhaps because she was in the differentiation stage, the awakening results of both the Berserk system and the healing system could not manifest stably in her body, appearing and disappearing suddenly. They needed stimulation. Song Shi flipped open the page of the book she smeared with blood. Over time, the stain had faded from bright red to a dark crimson. She stared at the blood, trying to mobilize the violent emotions within her, but her healing abilities were unsuccessful. At this moment, her mood was remarkably stable. She even felt an indescribable sense of joy, having realized her own uniqueness. Song Shi suddenly wanted to slap herself. Without a solution, she could only sit quietly in her seat, enduring the pain and waiting for the berserker to recover. Her own recovery abilities seemed quite strong. Last night, before bed, she felt a sharp pain in her waist while walking, but this morning, after waking up, her walking was completely unaffected. The only slight discomfort she felt was when she kicked the man who lunged at her from the opposite table in the cafeteria. Sitting there quietly, coupled with the instructor's monotonous, chanting voice, Song Shi felt drowsy and eventually collapsed on the desk. This caused her to miss lunch. There was no lunch break in the control school. After lunch, they returned to continue their classes. The afternoon class was no longer about moral education, but rather the same curriculum as in a regular school. Song Shi was awakened by the rumbling of her stomach. Looking up, her left hand, which had been pressed under her head as a pillow, felt numb. She lowered it and carefully moved her wrist, her eyes fixed on the podium where a female controller was lecturing. Song Shi casually glanced at the content projected on the podium. It looked familiar. She squinted and saw that it was remarkably similar to the math she had learned in high school in her previous life. Even the examples the teacher used were similar. For a moment, Song Shi felt like she was back in high school, if she ignored the throbbing pain in her face, back, and knees. Song Shi remembered the class schedule, only moral education in the morning, with other classes switching to the afternoon. She looked down at her watch, and sure enough, it was at 4. Rubbing her stomach, the numbness in her left hand eased somewhat. Song Shi pulled out a stack of textbooks from the desk and unwrapped them in their brand new wrappings. There were 4 books in total, and she quickly flipped through each one. 3 of them overlapped with her previous life's content, while only one was missing, A History of Crisis. It begins with the appearance of the first alien beast in the human world, the struggle between humans and alien beasts for territory, and continues to the present, with humans independently evolving their own abilities and fighting for a place among the alien beasts, barely surviving. The final chapters offer a vision of the future. Song Shi quickly skimmed through the entire book when the bell rang. Hurry, hurry, time for some free time. I'm about to get stale in this classroom. Let's switch teams today. We must beat Xiaohua and the others. I go get the ball first, hurry up. The controller stood on the podium, watching the students swarm out before looking back at Song Shi, who was in the last row. Her voice was gentle. You've been sleeping in my class the whole time, even yesterday. Don't you just enjoy it? Sorry, Song Shi said politely. The controller chuckled. They say you're a born violent badass, arrogant, and disrespectful to teachers. I never thought you'd say something like sorry. If it were anyone else, Songshur would have thought it was sarcastic and would have retorted immediately. But the controller's face was devoid of malice, and her tone was like a friendly banter, so she remained silent. Sleep does help the brain ignore some pain. The controller gathered the scattered books on the desk and put them into her bag. Suddenly, she paused, a hint of meaning. It's also the time when people are most likely to let their guard down. Songshur suddenly raised her eyes, looking at her cautiously. The controller put the last book into the canvas bag and placed it flat on the desk. She placed her hands on the surface and met Songshur's eyes. Yesterday afternoon, while you were sleeping, I came down and walked around. I sensed a strong healing aura surrounding you. I remember you have a high talent for berserk differentiation, didn't you? Songshur's hand, clenched around his injured knee, slowly clenched into a fist. You? Chapter 29. Don't be nervous, the controller smiled reassuringly. I'm only discussing this with you from a mentor's perspective. You're probably also confused about your situation right now, so perhaps I can offer some inspiration. Songshur studied her for a moment, as if to ascertain her trustworthiness. Finally, under her sincere gaze, he let down his guard a little. Are there many people who possess two systems? A lot, she said. Nowadays, there are many people in the Federation with 3, 4, and 5 systems. Songshur's shoulders relaxed. But, the controller's voice rose, and Songshur's heart inexplicably sank. Their genes can only analyze so many systems, but ultimately, only the one with the highest differentiation value can be fully utilized. Then your situation isn't complicated. The controller lowered her head, tapped her laptop, and flicked up an image. She removed the privacy feature and projected it into the air, so that Songshur, sitting in the back seat, could also see it. It was a simple bar chart. Here, look at your genetic test results from that year. Berserk is highest, at 49%, and healing is pretty good, at 38%. You have some of the other traits, but they don't reach the minimum differentiation value, so we won't discuss them. Songshur was puzzled as to why she had her own genetic test report, and was about to ask, when she was interrupted by the other person's machine gun-like speech. These are just random combinations of genes. There's nothing to say. There are plenty of such combinations in the Federation. The key point is that those with multiple genes won't reach a very high level after awakening due to the competition between genes and the suppression of the weak by the strong. And you, originally with a 49% berserk differentiation value, had a chance of awakening to a rank A or higher berserk type, but you haven't shown any signs of awakening. Meanwhile, the healing gene has taken over, and even signs of awakening are showing in your body. She spoke in 2 long paragraphs in one breath. It seems that your berserk type is now also showing signs of awakening. Songshur nodded. This was probably thanks to the system that claimed to be physically tolerant, but not emotionally tolerant. The controller put away the photo projected in the air, raised his gaze, and stared at Songshur, saying earnestly, a single body cannot simultaneously sustain the immense energy of 2 superpowers. Even if you show signs of both awakening early on, once you reach 18, the final awakening period, both powers will vanish without a trace. A flicker of regret flashed in the controller's eyes. This isn't unique in the Federation. How many people thought they were on the verge of becoming unique dual-element geniuses, only to find nothing, squander their talents, and become lost in the crowd? The controller's tone grew serious, like a parent who doesn't want their child to waste their talents and go astray. So I hope you make a decision quickly. Give up one, and suppress its occurrence before you reach adulthood. This way, the other will have a chance to awaken. How? Songshur asked. Her 2 superpowers were not only elusive, but they often appeared together. Avoid the opportunities for them to appear. Think carefully about the circumstances under which they would appear, the controller counseled. Songshur recalled the past 2 days. Whenever she fights, she becomes emotionally unstable, and when she becomes emotionally unstable, she goes berserk. When she goes berserk, the healing power appears. So she could fight, but she had to avoid showing any unstable emotions. Have you thought of that? The controller rested her chin on the desk with her fingertips, judging by Songshur's expression. Songshur nodded. The controller immediately straightened up. Then may I have the honor of knowing your final choice? Berserk. Songshur barely hesitated. The controller shook his head with some regret. As a healer, I'm sorry you can't join us, but... She glanced around the classroom, finally stopping at Songshur's battered face. In this situation, berserk is the best choice for you. Songshur was stunned when he heard her say she was a healer. Healer? Why are you here? The controller sighed deeply. You were so busy sleeping yesterday that you didn't even hear my introduction. Songshur stroked the ends of his hair, his gaze averted. I'm Joe Tan, the healing teacher at Renchi Middle School's Special Abilities Department. Yesterday and today, it was my turn to teach at this school. Songshur remembered that she had previously searched on her laptop and found that most of the teaching staff at the controlled school were transferred from other schools. Joe Tan counted on her fingers. It seems your class's teacher will be here in a few days. I wonder who will be there. Songshur didn't care. No one could help her. Joe Tan sighed as he stared at the silent Songshur, then stepped down from the podium. Why aren't you going out to play with him? Is your leg injured? Let me take a look. Songshur was a little dazed by the sudden concern, and it wasn't until Joe Tan half knelt in front of her that she came to her senses. Joe Tan brushed aside the trembling hand clasped over her injured knee. She gently rolled up the loose leg of her uniform pants, revealing a broken bone spur protruding from the flesh amidst the bruises. Joe Tan's hand, gripping the leg, trembled, and she looked at Songshur in disbelief. You? She quickly lowered her head. With your endurance, it's a shame not to choose the berserker system. With that, her hand slowly covered the wound, a warm glow spreading. The moment her fingers touched it, Songshur rolled her eyes in pain, as if an invisible hand had reached into her knee, twisting the bone back into place. She turned away, afraid to look. The veins on her neck bulged, but gradually, the wound began to heat, and the pain faded. At the same time, Songshur felt the wound on his back also warm. 10 minutes later, Joe Tan withdrew her hand and stood up. Songshur looked down. His knee had healed as before. Almost done, Joe Tan wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, his gaze fixed on Songshur's face. I leave the scars on your face. Songshur touched his swollen eyes with his fingers and nodded. The injuries weren't a big deal. The main thing was that he had to show them to some people. Joe Tan had returned to the podium, carrying a simple canvas bag. He waved to Songshur with a bright smile. See you at the Special Ability Division. Mobility resumed, and Songshur, with a bruised face, walked towards the outdoor event area. It was bustling. She found a quiet step and sat down, squinting lazily, enjoying the sunshine for the first time in a long time. Her stomach growled untimely. It was still a while before dinner, so Songshur tilted her head back, imagining herself as a photosynthetic plant. Her mind wandered. But she could sense someone approaching. The person was so stealthy that she couldn't ignore them. Chapter 30. The man was thin, wearing the most common loose-fitting uniform here. Against the backlight, his handsome features were barely visible. He glanced around and slowly sat down on the step below Songshur. He stretched out his arm, placed the object he had been holding in Songshur's arms, then quickly withdrew his hand, looked up and down, pretending nothing had happened. Songshur had originally placed her hands on the previous step, legs spread out in a human shape on the stairs, maximizing her exposure to the sunlight. Now Chinsuchin had placed two objects on her stomach. She didn't make any big moves, simply releasing her right hand from the ground and holding the two objects close to her eyes. The words nutrition bar were printed on the wrinkled tin wrapper. Thank you. Songshur straightened up from his sprawled position, unwrapped a bar, and began to eat. Yesterday. Thank you. Songshur was eating with gusto. He glanced at his back. He was very thin, his shoulders hunched, and the thin uniform revealed the shape of his shoulder blades. Songshur looked away. The peacock necklace was a nice touch for the wealthy in the inner city, but it was a disaster for ordinary people. Let alone those sent to the reformatory school, who were not even ordinary people. She had beauty but no ability to protect herself. Songshur sighed inwardly. What a pitiful situation. He then unwrapped the second nutrition bar. You have to be careful of Tong Jun, Dai Ming, and the others. Chinsuchin struggled to say the two men's names. No response. He turned and saw Songshur chewing with one cheek puffed out. Her eyelids were swollen, covering more than half of her eyes. From his perspective, he could only see a narrow slit. The other eye was half open, looking unfocused ahead. At first glance, she seemed to be daydreaming, but a closer look revealed vigilance and indifference in it. She didn't look at him, but he was sure she was listening, so he looked away. They often contact those forces in the western suburbs black market. Western suburbs? Songshur's ears twitched. The over 30,000 yuan in living expenses Zhao Jing had given her eventually disappeared into the western suburbs. Even the city security team couldn't track them down. At school, they're wary of causing any loss of life. But during holidays, when everyone's away from school, They collude with some of the most vicious criminals in the western suburbs and murder anyone who's offended them. Sometimes, even if they haven't offended them, if they're targeting someone, they kidnap them and take them to the western suburbs to torture them. Songshur paused chewing and glanced at Chen Suchin's back. His voice trembled violently. Will the city security team just let it go? Chen Suchin shook his head slowly. Even the bright sunlight couldn't dispel the gloom that enveloped him. They don't dare enter the western suburbs. All cases brought to the western suburbs are forced to cease. Songshur fell silent. The western suburbs were truly lawless. So you have to be careful. If you anger them, they do anything. Songshur chuckled softly. She was probably already angering them. Wang Danyu hadn't intended to kill her in the past 3 months, but that had given others the urge to do so. Perhaps this was Wang Danyu's true intention in sending her to the remedial school. It seemed like a compromise, but in reality, Wang Danyu knew her temper best. Throwing her into this place full of ruthless people meant she wouldn't die. I heard. You only be here for 3 months, Chen Suchin asked softly, turning his head to meet Songshur's half-closed eyes. She seemed to be calculating something, a cruel look in her eyes. Chen Suchin instinctively shrank back, anxiously avoiding Songshur's gaze. Even though Songshur wasn't actually looking at him. Songshur didn't notice, only a faint him, and turned his thoughts to other things. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of 2 figures emerging from the bustling crowd on the playground. They were 2 people who had come to her dorm on her first night at school to confirm whether she was Songshur. Stay away from me, Songshur said briefly, returning to his original position and picking up his unfinished nutrition bar. Chen Suchin had been wanting to flee, but hearing Songshur shooing, he froze for a moment. He followed Songshur's gaze but saw nothing. His acumen was vastly different from Songshur's. He averted his gaze, stood up, and left. Songshur shoved the last bite of her nutrition bar into her mouth as the 2 men approached her, bringing with them the pungent smell of tobacco. The curly-haired girl's attendant looked her up and down, sighing regretfully. Songshur naturally understood her regret. The 100,000 federal coins were indeed tempting. She wouldn't have been able to resist. Remember to come early tomorrow, Songshur said nonchalantly. Today, the 100,000 belongs to someone else. The curly-haired girl flicked the ash from her cigarette. You're quite open-minded. You're blocking my sunlight. Songshur raised his hand and fanned at his side, motioning for her to move aside. The attendant, furious, pointed at her nose and cursed, Hey, you're about to die, and you still dare to be so arrogant. The curly-haired girl gave her a warning look, and she barely stopped. But the curly-haired girl still didn't move. No longer in the sun, Songshur pulled his legs back and stood on the steps. It's boring. Do whatever you want. Songshur took 2 steps and turned back. Oh, by the way, remember to consider the consequences before you act. She was going to fight back. She wasn't sure she could survive the combined might of the West Suburbs gang, so she had to wake up quickly before this month's holiday. She wouldn't passively take a beating again. Unfortunately, the 2 men didn't understand her, or perhaps they simply didn't take her seriously. Back in the dormitory that night, Songshur applied medicine to the wounds on her face, drank a carton of milk, and fell asleep on her bed. The next day, the whistle blew, and Songshur got up, washed, and looked in the mirror. The wounds on her face had healed about 70% of the way. The redness and swelling in her eyes had completely disappeared, though a faint red mark could be seen. The wound at the corner of her mouth was still a little purple, but it wasn't noticeable. She used makeup to exacerbate the wounds, and pushed the door open. Bang! The iron rod, as thick as an arm, that had been waiting outside the door for a long time struck Songshur on the head. The moment before Songshur lost consciousness, she didn't look at the murderer, but instead recalled the video screen in her mind, torture value progress, plus 3%. Only 3%. She collapsed unwillingly. When she woke up again, she was in the same position she fainted in, her upper body leaning against the doorframe, her lower body twisted and slumped in the hallway. A splitting headache. Songshur slowly stood up, supporting herself with her arms, entered her room, locked the door, and retrieved the bandages she left on the table yesterday, which she hadn't been able to collect, before trudging into the bathroom. After just a few steps, she was breathless. She held onto the sink, her legs weak and unable to move, and dizziness washed over her. Songshur was still worried about some after effects when she caught sight of herself in the mirror. She looked like she'd been fished out of blood. A large amount of blood flowed from her hair, covering her entire face. The white sleeves of her uniform were almost completely soaked, turning from white and blue to red and purple. If she didn't feel dizzy, who would? With so much bleeding, Songshur couldn't imagine only a 3% increase in progress. The thought of progress brought a flash of light to her mind. Anti-torture value progress, 32%. Masochism value progress, 43%. Songshur looked at the 43% progress in the masochism value and felt something was wrong. She remembered every change in the value clearly. Yesterday's masochism value was stuck at 38%. If it had only increased by 3%, it should have been 41%. Now it had increased by 2%. Songshur stared at her red-stained uniform in the mirror. Was the 2% increase the secondary damage caused by no one treating her while she bled profusely? Her idea couldn't be verified. The crude system had no reback function, so she couldn't tell when the 2% had occurred. Songshur sat back at the table and drank 2 cartons of milk to replenish her energy. After her dizziness and weakness subsided slightly, she went back to the bathroom, removed her shirt, and rinsed the blood off her face and body. Watching the sea of blood on the ground, flowing into the sewer, Songshur became increasingly certain of her suspicions. After flushing away the blood, Songshur emerged from the mirror and carefully parted her hair, revealing the wound. She applied medicine and bandaged it with gauze. Her technique had become much more refined after practicing applying medicine on her face yesterday. After bandaging the wound, Songshur sat back in her chair and drank 2 more cartons of milk before finally feeling alive again. She had the energy to think about who had assaulted her. At the time, she saw only a flash of white light, then her eyes went dark, and then consciousness faded. She hadn't seen the perpetrator. But this was the girls' dormitory, and given the implicit meaning of the 2 men who had blocked her from the sun yesterday, Songshur had made her choice without much thought. She tilted her head to glance outside. It was bright. Her watch read 1:30. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, and everyone else was in class. Songshur stood up, laid down on the bed, and pulled herself under the covers. There weren't many opportunities to faint in the dorm. After observing her for the past few days, she discovered that her recovery rate while asleep was several times higher than when awake. So, she decided to recover her strength first. Chapter 31. A sparse sound of footsteps echoed in the hallway. Gradually, the footsteps grew louder and more frequent, accompanied by voices approaching from afar. Get out of class was over. Songshur opened her eyes. She went into the bathroom to check on her injuries. A small speck of blood oozed from the white bandage. She untied it, revealing a scab that had formed over the night. She changed the dressing and rebandaged it. In the mirror, her complexion had improved, her lips rosy, and the wounds from yesterday had completely vanished. To avoid arousing suspicion, Songshur added a few more new wounds to her face. Her makeup skills had improved dramatically, and the wounds were remarkably realistic. Songshur gazed at her bruised and swollen self in the mirror with satisfaction. The sounds of laughter and playfulness outside were clearly audible. Songshur pushed open the bathroom door, took a few steps, and then flung open the door to her room, leaving it wide open, allowing a clear view of the interior. She hooked her toes on a chair, pulled it over, and sat down against the door. Her room was the second one at the end of the apartment on this floor. The first room at the end was unoccupied, so normally no one would pass by her room. Except the culprit. She hadn't been to class all day, and they were probably worried she'd been beaten to death by that stick. They would always come back to check on her. She didn't know their names or their dorm numbers, and searching each room would be a waste of time. So she sat there waiting. As Songshur had expected, she didn't have to wait long. About 5 minutes. The little henchman's head skulked out from behind the doorframe. Seeing Songshur guarding the door, her pupil shrank, and she started to run. Songshur was quick-witted and quick-footed. With a single thrust of his long legs, the henchman fell face first. She frantically tried to get up, but Songshur planted a foot on her back, pushing her back down. She struggled a few times, but the foot on her back weighed more than 1,000 gold coins, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free herself. Songshur, let me go! My boss will be here soon, and you be in big trouble. Songshur remained unmoved, bending slightly. You were the ones who did it today, weren't you? So what? The henchman blushed, her chest pressed tightly against the ground, choking her breath. Adding to the whispers around her, she snarled, I only wish I had hit you twice more this morning. As she spoke, regret grew more and more intense. Suddenly, she heard the sharp scraping sound of a stick scraping against the ground. Her close contact with the ground made her extremely sensitive to vibrations. The sound came from behind her. She turned around in horror. She saw Songshur lifting a chair, a staple in every dormitory, aiming one leg at her and bringing it down quickly. Ah! She screamed halfway, her eyes rolling up, and fainted. Songshur put the chair down, wiped the blood splatter from his chin with the back of his hand, and lowered his leg from the unconscious henchman's back. He looked up at the crowd swarming in the hallway. Ah! It was the turn of the onlookers to scream. They watched helplessly as Songshur's henchman was pelted with blood. Those in the front row even had their blood splash onto them. They immediately tried to squeeze back, but too many people were blocking the way. Those at the back, unaware of what was happening in front, were still pushing forward to join in the fun. This caused the girls in front, who had witnessed everything, to burst into tears of despair. Especially now that Songshur looked over, even dragging the back of a chair slowly towards them. The chair leg, having just struck someone, was still caked in sticky blood, and with that drag, a trail of blood formed on the floor. Their penetrating voices rose higher and higher, shaking the entire apartment. Songshur's eardrums ached. She raised her hand and rubbed her ears. These people should be thankful the system didn't let her harm innocent people, otherwise, she would have knocked them all unconscious by now, quieting them down. Songshur's gaze swept through the crowd, pinpointing the face of the curly-haired woman. She was hidden in the crowd, her eyes lowered, observing everything. Songshur dragged the chair towards her. The crowd, terrified, desperately pushed aside, fearing that Songshur would go mad and hit them too, freeing up a narrow path. The curly-haired woman stood in the center, not moving from her position from beginning to end. She waited for Songshur to approach, until everyone between them dodged, and they were face to face. Songshur's eyes twitched. She assumed the other party would call in a group of henchmen, like they had the other day. Now, it looked like they were going to fight her one-on-one. Songshur wasted no time, dragging the chair toward her. The moment he reached her, he lifted it, and swept it across her waist. Songshur expected her to dodge, and had already planned his next move, but she stood still. Songshur frowned. If she didn't dodge, she was either slow to react or confident in herself, and had other plans. Songshur had a vague feeling it was the latter. Sure enough, just as the chair was about to fall on her, she suddenly raised her forearms, quickly shifting her angle, deftly deflecting the attack. At the same time, she grabbed the chair's legs with both hands and yanked hard. Although Songshur was horrified by her skill, he wasn't intimidated. He didn't loosen his grip on the chair at all, and quickly executed his next move, pressing down with his body and unleashing a sweeping kick. The opponent reacted just as quickly, pressing the chair to the ground, its legs clattering heavily, using the force of the chair to block her leg. Songshur quickly stopped his sweeping motion, pulled his leg upward, and kicked the opponent's chin. Songshur's combination of moves was so fast that the opponent had to let go of the chair and fall back. Songshur slammed his foot into the chair again, using its momentum to spring up, his right leg bent, and his knee driving towards her neck. Nice skills, the curly-haired woman's voice echoed through the gap, but it's a shame you ran into me. She precisely grasped Songshur's legs with both hands, using the same technique she had used to neutralize the chair's earlier attack, completely absorbing the force from his legs. Songshur, thinking this was bad news, immediately tried to pull his leg back. Her legs were firmly grasped by the opponent, who dragged her through the air and swung her around before suddenly letting go. Songshur flew into the crowd like a kite with a broken string. She wasn't hurt, but the two girls she used as cushions fainted. Injuring innocent people, 10% reduction in anti-abuse progress. Songshur felt distressed. The situation didn't allow for further distraction. The curly-haired woman swooped over again, raising her leg high and slamming her heel down. Songshur dodged by rolling on the ground. Without waiting for her to rise, the opponent chased her again, sweeping her leg across her temple. Songshur's body fell backward, her back almost flat on the ground. Unexpectedly, the opponent had anticipated her plan. As she closed in on her, she suddenly lowered her leg, landing hard on her chest. There was a crack, like a rib breaking. Songshur grunted, gritted his teeth, and grasped her legs with both hands, preventing her from retracting them. He yanked sideways, throwing her to the ground. The two of them began to wrestle on the ground. Songshur rolled over, straddling her and punching her in the face. Songshur believed her speed was decent, and her strength was superior to that of an average person. Coupled with the experience of being beaten up by a group over the past 2 days, she felt she had the upper hand, and should be invincible. Unexpectedly, she had underestimated his opponent's ability. Unlike anyone she had encountered before, he could only cover his face in panic to mitigate the damage. Instead, he was able to sidestep her punches, even precisely grabbing her arm, neutralizing her attack, and seizing the opportunity to strike back. A knife-like hand slashed at Songsher's neck. A pain as if his trachea were about to rupture, accompanied by a strong feeling of suffocation, sent Songsher stumbling backward. Alarm bells rang in his brain. A sudden gust of wind blew in front of him. Songsher instinctively raised her hand to shield her face. She barely blocked the first punch, which landed on her palm. But then, with lightning speed, the second struck the corner of her mouth. Songsher was instantly knocked to the ground. Her neck felt excruciatingly painful, and out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the other man had stood up. She was once again at a disadvantage. Songsher wasn't about to give up. She protected her neck with one hand and, with the other, grabbed the chair in front of her and swung it behind her. The other man, unprepared for Songsher's resistance, bent his knees to take the blow. The chair fell apart. The assembled wood scattered to the ground. The curly-haired woman, somewhat enraged by Songsher, hooked her toes on a piece of wood and launched herself at Songsher. Songsher had nowhere to dodge, so she could only raise her arm to block. But just then, the other man took 2 steps forward and kicked her arm. Crack! Songsher's arm made a teeth-grinding sound. She shuddered, half lying on the ground, sweat pouring down her face. The curly-haired woman raised her foot again, about to kick. What are you doing? What are you doing? You all want to lose points, right? The dormitory manager squeezed into the crowd and stood between Songsher and the curly-haired woman. 2 male officers followed behind her. Who started it? Hearing this, Songsher wanted to laugh. She'd been here 3 days and had been involved in 3 fights, but today was the first time a manager had shown up to find out who started it. I'm asking you guys? Who started it? The curly-haired woman pursed her lips and said nothing. Songsher used her good hand to support herself and stood up, looking at the manager who had been staring at her the entire time. Me. Fighting, vandalism, 5 points deducted, and confinement to the dark room. The manager waved back, and the 2 male officers immediately came to escort Songsher. Songsher dodged their hands. I can walk on my own? Before descending the stairs, Songsher turned back to the curly-haired girl and said, See you the day after tomorrow. Chapter 32. The punishment in the small dark room could be the highest penalty in this controlled school, and Songsher had no doubt about its power. The room was narrow. Standing in the center, she could walk 3 steps in any direction without hitting the wall. There was no bed, no table, not even a light. Songsher strained her eyes, holding her watch close to her face, but she couldn't see where the hands pointed. The tick, tick, tick sound of the internal gears resonated throughout the room. Songsher felt like she was at the bottom of a well, more than 10 meters deep. She looked up, but saw nothing. She reached out to touch the roof, but couldn't reach it. She jumped up again, but still couldn't touch it. Instead, the sound of her toes landing echoed above her head. To verify more accurately, Songsher approached a wall and tapped twice with her fingers. A dull thump, thump echoed from her joints. Then, above her head, beside her ears, and even beneath her feet, an endless echo filled the air, as if countless people were simultaneously knocking on the walls from all directions. Songsher lowered her eyes. She was certain she was in a deep well, perhaps more than 10 meters high. She rubbed the goosebumps on her arms, found a corner, and sat cross-legged. She would be staying there for 36 hours. Normally, a 5-credit deduction and 24 hours in the dark room would suffice. But the people in the academic disciplinary department, having finally found evidence that she had taken the initiative, were eager to accuse her of repeated violations, refusing to change despite repeated warnings, disrupting order, and wasting food. It was extended for an abrupt 12 hours. Before she was pushed through the door, she learned that during those 36 hours, water would only be delivered once, not food, and she would only have one chance to use the bathroom. They were going to torture her to death. Songsher leaned against the cold wall, looking down at her wounds. She couldn't see anything, so she could only touch them. Her ribs and right arm were badly injured, and the slightest touch hurt. The wound on her neck was the worst. She didn't even need to touch it. Just swallowing saliva felt like swallowing a razor blade, the pain almost impossible. But she couldn't stop saliva, especially when the thought crossed her mind. Her throat would spasm, and she would reflexively want to swallow. Unbearable in pain, Songsher simply closed her eyes and forced herself to sleep. She didn't know how long she slept. When she opened her eyes again, the thump, thump, thump sound was still ringing in her ears, clearer than before, mixed with the thump, thump, thump of her heart. Songsher tried to swallow, but the pain didn't subside. She closed her eyes again and fell asleep. This repeated 7 or 8 times, until Songsher was once again awakened by the sound of the clock. Desperately, she opened her eyes, and swallowed for the 8th time. The sharp, unrelenting pain brought her to her knees. She slumped down on the floor. The watch continued to tick. She finally understood why, during the body search before entering the small dark room, everything except clothing was taken, and only this mechanical watch was left. This was pure torture for the punished person entering the dark room. Songsher's mind was now completely blurred, and she had no idea how much time had passed. She simply gave up sleep and, with her eyes open, studied the light screen in her head to distract herself. Anti-abuse progress, 30%. Abuse progress, 52%. Songsher thought about the 10% deducted from her anti-abuse progress. She rubbed her temples in frustration. Why? She was just a tool thrown out. The one with the real motive to harm innocent people was the curly-haired girl. She was merely passively thrown into them. Every wrong has its perpetrator. She hadn't worked so hard to gain that 10% progress. She'd been beaten up time and time again, each time nearly costing her life. Why was it just deducted so casually? Why? Songsher lost control of her emotions and punched the ground. The pain in her outer joints jolted her foggy mind, bringing her to a sudden realization. She was once again being controlled by her raging emotions. Songsher took a deep breath, silently praying not to lose her temper, not to lose control, or else she would have to awaken her healing element. After repeating this several times, the anger within her finally subsided. Songsher began to recall the battle in the dormitory building. Undoubtedly, the girl's strength far surpassed hers. Every move she made reminded Songsher of her coach from her previous life. She was steady, solid, and unflappable no matter the situation. Her entire being exuded the composure of someone who had been formally trained. It was a level she couldn't achieve, having learned through trial and error. Songsher longed for her next fight. She had a feeling she could learn a lot from her. Songsher then mentally rehearsed the moves the other woman had used, breaking them down one by one, considering how she could have countered each move, searching for the optimal solution. After brainstorming for an undetermined amount of time, Songsher unknowingly fell asleep. Waking up again, she continued pondering. Later, with nothing left to recall, she stood up and began gesturing in the air with her left hand, her steps shifting as she replayed the previous scene. The space was too small for her to move freely, and she often, in her rapt attention, forgot to calculate the distance and bumped into the wall. After several collisions, Songsher grew tired and laid down in the corner to continue sleeping. This repeated itself over and over again. Her spirit was on the verge of collapse. Even with her eyes closed, she couldn't fall asleep. The creaking of the watch's gears filled her hearing. She felt as if her brain were vibrating in unison, as if the whole world was shaking. Songsher, eyes dry, took the watch off and threw it to the ground. It didn't break. The ticking of the hands continued, not even dimmer with the throw. Songsher crawled over, groping for the watch strap in the darkness, grasped it in his hand, and slammed it hard against the ground. Bang! 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 Over and over again. Her arms were numb, her knuckles felt raw, and a faint smell of blood lingered in her nostrils. Songsher paused for a moment, until the thud echoing against the wall faded. She put her watch to her ear to listen. The sound was still there. Songsher flung it against the opposite wall. She retreated to the corner, crossed her legs, and rested her forehead on her knees. She never fell asleep. Time slipped away, and hunger set in. Waves of hunger tormented her stomach. Songsher's patience wore thin, and a violent aura loomed around her. By the time she realized it, her heart was already burning. She broke into a cold sweat, and quickly tried to suppress it. But she couldn't suppress it for a moment. The aura grew stronger than before, nearly swallowing her sanity. She could only focus again, taking deep breaths to relax. Songsher repeated this over and over, completely absorbed in it. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, eventually gathering into streams that soaked her trousers at the knees. This also made her ignore the ticking of the clock. A sudden clang came from the lower right corner of the door. Songsher, head buried in her knees, shuddered. She looked up and saw a small window, barely the size of a human head, open from the outside, beaming in. An iron bowl was passed in. Drink. The person outside kicked the iron door twice, urging her. The roaring sound in the cramped space inflicted 1,000-fold damage on Songsher's eardrums, and she covered her ears in pain. After a minute of adjustment, she stood up, first picking up the watch from the corner, then reaching for the water. In the light from the small window, she saw the time on the dial, 10 o'clock. She had been locked up at 10 o'clock last night. She couldn't tell whether it was 10 a.m. or 10 p.m., or whether she'd been in this place for 12 hours or 24. She hoped it was the latter. Songshur picked up the bowl and sipped the water, trying to swallow as gently as possible. It took her a long time to finish, then she returned the bowl to its original spot. The person waiting outside had already grown impatient. With a curse, slowed down. He took the bowl away, and quickly closed the small window. Then, there was the sound of a lock being locked. Songshur's world returned to darkness once again. She sat there for a moment, then returned to her previous corner. She still clutched her watch, the crisp ticking of the second hand no longer as unbearable as before. Songshur slipped it back on her wrist, consciously releasing the suppressed mental energy. A violent aura instantly filled the room. A constant vigilance lingered in her mind, preventing her mental power from spiraling out of control. It was like sitting on the shore fishing, trying not to let the fish take the bait. The moment a fish was about to bite, she would immediately lift the rod and pull the bait from its mouth. That fish was the healing power of the healing system. Songshur played along, her initial tension fading into a relaxed, casual flow. She seemed to have left the small dark room and found herself by the river, reclining on a lounge chair, wearing a sun hat, teasing the fish. She controlled her emotions with impeccable control. If another Berserk Awakener were present at this moment, sensing the air so thick with the domineering aura unique to the Berserk system, while the one emanating it remained uncontrolled and even hummed a leisurely tune, they would be deeply shocked. The time spent battling with herself passed quickly. The lock flicked, and the heavy iron door slid open stiffly and slowly. Bright light streamed in, splashing onto Songshur, who sat in the corner. After a long period of darkness, her eyes suddenly met the light, and she quickly closed them, burying her head in her arms. 36 hours are up. You can leave. Songshur stood up, holding onto the wall. Her uninjured left hand shielded her eyes, leaving a thin gap as she slowly walked towards the open door. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the light until they could fully open. Looking at the world before her, she felt a sense of strangeness. Obey the school rules and regulations after you leave, and don't come back, the controller said as he locked the door. Songshur snorted coldly, not looking back at him, and walked towards the teaching building. She was starving, but it was 10 a.m., the cafeteria was closed, and she couldn't go back to the dormitory. She had no choice but to go to the classroom first. Climbing to the floor where the classroom was, Songshur pushed the door open and entered. Chapter 33. At the podium, Qinlishu, lecturing at the blackboard, heard the noise and turned to look toward the back door. He was still saying, "Moral quality is the essence of our federation." The moment Songshur's figure appeared in his field of vision, he stopped talking. In just 3 or 4 days, Songshur had lost a lot of weight. There was a bruise at the corner of his mouth, and the dark purple under his eyes was indelible. A streak of blood splattered along the collar of his uniform, especially around his neck. As she looked up, the deep purple stain left by the pinching was shocking. Songshur kept her eyes downcast as she walked to her seat, pulled out a chair, and sat back down. She was very sleepy. She hadn't been able to sleep in the dark room, and now that she was back in the classroom, her eyelids were clenched together. All she wanted was sleep. But the gaze from the podium was too strong to ignore, and it had been following her since she entered. Songshur looked up and saw Qinlishu standing there, stunned, holding a book. His glasses were almost sliding to the tip of his nose, but he didn't lift them. Songshur's face remained expressionless as she pulled the textbook from her desk and slammed it down. In the quiet little room, her voice was truly resounding. The students who had been sleeping on their desks, unaware of her return, were awakened by her shock and glanced at her in disapproval. But when they saw it was Songshur, they quickly averted their gazes. Called by the sound, Qinlishu quickly raised his glasses, cleared his throat, and continued his previous lecture. But a closer look revealed that his hand was shaking as he turned the pages. The class returned to normal, and Songshur slumped over the desk, falling into a deep sleep. In her sleep, she heard someone calling her name. Songshur? Songshur. Songshur regained consciousness and looked up in the direction of the voice. At the edge of the podium, Qinlishu, holding the moral education book in his arms, looked at her sternly. "Come to my office." With that, he stepped down from the podium and pushed the door open. "Is get out of class over?" Songshur rubbed her eyes. The others were already packing up and leaving. She glanced down at the time. It was 12 o'clock. Lunchtime. Songshur was so hungry she couldn't even feel herself. She needed to eat, but Qinlishu had asked her to go to his office, so he must have something to do. She stood up and left through the back door. Qinlishu was already waiting there. He glanced at her and walked forward. The crowd of people eating was endless, so Songshur didn't rush to ask, just following him at a leisurely pace. She lowered her eyes, wondering what Chen Lishu had asked her to do, wondering if it would delay her lunch. Songshur. Someone called her name from behind. Songshur stopped and looked back. It was a short, chubby boy she didn't recognize. Chen Lishu had also heard the voice, and turned to look. She saw a boy, as fat as a ball, striding up to within 2 or 3 steps of Songshur. He wasn't as tall as Songshur, so he stretched his neck to appear level with Songshur and pointed at Songshur's nose. Zhang Biao. I want to challenge you. Chen Lishu was furious. This ball had clearly seen Songshur, fresh out of the dark room, and was taking advantage of his weakness to pick a fight. He stepped forward, standing between Songshur and Zhang Biao, and shouted, "How can you be so disrespectful and quarrelsome? Where do you come from, a controller? You have no business interfering in our affairs. Get out of here." Zhang Biao pushed him away. The fat man's strength was not to be underestimated. Chen Lishu took 2 steps back before he could regain his balance. He was sweating profusely with anxiety, and ran back to his original position to block him. "If you keep doing this, I sue your controller." "Go ahead. Let's see if they do anything." Zhang Biao waved his fist with full force. The controller was obviously from another school, and hadn't grasped the situation. The controllers at our school had already assumed that beating Songshur didn't count as fighting, and wouldn't result in a point deduction. Chen Lishu stamped his feet, in anger, and lowered his head, to search for Li Bingwen's contact information on his laptop. His right arm, which had been holding the book, suddenly felt lighter. The heavy moral education book had been pulled away. He looked up, and saw it had already been swung firmly in Zhang Biao's face. The dull thud frightened Chen Lishu, and made him flinch. Zhang Biao was also dizzy from the blow. Li Bingwen's profile picture popped up on the computer. A single click would have connected him, but given the current situation, Chen Lishu silently put the computer down. Songshur clutched the book, thick enough for her wrist, in one hand, lips tightly pursed as she stared at the boy retreating, clutching his bleeding nose, debating whether to strike again. Chen Lishu saw her intention, and carefully pulled the book from her hand, clutching it tightly in his arms. "Go to my office." Songshur dismissed the thought and followed him out. On the way, Songshur called up the subtitles in his head. The previous attack had increased his anti-abuse progress by 2%. Songshur was in a good mood. The office Chen Lishu was referring to was one of the 10 offices the school had prepared for the teachers from Renchi Middle School, who came to teach there. As soon as Songshur entered, the aroma of meat filled the air. It was very light, but to Songshur, who had been hungry for almost 2 days, it tasted like a chicken leg placed before her. "Sit on the sofa first." After greeting Songshur, Chen Lishu quickly walked to his desk, casually tossed his books aside, and bent down to retrieve a lunch bag from the cabinet beneath it. He carried the lunch bag to the coffee table in the living room, unzipped it, and in front of Songshur, took out 2 lunch boxes and a thermos of soup. The suppressed aroma instantly burst forth. Songshur's stomach growled twice. Chen Lishu heard it and smiled. He placed the pink lunch box in front of Songshur and offered her chopsticks. "When I came to class yesterday, I heard you were in solitary confinement. I asked Li Bingwen, and he said you'd been in solitary confinement for 36 hours, and wouldn't be released until this morning." Songshur listened as he opened the lunchbox lid with his left hand. "He said he wouldn't be given food in solitary confinement, so I had your master's wife prepare these this morning." Inside the lunchbox, chicken legs, vegetables, and rice were neatly arranged. Chen Lishu took out another bowl and unscrewed the thermal lid. The aroma of chicken soup filled his air, and he took a spoon to scoop the soup. "Thank you." Songshur couldn't utter the second word. Chen Lishu froze in his scooping. He slowly turned his head and looked at Songshur, his gaze moving from her face to her neck. "Your throat." Songshur pursed her lips and smiled helplessly. She had barely slept in the past 36 hours, and her injuries hadn't healed yet. Every vibration of her vocal cords was torture for her. She had already anticipated how painful eating would be. Chen Lishu forced himself to look away, spooning the half-empty chicken soup from his spoon into his bowl. "Then drink more soup." He filled the bowl and placed it in front of Songshur. Songshur nodded, then gestured to Chen Lishu's rice, motioning for him to eat as well. "I eat right away," Chen Lishu said, sitting down, head bowed, and gulping down the food from his lunchbox. Songshur then picked up the spoon and sipped the soup. It was indeed painful, especially the first sip. His throat, dry from not drinking for so long, felt like it was about to split. The second sip was much better. Songshur sipped slowly. Gradually getting used to the pain, he unpacked his disposable chopsticks and began to pick up the rice from his lunch box. Chen Lishu was also eating, occasionally glancing up at Songshur. When he saw her clumsily picking up rice with her left hand, he even forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. He remembered that Songshur had used his left hand to hit someone, to open his lunch box, and even to unpack his chopsticks just now. He couldn't hold it in any longer, his regret and self-blame reaching a peak. Teacher shouldn't have sent you in. Songshur swallowed a small mouthful of rice with difficulty. ? He covered his eyes, his lower face flushed. I should have tried harder, not called your parents, and you wouldn't have been sent here to suffer this. Songshur lowered her chopsticks. She knew Chen Lishu had done his best. He had family to support, and he couldn't afford to offend someone as powerful as Wang Danyu. He had tried his best to fight for her, but it was her mother who didn't appreciate his kindness and pushed her into the abyss again. Under the circumstances, taking control of the school was the best option. If Wang Danyu was expelled as she initially requested, other schools would probably not accept her. She was not even 18 years old, and the label of retard would accompany her for the rest of her life. She had already been labeled a high-risk individual, already unwelcome, and now, coupled with a moron, she was likely destined to spend the rest of her life in the gutter. So, Songshur felt Chen Lishu's confession was unnecessary. But she couldn't speak, unable to comfort him. She frantically waved her hands, but Chen Lishu covered his eyes again, unable to see her movements. Songshur was speechless. She simply picked up her chopsticks and continued eating her lunch. When he grew tired of crying, he naturally stopped. Chen Lishu spoke from his original self's freshman year to his senior year, emphasizing how he could have prevented certain events, but, forced by tyranny and the desire to keep things quiet, he turned a blind eye, leading to the current consequences. The conversation lasted so long that Songshur tore the chicken leg into strips with his chopsticks and swallowed it all, bit by bit, before he finished. Songshur's throat was sore that he could no longer bear it. He put down his chopsticks and turned to drink the chicken soup. After 2 bowls of chicken soup, Chen Lishu finally stopped, apologized earnestly, and asked if she wanted to drop out. Of course, Songshur wouldn't quit. She didn't want to be a rat in the gutter in her next life. While it was tough here, the efficiency was incredibly high. Her torture bar was already halfway through, and success was within reach. She shook her head. Chen Lishu understood her point, and had to give up. The bell rang. Songshur stood up and pointed to the office door, signaling that she should return to class. Go ahead. This class isn't mine. I go next time. Chapter 34. Today is Sunday. For 30 p.m., usually the time for outdoor exercise, was different. Today was different. Everyone could bring their own laptops and communicate with the outside world for an hour. This class was Chen Lishu's. After class, Songshur followed him back to the office. Her laptop had already been delivered by Li Binwen. Li Binwen and Chen Lishu chatted, while Songshur sat on the sofa in the living room. She pointed the laptop's camera at herself, took a photo, and sent it to Tang Yu. She also sent a message saying, "Have a good week." After doing all this, she exited the chat box and looked at the unread messages that had accumulated over the past few days. There was a deposit notification. Clicking on it, it showed a deposit of 100,000 federal coins. This was probably the reward for her bravery that the 2 officers from the city security team had promised her. 100,000 federal coins was a considerable sum for Songshur these days. Although she wouldn't need it at the prison, she would still need to rent a place to live after she left. These 100,000 federal coins would be enough for her to survive 3 months without a source of income. Songshur logged out and flipped through another unread message. It was from 11 p.m. last night, from an unfamiliar number. "Miss Song, you should be honest. How can you not keep your promise?" Songshur almost immediately thought of Qin Yi, the man who had saved her at the experimental base. She had promised Qin Yi that she would join his company, the hunting group, after leaving the experimental base. But so much time had passed, and due to various circumstances, she still hadn't settled down and hadn't completed the onboarding process. To be more certain, she clicked on the person's profile picture and found the contact information below. She compared it with the contact information on the business card she had taken a photo of. The number matched, clearly Qin Yi. "I'm in the detention center, and can't leave for now." After a moment's thought, Songshur added, "I start work within a month." She had promised someone, but didn't follow through. It was her fault. She should at least give them a definitive answer. Just as she clicked send, a video call came through. The profile picture that popped up was Tang Yu. Songshur pulled up her collar and answered. Across from her, Tang Yu wore a pale pink, doll-colored home dress, set against a backdrop of a girlish pink bedroom. It was Sunday, and regular schools were closed. "You're injured." Tang Yu stared at her. Songshur felt a little guilty under her gaze, and touched the corner of her mouth with her fingertips. The photo she had posted wasn't retouched, so the injury wasn't serious. "What's wrong with your right hand?" Songshur's finger twitched as she touched the corner of her mouth. How had Tang Yu figured that out? The entire video only showed her upper body. Her right forearm wasn't visible at all. It was only while she was eating that Chen Lishu noticed she couldn't move her right arm. Tang Yu, standing opposite her, suddenly leaned closer to the screen. "What's wrong with your throat?" "Songshur?" ? She was certain the collar of her clothes completely concealed the injury, making it invisible from the camera's angle. Even if Tang Yu had noticed her throat problem, it would have been when she was speechless, not when, after only 16 seconds of the video, she revealed her condition in 3 consecutive sentences. Even though Songshur knew Tang Yu was attentive and perceptive, she was still shocked. She even wondered if Chen Lishu had told Tang Yu about her situation. Thinking of this, Songshur turned to look at Chen Lishu at his desk, where he and Li Binwen were engaged in a business-like exchange of flattery. It couldn't be him. He and Tang Yu weren't that close. Songshur typed something in the chat box and sent it to Tang Yu. "It's from a fight. It should be healed in 2 days. Also, there's smoke coming out of your head." In the video, Tang Yu's hair fell to her shoulders, with a few tiny hairs sticking up from the top. These hairs were rapidly shrinking, and upon closer inspection, a faint smoke appeared. Tang Yu immediately raised her hand to take a picture. The camera shook twice, and when she lowered her hand, the hairs were half a head shorter than before, curling at the ends. Tang Yu stared at the camera seriously, as if nothing had happened. "Teacher Zhou Tan said you're about to awaken." Songshur suppressed the corners of his mouth and nodded. Tang Yu pretended not to notice and continued, "You have a high probability of becoming a berserker-type differentiation candidate. The school will take this very seriously. I talked to your homeroom teacher and asked him to pick you up early. He'd probably agree." Songshur hurriedly typed the words "no need" with his left hand, and sent it over. Tang Yu saw it, and frowned slightly, clearly confused by Songshur's thoughts. "Fighting is what unlocks my potential. I fight every day here and make progress every day. If I go back, I might not be able to awaken," Songshur typed. She omitted the system's role in this, briefly explaining it to Tang Yu. The theory she was describing was a popular awakening philosophy in the Federation. To awaken quickly, one must engage in activities that align with one's awakening talents. Berserkers need to fight more, fire types need to get angry more, healing types need to be hurt more. This was a few decades before humans evolved superpowers. For the first time, humans encountered this strange power that defied natural science. Following their inherent thinking, they came to this unsupported conclusion. Later, as the rate of awakening superpowers in humans gradually stabilized, after extensive statistical analysis of the triggers for awakening, humans abandoned this theory and adopted the crisis theory. This states that when a human's life is seriously threatened, their potential is infinitely mobilized, significantly increasing the likelihood of awakening superpowers. Thus, those nearing adulthood, who have not yet awakened and have a high probability of awakening are taken to the experimental base for stimulation experiments. Even though Tang Yu disagreed with Songshur's reasons, she knew that since Songshur wanted to stay there, he must have a purpose, perhaps unspoken. "Then be careful," she said. Songshur nodded seriously. "Is there anything else you need? Your homeroom teacher, Mr. Chen, will be in class next Friday. I can prepare something and have him bring it to you." Songshur shook her head. The suitcase under her bed in the dormitory was enough for her to use for the entire month. "See you next week," Tang Yu said sweetly. "See you next week," Songshur typed. After hanging up the video, more than half of the 1-hour computer session had already passed. With no one to contact, Songshur continued to search online for information about the world, cramming in. In the first class after the computer was taken away, everyone was listless and had no desire to listen. Some slept or lay down, and some even whispered to each other. Chen Lishu, however, was completely unfazed. After completing his lecture, he said goodbye to Songshur in the hallway, saying he would be back next Friday and asking if there was anything he needed. Songshur shook his head no and watched him leave. Songshur spent the entire night catching up on sleep. By the 9 o'clock bell, the wound at the corner of her mouth had faded, and the pain in her throat no longer pierced her when she swallowed. After returning to the dormitory and a quick wash, Songshur fell asleep on her bed. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Songshur woke naturally. She tried to swallow, and the pain in her throat eased significantly, almost as bad as a sore throat in the middle stages of a cold. She moved her right arm. It had been kicked, and there had been a distinct cracking sound in her forearm, but now the pain was completely gone. To ensure it wouldn't affect her movements, Songshur got up and used her left hand to fold the quilt, forming a neat, even tofu-like shape. This movement felt completely effortless. The injury to her arm was confirmed to be completely healed. Songshur felt a bit uneasy. She went into the bathroom and looked in the mirror. The wound on her face had healed, and the bruises on her neck and Adam's apple had also completely disappeared. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her recovery speed seemed to exceed the normal self-healing rate of a berserk type. In her limited knowledge, this speed seemed only achievable by healing types, wood types, and some lesser-known types. Songshur couldn't explain the current situation. A cheerful song blared from the loudspeaker outside, signaling the dormitory would soon be cleared. Songshur bent down, scooped a handful of cold water onto her face, quickly washed, opened the bathroom door, grabbed a carton of milk from the table, and left the dormitory, locking the door behind her. Entering the cafeteria, Songshur had already finished her milk and tossed it into the trash. She then lined up at the food counter and took 2 eggs. Today's breakfast also included stew, but Songshur didn't order it. She didn't pick up her plate or look for a seat, but headed straight for the trash can. On the way, she quickly peeled 2 eggs and stuffed them into her mouth. Once she reached the trash can, she tossed the shells in. Songshur brushed the crumbs from his palm and turned around. Tong Jun, along with his 5 younger brothers, were gathered at a window, getting their food. They cut in line, and behind them stretched a long line of people carrying trays, ready to get their food, but no one dared to complain. Songshur walked toward the window, unfastened the rubber band she'd been wearing on her wrist, and quickly pulled her hair up. Songshur approached with such gusto and a powerful presence that many noticed her, including the 2 younger brothers behind Tong Jun. They quickly patted Tong Jun's shoulders to warn him. Songshur had already rushed over, snatched a tray from the street, and flung it at Tong Jun like a dart. Tong Jun, who had just turned around, was met head-on by the newcomer and retreated, clutching his head. He was standing in the front row, with the glass window behind him, and there was no way to retreat. Songshur had already rushed in front of him. With a flick of her toe, the fallen plate bounced up, and Songshur grabbed it and smashed it against Tong Jun's head. It all happened in the blink of an eye. Tong Jun's screams, clutching his head, awakened his stunned subordinates. They swarmed over, pounced on Songshur. Songshur was unreserved, using the plate as her weapon. With her left hand, she grabbed Tong Jun's hair and dragged him out, away from the window, brandishing it with her other hand. Bang! Snap! Crackle! It was like the sound of firecrackers during the new year. The cafeteria was large and extremely empty, making the sound even more outrageous. Even in the far corner, it could be heard clearly. Where's the fight going on again? The person sitting in the corner looked around. The crowd ahead prevented them from seeing. For them, this sound was familiar in the cafeteria. In the past, when small gangs fought each other, they often chose spacious, crowded places like the cafeteria. Firstly, it was convenient, without being bound by restrictions. Secondly, if they won, they could be seen by more people, which was a bit of a show-off. His companion put down his chopsticks, listened for a moment, and concluded, there are quite a few people. Do you think so? With all the noise, there must be at least a dozen people. Their third companion just happened to return from getting food. He put down his plate and sat down at his seat, a strange look on his face, neither eating nor speaking. Why that expression? The person across the table asked curiously. What did you see? Which 2 groups are fighting again? Chapter 35. He said only 2 words, Songshur. The other 2 glanced at each other, and simultaneously gave a thumbs up. Then the 3 of them lowered their heads to eat, no longer discussing the matter. Across the cafeteria, a fierce fight was raging. It was Songshur who was leading the fight unilaterally. These 6 men were no match for her now. After the initial blows from her, Tong Jun completely lost his fighting spirit. He was dragged along by her single hand, like a dying stray dog, occasionally using it to block her attacks. When he wasn't attacking, he became Songshur's punching bag. 2 of the other 5 men had already fallen. The remaining 3, also bruised and battered, were timid in the face of Songshur. They exchanged glances, but no one dared to charge. It was a stalemate, but the outcome was already decided. The cafeteria administrator, observing this, approached. Songshur released his grip on Tong Jun's hair. Tong Jun lost his support and collapsed to the ground. His face and head were covered in blood. He had been hit the most times with a plate by Song Shi, and one of his arms had been broken by him. Seeing Song Shi release their leader, the remaining 3 men cautiously approached to help him away. But before they could get any closer, a scene that stunned them occurred. Song Shi stepped on their leader's waist and kicked him. Ah! Even though Tong Jun was practically unconscious, the kick sobered him up considerably, and his agonizing screams echoed throughout the cafeteria. Just hearing the sound, even without seeing the action, made countless people gasp. "This is my return to you," Song Shi said coldly, looking down at Tong Jun, who lay curled up like a shrimp on the ground. That guy had kicked her in the back quite a few times back then. The controller had quickened his pace. Song Shi scanned the cafeteria, searching for a figure. Found it. Excitement flashed in her eyes, and she sprinted towards the easternmost part of the cafeteria. The controller saw her fleeing and immediately rushed to stop her. Song Shi scurried between the rows of tables, causing a commotion. This was a waste of time. The controllers surrounded her more and more, and finally, Song Shi leaped onto the tables, straddling them, dodging left and right, escaping their encirclement. Finally, he knelt on one knee at the curly-haired woman's table. The little henchman screamed upon seeing Song Shi, clutching his head, and cowered in a corner, not daring to move. The curly-haired woman slowly put down her chopsticks, and looked up at Song Shi, her eyes dark. Song Shi ignored her and grinned. "I missed my appointment yesterday, I make it up today." He then clenched his fist, and struck her in the face. The curly-haired woman's upper body was flexible, and she leaned back, easily dodging the blow. Song Shi leaped from the table, using his knees as leverage to strike her head. The curly-haired woman rolled on the ground, standing 2 meters away from the table, and brushed her hair back from her eyes. "Oh my! Yang Miao is so awesome!" a girl in the crowd exclaimed. As soon as she finished her cry, she realized no one around her was saying anything, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hands. The controllers who had gathered around saw Song Shi fighting with the others again, exchanged glances, and finally decided to stand aside and observe the situation. Song Shi charged forward again. "So your name is Yang Miao?" Yang Miao dodged the blow with her sideways face, and began to fight back. She pursed her lips, and remained silent in response to Song Shi's question. After being beaten to a pulp by Yang Miao the last time, Song Shi replayed the scene countless times in his mind in the dark room, thinking of various countermeasures. This time, facing Yang Miao again, Song Shi was extremely cautious, practicing the moves he had previously memorized one by one. "You've made rapid progress," Yang Miao finally said, but her tone was not admiring. "Do you think you can defeat me just by breaking a few of my moves?" She increased her attack speed, wrapping her upper body around Song Shi. Song Shi was stretched to the limit, so she suddenly kicked out, striking him in the knee. It seemed like a weak kick, but the pain and numbness quickly spread throughout Song Shi's leg. Song Shi fell to one knee, sweat breaking out on his head. He tried to stand up several times with his hands on the ground, but failed. Yang Miao did not press his advantage. Instead, he bent down in front of Song Shi, grasping her chin and forcing her head up. "Next time, don't come here to die." Song Shi twitched his lips, but didn't agree. Instead, he asked, "Do you want to take a picture?" Yang Miao frowned. "Consider it my tuition." Finally, Yang Miao took the picture, and Song Shi was taken away by the controller. Abuse value progress, 55%. Anti-abuse value progress, 41%. Violently assaulting a classmate. Damaging cafeteria items. Disrupting dining order. Disobeying discipline. Incorrigible. Lost in the dark room for 40 hours. This time, Song Shi was much more experienced than the last time she entered the dark room. To prepare for the possibility of missing several meals, she ate 2 eggs in the morning and drank a carton of milk. The milk was originally for awakened, and its nutritional value was much higher than regular milk, making it very filling. Upon entering, she sat in the same corner as last time, not wanting to waste any energy. She closed her eyes and began to recall the fight, breaking it down piece by piece, mentally rehearsing the countermeasures. After doing this twice, she stood up and began practicing. Her leg wasn't broken, nor was there any external injury. Yang Miao hadn't killed her. He must have simply pressed a certain acupoint, causing a short-term numbness that had subsided over time and had fully recovered. In the cramped, dark space, Song Shi practiced relentlessly until the temperature inside the usually cool, damp room rose along with her body heat. She wiped the sweat from her forehead before stopping. Her stomach was starting to feel hungry. Song Shi huddled in the corner, closing her eyes. When she woke, the temperature inside the dark room had dropped back down. The small window for the water dispenser had been opened from the outside, and a bowl of water was passed in. Songshur walked over and drank it in a few gulps, glancing at the time. 8:30. She had been locked up at 9 in the morning. Had nearly 12 hours passed? Or was it 24? Songshur wasn't sure, but one thing was certain, time was passing even faster than she imagined. The light in the dark room was once again deprived, and Songshur's vision returned to darkness. She stretched her body, and continued her single-player simulated combat. When she felt tired, she lay down to rest. During this time, Songshur requested to use the bathroom. The clock on her watch read 12 o'clock. Through a window in the bathroom, sunlight streamed in from outside. Songshur had a rough idea of the remaining time. Back in the dark room, she sat in a corner, her body desperately craving food, her stomach growling. She stopped the simulation training. She didn't have time to exert herself. She closed her eyes and began to control her emotions, practicing her control over her violent aura. Until she fell asleep. When she woke again, she heard the sound of a metal door opening. 40 hours are up, you can leave. Songshur covered her eyes and stood up, finding the door precisely. She walked out and stood there, adjusting to the light. The controller who opened the door for her was the same one from last time. He gave Songshur a complicated look as she stood facing the light, then shook his head silently. The light in the hallway was exceptionally bright, but outside the punishment room, it was pitch black. It was 1 a.m. Aside from the controller on duty, there was no one else. Songshur walked towards the apartment. The controller's room, where she managed the apartment, was pitch black. She stepped over the fence leading to the dormitory and headed for the stairs. Back in the dormitory, Songshur washed off the sticky sweat, washed and hung out the pile of dirty clothes, and then fell asleep on her bed. The long, early morning whistle blew, and Songshur opened his eyes. Excitement was uncontrollable. After packing up, he pushed the door open and walked down the stairs, encountering Yang Miao and her small attendant. Songshur politely waved at her. She ignored him, brushing past her shoulder as she descended the stairs. Songshur shrugged, not taking it seriously, and followed her down a few steps. Entering the cafeteria, Songshur glanced around but didn't see Dai Ming and his group. She lined up for her meal, and sat at the table closest to the door. As she ate, she glanced up to see if Dai Ming and his group were among those entering. From the moment she sat there, everyone who entered the cafeteria felt an inexplicable chill on the back of their neck, their hair standing on end. Looking around, they spotted Songshur, dining at a table near the door. Recalling the fact that every time Songshur came, the restaurant had to carry several people out, they quickened their pace, moving out of Songshur's sight. Songshur finished her meal, and Dai Ming's group didn't show up. No one else bothered her. Songshur reluctantly returned to class. Chapter 36. More than half of the day passed in eerie peace. During the afternoon exercise, Songshur approached Yang Miao. She was determined not to waste a single day. Yang Miao was strolling around the playground with her little follower. Songshur suddenly appeared before them. The follower took a step back, timidly hiding behind Yang Miao. The chair Songshur had previously thrown at her head had left a deep shadow in her heart. "Let's have another fight," Songshur said, his eyes blazing as he stared at Yang Miao. Yang Miao extinguished the cigarette between her fingers and stuffed the remaining half back into the follower's pocket. Then, looking up at Songshur, he exhaled a puff of smoke. "I take pictures afterward." Songshur raised an eyebrow. Of course. This was like Wang Danyu paying for her tuition. Yang Miao glanced around. The playground was now ridiculously crowded. "Change places," she said, and headed off. The attendant glanced at Songshur, who stood still, and explained on Yang Miao's behalf, "Big sister doesn't want you to be sent to the dark room again." With that, he quickly followed Yang Miao's steps. Yang Miao's action somewhat surprised Songshur, but then he realized she would be in the dark room for at least 24 hours. She was now a walking ATM, able to randomly withdraw 100,000 federal coins daily. Locked in the dark room, it was a waste of her value. Following Yang Miao to an empty corner of the teaching building, clear of people and surveillance cameras, Yang Miao stopped and turned around. "You want to learn my fighting techniques?" Songshur thought for a moment. "Not entirely. I also want to get beaten up." Yang Miao, Her eyes suddenly turned strange as she looked at Songshur. Songshur paid no attention, clenching his fists over his chest in a stance for an attack. "So hit me as hard as you can. The harder, the better. Your photos will look credible." Although Yang Miao didn't understand Songshur's habit, she showed respect and exchanged a glance with her attendant, who quickly retreated to a safe distance to watch the two men fight. Songshur attacked first. Yang Miao listened carefully to Songshur's advice. After blocking Songshur's first move, she launched a crushing, all-encompassing attack, unleashing ruthless and unrelenting blows. Songshur struggled mightily. Even with her berserker-type physique bonus, her strength, reflexes, and agility were several times greater than those of an average person. Against Yang Miao, she was no different from a defenseless 3-year-old. As the number of attacks grew, Songshur's heart began to surge with anxiety. In the last 2 duels, Yang Miao had been hiding his strength. Bang! Yang Miao raised his leg and kicked Songshur in the chest, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters before landing heavily on the ground. She struggled to sit up, propping herself up on her elbows. A strong smell of blood suddenly rose from her throat. Songshur thought something was wrong, and sure enough, a large pool of blood erupted. A heart-wrenching cough followed. Yang Miao walked towards her and held out his hand. Songshur glanced at him, waved his hand, and waited until his coughing eased before saying, "Take the picture first." Yang Miao withdrew his hand and looked at the little henchman. The little henchman immediately trotted over, pulled a laptop from his pocket, and aimed it at Songshur, capturing him with a bruised face and nose, clutching his chest and spitting blood. Almost immediately after the photo was taken, Songshur heard the jiggling of gold coins, accompanied by a robotic female voice announcing a deposit. 100,000 Federation coins have been successfully deposited. Please check them. Songshur suddenly remembered that she had risked half her life for a heroic act, and only received 100,000 Federation coins. Her heart clenched, and she coughed even harder, spewing out another large pool of blood, staining her clothes red. "Are you okay?" Yang Miao half-crouched. "You told me to be as ruthless as possible." "You did the right thing," Songshur quickly confirmed, fearing that Yang Miao wouldn't dare kill her tomorrow. Today's fight had increased her abuse value by 13% and her anti-abuse value by 2%. This had far exceeded her expectations. Songshur stood up, wiping the blood from her chin, and assured herself that she was fine. "We continue tomorrow." Yang Miao gave her a slightly suspicious look, but said nothing and left with his attendant. Songshur waited a moment, then, at a different time from Yang Miao, headed towards her class. She pushed the door open, blood-soaked. The others in the class glanced back, then turned away indifferently. In the past, they would whisper to the people around them, but now no one was surprised. On the contrary, they would be surprised if Songshur didn't cause trouble for a day. Songshur fell asleep on the table, his injuries quickly repaired. Masochism progress, 68%. Anti-masochism progress, 43%. The next day, Songshur was fully recovered and once again sought out Yang Miao during his free time. After a fierce teaching, he was once again beaten until he vomited blood and even broke an arm. But when he saw the light screen in his mind, masochism progress, 82%. Anti-masochism progress, 47%. Songshur laughed out loud. Yang Miao looked at Songshur lying on his back, spitting blood and grinning inexplicably, and let out a hiss. Did he even enjoy beating her? The little henchman was also terrified by the scene. He walked over to Yang Miao, leaned close to her ear, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, "She's a bit perverted. How about we stay away from her?" Yang Miao pulled a cigarette from the henchman's trouser pocket, lit it, took a drag, and considered whether to do so. Songshur had already risen from the ground, hunched against the wall for a moment to recover, then straightened up. "The photos have been taken. You guys go first." The two seemed to have been waiting for her to say this. As soon as she finished, they quickly left side by side. Songshur wiped the blood from her nose and smeared it on her face. She watched them leave, feeling that there was something strange in the way they looked at her before they left. But she couldn't put her finger on it. Never mind. As long as they were willing to practice with her, that was all that mattered. She didn't care about anything else. Lying in bed that night, Songshur called up the screen in his mind. The difference between the progress of the masochism value and the anti-masochism value was quite large. One was 82%, the other was 47%. The lack of coordination might affect her awakening. Songshur decided to find some trouble tomorrow. She remembered that she seemed to see Dai Ming's underling in the cafeteria during dinner tonight. He was the one who had kicked her in the face so hard. She was so focused on eating that she ignored him. She could go look for him tomorrow. She needed to catch up on her anti-abuse stats. After arranging everything, Songshur fell into a deep sleep. The next day, at breakfast time, Songshur entered the cafeteria and accurately located the boy among the many students. There were 8 people sitting at his table, and Songshur had some memory of each of them. They had all been cut to varying degrees by her when she stood on the table and swung the broken plate. Now that they were all gathered together, Songshur couldn't find Dai Ming. Dai Ming seemed to have disappeared for a long time. Chapter 37. Although Songshur most wanted to beat up Dai Ming, the 8 people before her could also serve as training. After all, she couldn't hit innocent people. Songshur didn't go directly to them. After all, Wang Danyu treated her with special care. If she took the initiative, she would definitely be put in the dark room. These days, she cherished every day, as the dark room would last at least 24 hours. To make the most of every day, Songshur decided to take a passive approach. She thought of an idea and looked elsewhere, eventually spotting Yang Miao at a table against the wall. She took her tray, received her meal, and headed towards that table. Finally, she chose a table next to Yang Miao's. As soon as she sat down, everyone else at that table left, carrying their trays. Because her behavior in recent days had worsened her reputation, the people at the 2 tables in front and behind her also left in anticipation of the risk. Only Yang Miao and her attendant were left. Songshur calmly took out an egg, cracked it, rolled it twice on the table, and peeled the skin off, saying softly, "I want to beat up a few people, but I don't want to be locked up in the dark room." The little henchman looked at her in confusion. Why did she tell her elder sister? Did she want her to help her? Yang Miao understood Songshur's meaning almost instantly and, without putting down her chopsticks, said, "Eat first." They both sped up their eating. After finishing the last bite and setting down her plate, Yang Miao suddenly leaped up and rushed towards her. Those who had left earlier, seeing this, secretly congratulated themselves on their foresight. Songshur raised his plate to block the blow. With a loud thud, a fist mark appeared in the center of the plate. The fist mark sent shivers down everyone's spines. Could a normal human fist possibly create this effect? Yang Miao, seemingly insensitive to pain, withdrew her fist expressionlessly, then swung it again at the plate that Songshur had blocked from his face. The aluminum plate certainly couldn't withstand a second blow. Everyone silently worried for Songshur. How had she offended Yang Miao again? What bad luck. This punch would probably leave a dent in her nose. The cafeteria's security officers gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting and talking, paying no attention to the fighting. First, Yang Miao had struck first, and second, she clearly had the upper hand. Songshur dropped the plate and ran for her life. Yang Miao pushed the plate aside and chased after her. The 2 engaged in a chase. Songshur ran incredibly fast, leaping from the southeast corner of the cafeteria to the northwest in the blink of an eye. Yang Miao never caught up. Songshur suddenly leaped onto a table filled with people. Seeing the people dining at that table, everyone mourned even more deeply for Songshur. Her luck was truly unfortunate. How had she ended up in one wolf's den and ended up in another? Can't you see we're eating? Get out of here. Don't want to live, huh? Brothers, show her some of your strength. This successfully inflamed the group's fury. Yang Miao stopped at the periphery, not moving forward to capture Songshur. Instead, he lit a cigarette and watched the fun unfold. The little henchman, who had arrived late, glanced at her elder sister, who was relaxed and at ease, then at Songshur, who stood in the middle of the table. She suddenly understood what Songshur meant. If she had taken the initiative, she would have been taken to the dark room. So she asked her elder sister to force her. She was forced to resist, forced to beat up a group of people, and finally forced to be dealt with by her elder sister. She not only took down the people she wanted to take down, but also challenged her elder sister. Most importantly, she didn't have to be locked up in the dark room. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. So insidious. The little henchman's fear of Songshur deepened. At the dining table, a fight was in full swing. The same situation had happened a week ago. Back then, Songshur was caught off guard by the siege of so many people, and then, with a careless move, she was tackled. But now, she was quite capable, grabbing a plate in each hand and beating those people to the ground without a fight. In the end, the 8 men didn't even dare to approach, so Songshur took the initiative and jumped down from the table, engaging them in close combat, still beating them to a pulp. "Elder sister taught you well," the little henchman whispered in Yang Miao's ear. Yang Miao's lips curled slightly, but he said nothing. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. Anti-abuse progress, plus 1%. Songshur's mind kept buzzing with reminders. Today's anti-abuse progress reached the daily limit. Songshur was surprised to learn that there was a limit to the progress increase, but a glance at the progress bar revealed a 20% increase. Getting a 20% increase from these 8 people was worth it. Songshur bent his knee and kicked the last man standing in the stomach, knocking him down. He looked down at him. "Where's Dai Ming?" The man clutched his stomach, clenching his teeth in silence. Song Shi sneered, half-crouched, pinched his face, picked up a sharp piece of plate from the ground, and tapped his carotid artery twice, the sharp edge piercing his skin. "Will you tell me?" The boy felt the chill on his neck and dared not move. Seeing the madness in Song Shi's eyes, he completely lost it. "I don't know." The city security team called him away. City security? Wang Donyu? The traffic controllers, seeing the situation wasn't what they expected, had already gathered around. At this moment, Yang Miao, who had been watching the action from the sidelines, moved. Song Shi heard the faint rustle of wind and the unobtrusive sound of Yang Miao's footsteps. She immediately rolled over on the ground, landing on one knee where she had left, instantly crushing the broken plate fragments to a thin layer. Quick enough to dodge. Yang Miao snorted, clawing at her. Now was the time for Yang Miao and Song Shi's daily sparring session. The two were fast enough, their attacks brutal enough, each aiming for death, even confusing the surrounding traffic controllers. They decided to wait and see who would win. If Song Shi won, he would definitely be locked up in the dark room. If Yang Miao won, well, so be it. It was unfair, but it wasn't their decision, they were simply following orders from above. In the center of everyone's attention, Yang Miao's eyes flickered with amazement after Song Shi narrowly dodged another attack from Yang Miao. Song Shi's daily progress was almost exponential, and she had a feeling he had reached the threshold of explosive growth. It wouldn't be long before Song Shi would reach her level. Is this the unparalleled talent of a berserker-type high-probability differentiationist? Yang Miao felt a rare sense of envy for someone. "You're distracted." As Song Shi launched a punch, Yang Miao crossed her arms to block, closing the distance between them. Song Shi whispered a warning. Yang Miao regained consciousness, pushed Song Shi aside, and focused her attention, unleashing 100% of her strength to confront him. Yang Miao was undeniably strong, especially when she mobilized all her strength. The muscles in her arms swelled, her aura soared, and she felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. The onlookers were also inexplicably infected, feeling as if they were on the battlefield, as if they were Song Shi, enveloped by Yang Miao's aura, breathless and unable to muster the slightest thought of resistance. Song Shi barely managed to block 100 blows before showing signs of weakness. He was tackled and thrown to the ground, unable to get up despite several attempts. Song Shi lost, and the controllers dispersed contentedly, maintaining order in the cafeteria and dispersing the other onlookers. Yang Miao took a photo and left with his little entourage. Song Shi was left lying in the distance for nearly half an hour. Although his body ached, his heart was filled with joy. Current progress, abuse value progress, 93%. Anti-abuse value progress, 67%. She was finally experiencing the end of her suffering. Chapter 38. Song Shi staggered back to the classroom. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Qinlishu at the podium. Song Shi pondered for a moment. Today was Friday, indeed the day Qinlishu was supervising classes. She gently closed the door and walked towards her seat. She noticed an extra set of tables and chairs next to hers. Perhaps a new student was transferring. Song Shi walked to her desk, pulled out her chair, and sat down. Qinlishu heard a noise at the back door and looked up. He was stunned by Song Shi's appearance. It was truly horrible. His face was covered in blood from his nose, his chin was bruised, and his forehead was scraped, though fortunately, it didn't bleed. He held onto his waist as he walked, moving slowly. It must have been injured. Song Shi, of course, felt Qinlishu's pointed gaze. She covered her forehead and lowered her face, avoiding him. If she had known, she would have gone to the bathroom to wash her face. Song Shi was filled with regret. She was too lazy to walk the extra few steps to the bathroom. Her back ached. And her current attitude was that no matter how horrible she looked, it was everyone else who was disgusted, not her. She had forgotten that this class was Qinlishu's. Song Shi simply slumped over the table, pretending to be dead. After a while, the sound of Qinlishu's lecture slowly reached her. Also, it was accompanied by the whispered gossip of the people sitting in front of her and nearby. "I heard the new transfer student is from Yanming Middle School." Yanming? Oh my god, isn't that the top-ranked high school in the outer city of District 11? What crime did he commit to get sent here? Typically, students who transfer to a restricted school midterm are rejected by other schools. That's why he asked. He got into a fight and left someone disabled. The school insisted on expelling him. His parents went to the school twice to protest and finally won't expel him. But they also won't let him stay at Yanning. He had to stay at our school for the remaining 6 months of his senior year. So his situation is quite similar to Song-Shur, heartbroken by the loss of his name. The person sitting in front of her lowered their voice. They only stay for 3 months. The person sitting in front of her. What sin did our class commit? One person hasn't left, and another one's here. Song-Shur wanted to say she was leaving soon, but sleepiness overwhelmed her, making it impossible for her to lift her eyelids, so she decided not to argue. In her dream, her waist felt warm, as if someone was massaging her. Song-Shur was so comfortable she didn't want to wake up, until a quarrel disturbed her sweet dream. The source of the noise was right next to her. There was clearly no one next to her. Song-Shur, half asleep, vaguely remembered that someone had transferred in. Your teaching is terrible. You're just following the book. Are you a reading machine? The voice was a boy. Are all the teachers at Renchi Middle School so bad? No wonder your school ranks behind ours. And he was a rude and self-righteous boy. Song-Shur opened his eyes. What he saw was a young man with half-tied hair and a wolf's tail. His ears were pierced with 7 or 8 silver and black earrings. Jinlishu explained good-naturedly, the book on moral education was compiled by countless outstanding scholars, and the examples are all current. I don't have anything to expand on. Even if it were a teacher from Yenming Middle School, they would only be able to read from the book. Also, Jinlishu pushed his glasses up and placed the book on the table. The point of this course isn't to teach you knowledge. You already know everything there is to learn. The other students in this class, who had been taking moral education classes for 2 years, nodded in agreement. The book only contained so much information. What could they possibly say? They couldn't understand what the new transfer student was angry about. Achievement is the most important thing. The control school established this course, so that different teachers can remind you to be law-abiding citizens of the Federation. So, if you don't want to listen, you can just lie down and sleep like the others, Jinlishu said politely. Unfortunately, the other student wasn't convinced, and swept the book off the table. Do you really need to remind me of morality? As luck would have it, the book he had dropped landed squarely on Song-Shur's feet. Song-Shur, The man sitting in front of him, who happened to witness this, said, shock. His eyes widened instantly, and he gasped, moving his chair away from Song-Shur. Song-Shur raised her foot and kicked the book back. She didn't use much force. The book merely hit the other person's desk leg and stopped. She considered herself a tolerant person, not one to get angry over an unintentional act. But the other person didn't see it that way. You disgusting, ugly bastard. Who gave you permission to kick my book? Song-Shur, preparing to lie down for another nap, said, ? This time, the other students in the class also looked peculiar. Jinlishu, sitting at the podium, opened his mouth repeatedly, but because the boy kept talking, he had no chance to interrupt. This is disgusting. How long have you not washed your hair? I give up. Coming to a school like this is already annoying, and now I'm sitting in the same row with someone like you. The boy kicked the book back with disgust. Song-Shur, who had just washed her hair this morning, looked up, untied the spare rubber band on her wrist, and tied up her hair, which was disheveled from the fight. The person at the table in front of her caught a glimpse of Song-Shur's movements and moved forward again, one leg extended outside the table, ready to escape at any moment. Song-Shur didn't attack directly. She remembered the system's reminder that she couldn't harm innocent people. She wasn't sure if the person who had verbally humiliated her was still innocent. She asked the system directly, but it didn't respond. Song-Shur decided to test it herself, and at the same time, pave the way for the future. The system was always in her mind, restricting her actions. According to its rules, she couldn't harm innocent people. But who counts as innocent? Those who haven't done anything wrong? Or those who haven't hurt her? What's the scope of harm? Swearing at her or punching her is both harm to her, but is that the same for the system? Does the system define harm as intentional or unintentional? Let's take this opportunity today to find out. Song-Shur took off his watch and threw it at his head. The watch was incredibly sturdy, so Song-Shur wasn't afraid of breaking it. The boy didn't expect Song-Shur to attack him so quickly. He tried to dodge, but unfortunately, he missed and was hit on the forehead. A small bump quickly formed on his head. He covered his forehead, stared at Song-Shur in disbelief, and roared, "Are you sick?" Song-Shur paid attention to the system's notifications. Harming the innocent, anti-abuse progress, 1%. Song-Shur breathed a sigh of relief. Verbal insults didn't count as harm. She couldn't retaliate. Wanting to strike but unable to, looking at the boy again, Song-Shur felt only annoyance. Chapter 39. She hoped the boy would lose control of his anger and attack her, so her retaliation wouldn't count as harming an innocent person. However, to her surprise, he only raged on, showing no intention of attacking. Didn't he say he was in jail for breaking someone's bones in a gang fight? How could he be so patient? Seeing that Songsher's blows were over, Chinlishu breathed a sigh of relief. She finally learned to control her temper. "Student, please sit down. We get on with the class." "I won't," the boy demanded, his hand covering his forehead and straining his neck. "You didn't do anything? Didn't you see her hit me? Aren't you the controller? Why didn't you deduct her points? Why didn't you lock her up in the dark room?" The classmates almost couldn't contain their laughter. They probably didn't realize they already been through the gates of hell. "What are you laughing at? You're protecting each other. I'm going to tell my mom. I want Yanming back." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. "Songsher, he's actually feeling wronged?" Songsher reached out and nudged the boy in front of her on the back. The boy in front of her shuddered the moment she touched him, then quickly turned his head with a look of horror. "Songsher, She tried to keep a straight face. "Is there a class for Yanming's controller here today?" Yes, class 666. "Are you talking about rap?" "What? It seems there's no such thing in this world." "It's okay." Songsher knew where class 6 was, across from the bathroom. She stood up and grabbed the boy next to her by the arm. "What are you doing? Get your filthy hands off me. Don't touch me." Songsher grabbed his other hand and twisted it behind his back, preventing him from struggling. He pushed him out of the classroom, heading towards the class across from the bathroom. "What are you doing? Let go! Where are you taking me?" Having reached the front door of class 6, Songsher peeked through the window. A female administrator was lecturing. Songsher leaned in close to the struggling boy's ear. "That's your Yanming's administrator in there. If you have any problems, tell her. She take care of it. Oh, and you can even ask her to deduct points from me and put me in the dark room." Before Songsher could finish, the other person screamed at the top of his lungs, "Ah, Teacher Sue! I'm being bullied." Clearly, this guy knew the teacher inside. Songsher quickly let go of the other person's hand and hid behind the wall. The other person pushed the door open and began to cry to the teacher inside, forcing her to stop teaching. "Someone's bullying me, Teacher Sue. Let me go back. Call my mom. I'm quitting." Songsher listened for a few words, then rubbed his ears and left. Songsher didn't take this little incident to heart. During afternoon playtime, she went to the playground as usual to look for Yang Miao. But she wasn't there. Only her little follower was sitting alone in a corner, looking around. Songsher walked over. The follower's eyes lit up when she saw her, but then, realizing she was now facing Songsher alone, she retracted her head. "Where's Yang Miao?" Songsher asked. "The school officials called her away," the follower said timidly. "When did it happen?" "After we had a fight this morning." Songsher frowned. "She hasn't come back yet?" The follower shook his head, also a little worried. Songsher inexplicably thought of Dai Ming, who had disappeared for so long. Has she ever been called away for such a long time before? The little follower thought for a moment and said, "No. Big Sister used to be inseparable from her, but now that Big Sister's gone, she doesn't dare wander around. She offended a lot of people before." Seeing Songsher turn and leave, she immediately stood up and chased after him. "Where are you going?" "Take me with you." Songsher was also quite capable. While not as capable as Big Sister, few in this school dared to mess with her these days. Songsher turned around. "You better not follow me now." The little follower paused. "Why?" Songsher looked embarrassed. This little follower wasn't smart enough. How could she explain it to her? Perhaps, out of her sight, there were eyes watching them. Those eyes were those Wang Danyu had bribed, observing her daily, searching for those with a grudge against her, who were themselves quite powerful, or even had connections to the western suburbs, like Dai Ming, who had disappeared before, and Yang Miao, who had been called away. "Is Yang Miao connected to the Shijiu black market?" Songsher asked. The little follower, unsure of why she suddenly asked, raised her chin proudly. "Of course. My eldest sister is." She fell silent, remembering her elder sister's words about not revealing all her details while away from home. Songsher wasn't interested in what she said next. Knowing Yang Miao was connected to the Shijiao black market confirmed her suspicions. Wang Danyu was ready to kill her. By organizing these people with ties to Shijiu to take action, even if the teachers of the ability branch investigated, Wang Danyu could claim it was a vendetta, her hands unstained. And even the higher-ups in the ability branch wouldn't be able to do anything about Shijiu. But the holiday wasn't due until 2 weeks later. Wang Danyu wouldn't call them away so soon. Wang Danyu was moving the holiday up. Now, she just needed to verify this one thing. If the holiday was moved up, Wang Danyu's intentions were essentially certain. Then, Song Shi looked at the mindless henchman before him. Yang Miao's kindness to this henchman seemed to hold some special significance. If Wang Danyu offered enough benefits, Yang Miao might even side with her to deal with her. She wasn't Yang Miao's match yet, and with Dai Ming and even more people around, she was completely vulnerable. So, this henchman was her means of threatening Yang Miao. Of course, she still needed to verify whether this henchman's relationship with Yang Miao was strong enough. Now wasn't the time to verify this. There might be other eyes watching her, and any friendly gesture she showed towards this henchman might cause Wang Danyu to abandon Yang Miao and switch to someone else. Although Yang Miao was strong, he had weaknesses. She was relatively familiar with Yang Miao's moves, so anyone else wouldn't be as good as him. After sorting everything out, Song Shi looked at the little henchman before him. Your elder sister is in danger. There are people watching. Which dormitory is yours? I go and explain everything tonight. The henchman's face changed, genuinely frightened by Song Shi. 482. Staying with you will arouse suspicion. I be leaving first, Song Shi said, his voice low. Okay. Song Shi turned and walked towards the teaching building. Everything she had just imagined was a last-ditch effort when the situation was irreversible. The risk was too great. She decided to take the safest option first. The next class was Chen Lishu's, so he should still be in his office. Song Shi quickly ran to Chen Lishu's office and knocked on the door. No one answered. She pushed hard, but it was locked. Song Shi then went to the other offices reserved for Renshi Middle School teachers. Anyone from Renshi Middle School would do. She knocked on each one, but no one was there. A controller passed by, and Song Shi stopped him to ask. The answer was, all the teachers at Renshi Middle School have been called back to a meeting. Can I use your laptop? I have something important to do. The controller shook his head and sternly refused. No, that's against school rules, classmate. You should get back to class. Song Shi stared at the laptop on his wrist. If it weren't for the fact that the laptop had permissions, and would automatically lock if operated by someone other than the owner, she would have grabbed it. Song Shi returned to the classroom and received a piece of news. Tomorrow is a holiday, and there are still 2 days off. The rest of the class was cheering and discussing where to go, and what to buy afterward. Song Shi, however, sat motionless in his seat. Why so early? Song Shi asked. The substitute teacher was from another school, whom Song Shi didn't recognize. This is a notice from the school leadership. They've considered everyone's academic pressures, and are giving everyone 2 days off to relax. High pressure? Song Shi didn't believe it. Every day in class, no more than 5 people in the entire class paid attention. How could there be academic pressure? Song Shi clutched the corner of his desk tightly. Wang Danyu. I won't die this time, but you won't have it easy. Chapter 40. A long evening study session. The controller sat at the podium, looking down at his laptop. Below, the students either slept or sat huddled together whispering. Song Shi rested his hand on his forehead, scribbling on a piece of paper. The back door creaked open, and the idle students turned to look. The transfer student, who had been missing all day since Song Shi had dragged him out that morning, sauntered in. He didn't look at them, but returned to his seat. Song Shi was completely absorbed in thinking about what to do tomorrow. Suddenly, someone beside him called her softly. Sister Song? Song Shi ignored him, shredding the paper he'd written on into pieces and stuffing them into his uniform pants pocket. The other person's voice rose a bit more. Sister Song? Song Shi turned impatiently, looking at the wiry-tailed boy sitting across from her. What are you doing? After Song Shi responded, the boy immediately dragged his stool over to Song Shi's desk, sitting with his arms folded like an elementary school student. Sister Song, I call you sister. Please protect me from now on. The conversation between the two class riders attracted considerable attention, especially since the transfer student's voice wasn't lowered, allowing everyone to hear. The student at the desk in front of Song Shi turned and lowered his voice to Song Shi's desk in front of him. He must have heard about the incident, and he knows he's hit a snag, so he's desperate to curry favor. Song Shi's desk in front of him didn't dare discuss Song Shi's affairs, especially since they were so close. He felt like Song Shi could hear him. He gave a barely perceptible nod, hastily stating his stance. Why are you still so afraid of her? I think she's a principled person. If others don't mess with her, she won't mess with others either. Much better than those scoundrels like Tong Jun. The man at the table in front pursed his lips, not daring to speak. Get lost. Song Shi was already annoyed at being called his big brother. If you don't leave, I beat you to a pulp. The man at the table in front pursed his lips. I told you. Look how fierce he is. The wolf-tailed man wasn't deterred by Song Shi. I've heard about what's happened to Sister Song since she came here. I really admire her, and want to be her friend. Song Shi's fists on his thighs gradually clenched. My name is Lu Shuilin. You can just call me Xiao Lu. My father is the special assistant to the captain of the city security team, a super brain awakener. I'm also a super brain high probability differentiation. I heard Sister Song is a berserker high probability differentiation. It's truly fate that we met here. Song Shi's fists clenched when he heard his father's position. He raised his head nonchalantly, speaking softly. Didn't you break someone's bones to get you in? You're such a powerful person, and you still need my protection? Lu Shuilin suddenly became agitated, spit flying. I was tricked. My sworn enemy broke his bones. I was just passing by, and he blamed me for it. There's no surveillance on that section of the road, and all the witnesses are his men. No one believes anything I say. The person sitting at the table in front of me suddenly spoke up. Your father is the captain's special assistant, so no one believes what you say. He asked what Song Shi wanted to ask. Song Shi leaned back in his chair, staring at Lu Shuilin, waiting for his answer. Lu Shuilin shrugged his shoulders and sighed. It's all because my father is so upright. He never abuses his position for personal gain. Even at Yanming Middle School, I'm treated the same as any other student. He spoke with such sincerity that those eavesdropping nearby silently put themselves in his shoes. In this era of overwhelming power, having a father like that is quite frustrating. Lu Shuilin finished speaking and wiped away a tear. The person at the table in front of him remarked, if Song Shi had met Lu Shuilin's family, it would have been the Wei family's eldest son, who would have been sent to the remedial school. The person at the table in front of him covered his ears, not daring to hear what he said. Song Shi, Lu Shuilin, the Wei family's eldest son, none of them could be casually discussed. Especially in front of the main person. Song Shi heard it but said nothing. Lu Shuilin, however, spoke up, Sister Song, I've heard about this. The Wei family is just bullying others by relying on their immense power. I can't stand people like that. Lu Shuilin grabbed Song Shi's hand on the table, patted it, and said solemnly and sincerely, Sister Song, I'm here to vent your anger. My father has some influence with the captain of the city security team. Wei Yu's father is just a deputy captain. How dare they act so arrogantly? I make them pay. Song Shi slipped his hand away without a trace. Is your dad really the special assistant to the city security captain? Of course. Lu Shuilin held up 3 fingers and said sincerely, I swear to God. Wei Yu, I played with him a few times when we were kids. He looked like a decent guy, but I never thought he was such a scumbag. Besides, why should I be locked up here for 6 months while he doesn't have to? I have to drag him in to experience the same few months as me. So he's mentally unbalanced. The people around laughed. Song Shi also curled his lips and smiled. Okay, but how exactly can you help me? Tomorrow is a holiday. My mom will drive to pick me up. We can go directly to my dad's office, tell him about the situation, and then have him tell the captain. Wouldn't that make things easy? He clapped his hands excitedly, as if he was genuinely concerned for Song Shi. Song Shi lowered his eyes, seemingly muttering to himself. So you're actually quite useful. So we won't see Song Shi next week? The student at the table in front of him asked again. Lu Shuilin snapped his fingers. Of course, Sister Song shouldn't have been here in the first place. She was simply wrongly accused. So I'm here to save her. So, will we see the eldest son of the Wei family next week? Lu Shuilin glanced at Song Shi. Of course. Sandwiched between the two, the student at the table in front tried to minimize his presence, burying his head in a pile of books. The bell rang for evening study, and everyone packed up and left. Song Shi had nothing to pack, so she left immediately. Lu Shuilin immediately chased after her, repeating in her ear, We leave together tomorrow morning, the car will be waiting for us at the school gate, you be out of here soon, and so on. Song Shi stared at the dozen or so stairs in front of her, glancing at the boy who was still chattering beside her. The two of them descended the first step, then the second. Song Shi stretched out his foot quickly. Lu Shuilin was so engrossed in his conversation that he didn't notice where he was stepping, tripping and tumbling down the stairs twice before coming to rest on the second landing. He cursed, rubbing his head, and climbing to his feet. Song Shi was still standing on the third step, staring into space. The system didn't warn him. She had deliberately tripped Lu Shuilin, causing him to fall, but the system didn't issue a progress deduction notice. This morning, Lu Shuilin had insulted her, and she had hit him on the head, deducting 1% of her progress. But now, no deductions were made. During this time, Lu Shuilin had done something that the system deemed harmful to her. During the break, more and more people were coming down the stairs. Chapter 41. Songshur felt a bump on the shoulder, and then something cold was thrust into his hand. They're outside the school gate. Don't leave tomorrow. Songshur looked toward the crowd, where a thin figure was mingling with the crowd, heading downstairs. Songshur stuffed the item in his hand into his trouser pocket, walked down the stairs toward Lu Shuilin, and took hold of his arm, helping him to his feet. Why did you fall? Lu Shuilin was still rubbing the back of his head, frowning in pain. I don't know. Songshur's foot moved quickly, taking advantage of the moment he was talking. Maybe I missed a step, Songshur made up. Probably. Lu Shuilin accepted the idea, licked his dry lower lip, and asked, Sister Song, will you come with me tomorrow? Of course. I'm still waiting for you to save me from this. Songshur smiled, his eyes narrowing. After walking Lu Shuilin downstairs to the men's dormitory, Songshur headed towards the women's dormitory. Entering the room and locking the door, Songshur pulled something out of his pocket. It was a small knife, very light, the blade only about the length of an adult's index finger, and the handle just wide enough for one person to hold, with no extra bulk. Weapons, including knives, were prohibited here. During the weekly dormitory inspections, every nook and cranny was searched with detectors, making it nearly impossible for these prohibited items to escape detection. Songshur stuffed it under her bed, and went into the bathroom for a shower. As the cold water poured over her head, Songshur's thoughts gradually cleared. She changed her clothes and came out, dragging the suitcase from under the bed. She took out all the bandages and piled them on the table. Then, taking advantage of the lack of people around, she headed for Yang Miao's small attendant's dormitory. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open and entered. The little henchman was sitting dazed in a chair. You're here? The henchman stood up immediately upon seeing her. What happened to my elder sister? Why did you say she was in danger? Songshur first locked the door behind him, then said, Calm down. Sit down and listen to me. The henchman, a little overwhelmed, tugged at Songshur's skirt. I can't calm down. I've lived with my elder sister since I was a child. Without her care, I wouldn't be able to survive. What would I do if something happened to my elder sister? Songshur, She hadn't even asked, and he already spilled the beans? What happened to my elder sister? Why are people watching us? Tell me. The henchman was seething. Songshur had already come up with a reason during a night of study. The city security team is going to eliminate all students on campus with ties to the western suburbs. What? The little henchman let go of Songshur's skirt and took 2 steps back in disbelief, leaning his back against the edge of the table. We didn't hear anything? This is all being done in secret. Haven't you noticed a lot of students associated with the western suburbs disappearing in the past week? Songshur asked. The little henchman blinked, suddenly realizing Lin Wanbao, Shang Wei, Wang Guizheng, and Dai Ming are all gone. Songshur only knew Dai Ming was missing. She had never heard of the other 3. Wang Ganyu had sent so many people away, far exceeding her expectations. The little henchman now completely trusted Songshur. What should we do? What should we do, big sister? She circled the room, finally stopping in front of Songshur. Big sister has been teaching you for so long. Can you give me some advice? Songshur played it hard. I can only try my best, but you have to cooperate with me. I will just ask. What kind of person is Yang Miao? The little henchman, eager to save someone, answered without a second thought, a question clearly unrelated to the actual matter. She's a good person. I'm a burden to her. She didn't need to come here to get a degree. She came to keep me company because I was always bullied here. Later, because the Longshan Association run by my elder sister was desperately short of money, and on the verge of collapse, she came to bother you about the 100,000 federal coins. But you also learned a lot from my elder sister. Songshur nodded casually. The little henchman continued to recount their experiences, and Songshur only briefly responded. Knowing that Yang Miao was a loyal person, and that this little henchman was very important to Yang Miao was enough. When the other party finally tired of talking, he paused. I'm worried they might take you again. Come to my dorm. What about my older sister? I take you to see her tomorrow. Songshur stared into her red eyes. You need some sleep. I can't sleep without seeing my older sister, the little henchman choked. I definitely let you see her tomorrow. Bringing her back to her room, Songshur laid her on the bed and handed her a glass of water with sleeping pills. He watched her drink it and tucked her in. He sat by the bed, looking at the bandages on the table. It wasn't until midnight that Songshur fell asleep, leaning against the edge of the bed. At 6 in the morning, Songshur bandaged the sleeping woman, wrapping them around and around, then dragged her into the bathroom and gagged her. After he finished, a whistle blew. Songshur washed up, grabbed the knife from under the mattress, stuffed it in his pocket, and headed for the teaching building. Before leaving school, you need to sign out of class. Songshur signed his name under Lu Shuilin's gaze, and Lu Shuilin followed suit. The two walked out together. Lu Shuilin chatted casually. Sister Song, didn't you take your luggage? Songshur shook his head. No. What about your laptop? Didn't everyone get one? Songshur glanced at her empty wrist. Her laptop had always been kept by Li Binwen, but now Li Binwen was nowhere to be found, and the office door was locked. Songshur didn't intend to explain. Have you contacted your mother? Yes, she's already at the school gate. Lu Shuilin's eyes flickered with an unnatural light, but unfortunately, he didn't notice it. Oh, by the way, Sister Song, did you see this person today? Lu Shuilin unlocked the laptop's privacy. Songshur glanced sideways. On the screen was a long-distance side-on shot of the attendant, which looked like a candid photo. Songshur raised his eyelids. I saw her this morning. What's the matter? I just saw her yesterday. She's quite pretty. I thought I'd add her to chat today since I have a laptop. Lu Shuilin scratched his head sheepishly, then looked up again. Sister Song, where did you see her this morning? I couldn't find her in class 6. Yang Miao must have known her lackey was a fool, so fearing any mishaps, she asked Lu Shuilin to find out about the situation beforehand. Turns out, Lu Shuilin wasn't shrewd either, and he found her. Songshur remained calm. I saw her downstairs in the dormitory this morning. She was heading towards the cafeteria. Maybe you went too early to look for her, and she's probably still there eating. Lu Shuilin glanced at Songshur. Her tone and expression didn't sound false, so he nodded. That's probably it. I have to contact her next semester. As he spoke, his laptop vibrated 5 or 6 times. Lu Shuilin quickly muted the vibration. He glanced at Songshur again, and when he saw that Songshur wasn't looking in his direction, he breathed a sigh of relief. They happened to be passing a bathroom. Songshur clutched his stomach. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable. I'm going to the bathroom first. Lu Shuilin concealed the excitement in his eyes, and said considerately, Okay, I wait for you. Songshur pushed open the bathroom door, and walked into the inner room. Lu Shuilin glanced around. Seeing no one in the hallway, he immediately peeked in through the crack of the door. Only after Songshur entered the stall did he step back and open his laptop. Songshur was simply checking to see if anyone else was in the bathroom. After making sure every stall was empty, she stepped back behind the door. Lu Shuilin was communicating with someone. He couldn't suppress his excitement. She's in the bathroom. We be out soon. Is your car ready? Songshur couldn't quite hear what the person on the other end of the laptop said. Lu Shuilin continued, Mao Ron was eating peacefully in the cafeteria. Nothing happened. She definitely didn't notice. The person on the other end seemed to ask Lu Shuilin if he had seen it himself. Lu Shuilin mumbled, Songshur told me. Did you ask Songshur? The voice on the other end suddenly rose, so loud that Songshur could hear it even through the door. It was a male voice, not Yang Miao's, but more like Dai Ming's. Since she didn't know, I asked, using the excuse that I was just pleased. Idiot! The person on the other end shouted angrily, and then the line beeped. The person on the other end hung up. Songshur knew it was time to leave. She turned on the faucet to wash her hands, dried them, and opened the door. She washed her hands to let Lu Shuilin know she was coming out. Lu Shuilin had regained his expression from before she left. Songshur stood at the doorway, pointing back into the bathroom. Is she the one you're looking for? Lu Shuilin immediately stepped forward. He'd just been scolded, and eager to prove himself, he walked to the door and peeked in. Songshur grabbed his collar and dragged him inside. Lu Shuilin was about to scream in fear, but Songshur quickly pulled a dagger from his pocket, pressed it to his neck, and threatened, Don't scream. The blade was cold, and Lu Shuilin shivered violently against his neck. I was wrong, I'm sorry. They forced me to do this. You and I. Shut up. Songshur didn't want to hear his nonsense right now. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Turn on your laptop. Lu Shuilin quickly raised the laptop on his wrist, pointed it at his face, and unlocked it. Remove privacy. Lu Shuilin immediately obeyed. Songshur read out a number. Lu Shuilin's fingers trembled as he typed it in, then click the dial button. Chapter 42. Wait for the other party's consent. Songshur stared at the words, urging them internally. Hurry! Dai Ming and the others must have guessed Lu Shuilin's exposure, and would have changed their strategy. They wouldn't still be waiting outside the school gates. By now, they'd probably already been inside, heading straight for her. Hurry! Hurry! The screen suddenly lit up, and Tang Yu, putting down her spoon, appeared in the center. Songshur immediately spoke. I'm about to wake up. Wang Danyu wants to kill me, you. The screen suddenly went dark. You're being coerced. Do you want to call the police? The computer security system sounded an alert. Songshur hadn't expected the computer to have such a function, but she had already told Tang Yu everything important. She should know what to do next. Lu Shuilin was startled by this sudden alert. This was the first time he ever encountered such a situation. But why was the warning so public? Are you worried he won't die quickly enough? He was sweating profusely, feeling his end was near. He glanced anxiously at Songshur from the corner of his eye. No need. Then he saw Songshur bending her elbows. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, I'm done. A powerful force suddenly struck the back of his head. His vision went black, and his body slumped limply. Songshur lowered her eyes to look at the unconscious man lying on the ground, his body still twitching unconsciously. She kicked him under the sink, stuffed the knife back into her trouser pocket, and ran towards the apartment building. Most people had already left the school, leaving only a few scattered on the street. Songshur sprinted past them, and entered the dormitory building, taking several flights of stairs at a time. She pushed open the door, but she closed it behind her, leaving it unlocked. Pulling open the bathroom door, Mao Rong was wrapped like a caterpillar, sitting on the toilet lid. She was awake and struggling. Hearing the door open, she raised her eyes, and glared angrily at Songshur. Her mouth was tightly bandaged, and she could only make sounds. Songshur stepped forward to check the bindings, making sure she couldn't break free, and stepped back. As long as Yang Miao listens to me, I won't kill you. Even though Mao Rong's words were unclear, Songshur understood her meaning from the hateful look in her eyes. Yang Miao is going to team up with others to kill me. I can't just sit there and wait for death. Mao Rong's struggles froze. Her elder sister had never told her she was going to kill Songshur. You lied to me. Songshur didn't bother to explain any further. He closed the bathroom door, blocking out all of Mao Rong's voices. Then he walked to the table and squatted down. Ever since she hit Yang Miao with a chair, and it had shattered, she hadn't received a new one. She had only a single table. Songshur took hold of one of the table legs, removed it, stood up, weighed it in his hand, felt its weight, and swung it twice. It suited her perfectly. Songshur sat on the edge of the bed, resting the stick on his lap, his eyes fixed on the iron door, his ears perked up, listening for any movement around him. A steady stream of footsteps, deliberately muffled, slowly approached. They're coming. Songshur's fingers touched the stick, and he stood at the side of the door. A loud bang sounded. The half-closed door was kicked hard from the outside, hitting the wall and bouncing back. The person who had kicked the door lifted his foot to catch the rebounding door, revealing the scene inside the room. She's not here? The person who kicked the door questioned. Songshur, hiding by the door, was in their blind spot. The room had no windows, so there was no way to see inside from anywhere. The surveillance footage shows her returning to the dormitory building. Watch out for the sides. Songshur recognized the voice. It was Dai Ming. Songshur heard the scraping of soles against the ground. A large, dark shadow cast by the sunlight adjusted its angle to guard against a sudden attack from the side. Songshur slowly lowered himself, half crouching against the wall. A brown boot slowly stepped over the threshold. Then the calf, the thigh. Songshur seized the opportunity and raised his stick to strike upward. Then, like a ghost, he appeared, raised the square wooden stick, and smashed it down on the intruder's bald head. The bald man, overcome by murderous intent, reacted quickly. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his lower body, and bent his arm to block his head. He had wrist guards on his arms, so Songshur's blow from the stick made a dull thud, but didn't cause any serious damage. Songshur changed his angle again, and struck him in the lower body. The bald man instinctively crossed his arms and blocked. However, Songshur's strike was only a feint. The stick, halfway through its path, suddenly reversed and struck him on the head. Anti-torture progress, +4. This time, he wasn't as quick as before. His bald head took the blow head-on, making a sound like a watermelon being split open. Songshur had used the sharp edge of the stick to strike him, accompanied by a splattering of watermelon pulp. His face was contorted in pain, but he couldn't make a sound. Two men, holding his arms, dragged him to the back. He was enormous, and the dormitory door was extremely narrow. He had been blocking the doorway, almost filling it entirely, preventing Song Shi from seeing the scene outside. As he was dragged away, light from outside streamed in, revealing the faces of the others outside. As far as she could see, there were 7 young men and women standing in 2 rows, forming a semicircle around the door. Dai Ming stood in the center of the outer circle, facing her, frowning as the bald man was dragged away. Including the bald man, there were 8 people. But that was only within her sight. Who knew how many more might be hiding behind the wall? To her surprise, Yang Miao wasn't there. Whoever finds her first will win the lion's share of the 10 million federal coins. Dai Ming clearly saw that the current situation favored Song Shi. Attacking them one by one would only lead to his own death. The 4 people in the front row instantly rushed out upon hearing the command, pressing towards Song Shi simultaneously. But the door frame was narrow, allowing only 2 people to enter, and one of them couldn't be overweight. The first to squeeze in were a tall man and a woman, each holding a knife nearly the length of an adult's forearm. The blade was incredibly sharp, its cold gleam gleaming in the sunlight. They were all deadly strikes, and their movements were incredibly fast. Song Shi blocked them with a wooden stick, but the aged stick was reduced to lumps, flying all over the air. Seeing that only the short piece she held was left, Song Shi steeled himself and smashed it into the man's face while he lunged at the woman. He dodged her mid-air slash, and the blade caught a strand of hair near his ear, slicing it off. Song Shi reached up to grab the woman's wrist, snatching the handle. The blade suddenly shifted its angle, sweeping across Song Shi's face. Song Shi quickly leaned back, the blade brushing against her nose, the cold air stinging her cheek slightly. The boy who had been distracted by Song Shi also turned around. Taking advantage of Song Shi's backward movement to avoid the frontal attack, he grasped the knife with both hands and stabbed Song Shi in the face. See how you can dodge this time. Attack from both sides. Song Shi's pupils reflected the enlarging blade and the boy's face, which looked almost frantic. She gritted her teeth, her left hand grasping the girl's sweeping blade and yanking it forward. The force pulled the girl forward a step, and Song Shi's right hand immediately grasped her wrist, dragging her further. She thrust the blade forward, piercing the boy's chest, past Song Shi's nose. The boy had thought Song Shi had no power to resist, defenseless, his chest nearly exposed. To his surprise, his teammate's knife stabbed him. The knife tore through his clothes and slid in smoothly. The glimmer of victory in the boy's eyes hadn't faded yet, but the girl's eyes widened, and her hands frantically loosened their grip on the knife handle. But the boy's knife, aimed downward at Song Shi's face, was already thrust. Even when a chill ran through his chest, he didn't react in spite of the shock. The tip of the knife was already pressed against Song Shi's forehead, and a trickle of bright red blood oozed from it. Song Shi simply defied gravity, releasing the force from his waist and falling directly to the ground. However, she never loosened her grip on the girl's hand. After catching the blade with her bare hands, her left hand, already bleeding profusely, grasped her collar. She dragged the girl backward with her. Plop! The tip of the boy's knife pierced the back of the girl's neck. Until Song Shi and the girl both fell to the ground, the entire sequence took place in a flash. Neither the 2 present nor the other standing outside the door reacted. The blade lodged in the girl's trachea, in the middle of her neck, without piercing it. Chapter 43. The girl's trachea was slashed, choking like a fish out of water, blood pouring out of her mouth desperately. Song Shi was pinned beneath her, and the blood that hadn't been wasted poured onto her neck, stream after stream, hot and smelly. Song Shi suppressed the churning in his stomach and pushed her off him. The second wave of people outside the door finally reacted. While Song Shi was still lying on the ground, they squeezed in and slashed at his head with knives. Song Shi rolled on the ground to avoid the blow, pulled the knife out of the girl's neck, and fought back. The room was narrow, and the third wave of people couldn't wait any longer and also squeezed in. Song Shi jumped onto the bed and kicked the table, which was barely standing on 3 legs, towards the door, tripping the third wave of people. At the same time, he brandished the knife he had snatched to deal with the attacks of the 2 men with crew cuts in front of him. A head-on confrontation is the dumbest strategy when facing a one-on-many situation. Of course, possessing overwhelming strength is another matter. Song Shi believed she didn't fall into that category. The men who surrounded her this time were definitely not ordinary thugs. Tong Jun, previously, could only serve them tea and water, and even Dai Ming was a far cry from them. Song Shi could only proceed with extreme caution, testing their strengths and finding a breakthrough point during the fight. The man with a buzz cut and a scar on his head was extremely fast, attacking at tricky angles. The slightly overweight man with a buzz cut possessed strong defense and power. Every time Song Shi's knife swung and collided with his weapon, her wrist went numb. To make matters worse, her left hand was completely unusable, bleeding profusely. It was so slippery that she couldn't even grip the handle when changing knives. The wooden bed couldn't withstand Song Shi's tossing and turning, making a continuous creaking sound. Song Shi was constantly worried about it breaking. It wasn't that she was afraid of getting hurt, her reflexes were good enough to dodge the break. Rather, she was preoccupied with the two men before her, and even then, she was still getting cut from time to time. If the bed broke, she would inevitably be distracted, giving them an opportunity to exploit. The three of them gradually fell into a state of anxiety. Subtitles popped up in Song Shi's mind one after another. Masochism progress, plus 1%. Masochism progress, plus 1%. Song Shi glimpsed a familiar figure at the door. It was Yang Miao. She's here. Dai Ming was talking to her. Song Shi instinctively wanted to look towards the bathroom, but she forced herself to hold it in. Mao Rong was hiding in the bathroom, her trump card to blackmail Yang Miao. But now she was trapped in bed, the two men blocking her path. The bathroom doorway was exposed. If Yang Miao discovered Mao Rong's hiding place and rescued her, she would lose her greatest asset. Perhaps because of something pressing on her mind raced even more intensely. Song Shi's movements were filled with ruthlessness and urgency as he dealt with the two men before him. The two men worked in perfect harmony. She had to eliminate one of them first. Song Shi's target was the scarred man with a buzz cut. He had been engaging in intense attacks for a long time, and was now showing signs of fatigue. The bed beneath her feet cracked slightly. Song Shi retreated repeatedly, feigning weakness, while the scarred man pressed on, finally leaping onto the bed. The moment he leaped, the bedboard finally gave way to the weight of the two men and broke in the middle, lifting off to the sides. Song Shi was well prepared. He put one foot on the iron bed frame and took advantage of the moment when the man, with a crew cut and a scar, jumped up to dodge the broken bed board. He slipped from under his armpit to his back, raised his knife, and stabbed him in the waist. He then turned the knife around and pulled it out suddenly. A stream of blood shot up, splashing onto the face of the fat man with a buzz cut. The scarred man wasn't dead, but he'd been wounded in a vital area, his fighting power plummeting. Song Shi didn't have time to finish him off, so she leaped to the ground, focusing her full attention on the fat man with a buzz cut. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Dai Ming had finished talking to Yang Miao, who was looking inside. Song Shi's men couldn't help but speed up their movements again, inconspicuously moving toward the bathroom door. The fat man, with a buzz cut, held excellent defense, making it difficult for Song Shi to find a breakthrough. A third man rushed in, replacing the scarred man with a buzz cut. The relentless fighting quickly drained Song Shi's strength. She repeatedly exchanged blows with the fat man with a buzz cut, her entire right arm numb and sore from the shock. Later, she almost lost all feeling, relying only on reflexes to dodge and attack. The third man who entered was holding something that looked like a baseball bat. The blade left a nick wherever it touched. Song Shi's arm went numb, losing all feeling, and she was on the verge of losing control. Song Shi had no choice but to switch to her left hand while easing her right. The bleeding from her left hand had stopped slightly, but she still struggled to hold the knife, and her left hand wasn't as comfortable as her right. Backing away, Song Shi's back pressed against the bathroom door. The baseball bat and the blade collided violently once more. Clang! Song Shi's knife snapped in two. The immense force of the impact tore the handle from her left hand, tearing the wound that had stopped bleeding, and blood began to flow from the lacerations on her fingers once again. Masochism progress, plus 1%. The baseball bat continued its attack, striking Song Shi's head. Song Shi's pupil shrank, and she dodged to the left. The baseball bat's landing was misaligned, striking Song Shi's right shoulder. The sound of bone breaking reached Song Shi's ears distinctly. Even though her right arm had long since gone numb, the intense pain sent her sliding down the bathroom door to the floor, clutching her shoulder, and sweating profusely. Masochism progress, plus 2%. The baseball bat aimed at Song Shi's head for the third time. The boy gripped the end of the baseball with both hands, raised it high, and stared intently at Song Shi, who was sitting on the ground. The bat hurtled through the wind. Total masochism progress, 100%. This system, which tortures the body but not the heart, congratulates you on your hard work, and your reward, successfully awaken the healing element, Countless white lights burst from Songsher's body, so blinding that the two men facing him halted their attacks, shielded their eyes, and took 2 steps back. The men standing at the door were also enveloped by the white light, their vision suddenly blurred. Yang Miao reacted the fastest, ducking out of the direct light to relax his sight, with Dai Ming following closely behind. After their eyes regained some clarity, and could see again, the two of them stared at each other, each seeing disbelief in the other's eyes. Songsher had awakened at this very moment. What? Berserk? If it was Berserk, they were all doomed. They might not even be Songsher's match. Inside the room, all of Songsher's injuries were healing at a 1,000-fold rate. Broken bones were reshaping, scarred flesh was repairing. Even the white light had no effect on her. She could still see everything in the room clearly. Songsher tried hard not to wonder why a full progress bar could lead to an awakening, why she had awakened the healing element, and whether she was no longer destined for the berserk element. The most urgent matter now was to deal with the situation at hand. While the two men were blind, Songsher reached for the small dagger in his trouser pocket, slowly stood up, and aimed at the boy with the baseball bat, stabbing him in the neck. The boy's muffled groan was muffled by Songsher's palm, and he gently knocked him down. Before the chubby man with the buzz cut noticed anything unusual, Songsher had already quietly stood behind him, his knife slashing. The finger-long blade of the dagger just slit his artery, sending blood spurting onto Songsher's still-held hand. The sticky blood flowed down the dagger. Songsher wiped it casually on his clothes, put it back in his pocket, and picked up the chubby man's knife. The white light had dissipated, and 7 or 8 more people gathered at the door, watching her cautiously. Yang Miao stood at the front, Dai Ming at the back in the middle. Yang Miao's gaze fell on Songsher's right arm, which was now moving normally, and her left hand was no longer bleeding. All her injuries were healed. Healing. Dai Ming also noticed this quickly. He burst into laughter. It's not a berserker type. It's a healer type. God help us. All of you, come on. Unfortunately, no one dared to move. Ordinary people are ordinary people, and awakened ones are awakened ones. The Federation values awakened ones so highly that if they kill one, they be investigated to the ends of the earth. Even the western suburbs can't keep anyone who's killed an awakened one. The Federation doesn't have the death penalty. Carrying the life of an ordinary person means a comfortable life in prison, with early release for good behavior. Carrying the life of an awakened one means endless experiments designed to torture you to death. Dai Ming, seeing the group like this, grew anxious. Have you forgotten what we did before? Even if we don't kill her, do you think we'd be able to get away with it? Chapter 44. Attempted murder means you still be in prison in your next life. Why not just go all out and kill her and hide her body? No one will know we killed and awakened. Dai Ming's voice was alluring. He glanced around and pointed at the illuminated computer on his wrist. Don't forget who's behind us. The others, persuaded by his words, exchanged glances, tightened their grip on their weapons, and began to stir. Yang Miao, it's time for you to take action. Dai Ming glanced at Yang Miao's back. Yang Miao was the biggest help in this operation. She had crushed Songsher so many times, her strength unfathomable, and the guarantee of their operation. That was why they had to recruit her for the final 2 days. Unlike the others, Yang Miao held nothing in her hands. She took a step forward, staring at Songsher. Where's Mao Rong? Songsher's hand, behind his back, silently pressed the bathroom doorknob, pulled it open, and slipped into the bathroom, knife to Mao Rong's neck. If you come 1 step closer, I kill her. Yang Miao, charging forward, stopped. Mao Rong, seeing Yang Miao, couldn't contain herself anymore. Tears streamed down her face, and a sharp purr emanated from her throat. Songsher pressed the blade down. Shut up. The blade dug into her skin, leaving a trail of blood, and bright red beads of blood slowly slid down. Songsher watched Yang Miao's reaction the entire time. Her hand, hanging at her side, tightened and tightened, but she finally relented after seeing the scar on Mao Rong's neck. Remember that time in the cafeteria when you beat up Dai Ming's men? Songsher certainly remembered. It was a scene she and Yang Miao had staged. She wanted to beat up Dai Ming's men, but didn't want to go into the dark room, so Yang Miao pretended to chase her. She broke into the men's dining area, successfully beat them down, and then let Yang Miao deal with her. Both of them achieved their goals without arousing anyone's suspicion. Yang Miao brought this up now, considering the current situation. The light-emitting device on Dai Ming's wrist was constantly on, and it seemed someone on the other side was probably observing the situation. Yang Miao couldn't openly help. She could only put on another show. Of course. Songsher sheathed his knife, rushed out of the bathroom, kicked the door shut, and slashed at Yang Miao in front of him. Dai Ming, who had been worried about Yang Miao being threatened, relaxed slightly, but then he began to wonder what the meaning of Song Shi and Yang Miao's nonsensical conversation was. Even on the other side, Yang Miao and Song Shi were already tangled up. Song Shi, his injuries fully healed, was striking with incredible speed, and Yang Miao, unarmed, was actually beginning to lose ground. Dai Ming shook off all other thoughts and focused on the battlefield. He nudged the boy next to him and said, "Go, give your knife to Yang Miao." "Ah?" The boy reluctantly clutched his knife again. "Then what will I use later?" Dai Ming ruthlessly yanked the knife from his arms. "Yang Miao is dead, so it's useless." He was about to throw the knife at Yang Miao when he saw Yang Miao being kicked away. It formed a parabola from Song Shi's position to the bed, which had been broken in two. The entire bed collapsed under the immense force, burying Yang Miao beneath, motionless. Dai Ming's face turned pale. The incident happened so suddenly. Song Shi was already charging towards them. Dai Ming quickly shoved the knife back into his hand, staggered back a few steps, and handed the battle over to the others. Song Shi, now awakened, was like a machine without the sense of pain. The knife struck her, and the wound healed in seconds. Aside from the tear in her clothes and the blood that seeped out, her movements were completely unaffected. She continued to strike with lightning speed, as if the blow had only been an illusion. The others, however, lacked this ability. Song Shi's knife struck their arms, legs, heads. Their fighting power plummeted. Blood splattered throughout the room, coating the snow-white walls and ceiling with gore. The scene on the ground was even more horrific, people lying, kneeling, huddled in corners. In the dormitory, less than 10 square meters, 8 or 9 people lay sprawled on the ground, clutching their wounds and screaming. Of course, there were also those who could no longer scream, having completely passed away. There was no room for Song Shi to step down. Song Shi stepped over the 2 corpses, exited the dormitory, and faced the people in the hallway who hadn't made it in. Wang Danyu had indeed sent quite a few men. 7 still stood before her. Song Shi wiped the blood from his face and looked at Dai Ming, hiding in the back. The events of the day flooded back to his mind, his blood boiling with bloodthirsty killing intent. The moment he met Song Shi's gaze, a chill rose from Dai Ming's feet, wrapping around his calves like a venomous snake, preventing him from moving an inch. "Hurry up! Hurry up! Kill her! 10 million! 10 million! Dai Ming shouted at the top of his lungs, shoving the 2 men in front of him to block Song Shi. Song Shi leaped up, his toes slamming against the left wall. With the momentum of this kick, he shot out like a meteor, dodging the men blocking his path at a tricky angle. The blade grazed Dai Ming's neck, initially breaking only the superficial layer of skin, then penetrating the inner muscle, rupturing layer after layer, then the trachea. As the blade was withdrawn, it cut through the blood vessels on the side. Scalding blood spurted onto the nearby wall like a fountain. Dai Ming clutched his neck tightly with both hands, blood oozing from between his fingers. His eyes, filled with disbelief and resignation, he slowly leaned back, finally unable to hold on, and collapsed at Song Shi's feet. Song Shi averted her gaze from the extinguished light-up computer on his wrist and looked at the remaining 6 people. The blade in her hand was still dripping blood. The 6 people, seeing Dai Ming dead, had already begun to retreat. Unfortunately, they were now cornered by Song Shi at the end of the corridor, with the exit behind him. Of course, there was another way to escape, jumping off the building. The corridor was flanked by waist-high walls. They glanced down, their legs giving way. A jump from a 4-story building, over 10 meters high, would kill them or maim them. They abandoned the idea of escaping by jumping. They had only one chance left. They exchanged glances, shouting to embolden themselves, and charged at Song Shi one after another. Song Shi kicked the corpse aside, twisted his wrist slightly, and held his sword across his face, focusing his attention on the men charging at him. "Stop!" A thunderous sound echoed from behind, and then the sword in Song Shi's hand began to struggle uncontrollably, trying to escape her grasp. Unsure of why, Song Shi clutched it tightly with both hands, the 2 forces fighting each other, causing the blade to tremble rapidly. The 6 men in front of Song Shi were unable to hold on, their weapons flying out of their hands, as if drawn to the ceiling by a powerful magnetic force, then sliding back along the ceiling. "Song Shi, we're here." It was Tang Yu's voice. Song Shi's grip loosened, and the sword immediately slammed into the ceiling. Chapter 45. The knife in his trouser pocket trembled, trying to break free. Song Shi lowered his hand to hold it down, turning to face the newcomers. Standing in the front was a thin old man in a suit. With a push of his bony hand, the knife, suspended in the ceiling, fell with a clang. Able to control metal. One of the following: metal, mechanical, or spiritual. Standing to the old man's left was Zhou Tan. To his right was Tang Yu. She was still wearing the same pale yellow floral dress from the morning video call, with a makeshift coat thrown over it. They arrived even faster than Song Shi had imagined. The old man waved his hand, and the city security team behind him ran over, bypassing Song Shi and subduing the 6 men behind him. They handcuffed them and marched them toward the stairs. The remaining city security team entered the house to investigate. Those lying on the ground, still breathing, were carried downstairs. Those confirmed dead were carried directly to the hallway and lined up, waiting for the larger group to arrive and move them downstairs. Song Shi moved aside to avoid blocking their path. "Come here," the old man said. Song Shi glanced at Tang Yu and approached them. The old man looked Song Shi up and down, his already wrinkled brow furrowed even deeper. Berserk? He was clearly skeptical. Years of experience had given him a sense of the aura surrounding Song Shi. But Song Shi himself had a high probability of becoming a berserk-type differentiation candidate. Song Shi glanced at Zhou Tan, who stood to the old man's left. He recalled the time he and her discussed choosing between the berserk and healing types. He had chosen the berserk type without hesitation. Unexpectedly, Song Shi shook his head. Healing. Zhou Tan's eyes lit up, a mixture of surprise and joy. He offered to explain to the old man, Xiao Song's healing system differentiation value is 38%. So she already had the potential to awaken. She's gone! Shoot! Bang! Bang! A sudden commotion erupted from behind, accompanied by a few gunshots. Song Shi looked back, but saw nothing. A police officer shouted over what looked like an intercom, "A short-haired woman has jumped from the building. Go after her." Yang Miao. Song Shi quickly clung to the wall and looked down, seeing Yang Miao limping away to the east. To the east was where they had previously practiced, a small hole in the high wall. Song Shi retracted his hand and returned to normal. The old man had already bypassed Song Shi and was heading towards the row of bodies lying on the ground. Tang Yu leaned over to Song Shi and whispered, "He was my homeroom teacher, the head of the supernatural division, Yan Qianlin, from the gold department." As they spoke, a large group of city security officers surged up the stairs. The leader's uniform was noticeably different from the others, suggesting he held a high-ranking official position. Song Shi subconsciously glanced at his police number. 110001. The 11 at the beginning must represent District 11, and the 01 at the end, the captain of the city security squad. Tang Yu had already grabbed her hand and pulled her back, their backs pressed against the wall, making room for the incoming men. The man glanced sideways as he passed Song Shi, then led his men toward Yan Qianlin. "Master Yan." Only after he passed did Tang Yu whisper, "He's the captain of the city security squad, Wang Songjiang. He has a personal relationship with our homeroom teacher." The homeroom teacher called him directly about today's incident. Song Shi was somewhat surprised that the city security captain had been summoned for today's incident. Yan Qianlin was already conversing with Wang Songjiang about today's situation. Tang Yu took off her coat as she said, "I'm afraid they take you back to the city security team for questioning later. Don't be nervous." She handed the coat to Song Shi. Song Shi looked down. He was covered in blood, and his clothes were ripped in many places. To say they looked ragged was an understatement. Song Shi took it and put it on. Tang Yu then said, "Killing someone isn't a big deal. You were protecting yourself. It was those people from the western suburbs who came to cause trouble and kill you, and you're an awakened person." Taking all these factors into account, Song Shi was already innocent. With the class teacher here, Wang Songjiang personally presiding, and Wang Dan, you can't get in the way. They'd probably just ask you a few simple questions and then release you. Song Shi nodded. She was still worried about one thing, Mao Rong. At this time, Mao Rong was also escorted out by 2 police officers. Her bandages had been removed, and a deep red mark remained on her lips. She found Song Shi and glared at her until they passed each other. Wang Songjiang and Yan Qianlin had almost finished their conversation. They never mentioned Wang Danyu, but simply discussed a case in the western suburbs where an uneducated minor attempted to kill an awakened person, and how to govern the western suburbs. After concluding their conversation, they walked down the stairs side by side. Passing Song Shi, Wang Songjiang sighed, "Now that awakened healers are so powerful, there's hope for the Federation." Yan Qianlin shook his head. "We still need more people." After they went downstairs, Song Shi was also led downstairs by 2 police officers. Zhou Tan said goodbye to her. "Director Yan originally asked me to come here to control you, fearing you might be pushed too far and lose control of your berserk type power. Instead, you awakened your healing type. She patted Song Shi's shoulder and winked playfully. I look forward to seeing you in class next week. The healing type's charm is just as great as the berserk type's. Song Shi wasn't comforted by her, but after so long, she had come to terms with the situation. More importantly, the subtitles in her mind still displayed the message anti-abuse value progress, 87%. What did that mean? Song Shi didn't dare think further. Tang Yu couldn't go with Song Shi because Song Shi was being taken to the city security team for interrogation and would be traveling in their aircraft. Yin Qianlin, accompanied by Captain Wang Songjiang, would also be traveling in the aircraft. Tang Yu had no choice but to go out and get a taxi. The dormitory building downstairs had been surrounded by police. Once outside the cordon, the students would pass the teaching building on their way to the school gate. Those who hadn't left stood nearby, watching the commotion. Today's commotion was truly devastating. It not only alerted the city security team, but also prompted aircraft to arrive one after another. Numerous ambulances were also dispatched, carrying many people, both dead and alive. The students were standing near a 4 to 5 meter wide corridor separated by a cordon. 2 officers stood behind Song Shi. She wasn't handcuffed, nor was she being escorted with her arms twisted behind her back like the others. But her blood-spattered appearance was truly horrific, especially since the coat Tang Yu had lent her was pure white. As he walked toward the blue and white aircraft, Song Shi spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Chen Suqing. The knife he lent her was still in his trouser pocket. Perhaps he hadn't paid him back. Song Shi climbed into the back seat of the aircraft, which took off and departed. Chapter 46. Inside the city security team's interrogation room. According to procedure, Song Shi detailed the circumstances of the crime and then moved on to the next step, identifying the murderer. Do you remember how many people you killed? The officer sat at the table, hands folded on the surface, looking at Song Shi. Song Shi recalled the scene and shook her head. She only remembered how many people were disabled, not whether they were dead or injured. The officer's companion, sitting to her right in front of a blue screen, tapped a few times on his laptop, and a screen was projected in front of Song Shi. 8 photos of the deceased, arranged neatly in 2 rows, were shown. Their poses were distorted, their fatal wounds magnified in high definition, and the dark red blood beneath them almost became the background color of the photos. Were you scared at the time? Song Shi's gaze lingered on each photo for about 5 seconds, recalling the scene, how she had stabbed them with a knife, how she had knocked them to the ground. How could she not be scared? The feeling of a knife piercing a human being is different from that of a sandbag, and the feeling of human blood splattering on your face is different from that of 37-degree warm water. At that time, I just wanted to survive. The 2 officers exchanged glances, and the officer operating the screen switched to the next one. The photos of 8 people are all still alive. 5 of them are lying in the hospital, and the remaining 3 are in the interrogation room background. Are these people also in the same group? Song Shi looked at the second-to-last photo in the lower right corner. It was Mao Rong, sitting in an interrogation chair, her hands clenched into fists, seemingly arguing. Song Shi raised his finger and pointed at her. She's not. The officer followed her finger, then glanced down at the documents on the table. She claims you abducted her there to threaten the accomplice who escaped. Song Shi nodded in agreement. She's right. The photo switched again. Is she the accomplice who escaped? Song Shi looked over. The photo showed Yang Miao, wearing a prison uniform. She looked 2 or 3 years younger when the photo was taken, and her hair hadn't yet been dyed yellow. It's her. Confirming the photo, the 2 officers switched to the next one. This time, it showed Lu Shuilin, who had been kicked under the sink by her. Did you do that too? Song Shi, yes. His status is quite special. You might need to meet his guardian in person. Song Shi was stunned. Lu Shuilin's status is special? Could he really be the son of the special assistant to the captain of the city security team? As Song Shi pondered this, the table in front of her was lifted, and she was led out of the interrogation room by 2 officers. Approaching a closed office, Song Shi spotted Lu Shuilin approaching from the other direction. He was still in his morning clothes, and he was also followed by 2 officers. The moment he saw Song Shi, Lu Shuilin was like a mouse at the sight of a cat, quickly dodging behind the officers. The officer behind Song Shi knocked on the office door. The person inside said, "Come in." The officer pushed the door open and turned to Song Shi. "Miss Song, come in." Song Shi shifted his gaze from Lu Shuilin and stepped into the office. He walked around the sofa in the living room. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie was sitting at his desk, putting down his documents. He stood up, walked around the desk, and headed toward the sofa. He gave a wink, and the two officers who had followed Song Shuren retreated. "Dad!" Before the two officers could close the door, Lu Shuilin squeezed in, roared, and lunged at the man. He wrapped his arms around his father's waist, sobbing and crying, "Dad! I don't want to go to that hellish school anymore. They're too cruel. They're not human. They're all bullying me for being honest." "Aw, Dad." Song Shuren. So, Lu Shuilin wasn't lying when he said his father was the captain's special assistant? Is he really a high-probability superbrain differentiated? Aren't superbrains supposed to have enhanced brains? How could such a powerful backer be exploited by Daiming and his ilk? The middle-aged man tried to push his son away, but to no avail. Lu Shuilin hugged him tightly, even wiping his snot on his neat suit as he struggled and cried. Father Lu's face, apparently serious and always stern, cracked at this moment, and he sighed in extreme frustration. "Dad, I listen to you from now on. I won't bully anyone again. Those people in the disciplinary school are devils. They're going to kill me. If I don't obey, they beat me." Whoa. Father Lu finally relented. "Okay, I understand. I get you expelled." Lu Shuilin finally released his father's hand and sobbed, wiping away tears. Still not daring to look at Song Shuren, he stepped back and stood behind his father. Father Lu adjusted the folds of his suit, looked up at Song Shuren, and said elegantly, "I asked Miss Song to come here to express my apology. Shuilin was ignorant and bullied classmates at other schools. I originally wanted to put him in the disciplinary school for a few days, but I didn't expect his bad nature to be so strong that he even resorted to deception, causing Miss Song so much trouble." Song Shuren listened quietly. "I hope Miss Song won't hold it against him. Ask for any compensation you want. I will satisfy Miss Song." He meant to settle the matter privately, didn't he? Now that this matter had reached the attention of Wang Songjiang, the captain of the city security team. He was the captain's special assistant, and since his own son was involved, he would definitely have to find a way to deal with her. Song Shuren glanced at Lu Shuilin, who was hiding behind him, and said meaningfully, "Your child was also used as a pawn, but it doesn't seem to have hurt me." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened. "Seems? Whether or not he was hurt is an objective fact. There's no such thing as seems." She used the word seems to implicitly tell him that whether or not he was hurt depended on how he handled the situation. She mentioned that Lu Shuilin was used as a pawn. Who was using him as a pawn? Wang Danyu, the deputy captain's family. So if he didn't handle Wang Danyu properly, she was hurt. If he did, she wasn't. In the past, he wouldn't have taken the threat of an underage girl seriously, and wouldn't even have wasted the time to meet her in person. But the situation was different now. Wang Songjiang began using this incident to target those in the city security team with ties to the criminal underworld in the western suburbs. His son, however, was dragged into this situation by Wang Danyu. Wang Danyu knew that Lu Shuilin was his son. She had done this deliberately, intending to drag him down. Song Shuren's accusation became particularly crucial at this moment. As long as Song Shuren didn't insist that Lu Shuilin and the group in the western suburbs were working together, he would have a way to clear Lu Shuilin. The more he thought about it, the more he felt Song Shuren's ulterior motives were evident. Looking at Lu Shuilin, hiding behind him, and still wiping away tears, he was filled with rage. In reality, Song Shuren hadn't given it much thought. She hadn't known that Wang Songjiang was planning to overhaul the city security team, or that this was a critical moment for Lu Shuilin's father. The other party had simply asked her for compensation, and she subconsciously wanted him to put some obstacles in Wang Danyu's way. She couldn't say it directly, so she hinted at it. Chapter 47. The middle-aged man thought about it for a long time, then nodded solemnly. "Miss Song, just go over the procedures with the city security team. I take care of Lu Shuilin being used as a pawn." Song Shuren raised an eyebrow. This meant the other party had promised her to deal with Wang Danyu. "Then I won't disturb you and your son from catching up." Song Shuren took a step back and turned to leave. As soon as she closed the door, she heard Lu Shuilin's cries and his father's angry scolding. Song Shuren followed the officer out. She had almost finished asking her the necessary questions, and with the special care of Lu Shuilin's father and the captain, Song Shuren was allowed to leave. Outside the interrogation room, she was in a lounge. Tang Yu was waiting for her in the first row of chairs. Chen Lishu had also arrived, pacing back and forth in the open space in front of the first row. As he turned and walked back, he saw Song Shuren and hurried over to him. "Little Song, are you okay?" Seeing Song Shuren's head and face covered in blood, he blamed himself and explained, "I didn't expect you guys to have your day off so early, and I was entangled and couldn't get away. I didn't know they were going to kill me. Tang Yu also stood up and silently handed Songshur a bottle of water and a pack of wet wipes. Songshur took them and said to Chen Lishu, "Don't blame yourself." She had long known that Wang Danyu would control Chen Lishu and prevent her from contacting him, so she borrowed Lu Shuilian's laptop to make a call. She didn't even think about calling him, but directly called Tang Yu. Sitting on a chair nearby, Songshur unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip. Her lips were dry and cracked, and her throat was equally dry, even speaking a word burned. The water entered her mouth, and the hidden taste of blood suddenly surged. The blood that had poured onto his face and into his mouth when he drew his sword came alive. Songshur spat the water he had just swallowed onto the ground, leaving a pale pink hue. Chen Lishu was startled. "Where are you injured? Aren't you a healing type? Let's go to the hospital." He reached for Songshur's arm. Songshur waved his hand. "It's not my blood." Chen Lishu was stunned, then, realizing what was happening, turned away, not daring to look at Songshur again. Songshur wiped the blood off his face and hands with a wet tissue and looked at Chen Lishu. "Teacher Chen, do I need to go to the Ability Administration Bureau to have my awakening level checked?" Chen Lishu quickly shook his head. "No, go back and rest. I pick you up when school starts on Monday, and we go to the Ability Administration Bureau for the check." Songshur nodded and stood up. Chen Lishu then remembered that he still had Songshur's laptop and quickly pulled it out from his pocket. "It's your laptop. Li Binwen asked me to give it to you. He had something to do this morning." Songshur took the laptop and, ignoring his subsequent explanation, headed outside. Chen Lishu's hand, holding the laptop, stiffened as he caught up with Songshur. "I drove here. I take you there." Tang Yu gave them the address, and Chen Lishu drove them there, repeatedly reminding Songshur to rest well before leaving. Inside the hotel, Wang Ding was on duty. He had spotted them through the transparent curtains. The 2-meter-tall man was unexpectedly enthusiastic. "Little Song, you're back. Are you hungry? I've got some food warming up in the kitchen. Want some?" Songshur politely declined. She just wanted to shower and sleep. She had no appetite at all. Wang Ding expressed his understanding and watched her go upstairs. Songshur took a bath with warm water after a long absence to wash off the bloody smell on her body. In the room were pajamas, which she didn't know whether Tang Yu or Wang Ding had prepared for her, as well as daily clothes. Everything was new. Songshur was grateful for their care, and she didn't want to waste their kindness, so she transferred 80,000 Federation coins to Wang Ding. While these 80,000 Federation coins were a far cry from their kindness, it was all she could afford right now. Before she closed her eyes in bed, a payment reminder popped up on her computer, along with a short message from Wang Ding. "Consider this your rent for the next 6 months. Get some rest, and go to school with Xiao Yuzi the day after tomorrow." Reading this message, Songshur closed her eyes and drifted off to sleep. Early Sunday morning, Songshur got up and left the hotel. Navigating to the nearest branch of the hunting group, Songshur took the bus there. After getting off the bus and walking another kilometer, Songshur arrived in front of the branch. It was completely different from the grand and magnificent company facade she had imagined. From the outside, it looked like a bar, its door frame adorned with colorful lights, and even the name on the sign was a constantly changing color, Night Drunk Bar. It was morning, the sun had risen, and the lights were still on, appearing dim against the daylight. Songshur spotted a line of small characters in the lower right corner of the words Yizue Bar, Yuhan Group Branch 179. Songshur stood at the doorway. It sensed her presence and automatically slid open. A robotic female voice, mixed with background music, echoed overhead, "Welcome to Yizue, the mood of the night, drunken love and power." Songshur, braving the voice, stepped into the bar. Tables and chairs were scattered, bottles littered the floor, and the waiters were cleaning. Noticing someone coming in, a young man in a purple suit and shirt emerged from the bartending area. His waist was so thin it could be described as not even a hand's length. Noticing where Songshur was looking, he didn't shy away, confidently showing his hands on his hips. "Do you like it? Is it thinner than yours?" Songshur didn't really want to discuss the topic of whose waist was thinner with a stranger. "I'm here to find." At the first few words, the man's eyebrows rose, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He leaned closer to Songshur, his hand covering his mouth. "Are you here to find a boyfriend?" Songshur, Songshur, "No, I see this as the hunting group. I'm here to process my job." The man took a half step back, his chin lowered as he looked at Songshur's now well-behaved outfit, overalls, and a floral shirt. Are you sure? Are you an adult? Songshur shook his head honestly. No. The hunting group doesn't accept minors. Are you the person in charge of the job process at the hunting group? Songshur asked. Of course. The man spread his arms, presenting himself more fully to Songshur. Isn't it? Well, since he was in charge, Songshur lowered his head, opened his laptop, and found Qin Yi's business card, which he had taken a photo of at the time. Chairman Qin sent me here. The man stepped closer, carefully examining the card on her screen, a little incredulous. I burned the card back then, leaving only this. Can you prove it? Of course, the man pursed his lips, circling Songshur again before speaking. Would you mind telling me about your strengths? Songshur shook his head. No, please help me with the onboarding process first. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 48. Finally, the man led Songshur around the bar's dance floor and down a dimly lit corridor. At the end of the corridor was a golden elevator door with embossed patterns. While waiting for the elevator, he turned and introduced himself. My name is Xiao Haitang, agent for the group's 179th branch. Please add my contact information. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'm always online. He raised his wrist and winked at Songshur with his right eye. Songshur was busy working on the computer, adding his contact information and changing the note to his name. Xiao Haitang withdrew his hand and looked at the screen. His well-defined face was illuminated by the red light of the virtual screen. Songshur knew what was written on the screen almost the moment he saw the color on his face. Xiao Haitang reached out to pick up the computer, squinting at the words and reading aloud, "High-risk individual." Songshur lowered his hand, and the elevator doors dinged open. She hadn't yet registered with the Supernatural Power Administration to awaken the healing element. The high-risk individual designation was meant to warn those with a high probability of developing a berserker element. Once she registered tomorrow, the 5 characters that had accompanied her original form for nearly 18 years would disappear. Xiao Haitang lifted her long legs and stepped into the elevator, followed by Songshur. This is the first time I've seen this. Xiao Haitang didn't react with the same shock and fear that others felt upon seeing this warning. Instead, he scrutinized the characters closely with curiosity, then exited the page and clicked back on Songshur's profile to see if the warning was still there. Only after the elevator doors slowly closed and the elevator ascended did Xiao Haitang shut off his laptop. With this title, it's going to be difficult to do anything, right? Songshur thought back to the time they rented the apartment and hummed softly. She had only been in this body for less than a month, but she had already deeply felt the hostility this label brought her. Her original body had carried this label for 18 years, and even if she wasn't inherently cowardly, the daily discrimination would have worn away her edges. The elevator arrived at its destination, and the two of them walked out, one after the other. The entire floor was filled with white partition glass rooms, row upon row. The glass must have been single-sided, making it impossible to see inside from the outside. Xiao Haitang was still concerned about Songshur's condition. Have you awakened your berserker element? Songshur shook her head. She had awakened her healing element. Xiao Haitang understood. Even before awakening, berserker element were despised and hated by everyone, wishing they would disappear from the Federation. But once awakened, they would be coveted and sought after by all. How could they possibly come here? Is it possible for you to awaken the berserk type before you reach adulthood? If so, if she joins now and awakens the berserk type later, their hunting group will have another berserk type talent. Even if she quits, they can use her as publicity. And she's from his 179th branch. Thinking of this, Xiao Haitang smiled gleefully. Songshur glanced at the smile on his face, and turned his gaze away calmly. I want to register for the job first. Being coldly changed the subject by Songshur again, Xiao Haitang immediately covered his mouth, a look of shock on his face. Am I talking too much? Songshur frowned, expressing his confusion. Just kidding, Xiao Haitang's eyes flickered. Before Songshur could speak, he adopted a very gentlemanly gesture of invitation and said seriously, Madam, please come this way. Songshur, This man had a sense of madness that didn't belong to this world. Finally, under Xiao Haitang's guidance, Songshur entered an office enclosed on all sides by transparent glass. It was indeed single-pane glass, allowing a clear view outside. The entire room contained a single, pure white high-legged table and 2 equally pure white chairs. After placing Songshur in one of the chairs, Xiao Haitang walked around the table and sat in the chair across from him. As soon as he sat down, his expression changed completely, becoming serious and solemn, his brows even lowered slightly. Songshur finally felt that he was a bit more reliable. Xiao Haitang pressed a small, protruding button on the corner of the desk. A green screen slowly grew clearer, larger than a desktop computer, allowing both parties to see the contents. Xiao Haitang lowered his head, opened a desk drawer, and pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, putting them on. Songshur's eyes subconsciously followed his movements, noticing that the center of the gold-rimmed glasses he was holding was empty, completely devoid of reflection. No lenses. Xiao Haitang raised his eyebrows proudly and stroked his chin, his previous seriousness vanishing. Are you even more stunningly handsome with glasses? Songshur's brows furrowed into a frown as he inquired earnestly, Are you really the agent here? Xiao Haitang paused in his self-admiration, silently turning off the mirror he had deliberately activated on the screen, and accessed the onboarding system. Of course, stick your laptop here. He pointed at the desk in front of Songshur. A faint circle of light appeared on the flat surface, just the right size for a laptop. Songshur did as he was told. The moment the laptop was attached, the virtual screen between them rapidly read Songshur's information, and notes of varying lengths flashed by. Finally, a simple page was generated. Songshur looked down. All her personal information was displayed, even her enrollment history, and the number of days she had spent at the controlled school were recorded. This was too much of a lack of privacy and security. Songshur frowned. Xiao Haitang seemed to sense her thoughts, his eyes never leaving the screen. The only people in the Federation who can truly protect their privacy are the wealthy. Our information has already been circulating everywhere. Here, sign here. Xiao Haitang took a pen from the drawer and handed it to Songshur. Songshur followed his instructions and signed her name on the table. Xiao Haitang was still reading her information. TSK, he said. You have quite a rich experience. Songshur put down the pen and said nothing. Here's your ID number. I've added you to the hunting group's D-level hunter work group. Just use this ID to log in to the official forum. Mission postings and temporary team formations are all handled there. Xiao Haitang took off her glasses and rubbed her temples pretentiously. If Songshur hadn't been sitting there the entire time and witnessed him work for only 5 minutes, she would have thought he pulled several all-nighters. Your ID only has 50 initial points. Each D-level mission costs 10 points, and a successful one rewards you between 100 and 1,000 points. If you fail 5 times in a row, your points will be reset to 0, and your ID card will be invalidated. This effectively means you've been fired from the hunting group and won't be accepted again. Xiao Haitang paused, leaning forward, her hand covering her mouth, as if there were other people in the room besides them. If you awaken your berserker attribute, I can make an exception and admit you. He didn't know she had awakened her healing attribute yet, and Songshur hadn't brought it up. So, how is the salary calculated? That was her main reason for coming here. Easy. 1 point is worth 100 Federation coins. You can redeem them at any time. Xiao Haitang had read Songshur's profile and was aware of her current financial hardship, so she reminded him, to upgrade from a D-rank hunter to a C-rank hunter, you need 10,000 points. Chapter 49. After reaching C-rank, will I get more points for completing missions? Songshur asked. Of course. C-rank missions earn between 1,000 and 10,000 points. Songshur quickly calculated how much he could earn by completing C-rank missions, anywhere from 100,000 to 1 million. If C-rank is this low, imagine how much B-rank and A-rank can earn. Such sums were undoubtedly a huge temptation for Songshur, who only had 20,000 Federation coins in his pocket. However, I must remind you, it's best not to act alone. Xiao Haitang said with unusual seriousness. Especially since you're new, unfamiliar with the procedures, and without any experience, you've always had the highest mortality rate. So if you can team up, do so. Although the prize money will be split equally, with teammates helping each other, the mission success rate is higher, and most importantly, safety is improved. Money is secondary, returning alive from each mission is paramount. Songshur took his words to heart. Accepting missions was no joke. Some of the missions assigned to the hunting group involved hunting exotic beasts, though these were only for high-ranking hunters. Others involved capturing fugitives for the Federal City Security Team and responding to public opinion by punishing those guilty of heinous crimes who could not be brought to justice. The latter was not in compliance with federal law, and the hunting group didn't publicize this program widely, but it was no secret within the Federation. Every criminal sanction was decided through a secret, anonymous vote by ordinary citizens. Since this helped to divert public attention, calm public anger, and reduce the likelihood of a base uprising, the city security team turned a blind eye. Whether the mission targets were fugitives or elected villains, they were no pushovers. Especially with the Federation's gun control policy, the danger was greatly increased. Songshur had a clear understanding of her own strengths. Just because she had healing powers didn't mean she could walk through a hail of bullets. After leaving Yuzue's bar, Songshur didn't go directly to the bus stop. Instead, she sat on the steps next to Yuzue and logged into the Hunter Group's internal forum using her ID. She remembered previously browsing the Hunter Group's official website, where she had seen a scrolling bar in the corner advertising various teams seeking members. After entering the internal forum, as she was a new user, the first page that popped up was a list of teams currently recruiting. She scrolled down 7 or 8 times, still not reaching the bottom. Only then did Songshur realize that this was a request for teams from the entire Federation. She quickly limited the requirements, requesting only those from District 11, the Outer City, and D-level hunters. After screening, there were still 8 teams. The target number for each team was 4 to 6. According to Songshur, this team size was based on the Federation's previously published data on optimal team size for fighting alien beasts. Because fighting alien beasts requires healers to purify the black energy around them, the area they can purify is limited, ranging from a 30-meter radius to a 70-80-meter radius. With fewer than 4, they can't subdue the alien beasts, and with more than 6, the healer's purification range isn't sufficient. A team of 4 to 6 is most effective. Other teams not battling alien beasts also follow the same principle, limiting their team size to 4 to 6. Songshur clicked on each team's name to view their profile. The profiles listed their team's historical achievements, team members, each member's individual accomplishments, specialties, and the desired qualifications for new members. Looking through them all, 3 of the 8 teams were newly formed, with blank profiles. The other 5 had extensive combat experience, all of which coincidentally had lost teammates during operations, and were seeking new members. Songshur preferred joining these combat-proven teams. They would quickly bring her up to speed. Each of the 5 teams also had strict requirements for new members. The team with the highest overall score only wanted a sniper. Although he had handled a gun before, Songshur had never fired a single round, so he decided to leave and move on to the next one. New member requirements: proficiency in various hacking techniques, drones. Super Brain Awakened preferred. Songshur, who had just learned to use a light computer, said, pass. Next one. Our team has enough members, we just need an Awakened to bolster our profile. Songshur hesitated to withdraw, but decided to look at the next 2 requests. Seeking someone with medical experience, Healing Awakened preferred. It was practically tailor-made for her special abilities. But Songshur wanted to learn something unrelated to healing. Joining this team, she'd probably just have to constantly sacrifice herself to save others, burning herself out to illuminate others. Songshur placed her hopes on the last one. Seeking a brick wherever you need it. Songshur decisively called the contact number listed on the profile page. After a detailed discussion, Songshur was quite satisfied. This job wouldn't involve facing enemies directly, it would just be odd jobs, helping them organize equipment. She assist whoever had a larger workload and needed her. This meant she could get along with everyone in a team with a clear division of labor, and she was sure to learn a lot. To put it bluntly, it meant becoming a brick, ready to be moved wherever needed. To put it nicely, she was meant to become a hexagonal warrior, developing comprehensively. After agreeing on their first meeting the following night, they hung up. Songshur stood up and walked briskly toward the bus stop. By the time they returned to Wang Ding's hotel, it was already lunchtime. For the past 2 days, Songshur had been eating with Tang Yu and Wang Ding. She had left one morning, disappeared all morning, and now reappeared, but they didn't ask where she had been. After dinner, Songshur took the initiative to tell them she had found a part-time job. After all, she would inevitably disappear when taking on missions. She didn't specify what it was. Neither Wang Ding nor Tang Yu were the type to meddle. They simply confirmed that her part-time job was safe and reliable, and didn't ask any further questions. After dinner, Songshur went upstairs. The next morning, Chen Lishu drove to pick up Songshur to take her to the Supernatural Power Management Bureau for a power level test. Songshur changed into her Renshi Middle School uniform and, after completing the test, headed straight back to school. Chen Lishu was even more excited than Songshur. Along the way, he explained the developmental trajectory of each level of the healing system, ultimately concluding that no matter what level she awakened, Songshur's future was bright. Songshur was taken to the evaluation room. The process was simple. A cut was made on her arm, and the recovery rate was evaluated. The first cut was shallow, barely breaking the surface of the skin. The wound healed as soon as the cut was removed. Sea level and above. The second cut was slightly deeper, but still healed quickly. The assessor's white-gloved fingers gradually tensed. This recovery rate indicated that Song Shi was at or above B level. Another deep cut. The healing rate was slightly slower, but still within 3 seconds. The fifth. Result, A+. Chapter 50. The assessor collected 2 more tubes of blood from Song Shi and placed a brain-computer interface with various colored data cables on her head to test her mental strength and further verify her level. An hour later, she was released. The last wound on her forearm had healed, leaving only a trace of dried blood clinging to her skin, as if someone had splashed it. The assessor was busy organizing and uploading the data they had just obtained. His assistant handed Song Shi a piece of alcohol-soaked gauze. Song Shi wiped her arm and, guided by her assistant, opened the door to the assessment room. "How's it going?" Chen Lishu had been waiting outside. Seeing Song Shi emerge, he quickly stepped forward, staring at her nervously. Song Shi tossed the reddened gauze into a nearby medical waste bin. The alcohol had evaporated, leaving her arm feeling cold. She touched it and said calmly, "A plus?" She wasn't surprised. The system had already assessed her healing level. Chen Lishu stamped his foot excitedly, his heart finally settling. "A plus! A plus! Great! If nothing goes wrong, I'd be able to reach S rank, maybe even double S." He quickly determined the level Song Shi could reach in the future. He was also worried that Song Shi's healing talent had been suppressed by the Berserk attribute for years, preventing her from awakening to a high level. He was worrying too much. Another thought occurred to him, and he looked up. "Have you entered your file information?" Song Shi was originally a Berserk attribute with a high probability of differentiation, a key federal observation target. However, without awakening, she was still considered an ordinary person, and her personal information was not subject to special protection. Now that she had awakened her healing attribute, all her information would likely be entered into a place called the Federal Psychic Management File, to be managed centrally by the Psychic Administration Bureau. Anyone entered into this file will have their information classified as confidential, and general institutions cannot access it. Song Shi nodded, entered. From now on, the words high-risk individual will no longer appear after her name, and her information will no longer be spread everywhere. Things like Xiao Haitang casually accessing all her information yesterday will never happen again. "That's good," Chen Lishu said, looking intently at the student he taught since freshman year. A sense of reluctance welled up within him, a sense of guilt tinged with regret. His eyes suddenly felt a little sore, and he turned and walked out. "Let's go back to school now, directly to the Ability Academy, and transfer to the Ability class." Song Shi didn't see the fleeting emotion in his eyes, but watching him leave, he inexplicably developed the illusion that he was sad. As this realization took hold, he looked at him again, and a faint purple mist seemed to shroud him. Song Shi blinked hard, suspecting something was wrong with his color vision. Chen Lishu had already pushed open the door and left. Through a glass door, his entire body was crystal clear, nothing visible. Perhaps it was a mistake. Song Shi dismissed it, and followed Chen Lishu into the passenger seat. Chen Lishu was eager to share, chattering non-stop about the number of healing awakeners at Renchi Middle School in recent years. There weren't many. In the 6 special ability classes in the 3rd year alone, there were nearly 2 classes with over 80 healing awakeners, but the majority were C or D rank, with a dozen or so B ranks and a few A ranks or higher. There was also an S rank, but only one, awakened at the age of 15. Initially, he was A rank, and after 3 years of training at Renchi Middle School, he successfully ascended to S rank. Song Shi's current rank is second only to his, but in terms of awakening rank, A+ is slightly better. Generally, the higher the rank at awakening, the greater the talent in that area, and the easier it is to level up later. Yanming Middle School has 19 S-level students in their senior year, while our school currently only has 15. The gap is significant, and the school leadership is taking this seriously. This year, all middle schools in District 11 are undergoing a major rating process, and the leadership hopes we surpass Yanming Middle School. Those of you with A and A+ rank are the key training targets for the Special Ability Department. Yin Qianlin will likely pay close attention to you. If you have any difficulties in your life, be sure to tell him. He helped you resolve them. Although he may seem difficult to get along with in reality. Chen Lishu hesitated, then spoke the truth. He's not easy to get along with, but he values talent and is very responsible towards his students. Chen Lishu began to introduce Yin Qianlin to Song Shi. He's very strict with his students, and he punishes them whenever he wants. Song Shi glanced sideways at the scenery speeding by outside the window, his thoughts drifting far away. Ever since she awakened her healing ability, the inexplicable subtitles in her mind had changed. It used to be just 2 short lines: anti-abuse value progress, masochism value progress. But now, the subtitles have changed to anti-abuse value progress, 87%. Power name, healing ability. Class, psychic. Level, A+, 100/200, talent 1, healing. Skill, self-healing, A+, psychic power, primary 13/100. Songshur had already read it several times yesterday. Being classified as psychic is easy to understand. The Federation divides all superpowers into 6 categories: enhancement, nature, psychic, beast taming, mechanical assistance, and a special category consisting of other niche abilities. Berserk is classified as an enhancement ability. Healing, on the other hand, is classified as a psychic ability. The problem lies with the talents and skills. Talent 1 shows healing. Healing power is a must-have talent for all healer-type awakeners, so it's normal for it to appear here, but it's followed by a 1. A 1 implies a 2. The screen doesn't show a 2. This means she hasn't discovered the second talent yet. But as far as Songshur knows now, healer-type awakeners have no other abilities besides the ability to heal themselves and others, and purify the black energy of alien beasts. Could the second talent be purification? Because she hasn't purified the black energy of alien beasts yet, it doesn't appear on the screen. Songshur inexplicably feels it can't be that simple. And then, there's the skills section. It shows her self-healing level is a plus. I wonder if this A+ has anything to do with her overall level. Her overall level is followed by a progress bar, A+, 100/200. When her progress reaches 200, she should be promoted to S level. However, will this progress increase still be based on masochism? Just reading these few subtitles, Songshur had many questions, but the system didn't explain them, leaving her to figure things out on her own. Songshur touched the seatbelt in front of her. Her first step was to try to heal someone, to verify if the subtitles in her mind had changed. The car pulled into the parking garage of Renchi Middle School. Songshur unbuckled her seatbelt and jumped out. "Let's go find Director Yin from the Supernatural Department first," Chen Lishu said from another car door. Following Chen Lishu out of the underground garage, they saw many students having fun on the playground. Chen Lishu glanced at the time. It was break time, the busiest time for students. What a coincidence! He was worried Songshur would run into Wei Yu, so he quickened his pace. He walked towards the teaching building, passing many students heading to the playground to relax. Songshur's appearance on campus in her school uniform drew a lot of attention. The incident before her departure had caused such a stir, and her being sent to a detention school had also sparked a huge discussion on the school forum. Wei Yu had been running rampant at school lately, and his gang of underlings were telling everyone that anyone who offended Wei Yu would suffer the same fate as Songshur, practically trampling over her everywhere. Didn't they say she'd be in detention until she reached adulthood? Yang Jinjin, the Bagua Saint body, practically leaned out the window, his hands curled into a telescope shape, resting on his eyes, moving in sync with Songshur's movements below. Tang Yu, who was sitting next to her, shifted her position on the table, facing her. "I'd be back once I awaken." The little fat boy and Yang Jinjin stood side by side, looking down from the same position. It could be said that the windows of the entire classroom were now filled with people. If Songshur had looked up, she would have seen the windows of the entire teaching building filled with people. But even if she didn't look up, it would have been hard for Songshur not to notice so many eyes. Chen Lishu couldn't match Songshur's composure. He looked up, sweat pouring down his face. He took out his handkerchief and wiped his forehead repeatedly, even reflecting the light. He didn't awaken during the stimulation experiment, but he awakened after just a few days at the control school. As one of only 5 awakened Superbrain system users in the entire school, Yang Jinjin saw through it immediately. Wei Yu's mother must have had some sexual advances at the control school. She was forced into awakening. Because the little fat boy was short and Songshur was almost at the bottom of the teaching building, he couldn't see him anymore, so he sat back down. Berserk type? Curious about her rank? Our school doesn't have any berserk types above B rank. I hope she's B rank or higher, so we can close the gap with Yinming Middle School. A plus, Tang Yu said. So high. How did you know? The little fat boy and Yang Jinjin exclaimed simultaneously. The little fat boy was in pure amazement, while Yang Jinjin noticed something was amiss with her deskmate. She sat back down in her seat, narrowing her eyes at Tang Yu. Where did you hear that? You didn't pay attention to these things before. Tell the truth. Confession will be treated leniently, while resistance will be punished severely. Since Tang Yu had taken the initiative, she had no intention of concealing it. She's staying at the hotel my family owns. Yang Jingjin covered his mouth. Oh my god. When? 2 weeks ago. How dare you let a berserk type, with a high probability of differentiation, stay in your house? Yang Jingjin gave a thumbs up. The scourge everyone shunned was actually being welcomed into his deskmate's home as a guest. As expected of a fire type. Fire types are best known for their tsundere, rebelliousness, and irritability, making them the second most difficult characters to deal with after berserk. When berserk types go berserk, they treat human life like dirt. When fire types go berserk, they treat everyone like dirt, meaning they're disgusted with everyone and would kick even the smallest dog on the street. If it weren't for the berserk types holding them back, fire types would definitely be a thorn in everyone's side, suffering the same fate as berserk types do now. But Tang Yu didn't seem to display these traits. She only occasionally couldn't control her fire, and smoke came out of her head, but it wouldn't hurt anyone, and she would calm down quickly. Her emotions were quite stable, she spoke softly, and she looked quiet and gentle. This also caused Yang Jingjin to often forget that she was a fire awakener. Chapter 51. But the fact that she dared to bring a berserker-type character home made Yang Jingjin reevaluate her deskmate. Beneath her well-behaved exterior lay the restless and rebellious heart of a fire-type character. The chubby boy was equally stunned, looking at Tang Yu with a somewhat naive expression. Xiao Yu, I always thought you were an exception to the fire type, but I didn't expect you to possess the true power of Samadhi fire. Tang Yu didn't object. She hated weak people. But Songshur wasn't a weak person these days. So she was willing to let her stay at her family's inn. Yang Jingjin quickly lost interest in this. She loved gossip, not exploring human nature. Quick, tell me why Songshur awakened so quickly. What happened at the control school? I don't know. Even Yin Qianlin hadn't mentioned it directly, involving some of the city security team senior executives and the forces in the western suburbs, so Tang Yu naturally wouldn't say anything either. Yang Jingjin was a little disappointed. She didn't tell you? Tang Yu shook her head. Okay. Yang Jingjin quickly cheered up, patting his chest and promising the gossipers gathered around, leave it to me. I get to the bottom of it all in a week at the latest. Tang Yu glanced at her and opened her mouth to warn her against investigating, saying that the matter involved too many people and might offend others. But seeing Yang Jingjin's eyes, burning with the pure spirit of gossip, she closed her mouth. Even then, Songshur had already followed Chen Lishu to Yin Qianlin's office. Yin Qianlin quickly scanned the level assessment data sent by the assessor on his computer. This data had just been compiled and sent to Songshur by the Supernatural Administration, who had also added Yin Qianlin's account number. Yin Qianlin read through the dozen pages of assessment data in 10 minutes, and the office fell silent for 10 minutes. A plus level, but insufficient mental power. He came to a conclusion, looked up at Songshur, who was lying on the sofa across from him, and said seriously, if your mental power is insufficient, your self-healing ability won't be affected, but you won't be able to perform at A level when healing others. Furthermore, your effectiveness in helping your teammates purify the black energy of alien beasts will be greatly reduced in the future. Since Songshur was a plus level, barring any unforeseen circumstances, she would be deployed to the front lines to fight alien beasts, so Yin Qianlin would consider this approach. I need to increase my mental power. Songshur recalled the visual screen in her mind. Her mental power was only 13. Yes. Yin Qianlin sent Songshur a document. This is a specific method for increasing mental power. It was developed based on previous healing students with similar conditions. Just follow it. I'll let you know if there are any modifications you need. Songshur clicked accept. The first line of the document read, eat more foods that increase mental power. The specific foods were listed, followed by their prices. Songshur glanced at the prices casually, his eyes darkening. She closed the document with forced composure and looked up. Perhaps because she looked unwell, Yin Qianlin assumed she was worried about her future. Lack of mental strength is a common problem for most psychics. Just follow the instructions in the document, and you quickly make up for it. Songshur nodded stiffly. She was still thinking about the prices of the food. Her savings might only be enough for 2 meals. Also, Yin Qianlin looked at Songshur. Although he was over 50, his eyes showed no sign of age, imbued with the shrewd wisdom of an elder. Our school has a training room for the Berserker department. You can train with them from now on. Songshur's attention was instantly drawn back. She's already awakened her healing skill, so why is she training with the Berserker skill? Chen Lishu, sitting nearby, asked on Songshur's behalf. You didn't go to the scene with me on Saturday morning. Yin Qianlin glanced at Chen Lishu calmly. Chen Lishu lowered his head in shame. At the time, he was being held back by Wang Danyu, unable to extricate himself. Although he hadn't witnessed the scene, after learning at the city security team's office hall that 8 people had died, he could already imagine the danger. If Songshur had succeeded, Rinchi Middle School would have lost an A+ level healing skill student. He was inextricably linked to all of this, and Yin Qianlin was right to blame him. I've learned about your situation from teacher Zhou Tan. Now that the healing element has awakened, you can confidently attempt to mobilize the rage element's emotions. While the Federation hasn't successfully awakened both elementalities, that doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Thanks to the system, Songshur had long suspected that he might awaken both elementalities, so when Yin Qianlin proposed this idea, Songshur wasn't particularly encouraged. Compared to her, Chen Lishu was incredibly shocked. He glanced at Songshur, then at Yin Qianlin, suspecting he misheard. He wasn't an awakener, and the class he taught was just a regular one. He didn't have a deep understanding of superpowers, but he knew Yin Qianlin's achievements in the field. His mention of a dual-element awakening meant there was a better than 50% chance of success. Yin Qianlin checked the time and stood up. Class is about to start. Songshur, come with me. Chen Lishu knew he was going to transfer Songshur to his class, officially handing over the reins. Then, Director Yin, she be under your care from now on. Yin Qianlin nodded slightly, and left with Songshur. Yin Qianlin's class was Special Ability Class 2. Songshur spotted a familiar figure at the entrance to Special Ability Class 2. A meticulously trimmed haircut, adorned with heavy metal jewelry. Lu Shuilin. Songshur could only say that wearing only 7 or 8 earrings in a controlled school was a bit unfair. Someone would have believed the man before him if he had just stepped off the stage of a heavy metal band. Lu Shuilin was startled the moment he saw Songshur, but he felt a little more at ease after realizing that they were no longer in the controlled school and Songshur couldn't hit him. Yin Qianlin was stopped by a passing female teacher to discuss a student's misbehavior. Songshur approached Lu Shuilin a few steps. Why are you here? Lu Shuilin could only say that he had been tricked by his father again. His father had clearly said that he would be as successful as Wei Yu here, and no one would dare to mess with him, but he had unexpectedly put him in Yin Qianlin's class. That wasn't all, Songshur happened to be in this class. His father must have planned this, wanting these people to intimidate him and prevent him from doing anything wrong. Of course, he wouldn't say that to Songshur. He said stubbornly, I've awakened, so why can't I come here? What's your business? Super brain? Songshur found it hard to accept. Lu Shuilin's brain, a super brain? Lu Shuilin stared at Songshur, his lips moving, but ultimately decided not to reveal it. It was because she had struck him in the head that his brain had been damaged and had begun to repair itself. When the repairs were excessive, it began to strengthen, and then awakened. So, his successful awakening was thanks to Songshur. He told Songshur that she would surely be ridiculed mercilessly, so he decided to keep this secret to himself forever. Chapter 52. Yes, Super Brain, he proudly waved 5 fingers in front of Songshur, emphasizing, there are only 5 Super Brain students in the entire Rinchi Middle School, and I'm the 6th. Songshur ignored him, glancing at Yin Qianlin, who was still discussing the next training plan with the female teacher. He stepped back and stood quietly against the wall waiting. The classroom behind her was Super Ability Class 2. Yin Qianlin and the female teacher seemed to be discussing the training plan for Berserk students. Songshur heard the words out of control, healing can't suppress it, basic training, and intensified. Songshur ignored him, and Lu Shuilin became increasingly certain that Songshur wouldn't dare to make a move on him here. He immediately resumed his arrogant and aggressive nature. How did you awaken the healing class? Aren't you a berserk with a high probability of differentiation? Songshur lowered her eyes, wondering where she could find an opportunity to heal the injured. You've been relying on your berserker type for so long, and now you've awakened a healer type. Isn't that a big gap? Lu Shuilin feigned doubt. This guy is so annoying. Songshur turned her head in the other direction. Perhaps training with a berserker type would offer some opportunities. After all, training is bound to result in some injuries. The most unfortunate thing is that the system won't let her harm innocent people. Otherwise, she could capture someone, beat them up, and then heal them, repeating this cycle. Her resistance to abuse would increase, while also training her healing abilities. How much easier. Thinking of this, Songshur had an idea. Could she find someone the system had previously identified as having hurt her? What are you hiding for? I guess I was right. Lu Shuilin was still gloating over her own cleverness. Songshur suddenly turned to look at him. I wondered if Lu Shuilin counted. Although she had already taken revenge, what if the system determined that anyone who had hurt her once would be beaten for life, and that didn't count against innocent people? Lu Shuilin hadn't yet realized her own death was imminent, and instead took Songshur's silence as a concession. I heard your mother kicked you out because you were a berserker type, moved into the inner city with your sister, and left you alone outside. TSK, your mother is truly heartless. Did you specifically investigate me? Lu Shuilin lifted a carefully left-over lock of hair from her forehead. I didn't need to investigate. My father's subordinates sent me all your information. And, I have to say, your sister is really pretty. Lu Shuilin said, whistling obscenely. Songshur didn't really like her sister, who was always acting strangely and sarcastically, but Lu Shuilin's expression truly disgusted her. But he still didn't realize it. When I go to the inner city during the holidays, I definitely go with my brothers. Songshur kicked him in the chest with such force that Lu Shuilin flew backwards. In a panic, he reached for anything he could grab onto. The classroom door happened to be right behind him, so he grabbed the handrail. With a clang, the tightly closed door flew open, and Lu Shuilin fell to the ground with a clang. Songshur calmly retracted his legs and returned to his original position, leaning against the wall and looking at the lights overhead. Innocent person injured, anti-abuse progress reduced by 1%. Songshur suppressed the urge to curse. Yin Qianlin, who was discussing with the female teacher, was startled back by the sudden noise, and saw Lu Shuilin crawling from the ground and greeting his classmates. Lu Shuilin awkwardly greeted her, enduring the pain in his chest, as he walked out. The school bell rang at this moment. We talk after class, Yin Qianlin said sullenly to the female teacher, returning to the classroom. He met Lu Shuilin's exit. Lu Shuilin flinched at his expression. Yin Qianlin's reputation was well known even at Yinming Middle School. Yin Qianlin sternly said, Don't bring your habits from other schools into my class. Today, since the bell hasn't rung yet, I won't punish you. If this happens again, I follow the class rules. Lu Shuilin opened her mouth to explain that it was Songshur who had kicked him in, and that he was the victim. But as soon as she looked up, she saw Songshur, standing behind Yin Qianlin, raise his hand and swipe it across her neck. The threat was clear. Lu Shuilin shuddered. He was truly timid now, and he had finally come to his senses. It didn't matter that Songshur hadn't awakened her berserk element. She'd been fighting a group of people without it awakening. Whatever she awakened, it wouldn't affect her speed or power. He previously assumed that her awakening of her healing element would make her as weak and vulnerable as other healing element users. Yin Qianlin noticed the change in Lu Shuilin's expression and glanced back. Songshur was looking down, stroking her hair. You two, follow me to the podium, Yin Qianlin said, stepping around Lu Shuilin and taking the lead at the side of the podium. Lu Shuilin followed. Songshur also emerged from behind the door. The moment she emerged, Yang Jingjin nudged Tang Yu's arm. Yin Qianlin had his back to the classroom door, and only saw Lu Shuilin rise from the ground. Everyone in the classroom was not blind. They had all returned to their seats 5 minutes before Yin Qianlin's class, so they saw it clearly. Lu Shuilin entered with his back to the ground, and he was about to fall. He had obviously been kicked or pushed in. Who would dare do that around Yin Qianlin? The moment they saw Songshur, they immediately understood. He was an A+ level in the Berserker category, so a little violence was forgivable. Everyone remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Songshur entered the classroom, and was met with a flurry of expressions. She vaguely guessed it was because she had been seen kicking Lu Shuilin. She averted her gaze, walked up to the podium, and stood beside him. Lu Shuilin immediately moved a little closer to Yin Qianlin, creating some distance between them. He felt it wasn't enough and tried to move again, but Songshur glanced at him from the side. Lu Shuilin was stunned, and he didn't dare move. Take turns introducing yourselves. Lu Shuilin cleared his throat first. My name is Lu Shuilin. I'm a rock enthusiast and a super brain awakener. I'm currently a D rank, but the evaluator my family hired predicts I can reach S rank in the future. My father is a city security officer. Yin Qianlin interrupted him. No need to introduce your family background. Lu Shuilin wasn't discouraged. He was determined to let everyone in the class know his family background. He changed his words to show off. We're a super brain family. My father, my grandfather, and I are all. For Yang Jingjin, a super brain herself, she had inquired about all the super brain awakeners in the outer city of District 11. The ones who fit Lu Shuilin's description were the families of the assistants to the successive city security captains. After so many captains, the assistants always belonged to the Lu family. His family background is comparable to Wei Yuyu's, Yang Jingjin whispered to Tang Yu. Tang Yu already knew this, and wasn't surprised. After Lu Shuilin finished the introductions, it was Song Shi's turn. My name is Song Shi, and I'm a healing A+. As soon as Song Shi finished speaking, a small exclamation of surprise filled the previously quiet classroom. Healing A+? Did you say that wrong? Not a berserker A+? Song Shi patiently repeated, it's a healing A+. Yang Jingjin nudged his deskmate's arm in shock. A berserker A+, with a high probability of differentiation has awakened a healing A+. Such explosive news. And you only told me her A+? You only asked about her A+? Tang Yu blinked. Ah. Yang Jingjin wanted to yell, do you know how much harm your concealment hurts a gossipy person? This was why she couldn't spread the news to more people in advance. But facing Tang Yu's bright, innocent eyes, she tugged at her hair, banging her head on the table in impotent rage. Tang Yu thoughtfully placed her hand under her forehead. Yang Jingjin, thank you. Yin Qianlin grabbed his book and patted the table, muffling the noisy discussion below. These two are new students joining our special ability class too. We will study and improve together. I hope we can all get along well. A moderate round of applause broke out from the podium. Lu Shuilin, go choose your seat. There were 2 empty seats in the classroom, one by the window, one in the middle. Lu Shuilin chose the window seat without hesitation. There were simply too many pretty girls. Except for her male deskmate, she was surrounded by all kinds of girls. Sitting there, Lu Shuilin breathed in a breath of air, the pain in her chest from Song Shi's kick gone, and she felt refreshed. Yang Jingjin watched helplessly as a superbrain system sat down diagonally across from her, a sense of crisis rising. She clenched her fists, determined to defend her reputation as the god of gossip. The remaining seat naturally belonged to Song Shi. His deskmate was a handsome, thin boy wearing black-framed glasses. In Song Shi's stereotype, such an outfit meant he was a good student. Song Shi walked over and sat down. A complete set of new books had been delivered in advance. Song Shi quickly glanced at the titles at the top, then shoved them into the bookcase. As she read through each book, she realized the courses taught in the Special Abilities class were completely different from those in the Control School, and even the curriculum of the regular classes she had briefly glanced at. The science subjects that overlapped with the previous life were condensed into a very thin book, leaving the remaining 6 books all about superpowers and superbeasts. Superpower combat, superpower development, superpower origins, superbeast theory, superpowers, and humans and superbeasts. These all lay the foundation for attending Superpower University. Superpower University in this world is the equivalent of a military academy. Yin Qianlin's course was on superpowers and superpowers. The main topic was the relationships between superpowers, which were divided into 3 categories: promotion, antagonism, and non-interference. In university, these relationships would become crucial for choosing teammates. 2 superpowers with opposing powers were destined not to form a team, such as the classic example of water and fire. Song Shi had previously learned a bit about this from her computer, but it wasn't systematic. Now, listening to Yin Qianlin's lecture, she paid extra attention. Nearly 2 weeks had passed since Song Shi arrived in this world, and this was the first time he could sit peacefully at his desk, free from worrying about anything else, simply listening to the teacher and absorbing knowledge. The class went by quickly. The morning flew by. During break, Song Shi spent her time reviewing the previous chapters in the textbook. Senior year had already begun 2 months ago, and she needed to catch up on all the material from the previous 2 months. Across the classroom, Lu Shuilin had already become mingled with the others. I've seen you. He suddenly pointed at Tang Yu, who was sleeping on the desk. Tang Yu raised her eyelids to glance at him, then turned and lay down facing the other way. Lu Shuilin, why did this routine sound so familiar? It felt like he just experienced it. He pondered for a moment, remembering that Song Shi had done the same thing when she was annoying him. No wonder I saw you with the city security team the other day. You two have a special relationship. The gestures of disdain were exactly the same. Yang Jingjin keenly sensed something unusual. What happened to the city security team? When? What happened? Yang Jingjin's emotional appeal was high, and Lu Shuilin relished it. Surrounded by so many gossipers, he became complacent and confessed everything that had happened that morning. Of course, he concealed his key role. It was only later, from his father's analysis, that he learned that he had compromised both sides. If his background hadn't been strong enough, he wouldn't have died. That sounds dangerous. The little fat man glanced sympathetically at Song Shi's seat. Huh? Where's Song Shi? Tang Yu opened her eyes and saw that Song Shi's seat was empty. Lu Shuilin instinctively glanced around. Luckily, no one was lying in ambush around him. His palms were sweating with fear. The bell rang for the third class of the afternoon, but Song Shi hadn't returned. Her seat was empty. The teacher for this class was Yan Qianlin again. He glanced at her briefly and continued teaching without inquiring about Song Shi's whereabouts. At that moment, Song Shi was heading to the Berserk Department's training ground. Yan Qianlin had given her a last-minute notice that she would be training with the Berserk Department today. He had also sent her the address. Today was Song Shi's first day of reporting. When she arrived, 5 Berserk Awakeners had already changed into their training uniforms and were sitting scattered around the training grounds. It wasn't even time for training yet, so Song Shi approached the training ground administrator, explained her name, and, under his surprised gaze, received her uniform. She then went to the locker room to change. When she emerged, it was already time. 8 Berserk Awakeners stood in a row in the center of the training ground. A slender female teacher stood before them, her back to Song Shi. It wasn't until Song Shi approached that he recognized her as the teacher who had met with Yan Qianlin that morning to discuss the student's loss of control. Today, I'd like to introduce our new member Song Shi. I'm sure you've all heard of her. The Berserker type Awakener, once a prominent figure in school, was a source of shame for the Berserker type. Most people here had heard of her. Isn't she a healer? A muscular boy, a head taller than Song Shi, glanced at her. Training together? Preventing us from losing control? Why is she the only one here? She's training as a Berserker type Awakener, improving her physical fitness just like you guys, the female teacher corrected. Her words amused the Berserker types. They didn't seem to have much respect for her. Are you kidding? Chapter 53. Healing and Berserker types train together? Why don't you train contract types with dogs? Contract students routinely train with ferocious beasts captured by the military from outside the base. This metaphor was profoundly insulting. Half the crowd laughed, while the other half folded their arms in a spectator's pose, naturally agreeing with the sentiment. The female teacher wasn't offended by their rudeness, she even smiled. Having trained Berserker types for so many years, she knew the true nature of Berserker students, a bunch of arrogant, violent lunatics. Especially Berserker types, who had never been on the front lines, untouched by society's harsh treatment, were unruly and unbridled. I'm merely informing you. I don't give you the right to question it. The gentle, calm tone of her voice, without overstating her authority, had an unparalleled effect. The laughter fell silent, and they stared at her with sullen discontent. The female teacher withdrew her gaze, and looked at Song Shi next to her. My name is Pei Yiqing. You can call me Trainer Pei Teacher Yiqing, or just call me by my full name, like they do. Song Shi followed her finger, and saw the row of violent students, each one more arrogant than the last. Though he had participated in group fights, killed people, and even accidentally kicked a teacher, Song Shi always considered himself a polite young man. Trainer Pei. TSK. Someone nearby scoffed. Song Shi and the female teacher were unfazed, seemingly unaware. Okay, back to the team. Song Shi turned and walked towards the far right of the group. His gaze drifted past the 8 faces and rested on the burly boys. It had always been his mouth that was venomous. I hope your strength matches your mouth, he said lightly, and Song Shi joined the line. Say it again. The burly man raged. How can I be judged by a piece of idiotic, healing shit like you? He stepped out of the line, rolled up his sleeves, and lunged at Song Shi. Zhu Jinping. Return to the team. Pei Yiqing shouted. Zhu Jinping, enraged, wouldn't listen. He just wanted to kill this brazen girl. Song Shi looked up at him. If she dared to say it, she'd do it. In a one-on-one fight, even if she couldn't defeat him, she'd make him suffer. Song Shi's hands, hanging by his side, were clenched into fists. He bent slightly, ready for battle. Seeing his orders were ineffective, Pei Yiqing said no more. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhu Jinping's arm. I've told you many times, you must obey my orders on the training ground. Song Shi hadn't expected Pei Yiqing's sudden attack. Get out of the way. Zhu Jinping clenched his other fist and swung it at Pei Yiqing's face. Judging from Zhu Jinping's size and the intensity of his rage, the force of his punch was immense. Song Shi observed carefully. If it had been her, she would have immediately let go of Zhu Jinping's arm, distanced herself from him, and sought another opportunity to attack. But Pei Yiqing charged forward. Her arm felt like steel, and Zhu Jinping's incoming fist collided with her palm, like a wall, unable to move. Zhu Jinping tried to pull his hand back and strike again, But Pei Cheng had already wrapped his fist around it, twisting both of his arms behind his back. Then, he kicked him in the knee, forcing him to his knees. Awake? Pei Cheng's tone remained flat, as if the previous moves had come effortlessly for her. Xu Jinping, on the other hand, his already dark skin now swollen purple. He was furious and annoyed. He struggled several times, but failed to shake off the much smaller Pei Cheng. Awake, he uttered through gritted teeth. Pei Cheng finally released his grip. Return to the team. Xu Jinping awkwardly climbed to his feet. But he was clearly unconvinced. You wait. He hurled a harsh rebuke at Song Shi, and returned to his previous position. Song Shi lowered his gaze, pondering what type of awakened being Pei Cheng was, or perhaps even whether he wasn't. She ignored Xu Jinping's harsh words. Her reaction infuriated Xu Jinping even more, and with nowhere to vent his anger, he kicked the ground hard. Pei Cheng, likewise, didn't care about his reaction. Lu Li Tianming, step out. The girl next to Song Shi, and the boy in the first position, took a step forward simultaneously. I've already reported your loss of control yesterday to the director. This is the 9th time this month. After discussing it with the director, we've unanimously decided that you're not suitable to continue the simulated confrontation. I don't want to, the boy named Tianming said nonchalantly. So what if you're out of control? There are healers to control you on the front lines. The berserker's primary responsibility is to improve my strength. You have no right to deprive me of my right to train. Pei Cheng took a few steps forward, strolling around to the back of the line. So the rest of you feel the same way? Yes, the rest of the group said in a rare unanimous voice. What about you? Pei Cheng paused behind Song Shi. Song Shi never forgot her roots. I'm a healing type. Pei Cheng, what if you're a berserker type? Song Shi was silent for a moment. From the perspective of a berserker type, she had nearly lost control before. At the controlled school, when she saw blood and felt the excruciating pain, she too had lost her mind and wanted to kill everyone. It was the soothing power of the healing type that brought her back to her senses. When they encountered the earth wolf beast in the alley, Lu Xing had also briefly lost control, repeatedly stabbing his sword into the beast's corpse. It was Wu Jilu's timely call that awoke him. Perhaps the healing type also played a role in this. Just now, Xu Jinping had fought with Pei Cheng, but after being subdued by Pei Cheng for a few moves, he immediately regained consciousness. Could this also be considered a loss of control? In her opinion, it was more like using the excuse of losing control to do whatever they wanted without restraint. Once they realized they were losing ground, they would immediately recover, and any losses incurred during this period could be attributed to their own loss of control. Why ask her? She was a coward before she awakened, too. How would she know what it means to lose control? Xu Jinping, who had held his tongue for a long time, took the opportunity to taunt him. You know whether you've lost control or not, Song Shi pointed out pointedly. Pei Cheng, standing behind Song Shi, heard this and gave Song Shi a look of admiration. She only realized this after discussing it with Yin Qianlin today. What do you mean? Xu Jinping stormed out of the line, seething. The others also looked at Song Shi with displeasure. Song Shi curled his lips in a cold sneer, watching Xu Jinping approach. Are you angry out of shame? You? You're looking for death. The moment Xu Jinping's fist came towards him, Song Shi quickly retreated. Xu Jinping was surprised that Song Shi had managed to dodge it. He roared and tried to catch up again, but Song Shi twisted her feet and hid behind Pei Cheng. What? Losing control again? Or are you using losing control as an excuse to go crazy? Song. Sure. Xu Jinping gritted his teeth. He was determined to tear her apart. Pei Cheng raised his hand to block his arm. I told you, don't fight in my class without permission. Pei Cheng was truly furious this time. His face was stern. After blocking Xu Jinping's punch, he didn't let him go. Instead, he pressed forward, overwhelming him with all-out attacks. The fight ended with Xu Jinping being knocked to the ground. He tried to get up, but failed. Pei Cheng walked over to him, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and lifted him up like a chicken. Xu Jinping managed to steady his trembling legs and stand on his own. Pei Cheng released his hand and scanned the crowd. Look at your levels. Is there anyone here above B rank? Do you think the Federation has enough healers to assign one to each of you? In our Rinchi Middle School senior class alone, there are over 80 healers, retorted the girl named Lu Li, who had walked out from Song Shi's side. First, of these 80, only 30 are currently above B rank. Only healers above B rank can be deployed to the front lines. Second, the front lines need more than just berserkers like you. The Federation has nearly 100 types of abilities suitable for combat, And except for a few that aren't afraid of black energy, the rest require the protection of healers. Pei Yiqing patiently explained, one healer is responsible for a team of 4 to 6. If your value isn't as great as the team itself, then control your temper, and don't cause trouble for the rest of the team. The Federation doesn't need berserkers, who are both incompetent and have bad tempers. Pei Yiqing looked at the group of ambitious children before him and finally sighed, wake up. You're not Lu Xing. From the moment you awakened to C or D rank, there was an unbridgeable gap between you and him. Lu Xing was a legend of the berserker type. According to Song Shi's previous online knowledge, Lu Xing's rank was SSS when he awakened at the age of 15, reaching the pinnacle of the Federation's rank. 3 years later, his rank was no longer measurable using Federation methods. His immense strength was the greatest testament to his rank. He didn't need a team of 4 to 6, his only teammate was Wu Xilu. Wu Xilu was merely responsible for waking him when he lost control. Only 2 of them had left the human base and penetrated deep into the alien beast's lair, bringing back news of the alien beast's renewed evolution and a collection of samples and data of vital importance to the research institute. Starting today, we resume basic physical training with simulated sparring once a week. Furthermore, to encourage your motivation for self-control, the school infirmary will no longer provide healers, except for injuries sustained during simulated sparring. Any injuries sustained from your so-called loss of control will be treated on your own. Pei Yiqing's words effectively put a stop to their madness. The group's expressions varied, a truly spectacular spectacle. Especially Zhu Jinping. He had been beaten up by Pei Yiqing, and his entire body ached. He had originally thought he'd go to the infirmary after training and see a healer, expecting recovery in half an hour. Unexpectedly, the infirmary would no longer provide treatment. Seeking a healer at an outside hospital for half an hour would cost at least hundreds of thousands of federal coins. He suddenly felt like he'd lost hundreds of thousands, and regretted it to the core. After completing his instructions, Pei Yiqing began today's physical training. Chapter 54. 6 kilogram sandbags for each leg, run 10 kilometers with the weight. Song Shi followed the others to the equipment room, strapped a 3 kilogram sandbag to each leg, and began running around the training ground. Her body functions were originally developed according to the Berserk system, and after awakening her healing system, her metabolism was enhanced, eliminating fatigue before it even appeared. She was like a machine that could run at high speed. After running 10 kilometers, even with 6 kilograms of sandbags, she felt no discomfort. The more she ran, the easier it became, and she was the first to finish. The others who lagged behind her, despite years of training, were several times faster than ordinary people, but compared to Song Shi, they were still no match. Pei Yiqing looked at Song Shi with some surprise as he reached the finish line. He glanced down at the time on his computer, 13 minutes and 42 seconds. An average person would take at least 50 minutes to run 6 kilograms with a weight, and her previous record for Berserk training was 24 minutes and 57 seconds. Song Shi's length was halved. When Yan Qianlin suggested sending Song Shi in to train with the Berserker department, she had already learned from him how special Song Shi was. She knew the student meant a great deal to Yan Qianlin, and perhaps even to the entire Federation. Having truly witnessed her strength, Pei Yiqing grew serious and wrote on his computer, starting tomorrow, I give you individual training. Song Shi was delighted and nodded. After today's 10-kilometer weighted run, she realized just how incredibly fit she was. She could easily run to school from now on. At this speed, she wouldn't even need to take the bus. As she was thinking this, Pei Yiqing asked, how far is your place from school? Song Shi, about 4 kilometers. Then you should run to school from now on. Pei Yiqing considered the situation from a trainer's perspective. Song Shi, as expected. But you sweat all over. Song Shi tugged at her collar. She was already covered in sticky sweat. There's a shower here. Pei Yiqing pointed to the locker room. I lend it to you. Song Shi, okay. After Song Shi returned the sandbags to the equipment room, the rest of the group followed suit. In stark contrast to Song Shi's calm face and breathlessness, when he returned, their cheeks flushed and their chests heaving rapidly. But upon seeing Song Shi return from the equipment room, they all softened their breathing, trying their best to conceal it. Not bad. Everyone except Zhu Jinping ran under 25 minutes today. Pei Yiqing looked down at the data, then looked up after confirming it. The sight of the group refusing to breathe made her laugh. What? Feeling embarrassed? Song Shi, returning to the team, was confused. He glanced sideways, and saw a row of rapidly rising and falling chests and sullen faces. Pei Yiqing then conducted strength training and reaction training. Song Shi's performance was average. It seemed that only in endurance did Song Shi surpass the other Berserker-type awakeners. From 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., the training continued relentlessly. Rinchi Middle School's regular afternoon get-out-of-class time was 6:30 p.m. Song Shi edited a message on his laptop and sent it to Tang Yu. Still training, no need to wait for me. At 7 a.m., today's training load had been met. The exhausted students headed to the locker room. Song Shi didn't go directly, but instead stopped Zhu Jinping, who had lagged behind. "Want a fight?" Zhu Jinping immediately adopted a defensive stance. "Come on! I've been wanting to beat you up for a long time." His resounding voice drew the students, who had already stepped into the locker room, back. Song Shi glanced at the bruise on his outstretched arm. "I heal you." Today, Zhu Jinping was the only one injured around her. She desperately wanted to know how the subtitles in her mind would change after she healed someone else's injury. It would be crucial for her to decipher the meaning of the remaining subtitles. Zhu Jinping was initially shocked by her words, then felt insulted. All his injuries were her fault. What a nice guy. Get out. If you don't get out, I beat you up. Don't think you can run fast, so I. Song Shi suddenly struck out, grabbing his arm, bending her elbow, and driving it into his collarbone, throwing him to the ground. Zhu Jinping raised his leg and kicked, and Song Shi met it with his knee. Their knees collided with a resounding sound, like a boulder crashing to the ground, shattering under the immense impact. This blow would surely fracture both of their bones. Zhu Jinping groaned. Song Shi, however, didn't even frown. The endurance of Berserker Awakeners was extraordinary, and both of them proved this. Zhu Jinping rolled on the ground to avoid Song Shi's kick, then raised his other leg and swept it towards Song Shi. Zhu Jinping's muscles were wiry, and the circumference of one leg was almost thicker than Song Shi's waist. The power contained in this sweeping force was unimaginable. Song Shi was about to dodge, but suddenly his mind flashed back to the moment when Pei Yicheng took Zhu Jinping's punch. Song Shi immediately spread his feet apart, stabilizing his lower body. He exerted force with his arms, catching the leg as it approached, and using the force to lift his entire body off the ground. Using the force of his opponent's force, he spun twice, centered around himself, and then released his grip. Zhu Jinping flew straight out, landing a few meters from the locker room entrance. Those who had been near the locker room immediately scattered. Zhu Jinping was dazed and stunned. Song Shi stepped forward, kneeling on his chest to prevent him from resisting, his right hand gripping his neck. After all, he was a berserker, and neither his willpower nor his vitality would allow Song Shi to let his guard down. Zhu Jinping's eyes half-lidded, his mind ablaze with the humiliating position. An unprecedented rage consumed his sanity. For the first time, he felt what it felt like to lose control. It was as if a wild beast threatened to burst through his body and possess his soul. All his senses were stripped away, his limbs no longer under his control. All he had left was Song Shi's drooping face. Kill her! Kill her! Zhu Jinping's fists, lying at his side, clenched tightly. Song Shi hadn't noticed yet. She was recalling the book, How to Channel Her Healing Power into Others. This knowledge point had been covered in a previous class, before she even arrived in this world. What did the book say? Concentrate your mental energy, the healing power is contained within it. The best place to make contact with the opponent's body is with your palm, as it's easier to control the flow rate. Zhu Jinping suddenly leaped up, twisting Song Shi's wrist and flinging him away. Song Shi rolled around, then knelt on one knee. She looked up at Zhu Jinping, who had stood up, and saw his broken wrist heal. Zhu Jinping's eyes were bloodshot as he stepped towards her. His shattered knee seemed to have completely healed. Frenzy! This was true frenzy. Not only Song Shi, but everyone else realized this as well. As their understanding was refreshed, they watched the match even more attentively. In the 360-degree surveillance room at the training ground, Pei Yicheng immediately shared this scene with Yan Qianlin. Chapter 55. A flicker of excitement flashed in Song Shi's eyes, quickly replaced by a desire to conquer. A Berserker Awakener after going berserk, she could compare the difference in strength between a Berserker before and after going berserk. She could accumulate counter-abuse points in battle. From a healer's perspective, she could learn how to soothe a Berserker after going berserk. She could also learn how to heal and repair their wounds, further clarifying the meaning of the system's light screen. It was a win-win situation. She had just reviewed a tutorial this morning on how a healer could soothe a Berserker. If anyone knew that Song Shi had successfully mastered the repair technique and calm technique by simply reading through high school textbooks, they would surely scoff at her presumption. In all high schools across the 11 Federation bases, teaching was strictly theoretical, True practice took place during college. Regardless of the type of awakener, if they wanted to truly utilize their abilities, they had to wait until college. Even a completely useless peacock awakener had to go to college to practice adjusting their appearance. Healers typically awaken during high school. Newly awakened healing students have relatively weak mental strength and are unable to fully utilize their abilities. Their primary task in high school is to expand their mental reserves. This is why high school healing students, regardless of their rank, are not called healers. They don't repair others' wounds, they only heal themselves. Zhu Jinping's body suddenly expanded, his already wiry muscles seemingly inflated. With a roar, he charged at Song Shi like a ferocious beast. Song Shi activated the light screen in his mind. Anti-abuse progress, 95%. I must complete the progress today. The ground shook more and more noticeably as Zhu Jinping approached. Song Shi stood up, her eyes fixed on Zhu Jinping. The moment he approached, she dodged from under his armpit to his back, elbowing him in the small of the back. Zhu Jinping felt pain in his small of the back, and stumbled forward a few steps, one high and one low. Anti-abuse value progress, 96%. Song Shi ran with momentum, and the moment Zhu Jinping turned, she bit her legs and jumped, landing on his chest. Anti-abuse value progress, 97%. Song Shi pulled her legs back, and was about to jump, but Zhu Jinping raised his arms to wrap around her legs. He grabbed one leg with one hand, spun her around, and used the momentum to fling her off. Bang! Song Shi slammed against the horizontal bar on the training ground and fell to the ground. The bar made a buzzing sound. At the locker room door, the 8 people who had witnessed this scene touched their waists in unison. A blow of this intensity would definitely break his waist. To make matters worse, Zhu Jinping, losing his mind, charged forward once more. Those present could already foresee Song Shi's fate. "You're overestimating your abilities," Lu Li said, turning to head for the locker room. The rest of the crowd had lost their desire to continue watching, and after more than half had left, only 3 remained, determined to observe the frenzied combat prowess of the berserker type. This also gave them the opportunity to witness the following scene. Song Shi, lying on her back, seemingly unconscious, suddenly reached out a hand, climbed onto the side post of the horizontal bar, and used the force to rise. Standing fully upright, she twisted her waist expressionlessly, her lumbar spine cracking with a crisp, resounding sound. "What's going on?" a tanned boy in the crowd asked unconsciously. The girl with the ponytail standing next to him, her chest crossed, looked in Song Shi's direction and suddenly realized something. She's a healer. Song Shi's previous performance had made them automatically overlook the fact that she had awakened a healer with a powerless nature. They assumed she would be completely defenseless against this blow. Such a rapid healing speed? What level is she? Has anyone here even heard about it? Another boy, stunned, peppered him with questions. The girl with the ponytail glared sideways and said bluntly, "Our time is time too." As soon as she finished speaking, the boy swung his fist. "Have you been holding a grudge against me lately?" The girl raised her leg, sweeping his fist aside. "I've been irritated with you for a long time." She punched him in the face. The 2 men grappled. The remaining tanned boy didn't even glance at them. Hearing the sounds of fighting, he skillfully moved to the other side, keeping a distance from them, and continued to watch the fight between Song Shi and Zhu Jinping. Song Shi's back injury healed rapidly. She watched Zhu Jinping, his eyes red as he rushed towards her, gripped the horizontal bar with both hands, leaped forward, and kicked him in the chest. With the lesson learned from the previous time, she quickly retracted her legs and clung to the top of the bar. Zhu Jinping retreated repeatedly to steady himself. Already furious, he was further snorted by Song Shi's kick, and he slowly looked up at Song Shi overhead. He rushed forward, grasped the side of the horizontal bar, roared, and yanked it free with brute force. In the monitoring room, Pei Yicheng watched the scene, quickly recording the data. She was thankful that Zhu Jinping hadn't removed his training clothes. The training suits were equipped with various sensor systems, transmitting real-time data. This was their first true berserk experience, and the data was invaluable. It was uncertain whether they would ever experience it again, so being able to record it was a blessing. The computer on her wrist was still flashing. "When should I go over?" After Pei Yicheng finished recording, she looked at the flashing computer. "Wait a little longer," Yan Qianlin's efficient voice came from the other side. Pei Yicheng returned to watching the surveillance footage. Before Song Shi collapsed on the horizontal bar, she leaped onto Zhu Jinping's head and delivered a frantic barrage of attacks. "She's as agile as a monkey," Pei Yicheng commented, leaning slightly forward to get closer to the surveillance camera. She could vaguely discern some of Song Shi's moves. Where did she learn these moves? There was a moment of silence on the other side of the computer. Probably the control school. Pei Cheng didn't know much about control schools. She was solely responsible for training the Berserker students, and didn't have to go to the control schools for rotations like other teachers. Does the school teach martial arts? No, she learned those moves from fighting. Pei Cheng was stunned. He chuckled, then shook his head, with a hint of regret. Her personality is exactly like a Berserker type. I don't know how she awakened the healing type. There was no answer to this question. The two of them focused on watching the surveillance footage again. Zhu Jinping had been beaten beyond recognition. Although Berserker types have strong recovery abilities, and he was in a berserk state, his recovery capacity doubled, but Song Shi's attacks were too ruthless. He straddled his shoulders at an insane speed, always finding an opening to land a blow on his face. Zhu Jinping's strength after his berserk state was not to be underestimated. Under Song Shi's relentless attacks, his fists continuously pounded Song Shi, even carrying him against the wall. Song Shi turned his head to look at the approaching wall, miraculously abandoning all resistance. A subtitle flashed in my mind: Anti-abuse progress, 99%. No more hiding. Bang! Song Shi's back slammed against the wall. Chapter 56. Anti-torture progress, 100%. Congratulations on your second success. This system that tortures the body but not the heart successfully awakened the Berserker element. The future is bright, and this system will continue to guide you. Song Shi slid down the wall and fell to the ground. The immense force of the collision with the wall had left her feeling like she was falling apart. Thankfully, the pain was quickly overwhelmed by healing power, isolating her pain nerves, making the pain distant and indistinct. In contrast, a surge of power surged through her limbs. She could clearly feel her body becoming lighter, her five senses sharply heightened. The sound of Zhu Jinping's punches rustled against her eardrums, and the scent of his blood mixed with sweat filled her nostrils. His movements were so slow and clumsy, like an old, rusty machine. As Zhu Jinping's fist barreled towards Song Shi's face, Pei Cheng, who was inside the monitoring room, took 2 steps at a time and sprinted out. The tan boy watching the fight also covered his eyes. It wasn't that he couldn't bear to watch the bloody scene, but rather that he was afraid of becoming overwhelmed and uncontrollably charging into a frenzied Zhu Jinping. The moment Pei Cheng ran out and saw Song Shi and Zhu Jinping on the training ground, Zhu Jinping's fist was so close it was practically touching the tip of Song Shi's nose. Song Shi, on the other hand, sat there with his eyes blank, as if stunned by the blow he just received against the wall. Pei Cheng's pupils constricted, and she bolted across half the training ground, shouting, "Stop!" She tried to wake Zhu Jinping. How could Zhu Jinping, already beside himself, hear her? He just wanted to bring his fist down, smash the face before him into a pulp. He was about to succeed. He couldn't contain his excitement, his teeth showing through the corners of his chin. The gust of wind from his fist blew Song Shi's bangs aside. Song Shi tilted her head suddenly, and his fist, tinged with murderous intent, brushed past her ear before hitting the wall behind her with a thud. The force was so great that the marble wall cracked, sending tiny pebbles flying. Song Shi raised his hand, clawing it, and twisted it against the elbow. Ah! Zhu Jinping's arm twisted at an odd angle, and he took a few steps back, clutching it. Seeing this, Pei Cheng braked suddenly, stopped, and calmly opened his laptop, focusing the camera on Song Shi and Zhu Jinping. Director Yin, she seems to have gotten stronger. In the video, Song Shi's speed had nearly tripled. Zhu Jinping, with a broken arm, could barely keep track of her and was left powerless to fight back. Song Shi's strength had also increased. Previously, she had only been able to push Zhu Jinping back a few steps with both legs, but now, with a flurry of kicks aimed at his shoulders, she sent him flying 5 meters away, sending him sprawling to the ground. Pei Cheng observed Song Shi's condition. Seeing her steadily approaching Zhu Jinping, she couldn't help but say, "Director Yin, I think I should stop her." She sensed that Song Shi's condition was not normal. Fighting was permitted within the training ground, but not lethal force. Get closer, see what she was about to do, and be ready to stop her at any moment, Yin Qianlin said, staring at Song Shi on the screen. Okay. Pei Cheng approached cautiously. Song Shi circled in front of Zhu Jinping's head, half crouched, and placed his hand on it. Yin Qianlin immediately understood what she was doing and quickly said, "Stop. She's repairing Zhu Jinping's wounds." Pei Cheng, ? Beating someone black and blue, and then repairing their wounds? This, she didn't understand. How could Zhu Jinping, lying on the ground, willingly allow Song Shi to place his hand on his head? It was a profound humiliation. He struggled frantically to get up, his head already raised 10 centimeters when Song Shi's hand suddenly exerted force, slapping his head back like a ball. Quiet! She was searching for the feeling of healing power. Xu Jinping's head hit the hard ground with a thud, even bouncing back a bit. His eyebrows furrowed in a frown, and his body twitched twice. The boy who had been squatting nearby, watching, gasped. The next moment, he froze, touching the back of his head where Xu Jinping had felt the same. Had he just felt the same pain? Had he put himself in Xu Jinping's shoes? For the first time in his life, he felt empathy, unfamiliar and astonished. Elsewhere, the person lying on the ground finally settled down, and Song Shi finally calmed down to sense the power whirling around in her body without any direction. She had to pass this power on to Xu Jinping. What did the book say? To guide it. Guide? Song Shi tried again and again, but she couldn't find the trick. The power wouldn't obey her command. Is there any other way to direct it all to one place? Song Shi suddenly remembered that when she was injured, the power would automatically cover her wound. Song Shi raised her right hand, perhaps allowing her palm to be injured. Glancing around, Song Shi saw no sharp objects. This was the only option. Song Shi selected her pinky finger and broke it. The vein in her temple throbbed, and Song Shi, expressionless, placed her hand over Xu Jinping's head. The power roaming throughout her body indeed rushed toward her pinky finger. Song Shi immediately focused her attention and began to channel it. Success. Song Shi felt the healing power flow through her pinky finger and into Xu Jinping's head. The wounds on Xu Jinping's face were the first to change. The bruises at the corners of his mouth and eye sockets faded at a visible rate, and platelets quickly formed scabs where blood had been oozing. Within seconds, new cells grew, and the scabs fell away automatically. The light curtain in her mind also shifted. Ability name, Healing. Class, Psychic. Level, A+, 110/200, Talent 1, Healing. Skill, Self-Healing, A+, Repair, C, Spirit, Primary 11/100. Song Shi immediately noticed the addition of Repair to the skill panel. Repair means healing others. Other stats. Total level progress increased by 10, and spirit points were consumed by 2. The 2 spirit points consumed were probably used for self-healing and repairing the wound on Xu Jinping's face. Why did the total level progress increase by 10? Although she was injured during the battle, no masochism value progress reminder appeared in her mind. This means that the 10 increase was not in the masochism value. The only new addition to the entire panel was the repair skill. Could it be an additional skill, increasing the total level by 10 points? Song Shi held onto this hypothesis for the time being. The next step was to calm Xu Jinping and bring him back from his frenzy. Song Shi did not heal all of Xu Jinping's injuries. He was still in a frenzied state. After he was healed, he would resist her as soon as possible. It would be better for him to stay in a half-dead state and let her slaughter him. Chapter 57. The repair and soothing mentioned in the book differ. Repair involves increasing the division rate of cells adjacent to the damaged area, replacing the damaged cell's function. Healing power must enter the body to be most effective. A healer must physically touch the patient when performing repairs. Soothing involves transferring the healer's own emotions to the person being soothed. The types of people typically requiring soothing by healers include Berserker-type awakeners in a frenzy, Alien-type awakeners in a distorted state, and awakeners of other types controlled by black energy. None of these 3 types of people are easy to control. Unless someone higher in rank and more powerful than them exists, they can be controlled. On the front lines, the gap in strength between team members is minimal, and such individuals don't exist. When an uncontrollable member appears within the team, the healer's abilities are put to the test. Soothing requires accuracy, speed, and long-range delivery. Song Shi knelt on one knee, one hand hovering 20 centimeters above Xu Jinping's head. The healing power still lingering on her pinky finger was slowly channeled out of her body. Like a devout believer, she slowly and cautiously turned on the healing power switch. It first trickled, then gushed out, covering Xu Jinping's entire body. The mental power in his mind gradually decreased. Song Shi stared at Xu Jinping. The outline of his body emanated a faint red glow. Song Shi couldn't help but think of Chun Lishu's back, which he had seen earlier in the city security team's lounge. A faint glow also appeared, but it was purple. At first, she thought it was an illusion, a result of vertigo. Now, seeing this phenomenon again on Xu Jinping's body, Song Shi couldn't help but take it seriously. She continued to release healing energy, a faint misty white merging with the red light of Xu Jinping's body, gradually diluting it. The red light gradually turned pale pink, and soon became completely transparent. Xu Jinping, lying flat on the ground, also opened his eyes. The bloodshot eyes that had appeared during his frenzy had completely faded, and his vision had returned to clarity. He stared blankly at Songsher's face, lying face to face with him. Songsher saw him return to normal, exhaled lightly, and slowly stood up. She was tired. Her mental power points had dropped to 4. It turned out that mental power was also related to her physical strength. All that mental power hadn't been wasted. She had figured out the conditions for the total level upgrade. She had added a new skill, Calm. The total level value increased from 110 to 120. Previously, she had added a new skill, Repair, and its stat increased from 100 to 110. If this pattern holds, then for every skill she gains, her total stat increases by 10, so she should have 10 skills. Of course, self-healing doesn't count, because the skill healing already appears on the panel when her total stat is 100. It's more like a bonus skill for awakening the healing element. Below the healing attribute, self-healing, Repair, and Calm have already appeared. Self-healing is A+ rank. Repair and Calm are both C rank. The total healing element rank remains at A+. At this point, if she wants to reach S rank, she'd probably need to find other skills. Songsher took a step back and turned toward the locker room. It was already 7:50, and she and the hunting group team had agreed to meet at 9 o'clock. At the locker room door, Berserker Awakeners stood in groups of 3 or 4, having changed out of their training uniforms and into their own clothes. Someone's hair was still wet, a white towel resting on their head, forgetting to wipe it, and they stood motionless, watching her approach. When Songsher had crouched down to repair Zhu Jinping's wound, they had come out and witnessed the entire process of Songsher's violent healing of Zhu Jinping. Songsher walked around them and entered. A tall figure blocked her path. Songsher met her gaze. Luli, the girl with the high ponytail who had stood next to her during training. Because she had just showered, her hair was still wet, her shoulder-length hair hanging loose, with water droplets rolling down the tips and dripping onto the training ground floor. Let's have a match, she said haughtily. First of all, Songsher was tired. She had an interview later, and she wasn't sure if the hunting group team would hire her. She had to conserve her energy in case there were any tests. Secondly, she didn't like the other party's attitude. Finally, what's so special about you? Why should I compete with you? What can I learn from you? Songsher asked 3 questions sincerely and fearlessly. She fought Zhu Jinping because she could gain so much from him. Even if it ultimately cost her so much mental energy, it was worth it. You don't know what's good for you. I teach you a lesson. Luli was instantly enraged. With a sullen face, she dodged and punched Songsher in the face. Too slow. To Songsher, her attack seemed incredibly slow, as if it were sped up at 0.5x speed. Songsher took several steps back, easily dodging her attack. Songsher didn't want to fight her, time was running out. She still had to shower. Luli, however, pressed on. Songsher turned to look at Pei Yiqing, who was video chatting with someone in the middle of the training ground, holding a laptop. Trainer Pei. Someone's causing trouble here. Luli, sweeping her leg, said, eh. Pei Yiqing, holding the laptop, said, eh. Director Yin, I deal with the situation over there first, then talk to you. Pei Yiqing hung up and walked towards Songsher. By the time Songsher finished shouting, Luli's long legs had already swept towards Songsher's waist. Songsher grabbed her leg, its powerful leg like a twig in his grip. With a gentle push, it bent at a twisted angle. Luli quickly avoided danger and decisively withdrew her attack, preventing her leg from breaking like a twig. Pei Yiqing, who had rushed over and witnessed the scene, was secretly astonished at Songsher's remarkable improvement in both speed and strength in such a short period of time. She needed to discuss Songsher's situation with Director Yin. She didn't show any emotion on her face. A faint smile adorned her calm demeanor, her usual expression when facing this group of students. She scanned everyone present and said, the official competition will be this Friday. I arranged for each of you to fight Songsher. There's no need to rush, take advantage of these few days to improve your strength. Her words propelled Songsher, who had just arrived for the first time, to a prominent position. For this group of warmongers, whose genes were filled with violence, this was tantamount to inviting a fight. The Berserker-type Awakeners present, some with towels on their heads or wet hair, all looked up, casting gloomy glances at Songsher. Songsher dismissed their agonizing glances with indifference. All right, dismiss, Pei Yiqing waved. Songsher rushed to the locker room. Pei Yiqing, who had wanted to keep Songsher to ask a few questions, said, eh. Never mind, it's getting late, and there's still time tomorrow. Songshur took a quick 15-minute shower and changed clothes. When he emerged, the training grounds were clear of awakeners. Maintenance workers were repairing the horizontal bar that Zhu Jinping had damaged. Songshur checked the time, 8:20. She ran off campus. They had agreed to meet at Yezue Bar. The distance from school to Yezue Bar was 15 kilometers. Songshur, who had initially considered hailing a taxi, saw the price and resolutely headed for the bus stop. It was dark, but the street was bright as day. Most of the shops on either side were open 24 hours a day, their dazzling neon signs filling the entire view, making the entire city even more dazzling than during the day. Passing by a convenience store, Songshur went in to buy something to eat. After her mental energy had depleted to single digits, her stomach began to growl. Scanning the convenience store shelves, Songshur's mind flashed back to the document Yan Qianlin had sent her, listing a list of foods that could boost mental energy. Among them were the milk varieties Tang Yu had packed in her suitcase. Songshur reluctantly selected a few items and paid at the cashier. 2,600 federal coins. A tone sounded, signaling successful payment, and Songshur left with the food. Sitting at the bus stop, Songshur unwrapped the package and officially ate her first meal to boost her mental energy. Of course, boosting mental power couldn't just rely on food. She needed to study that document carefully when she got home tonight. 5 minutes later, the bus arrived, and Songshur boarded, clutching her unfinished food. Sitting in the last row, Songshur chewed her food and summoned the light screen in her mind. Power name, Berserker. Class, Enhancement. Level, A+. Upgrade progress, 3%. Mental power, Elementary 4 out of 100. A+ level, the same as the healing level. Upgrade progress, 3%. It was much simpler than the healing level, presumably because she didn't need to develop every skill on her own. What had she done since her awakening to earn this 3% increase? Songshur's chewing slowed unconsciously. She had punched Zhu Jinping. Could this progress still be tied to her anti-abuse stat? If so, didn't that mean she couldn't hurt anyone at will? Songshur's fluorescent green fruit in her palm cracked with her own crush. She really didn't like this restriction. It always put her in a passive position. It was already 8:50 p.m. when the bus arrived at the drop-off point. Songshur tossed all the food packaging into the trash and rushed to her destination. This meal restored 2 points of her mental strength. Her fatigue eased slightly. Arriving at the entrance of Yezue Bar, Songshur paused, captivated by the building before her, gazing up at the 179th branch of the Yuhan Group under the night sky. The last time she had stood here was during the day, and what she saw was a bar as ordinary as it could be. The decor was garish but tasteless, and the tall buildings above looked gray, as if no one had been there in ages. Songshur briefly wondered if she had come to the wrong place. Now, his gaze slid down from the top of the building, like witnessing a falling meteor, its trail flickering and leaping, the entire building standing out among the surrounding gleaming buildings, its own distinct chaebol style. Looking at the nearby bar, its predominantly red and green colors, it also exuded a touch of wealth. Songshur cursed himself, "I'm so broke," and hurried into the bar. In the center of the dance floor, a crowd of people were dancing enthusiastically, the speakers blaring the latest hit pop songs. Songshur rubbed her ears. After awakening her berserker element, her hearing had become much sharper than before, and she couldn't stand the clamor. She hurried around them, and headed for the back corridor. She stumbled across the people dancing enthusiastically in the center of the dance floor. Songshur paused. She narrowed her eyes. That man, his purple shirt unbuttoned, his abs bared, swaying on the pole. Xiao Haitang? Xiao Haitang seemed to notice her and blew a kiss in her direction. This caused the audience to scream and cheer. Men and women alike. Some even shouted directly into Songshur's ears. Songshur quickly covered his ears and scurried through the crowd, fleeing the scene. He stepped into the elevator. Songshur breathed a sigh of relief. The world was finally quiet. The agreed meeting place was 24-3 conference room. The elevator reached the 24th floor, and the doors swung open. Chapter 58. Songshur was once again shocked by the scene before her. This place resembled a stock exchange. The hall was bustling with people, almost as crowded as the dance floor downstairs. The noise was equally deafening, with men talking at the top of their lungs, intent on drowning out the others. Songshur stepped out of the elevator, the pungent smell of tobacco and the sour odor of sweat assaulting her, as if she were in a steaming oven. Songshur covered her nose with her hand and glanced around, searching for conference room 3. Thankfully, the elevator was only a dozen meters away. Songshur flung the door open, shutting out the smell and sounds behind her. She entered on time. Looking up, she saw 4 people sitting across from her. They sat in various postures, some sitting properly, some with their legs crossed, and some with their feet propped up on the conference table. Songshur asked, "A 5-person team?" There were 4 people across from her, and including her, there were clearly 5. Songshur asked this because the team was called 5-man team. Others were calling themselves Eagle team or Tiger team, but this team had chosen something as crude as 5-man team. "Yes, you're not mistaken. Just call me by my code name, Xiaolon." The young woman sitting in the middle seat spoke. Her hair was all blue, tied in a bun. Even the roots were blue. Her uneven, dry hair showed that she truly loved blue. Because she loved blue, she called him Xiaolon. As Songshur studied her, she was also studying him. "Student?" Songshur looked down at his clothes, overalls, and a white shirt, the same outfit Tang Yu had lent her earlier. Xiaolon frowned. "Then you can't be on call all day." Songshur looked up. "Your team requirements don't mention on-call." She had considered her school schedule when she chose her team. The team page had a column specifically asking whether or not on-call was required. Fortunately, none of the 5 teams had this requirement. Xiaolon turned her head to look at the little boy wearing glasses next to her. "Glasses, what's wrong with you?" Songshur's vision darkened again when he heard the codename. The fair-skinned boy, codenamed Glasses, shook his head with a mature and composed expression. "It's none of my business. I asked Laonyo, and he said he doesn't need to be on call." "Laonyo?" Songshur followed their gaze. A square-faced middle-aged man sat helplessly at his seat. He was the only person sitting properly since Songshur entered. The boy also sat properly, but he was at the table. "I didn't think it was necessary. We can't grab many missions a month. Asking to be on call at any time makes us seem incredibly busy," Old Nyo said slowly. "Grab?" Songshur caught the word, and combined with the situation outside, she suddenly realized. So missions still have to be grabbed. The young man sitting at the very edge, his legs dangling on the table, glanced at Songshur. "This is your first time here, so you might not know that even D-rank missions have to be grabbed." He turned to look at Xiaolon next to him. "Take her with you. Our situation is similar to what Old Nyo mentioned. We can't grab more than 3 missions a month. We can just take them on her days off. It's not like we can run away from the missions." Xiaolon considered it for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. "You should also pick a code name. We won't share our real names." Code names? Songshur thought of their code names. Xiaolon if he liked the color blue, Glasses if he wore glasses, Old Cow if he looked like a cow and spoke slowly like a cow, and the other one. "My code name is Shaker," the young man, who was shaking his legs, said. "Songshur, call me Student Girl. Destroy this crappy code name." It was completely different from what she had imagined. The group exchanged contact information. Glasses taught Songshur the tricks of grabbing missions, and shared half of the burden of future missions with him. Then the 5 of them dispersed. On the bus back home, Songshur rested her forehead against the window. It felt like this part-time job at the hunting group wasn't as lucrative as she had imagined. Assuming 3 missions a month, each successful mission earns 100 to 1,000 points, with 500 points in between, for a total of 1,500 points for 3 missions. Because she was only an assistant, her risk profile was low, so her salary was only 1/7 of the total points. About 214 points. 1 point could be exchanged for 100 Federation coins, making a monthly income of over 20,000. She couldn't convert all her points into cash yet, she had to save at least half for upgrades. So that would make 10,000 a month. She didn't have to pay rent now. The 10,000 was simply for living expenses. Normally, this would have covered her food and drink for a month, but now she had to maintain her mental power. Just a day's mental power dinner cost 2,600 Federation coins. 10,000 wasn't nearly enough. Songshur couldn't think of any other solution. Not only did she have no money, she also had no time to earn it. She had classes during the day and training until 8 in the afternoon, leaving her with only midnight and Saturdays and Sundays to earn money through the Hunter Group's platform. She couldn't spare the extra time to find another part-time job. So she could only hope to snag more missions. Songshur opened the computer panel and, following the instructions given by the glasses-wearing boy, opened the D-Level Hunter forum. She found the Accept Order button in the upper right corner and clicked it, revealing a constantly updating list of missions. The updates were incredibly rapid, the entire list scrolling and changing colors. Red indicated pending missions, while green indicated accepted missions. The red ones almost immediately turned green. In the glass's own words, whether or not she snagged a mission depended purely on hand speed and luck. The Hunter Group Forum had a high level of security, and even the glasses, who were skilled in electronic devices, couldn't exploit it. Songshur stared at the top of the list. If it were truly a pure contest of hand speed, she wouldn't be completely out of luck. At least her reflexes were a bit better than the average person's. A red message popped up, and Songshur didn't bother to read the details before clicking on it. Congratulations, you've accepted commission number 304470. A green pop-up window appeared in the center of the panel. Songshur's pupils reflected a green light. Received it already? The computer vibrated several times, and Songshur exited the order acceptance page. It was a message from the system. It detailed the mission objective, location, time limit, and reward amount. Songshur forwarded it to the 5-man team group. Glasses, my guess is right. The newbie won the mission right away. Old cow, when I joined, you also taught me how to grab a mission. After I did it once, you never used me again. Is that why? Glasses, otherwise, do you think you could have gotten it with your speed? This is a new member bonus from the forum. Songshur, So it's not her hand speed. Xiaolon, this mission is simple, and we have plenty of time. Since it was snatched by a student girl, she will decide the specific execution time. Chapter 59. Songshur set the date for this Saturday. The others would inform her in advance after they had agreed on a plan. Arrived at Jingling Station. The bus beep sounded, and Songshur turned off her laptop, stood up, and got off the bus. Tang Yu's hotel wasn't far from the bus stop. After walking for about 10 minutes, Songshur saw the storefront with its sign. The stern-looking man at the cashier's counter softened when he saw Songshur coming in. You've been training so late, have you eaten yet? I asked Xiao Yuzi to bring the food out from the kitchen. He opened his laptop and prepared to contact Tang Yu. Songshur quickly stopped him. You've already eaten. No need to bother Tang Yu. Wang Ding, who had been searching for Tang Yu's contact information on the panel, raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. That's good. Will you train this late every day from now on? Occasionally. This is for you. Songshur pulled a bunch of grapes from his bulging pocket and placed them next to the lucky cat on the cash register. The grapes were bright red, large and plump. Songshur had bought a bunch of red extreme fruits, used to boost mental strength, while visiting a convenience store. She had originally planned to eat them herself that evening, as they also had the added benefit of refreshing her mind, allowing her to study Yan Qianlin's document on boosting mental strength for a while longer. But seeing Wang Ding dozing off at the cashier counter, Songshur couldn't resist offering them to him. The 2-meter-tall man quickly waved his hand away. This thing is expensive. It needs to be put to good use. I'm just an ordinary person. I can just use some coffee to stay awake. Eating this is a waste. Keep it for yourself. Songshur pushed the fruit toward him again, making her position clear. Before Wang Ding could refuse again, she left the cashier counter and hurried up the narrow stairs. Wang Ding, helpless, carefully picked up the bunch of fruit and popped one into his mouth. Songshur heard the crunching sound of red berries being bitten downstairs before pushing open the door and entering the room. All the noise outside was blocked out. After quickly washing up, Songshur sat at his desk and opened the document Yan Qianlin had sent. She pulled a blank notebook from the desk and uncapped her pen, intending to jot down the key points. First, eat foods that boost your mental strength. Songshur's note, eat whatever you can when you have enough money. She continued to flip through the documents, her pen tip hovering in midair, unable to write for a long time. Long-term mental strength boosting nutrient solution, 10,000 yuan per bottle. Daily mental strength equipment, 1 million federal coins. Mental strength sleep machine, 1.5 million federal coins. Combat simulator, 3 million federal coins. Songshur threw down his pen. To sum it up in 2 words, burning money. Songshur, whose total savings were less than 10,000 Federation coins, pondered. Could it be that the students Yan Qianlin had met earlier, who had low mental power, all had minds at home? Songshur resisted the urge to turn off her computer and started over from the first piece of equipment. Small text on the right side explained the role these items played in boosting mental power. Long-lasting nutrient solution is a concentrated form of mental power boosting food. It's the essence of the food, with significant effects, easy to absorb, and portable. Daily mental power replenishment equipment allows the awakened individual's mental power to be consumed within a single day. Songshur frowned, sensing something was amiss. Why should it be consumed? Shouldn't it be accumulated? She immediately took it seriously, exited the file, and searched online for relevant information. Increasing mental power is a process of repeatedly expanding the body's capacity for mental power. During this period, one must continuously release mental energy. The more mental energy released each time, the more the next mental energy entering the body will surpass the previous limit, gradually increasing the overall mental energy capacity. The combat simulator works the same way, allowing the user to release mental energy through simulated combat. The mental energy sleep machine allows the user to release more mental energy during the recovery period after depleting mental energy, significantly increasing the mental energy threshold. Songsha rested his chin on his hand, staring at the lines of text, and couldn't help but say, I release mental energy without the help of these devices. Doesn't using skills consume mental energy? These devices seem a bit useless. Yin Qianlin is the director of the supernatural division after all, so there's no way he recommends such useless things to her. Songsha typed the names of these devices into the online store. Each one was selling at a high rate. What's going on? Songsha immediately thought of Tang Yu, who lived on the same floor. She was a fire type, requiring even more mental energy than a healing type, so she should have a deeper understanding of this area than she did. He checked the time. It was 11 o'clock. He wondered if Tang Yu had slept yet. Songsha sent a tentative message. Tang Yu replied briefly. Not asleep. Songsha draped his coat over the back of a chair and headed for Tang Yu's room. He knocked twice on the door, and Tang Yu, dressed in pink pajamas, appeared. Come in. Tang Yu stepped aside to make way for the exit. Songsha walked in and looked around. It was like entering a fairy tale princess bedroom, a delicate fragrance filling the air. In all his life, this was the first time Songsha had seen such a heartwarming scene. Would you like something to drink? Tang Yu opened the refrigerator and turned to ask Songsha. Songsha was about to shake his head when his gaze fell on Tang Yu's bandaged right hand, which was holding onto the refrigerator door. What's wrong with your hand? Tang Yu said nonchalantly. This afternoon during gym class, a classmate from the wood school suddenly summoned vines. He couldn't control them, and they wrapped around my hand. I set them on fire, and the backlash burned my hand. She held 2 cartons of milk in her left hand and offered one to Songsha. Songsha hurried over to take it, inserting a straw into the one he had given her and handing it back to her left hand. Watching Tang Yu sipping her milk, Songsha recalled the video call with her at the detention school, the scene of smoke billowing from her head. Tang Yu only appeared calm and composed on the outside. At her core, she was still a true fire schooler. She could already imagine her hand being suddenly entangled in vines, losing control in a panic, and bursting into flames, burning herself. Let me see your injury. Songsha half knelt in front of her. Tang Yu paused on the sofa, sipping her milk, glanced at her, and held out her bandaged hand. The school doctor has already applied some medicine. It should be healed in a few days. Songsha gently placed his palm against hers. She was so focused she didn't hear what Tang Yu said. A dozen seconds passed, and nothing happened. Songsha still couldn't channel his mental energy over. With no other options, Songsha expressionlessly broke his already healed little finger. Tang Yu immediately tried to pull her hand back. What are you doing? Songsha pressed down on her wrist. A wave of warmth surged into Tang Yu's bandaged right hand. Realizing what Songsha was doing, Tang Yu set down her milk, her voice trembling. You've learned a healing skill? Songsha glanced up at her. That's what I was asking you. Why do you need a special machine to release your mental power? Can't you just use your skills directly? Tang Yu was silent for a long moment. After a moment of silence, she looked at Songsha with a complicated expression and spoke with difficulty. In high school, we don't teach skills, so no one can release them. That's why we need special equipment. Songsha's steady flow of healing power paused for a moment. Her heart skipped a beat, and she quickly resumed it, seeing no effect. You can make fire, and that wood type student in afternoon gym class can summon vines. Aren't those skills? No, they're awakened instincts, Tang Yu explained patiently. The ability administration assesses an awakener's level based on instinct. For example, you awaken the healing type, and your instinct is self-healing. Your level of self-healing determines your level. Songsha suddenly understood a lot. You can stop now. I think my injury is healed. Tang Yu noticed Songsha's slightly trembling hand, and firmly pulled her arm out of her grasp. Songsha's mental power, which had recovered to 6, had dropped to 2. Thinking it was about time, Songsha didn't force it, and stood up to sit on the sofa across from Tang Yu. Fire upgrades require a lot of mental power. What are you going to do? 1 million federal coins was a huge sum for Tang Yu's family. Tang Yu turned her left hand, and a handful of red flames emerged from her palm. She flicked her fingers gently, and the flame grew and shrank, like a pet. Every day after school, I fire up the boiler. I'm the one who heats up all the hot water for the entire hotel. When it's all gone, I've used up half my mental power. Songshur, good idea. Giving Tangyu an admiring thumbs up, Songshur stood up. I won't bother you anymore. Go to bed early. Returning to his room, Songshur set the alarm and fell asleep. The next morning, early, Songshur changed into running clothes and tied his hair into a ponytail. Out the door, he ran into Tangyu, who was wearing her school uniform. I'm going to run today. I won't take the bus with you. Tangyu nodded, and Songshur quickly ran downstairs. The hotel had no soundproofing at all, and Wang Ding, who was preparing breakfast downstairs, could hear everything Songshur and Tangyu were saying upstairs. By the time Songshur came downstairs, Wang Ding was already standing on the path. The large man was blocking the entire road. He shoved 2 eggs and a carton of milk at Songshur, saying, "Eat them at school." Songshur didn't refuse, tearing open the milk and drinking it on the spot. He pocketed 1 egg and waved, "Let's go." Wang Ding watched Songshur leave, then turned back to see his daughter coming down the stairs. His first notice was her right hand. "Where's your injury?" Songshur ran furiously. She was as fast as a bus. The bus stopped and started, but she didn't need it. She ran all the way to the school gate. Some students were already entering, and Songshur was about to go in. "You don't have your name on your name badge." "I'm writing down your name." "Why are you wearing sweatpants under your skirt?" Points deducted. "You're not wearing your school uniform." "I'm writing down your name." Songshur paused as he was about to enter. A dozen students wearing badges were standing at the school gate, stopping anyone who wasn't wearing the required uniform. One of the men, wearing black-framed glasses and directing the group, looked familiar to Songshur. He looked like her deskmate, whom she had never spoken to. 2 boys, carrying bags slung across their shoulders, entered the school gate arm in arm. Seeing the student affairs department checking appearances, they simultaneously turned their heads and returned to Songshur's side. They cursed softly. "Why am I so unlucky? I'm wearing the same outfit as my idol today." Another boy unzipped his backpack and said thankfully, "I brought it. I change now." "Change for nothing," he said, his school uniform being snatched away. "I didn't take it, so you don't wear it either. Good brothers share hardships. If you want to deduct points, then deduct them. We're not going to pass the final exam anyway, so a few points won't matter." Final exam? Songshur hadn't heard the term in a long time. Point deductions were actually linked to test scores. But the special abilities class shouldn't have exams. After all, exams are meant to test the success of their studies, prevent slacking off, and prepare for college. The students in the special abilities class have already entered college, so exams are unnecessary. Then let's climb the wall. I know a place. I climbed it as a freshman. The 2 sneaked away. Songshur hesitated for a moment before following them. She didn't want to waste time explaining to the students why she wasn't wearing her school uniform. On the 2-meter-high wall, 2 boys, one crouched down while the other climbed up on his shoulders. The boy who successfully straddled the wall waved at Songshur. "Classmate, do you want to climb? I help you." Seeing that Songshur wasn't wearing a school uniform, he assumed she was also trying to avoid a penalty. Out of friendship, he eagerly offered his help. Songshur shook her head, staring at the 2-meter-high wall before her. She took 2 steps back, took a running start, and then jumped up, both hands simultaneously grasping the wall. With a light body, she landed on the wall and jumped down again. "Classmate, you're so good at this. How about adding a chat method?" Songshur patted his hands after scraping the dust off the wall and walked away without looking back. The boy on the wall was feeling depressed. One of his legs on the outside shook twice. He turned to look at the person at the bottom of the wall. "Hey, why are you always picking on me?" The other person at the bottom, "She's Songshur." Thump! A figure fell from the wall. Songshur showered in the training room, changed into her school uniform, and walked towards the classroom, clutching an egg in one hand. On the way, 2 school doctors passed by carrying a stretcher. Songshur glanced at the person on the stretcher. It looked like the boy who had just climbed the wall. Fell? It was such a short wall, and he could fall like that. Songshur bit the egg and entered the teaching building. She sat down. Class was 5 minutes away. The first class was Yen Qinlin's. Songshur took out her book to read. The chair next to her was moved, and her deskmate sat down. Songshur ignored him and continued reading. You can ask Teacher Pei to submit a request for exemption from the school uniform. A voice came from the side. Songshur paused as she flipped through the pages of her book. The other person at the school gate had spotted her. This was the first time she heard of this request. Thanks for the reminder. The bell rang, and Yin Qianlin entered. Songshur was quite interested in his class, and listened attentively until the bell rang. Yin Qianlin gathered the books scattered on the table, and glanced in Songshur's direction. Songshur, come to my office. Songshur wasn't surprised. Pei Yiqing's video chat yesterday was probably with Yin Qianlin. Her behavior yesterday was unusual. Yin Qianlin would definitely ask about it. She followed Yin Qianlin to his office. Yin Qianlin asked Songshur to sit across from him at his desk. Songshur sat down. She had already anticipated Yin Qianlin's questions about whether she had continued with the berserker technique, why the power gap between the front and back half of yesterday's attack was so large, where she learned the healing techniques repair and calm, and why she could use them despite her low mental strength. Starting tomorrow, Teacher Zhou Tan will teach you healing techniques every afternoon from 2 to 4 o'clock. Chapter 60. By this point, Songshur's studies and life had basically stabilized. Every morning, she attended the Supernatural Class 2 class and had lunch at school. From 2 p.m. to 4 p.m., Zhou Tan taught her healing skills. From 4 p.m. to 7 p.m., she went to the training ground to train with the Berserker class. At 2 p.m., while everyone else was in class, Songshur went to Zhou Tan's office alone. She knocked once, and it instantly swung open from the inside. Zhou Tan's anxious face was revealed. She hurriedly grabbed Songshur's arm and walked out. You're finally here. Hurry, let's study somewhere else. Sitting in the co-pilot seat of Zhou Tan's private aircraft, Songshur leaned close to the window, looking down at the school below. This was her second time riding in an aircraft since her time in this world. The first time was in the city security team's hovercraft, when she was taken from the detention school. Back then, she was a prisoner awaiting trial, sitting in the middle, surrounded by police officers, completely oblivious to the outside world. Admiring this steel forest-like city from high above was a completely different experience from her previous experience from the ground. Director Yin hasn't asked anyone to tutor students privately in recent years, Zhou Tan said, expertly maneuvering the aircraft between the skyscrapers while chatting with Songshur. I was a little surprised when I heard the news today. Songshur turned to look at her. Did Teacher Yin often do this? I've only been teaching at Renchi Middle School for a few years, and he's never paid this much attention to any of his students. But I've heard from older colleagues that Director Yin used to pick out talented students for individual training. Those teachers all said. Zhou Tan paused, then turned with a meaningful expression. Yin Qianlin likes to create idols. Songshur. So, how are the students he trained before? They're all top performers in their respective fields. However, Zhou Tan switched the manual transmission to automatic. I heard Director Yin isn't very satisfied with any of them. Why? Zhou Tan turned his chair, so he was facing Songshur. No one except Director Yin knows. He's been through so many new students over the years, and he hasn't made any moves. The teachers in the ability department thought he was ready to retire, but now he's showing interest in you again. Zhou Tan rested his chin on his right hand, studying Songshur like a close friend. When I was a freshman at Renchi Middle School, I awakened to the healing element and got an A+. Director Yin ignored me, but now he's showing so much interest in you. Songshur. Perhaps because she has dual element abilities, Yin Qianlin had a keen eye and saw a high potential for awakening both, so he dedicated more time to her development. But Songshur didn't tell anyone. Even Yin Qianlin didn't know she had awakened to the berserk element. Perhaps it's because you were previously a berserker with a high probability of differentiation, and your body functions are developing towards the berserker type, making you a bit stronger than the average healer. Zhou Tan quickly figured it out, though it was a bit off base. After all, dual-type healers had never appeared in the Federation before, so she didn't think much of it. On the battlefield, a healer's strength determines the success or failure of the entire team. Like me, she stretched out her arm, clenched her fist, rolled up her short sleeves, and showed Songshur her muscular arm. This is the result of 2 years of training in the gym. Can't you tell? Songshur stared at her upper arms, which were weaker than those of an ordinary person who had never exercised, and nodded silently. Zhou Tan lowered his sleeves, his head tilted against the chair. Heaven has never favored humans. It gave healers the ability to purify the dark energy of alien beasts, but denied them strong physiques. They are indispensable to defeating the alien beasts, yet they become the sole burden to the entire team. As he spoke, Zhou Tan's gaze fell on the bright, energetic girl before him. He recalled the corpses lying on the ground in the control school's apartment building. The girl stood alone in the middle, knife in hand, bloodied but standing tall. She truly understood why Yin Qianlin valued Songshi. Seeing the melancholy in Zhou Tan's eyes, Songshi changed the subject, looking ahead. The shadow of a 100-foot-high city wall loomed in the mist. "Where are we going?" Zhou Tan straightened his seat and switched the automatic transmission back to manual. "Time to land, military hospital." Songshi hadn't expected Zhou Tan's so-called change of location to study meant taking her directly to the military hospital. Most military hospitals are located near the city walls, the fortified fortress surrounding the entire human base. 20 kilometers beyond the towering city walls visible to the naked eye, lies another line of defense, manned by military personnel. This serves as humanity's first line of defense against the alien beasts. When the alien beast tide strikes, the first line of defense is breached. The 20-kilometer distance provides a buffer for the humans within the base to escape. The Federation's military hospitals receive wounded soldiers brought back from the front lines. Zhou Tan has a separate office within the hospital. She entered the office and handed Songshi a white coat. "Put it on." Zhou Tan also donned a white lab coat. After Songshi quickly changed, he noticed the badge on Zhou Tan's chest. Senior Healer Zhou Tan, 35th Hospital, 11th Military Region. "Follow me." Zhou Tan pushed open the office door, and Songshi followed her, quickly heading toward the ward. Many medical workers hurried to and fro along the way, each simply nodding and smiling as a greeting. Songshi scanned their badges and saw that most were healers, ranging from mid-level to junior and senior. Nurses pushed carts laden with medicine bottles and equipment from ward to ward. From time to time, soldiers in combat uniforms would wheel emergency stretchers through the corridors. Everyone was bustling with activity. Zhou Tan's speech quickened unconsciously, her tone becoming more serious. "Director Yin said you figured out how to repair and soothe." Songshi nodded. "But I can't control that power freely. Find a patient later, and I teach you step by step." Zhou Tan said it meant hands-on instruction, but Songshi hadn't expected it to be so in the real sense of the word. It was a simple, crude method. Zhou Tan grasped Songshi's hand, channeling her own power into him, directing the healing energy to his fingertips. "Feel it with your heart," Zhou Tan whispered softly. The surroundings were noisy. In the ward, over 20 injured soldiers lay in beds. Even though they were strong as steel, the trauma and the torment from the alien beast's black energy caused them to groan. Other medical staff were treating the patients in the ward. Those attacked by the black energy were completely unable to control themselves, writhing wildly on their beds. Their companions held down their legs and feet, while the healers used their healing powers to soothe them. The process was a long one. The creaking of the bed and the agonized howls of pain mingled with the patient's groans. A waft of black energy swirled around the ward, escaping the ceiling vacuum pump and randomly colliding with the bodies of those within. A small amount of black energy wouldn't have had a noticeable effect. But for Songshi, who was experiencing this situation for the first time and had to concentrate and calmly control the power within him, it was a long ordeal. Sweat slowly formed on Songshi's forehead. But she quickly caught the sudden warmth. "It seems to be working," she whispered softly. Beside him, Zhou Tan immediately withdrew his own power, allowing Songshi to control the healing force on his own. Without Zhou Tan's control, the power within him spun around for a moment, but was quickly suppressed by Songshi's even stronger force. It obediently flowed out of his palm and infused into the soldier on the bed, whose arm had been half-eaten by the beast. However, the 18 or 19-year-old soldier had fainted from the pain when he was brought in, but regained consciousness after a short while. He had been given anesthesia before Zhou Tan arrived, and his mood was much more stable than the other patients. Zhou Tan asked if he would be willing to have one of his students treat him and take the opportunity to learn some skills. The young soldier readily agreed, expressing his deep desire to dedicate himself to healing medicine. As the warm healing power entered his body, he closed his eyes comfortably. "Next, you must control it to target specific areas of the patient's body. If released arbitrarily, the healing effect will be minimal. We have limited mental energy, and with so many casualties every day, it must be used effectively. Reducing mortality and disability rates is our primary priority," Zhou Tan instructed. "Now focus on his severed arm, and follow my instructions step by step." Songshi shifted her attention slightly to Zhou Tan's words. "The heart is the entry point. Find it first." Songshi directed the force to the heart. Although she was holding the soldier's intact left hand, she could clearly hear the heart's vibrant beat, as if she were pressed against his chest. Regenerating a severed arm must begin with the blood supply. Repairing the blood vessels first will provide sufficient nutrients to repair bones and muscles. Find the left ventricle and inject half of your healing power into it. The aorta will carry your power throughout his body. Songsher barely found the location Zhou Tan requested. Next, find the subclavian artery and prepare to combine it with the previous force to inject the remaining half of your healing power. Songsher hesitated. She had found the clavicle, but with so many blood vessels, she didn't know which one was the one Zhou Tan was referring to. Which subclavian artery? Songsher asked aloud. Zhou Tan resisted the urge to do it himself and put his hands behind his back. The thickest one. Songsher immediately followed his instructions, injecting half of his healing power, successfully merging it with the previous one. The moment the two forces collided, Songsher felt the cells in this body reach an unprecedented state of activity, especially at the site of the severed arm. Cell proliferation increased exponentially, and a new limb was visibly growing from the broken arm. Blood vessels formed like branches, followed by bones, fascia, muscles, and finally the outermost layer of skin. Seeing the scene firsthand, Songsher felt like he was watching a sci-fi film where the dead are resurrected and their bones are reshaped. Although she had used her healing power yesterday, it hadn't been as shocking as this. And all of this was created by her own power. Songsher's heart lingered for a long time. After repairing the wrist, Zhou Tan called a halt. The hand is delicate. I do it. You just watch. Songsher withdrew his hand, making way for Zhou Tan, who stepped over and took the soldier's hand again. The soldier's 5 fingers quickly stretched and healed, until they were indistinguishable from his left hand. The soldier had fallen asleep under the healing power, unaware that his hand had returned to normal. How does it feel? Zhou Tan looked at Songsher. Songsher once again looked at the soldier's arm with reluctance. There was a clear dividing line where it had been bitten off. The lower part was as white and delicate as a baby's, while the upper part was stained with blood and mud. It's amazing, Songsher couldn't help but exclaim. Zhou Tan smiled. Don't just stand there like an idiot. Find another person to practice with. It's best to use up all your mental energy. When Zhou Tan mentioned mental energy, Songsher finally remembered to check her remaining mental energy points. This morning, her mental energy had returned to 15 points. Just repairing a broken arm only cost her 5 points. Yesterday, just removing the wound on Zhu Jinping's face had cost her nearly 10 points. As Zhou Tan had said, if mental energy enters a patient's body without proper guidance and is released at random, it will cause significant damage. As they walked towards the next bed, Zhou Tan took a moment to say, when we get back to school, I find you a medical book on anatomy. If you want to heal a patient, you need some basic knowledge of anatomy. Songsher. He escaped the fate of studying medicine in his previous life, only to find himself in this one. Zhou Tan glanced at Songsher's expression. You have to study even in college. Reading it up front will make it easier. Songsher, okay. This time, let's try to comfort him. Zhou Tan selected a patient whose body had been invaded by the black energy of a strange beast. Songsher and Zhou Tan stood at the head of the bed. The patient's arms and legs were each pinned down by 4 soldiers. A special cloth strip was tied around his mouth and attached to a hook protruding from the wall. These 4 soldiers, presumably his comrades, looked at the struggling figure on the bed with concern. The entire bed was shaking violently. Zhou Tan held onto the bed rails with one hand. To comfort someone, you need to use your emotions to occupy theirs. Once their emotions stabilize, the black energy will naturally dissipate. Zhou Tan pointed overhead. Those suction devices are used to draw out the black energy. Songsher looked in the direction she pointed. The entire ward ceiling was composed of alternating ceiling panels and a network of suction devices. She couldn't see the black energy, but she could feel it. Waves of evil, overbearing auras surrounded her like ghosts, colliding with her, trying to squeeze into her body. She wasn't sure if everyone could feel it, just the healer, or even just herself. She glanced at Zhou Tan's profile, which was shrouded in a faint silver glow. Feel the patient's emotions. Songsher cleared his mind, and did as she was told. He slowly lowered his eyes, staring at the dark-faced young man on the bed. Feel the patient's emotions. Quietly feel. Irritability, anger, despair, pain. Black. A black light emanated from his body. Black energy occasionally seeped into his body from within the ward. Release your soothing power and exchange it with his emotions, Zhou Tan instructed. Songsher followed suit, a faint glow enveloping the man on the bed. Visibly, more and more black energy was visibly pressing into his body. The patient grew increasingly violent, and the strong soldiers restraining his limbs gradually lost control. Chapter 61. Zhou Tan's face grew serious as she stared intently at the soldier on the hospital bed, struggling increasingly violently. The current situation was completely beyond her comprehension. She could sense that the healing power Songshur had released was flawless, its purity was high enough, and its diffusion rate met the required standards. But why was the patient on the bed showing no signs of calming down? Songshur's hand trembled slightly as he released his spiritual power. In her vision, countless black energy rushed into the soldier's body, as if all the black energy in the entire ward was converging there. Why? Songshur grew increasingly agitated. A long-absent violent aura grew restless as her spiritual energy drained, slowly creeping into her eyes. As a senior healer, Zhou Tan was extremely sensitive to shifts in emotion. She instantly sensed the violent aura emanating from Songshur, and turned her head to look at him. Songshur noticed, clenched his teeth, and quickly retracted his violent aura. Zhou Tan looked at Songshur, his face calm and composed, with suspicion, wondering if her previous perception had been misplaced. Why is he becoming increasingly uncontrollable? The young soldier holding down the injured man's right leg couldn't help but ask. His entire upper body rested on the kicking leg, his face flushing crimson from the force. Although Zhou Tan hadn't yet discovered the cause, continuing this stalemate wasn't an option. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and a faint silver light enveloped the soldier on the bed. Please stop. I do it. Songshur nodded hesitantly. She had a vague feeling that the black energy entering the soldier's body wasn't normal, but she couldn't be sure. Perhaps Zhou Tan's power could suppress him. Songshur retreated slightly, making room for Zhou Tan. At that moment, the soldier on the bed suddenly gained strength, breaking free from the four men's restraints. The hook holding his head against the wall was ripped off, and a large piece of wall peeled off. The soldiers restraining him on all four sides were also thrown to the ground by him, caught off guard. Even if they quickly scrambled to stop him, it was too late. The soldiers, completely controlled by the black energy, suddenly leaped towards Zhou Tan, who was at the forefront. Zhou Tan had never encountered such a scene before. She stared up at the figure lunging down from above, her pupils gazing at the figure, its jaws wide open, biting at her, growing larger and larger. Her heart sank, and she forgot to react. Only one thought remained. This is it. A strong arm suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her back abruptly. The next second, the soldier, having leaped from the bed, landed where she had been. Like a wild animal, he landed on both hands and feet simultaneously. Failing to capture his prey, he raised his head, his eyes stained by black energy, the whites of his eyes invisible. This time, he targeted Songshur, who had dragged Zhou Tan away, and pounced on her. Songshur pushed Zhou Tan into the hands of a soldier who had rushed over from another bunk. He then faced the uncontrolled soldier who lunged at him, raising his leg and kicking him in the chest. He landed heavily on the ground. A small puff of black energy emanated from him. Songshur observed the other's expressions from the corner of her eye. They seemed oblivious to the emanation of the black energy. Songshur was certain that only she could see the black energy. The person who had been thrown to the ground quickly adjusted her stance, crouching like a cheetah, watching Songshur warily, waiting for her chance to strike. Songshur locked eyes with him, his aura radiating. He took the initiative, taking a running start and kicking him in the head. Sensing the threat, the black energy, controlling the soldier, leaped swiftly. In his precarious, crouching hunting position, he was already half an inch shorter than Songshur. This leap landed him at Songshur's level. Songshur grasped his neck with unerring precision, the muscles on the back of his hand flexing as he slammed him to the ground. His grip never loosened. The soldier, controlled by the black energy, felt as if pinned to the ground by iron nails, unable to break free from Songshur's grip. Ah! A hoarse cry emanated from his throat, like the threat and intimidation of a wild animal. The moment the soldier lost control, the ward's alarm automatically sounded. Nearby soldiers, unless otherwise concerned, rushed over to restrain the out-of-control patient. They squeezed into the ward to see a young woman in a white lab coat grasping the soldier, controlled by the black energy, by the neck, pinning him to the ground. Everyone was stunned. The healer's weakness was obvious to all. When did she become so powerful? Look at the unbridled evil aura emanating from her. There wasn't a single trace of the healer's comfort and gentleness. If this wasn't a violent type, what was it? But they hadn't forgotten their purpose. Just as they were about to step forward to help, the girl spoke. Her voice was cold, firm, and unyielding. Don't come any closer. The soldiers about to step forward stopped, stunned by the scene before them. White light rapidly spread from her palm, enveloping the soldier, who was kicking and punching uncontrollably. She was actually a healer. Quiet! The girl roughly grasped the neck beneath her palm, lifted his entire upper body and head, and smashed it down again. The sound was so loud the ground seemed to shake. But the unconscious soldier, seemingly insensible to the pain, continued to struggle, his limbs thrashing in resistance as he raised his hands to pinch the girl's neck. The girl uttered an irritated TSK and released her grip. The soldier beneath her, having a chance to catch his breath, immediately reared up, opened his mouth, and began to bite the girl's neck. "Be careful." The onlookers were sweating, and the soldiers who had arrived, ignoring their earlier warnings, rushed to her aid. But they stopped after only 2 steps. The girl grabbed the wrecked soldier's wrist and stuffed it into his gaping mouth. Then she twisted his shoulders, pinning him face down to the ground, her knees bent against his back, preventing him from moving. After this, she once again cast her soothing spell, a lustrous white light enveloping both her and the soldiers' bodies. Zhou Tan frowned as she watched this scene. Her focus differed from that of the ordinary soldiers. Song Shi's emotional shift had been very noticeable. It was the aura of a violent type. It was exactly the same aura she felt when Song Shi was providing soothing power to the soldier before he went berserk. So it wasn't just her illusion. At first, she couldn't understand why the soldier being soothed by Song Shi would become increasingly agitated, ultimately going berserk. But now she understood. Calmation involves replacing the patient's emotions with the healer's own. If the healer's own emotions were violent, and they were transferred to the patient, the consequences were predictable. She hadn't considered this aspect before because one of the characteristics of all awakened healing types is emotional stability. Just like the inherent violence of the berserker type. Even if some healers struggled with emotional management, they would at most expend more mental energy to soothe a wounded patient, which was generally effective. It wouldn't worsen the patient's mood, as happened today. If Song Shi were considered someone inherently berserker type, it would make sense. In the center of the ward, the struggles of the out-of-control soldier, pressed to the ground, gradually faded. His face was pressed to the ground, his hand still wedged in his mouth. His once dark eyes gradually began to fade under Song Shi's constant soothing. The whites of his eyes flickered. Song Shi stared at him intently. Black energy continuously emanated from his body, floating around. From the corner of her eye, she could see it engulfing her, unable to see anyone else in the ward. The black energy was attempting to invade her body. Song Shi was acutely aware of her own gradual descent into a frenzy. That uncontrollable feeling roamed through her body, searching for a breakthrough point, threatening to transform her completely into the frenzied Zhu Jinping. But the more it raged, the clearer Song Shi's mind became. The fishing game in the dark room set her apart from all other berserker-type awakeners. She even managed to calmly analyze how long it would take to completely pacify the soldier beneath her. The so-called frenzy only gave her strength. Finally, the soldier showed no sign of resistance, a barely perceptible groan escaping his mouth. He slowly pulled the back of his hand out of his mouth, the bloody mark of his teeth etched deep inside. He stared blankly around from his grounded perspective. "He's awake!" someone shouted. Song Shi didn't let him go easily, looking at Zhou Tan, who stood in the center of the soldier's protection. Zhou Tan walked out, half crouched on the ground, and nodded to Song Shi, "All right." Song Shi then released his right hand from the grip on his arm, and stood up. The 4 soldiers who had been kicked away hurried forward to help the man up, and put him back on the bed. Zhou Tan glanced at Song Shi. "Rest for a while. I go treat his injuries." Song Shi had inflicted numerous wounds on his body. Song Shi nodded, left the ward, and sat on a row of reclining chairs outside in the corridor. The soldiers who had come to help also left one after another. Song Shi leaned back in his chair, recalling the subtitles that had just appeared in his mind. Unlocking Talent 2, Destruction. Song Shi looked at the entire light screen in its entirety. After Talent 2, a skill appeared. Skill, Mind Play, B Mind Play. From these words, he recalled the previous scene. Without much thought, Song Shi realized that her initial use of the soothing power not only failed to remove the black energy from the soldier's body, but instead caused him to lose control of his emotions, because she had inadvertently activated the Mind Play skill. The fact that she was able to successfully soothe him later on was the true effect of the soothing skill. Where is the line between soothing and mind play? Song Shi hadn't figured it out yet. The newly emerged skill was only one factor. Secondly, she had confirmed that only she could see the black energy. Zhou Tan, a senior healer, hadn't seen it either. As for why only she could see it, Song Shi recalled the red light she had seen emanating from Zhu Jinping after he went berserk, and the purple light emanating from her former homeroom teacher, Chen Lishu. These were probably outward manifestations of emotion. She could discern a person's emotions with the naked eye. This could be another skill of hers, or it could be a companion skill to the already emerging mind playing. She leaned more towards the latter. Mind playing allowed her to control others' emotions to a certain extent, and externalizing their emotions could better help her realize this skill. Third, Songsha recalled her lucidity during the second half of the soothing process. She lucidly sensed her own frenzy. This sentence was a grammatical error in this world. Frenzy was the opposite of lucidity. But she had done it. Among the Berserker-type awakeners, who were as prone to exploding as gas tanks, she was undoubtedly the first to maintain consciousness despite any emotional shifts, even into a frenzy. Finally, Songsha's gaze fell into the void. Her mental power had not only not diminished during this exhausting soothing battle, but had actually increased significantly, now reaching 31 points. True enough, actual combat was the fastest way to improve strength. Songsha sat for over 10 minutes, reviewing everything as she finished. Zhou Tan emerged from the ward. "Come to my office first. We need to have a serious talk." Zhou Tan's seriousness was unusual. In Zhou Tan's private office. "Thank you first." Zhou Tan handed Songsha a paper cup filled with hot water. "If it weren't for you, I'd probably be in a lot of trouble today." Songsha held the paper cup in both hands, the steam from the hot water hitting her face, damp. "You're welcome. Let's get down to business." Zhou Tan stared at Songsha. "Do you know why your soothing approach didn't work at first, and instead irritated the other person?" "Because she was using it wrongly. The word used wasn't soothing, but mind-teasing." "I don't know." Songsha shook his head. "You've lived as a berserker with a high probability for differentiation for nearly 18 years. I previously thought your bodily functions were developing toward berserker, naively believing this was a good thing for a healer. But your performance today has made me realize that your personality, temper, and problem-solving approach are inevitably developing toward berserker." Songsha's previous respect for her had made Zhou Tan overlook this. Soothing means replacing the out-of-control person's emotions with our own. Your emotions are even more intense and violent than theirs, so you can imagine the effect of soothing. Songsha nodded seriously. She seemed to be pondering Zhou Tan's words, but in reality, she was wondering where the line between soothing and mind-teasing lay. The exact same method, one with a healing talent, the other with a destruction talent, led to two completely different results. This was also Zhou Tan's focus. "You later managed to calm that soldier, beyond my expectation. This shows you were able to control your emotions later on. You were able to control yourself even in such a dangerous situation. What caused you to lose control earlier?" Songsha continued to shake his head. It was actually due to the difference in skills. Zhou Tan looked at her innocent expression, pursed her lips, and after a moment's silence, she glanced at her computer. 2 hours are almost up. I have someone take you back. You still have to go to the training team and train with the berserkers. Songsha put down the unfinished paper cup and stood up. Finally, Zhou Tan asked the other soldier, who had previously controlled the out-of-control soldier's arm, to fly Songsha away in a flying vehicle. Chapter 62. The aircraft slowly ascended. The military hospital was located not far from the city wall. Songsha glanced sideways. The translucent glass windows and the silver, metallic walls were a stark, cold sight. As the aircraft gradually rose, Songsha's gaze passed over the wall, revealing an endless expanse of barren plains. One transport truck after another shuttled back and forth between the city wall and the unseen horizon. Dark ruts were left on the ground, scattered haphazardly across the barren landscape. The soldier who escorted Songsha away expertly adjusted various data on the operating platform. He looked only a few years older than Songsha, his youthful face filled with excitement as he recounted the shock Songsha had brought them today. Songsha used his pause to change the subject. "Do they bring in so many patients every day?" The excitement in the soldier's eyes faded, and his shoulders visibly slumped. "That's still a small number. Now's the off-season for alien beasts. Every spring, alien beasts migrate in droves. At that time, all military hospitals are overcrowded. When we encounter an out-of-control soldier like today, we don't waste the healer's energy on helping him. We, the team members, kill him directly." After saying this, the soldier's mood darkened. He stopped chatting with Songsha and silently piloted the aircraft toward Rinchi Middle School. Songsha recalled what he had just said. By next spring, she would have just started college. 15 minutes later, the aircraft landed on the Rinchi Middle School parking lot. Songsha jumped out of the aircraft and turned back to close the car door. "You must study hard," the soldier said, one hand on the joystick, his eyes fixed on Songsha eagerly. "We rely on you to deal with the alien beasts." Songsha looked at his youthful yet weathered face. "You? Do your best too." The young soldier grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth, and nodded. Songshur rushed to the training ground. The others had already arrived and were running around the ground with weights. She quickly changed her clothes, found 2 sandbags in the equipment room, strapped them to her legs, and joined them. Songshur was once again the first to complete the 10-kilometer weighted run. When the last person reached the finish line, Pei-Cheng turned off the timer and praised, "Not bad. Everyone ran faster today than yesterday." After 10 kilometers, everyone's face was inevitably flushed, and heavy breathing echoed. But at the mention of their own progress, everyone's eyes shone with pride and confidence. When it comes to confidence, the berserker type is the most powerful of all the awakened. For this reason, Pei-Cheng never hesitates to offer praise, which often has a positive effect on boosting morale. Pei-Cheng, hands behind his back, slowly walked up to Songshur at the end of the line. "Songshur, step out." Songshur took a step forward. "Why are you late today?" "Something delayed me," Songshur asked. "Are you busy every day?" Songshur wanted to nod, but held back. "Since I forgot to explain the training class rules yesterday, your penalty for being late today will be waived. Don't be late again." Songshur thought about what happened today at the military hospital. It might happen again. Besides, her ability to return on time depended on Zhou Tan's arrangements. She would have to use her aircraft. "I can't do that," Songshur said bluntly, not evading the issue. "As long as I'm late, I will accept the punishment." Pei-Cheng, "Then every time you're late, I have a fight with you." Pei-Cheng added, "I won't let you go." Songshur, "So this is the punishment for being late." In the entire training ground, the person she most wanted to fight was Pei-Cheng. "Okay, let's begin today's training." Pei-Cheng walked back to the center. Today, Pei-Cheng was teaching practical fighting techniques. This was also the part Songshur wanted to learn the most. After Pei-Cheng demonstrated, she had everyone repeat her instructions, and then she gave them some guidance. After that, it was free practice time. Songshur practiced diligently, sweating profusely. The afternoon passed quickly. Sitting on the bus back home, Songshur closed his eyes tiredly and leaned his head back against the seat. The next day, Songshur ran to school again, repeatedly speeding up and overtaking 5 buses. There were no appearance checkers at the school gate today, so Songshur walked in without hesitation. After showering and changing into her school uniform in the training room, she headed to the classroom, feeling refreshed. Before leaving, Wang Ding had slipped her 2 eggs. Songshur expertly peeled the eggs on the way, nibbling them bite by bite, oblivious to the stares. The laptop beeped, and Songshur glanced down. It was Zhou Tan asking her to go to the office to get her human anatomy textbook. Songshur checked the time. Class was in 5 minutes, and Zhou Tan's office was in another building. She typed "get it after class" into the chat box and sent it. Zhou Tan quickly replied with an OK emoji. Songshur closed the laptop and looked up to see Wei Yu approaching, followed by a large group of his followers. Most of those little followers were her acquaintances, all of whom had fought with her at one point or another. Songshur shoveled the remaining egg into her mouth, ignoring them as she headed for the school building entrance. Jin Xianhui ran over, arms outstretched to stop her. Songshur frowned. Jin Xianhui instinctively grabbed the large gold chain around his neck and stuffed it into his school uniform. The pain of Songshur's necklace choking him on the bus seemed like yesterday. His fear of Songshur hadn't dissipated. If Wei Yu hadn't been watching from behind, he wouldn't have dared to stop Songshur. The boss is calling you," he trembled, unable to afford to offend either side. Songshur, impatient, pushed him aside. "Get out of here." She had to get back to class. The first period was Yin Xinlin's. Songshur had just taken a step forward when Wei Yu's gloomy voice echoed from behind. Songshur had never remembered Wei Yu calling her name so personally. As the son of the deputy captain of the city security team, he could point wherever he pointed, and his subordinates would help him. Such a loss of composure was rare. But so what? Without a pause, Songshur ascended the steps to the teaching building. Up. A sudden, inexplicable gust of wind blew from behind. Songshur instantly thought of the awakened. She dodged to the side, pulling Jin Xianhui aside to shield herself. "Ah!" Jin Xianhui howled in pain, clutching his face. Blood flowed from between his fingers. The school uniform on his chest was cut in 2, and blood flowed rapidly, even dripping onto the ground. The wind was like a sharp blade, slicing from the corner of his right eye to the left side of his abdomen. Songshur dropped Jin Xianhui and looked up. Beside Wei Yu, an unremarkable man swung his left arm, sending a colorless and silent wind blade hurtling toward her once more. Songshur keenly sensed the fluctuations in the air, detecting the wind blade's location. He shifted his footsteps again, dodging the blade while sprinting sideways and charging toward Wei Yuyu. The man beside him flashed, appearing in front of Wei Yuyu the next second, completely obscuring him. He wasn't a student at Rinshi Middle School. Rinshi Middle School didn't teach students to use skills, but he could use wind as a weapon. He was someone Wei Yuyu had hired. Songshur quickly reviewed the characteristics of a Wind Awakener. There were no noticeable changes in his personality. Regarding his abilities, he was fast and could teleport, but his speed was only evident in his running skills. His reaction speed and other aspects remained unchanged. So, the primary role of C and D-level Wind Awakeners on the battlefield was to deliver messages. Wind-type Awakeners can also gather wind energy into a weapon, but according to the differentiation guide, only wind blades gathered by Awakeners of A rank or higher can damage monsters. Those of other ranks are not very effective. Judging from the extent of Jin Xianhui's injuries, the opponent's level wasn't high, perhaps C or B. This information flashed through Songshur's mind. Facing this wind-type Awakener, Songshur felt only excitement, to finish him off quickly. Before Yin Qianlin and other teachers from the Ability Division arrived. Encountering an Awakener wasn't easy. Songshur decisively charged forward to engage him. After more than a dozen moves, Songshur had only one feeling: weak too weak. Wind blades are only effective from a distance. In close combat, before he could even raise his hand, Songshur forcefully pushed it back. No matter how fast he teleported, Wei Yuyu was standing behind him. He couldn't leave Wei Yuyu alone in front of Songshur, which made teleporting useless. Both of his abilities were unusable, and facing Songshur, a Berserker Awakener, he was completely outmatched. 10 more moves later, Songshur kicked him in the knee, easily knocking him to his knees. Wei Yuyu watched this scene, his eyes bloodshot. He hadn't expected Songshur to become so strong after just 2 weeks of not seeing her. Even a C-rank Wind Awakener couldn't do anything to her. But didn't she awaken the Healing Awakened? Aren't those with Healing Awakened abilities weak? Songshur looked at the dazed Wei Yuyu before him. Wei Yuyu, this is school. At least find a secluded place to kill her. With so many people on campus, and right in front of the teaching building, are you afraid others won't notice? At this point, Wei Yuyu threw in the towel. I'm going to kill you in front of all these people. I'm going to show them the consequences of offending me, Wei Yuyu. Songshur frowned. After a moment's guess, she understood Wei Yuyu's reasoning. Did your father get caught? Lu Shuilin's superbrain father had promised her that Wang Danyu wouldn't have an easy time. With his power, he was sure he'd make a big move. Considering Wei Yuyu's current madness and complete disregard for the consequences of killing her, her suspicion was likely correct. Her words hit Wei Yuyu right in the gut. For Wei Yuyu, who had relied on his power to commit crimes since childhood, the loss of his family's influence was a devastating blow. Go! Everyone go! Kill her! Kill her! Wei Yuyu shouted at the top of his lungs. Unfortunately, the henchmen who had previously followed him with such fury now subsided and stared at each other. Wei Yuyu's father has fallen? Is it true? Why didn't Wei Yuyu refute it? If it were true, wouldn't they be ruining their own futures by still following Wei Yuyu? Even his once most loyal henchman, the boy who had personally carried Wei Yuyu to the infirmary after Songshur had knocked him unconscious with a chair, now lowered his head and pretended not to hear. Don't push them. You're not the eldest young master anymore. Why should they listen to you? Songshur sarcastically prodded him on the side. Wei Yuyu's eyes flushed red as she stared at Songshur. She quickly pulled a dagger from her sleeve and thrust it towards her. You're truly insane. Songshur looked at him coldly, easily grabbing his wrist, holding the dagger and thrusting it back into his abdomen. Do you think I'd be punished if I kill you now? The blade dove into Wei Yuyu's abdomen, and Songshur pushed it in a little further. Wei Yuyu's body twitched, his face contorted in intense pain, his teeth clenched. Ambush me? Do you think you can still do that now? Back then, I should have smashed you to death. Wei Yuyu uttered a few words through gritted teeth, blood trickling down the corner of his lips. Songshur chuckled softly. Regret is useless. I heard you're already an adult, with no chance of awakening. Someone who can't awaken brings outsiders into the school and harms awakened high school students. In your next life, you regret it in prison. Wei Yuyu's vision gradually blurred. The last thing he saw was Songshur retreating step by step, as many people surged out from behind her to protect her. Why did it come to this? Songshur was clearly a lowly person, living among trash cans, so why were these people protecting her? 5 minutes before the bell rang, school security arrived and apprehended Wei Yuyu, the awakened from other schools he had brought with him, and a group of his subordinates. Eventually, school officials and the city security team discussed their punishment. The city security team intervened because these individuals were targeting an awakened person. A healing A+ level awakened person, a student in Yan Qianlin's class. Harming an awakened person violated federal law and could not be resolved internally by the school. Yan Qianlin strongly urged the city security team to intervene and impose severe punishment. According to investigations, the Wind-type awakened person involved was the bodyguard of the former deputy captain of the city security team. The trial, under the testimony of Wei Yu's subordinates, was undeniable. Sea-level Wind-type awakened persons became extremely popular awakened experimental subjects for inner-city researchers. And Wei Yu was executed. That's all for later. At this moment, Songshi stood on the steps, watching the security officers escort Wei Yu and the others away. She could guess Wei Yu's fate, a mentally ill man who had fallen from power, whose family had offended many people, and who had committed a serious crime. Either the death penalty or sent to a laboratory. A sudden thought struck her, and she felt a little uneasy. She lowered her head and searched on her computer. Can the mentally ill escape the death penalty? The search results showed federal laws will help the mentally ill escape their suffering and enter heaven sooner. Songshi felt relieved. She turned and went upstairs. The class had already started for 10 minutes. Standing at the classroom door, through the small glass window, she could see Yan Qianlin lecturing at the podium. Songshi looked down at her clothes. A good deal of Wei Yu and Jin Xianhui's blood had splattered on them. She wiped it with her finger, the blood had dried. Without a choice, Songshi raised her hand and knocked on the door. Come in. Yan Qianlin continued writing on the blackboard. Songshi pushed the door open and walked in. Yan Qianlin didn't even look at her. Songshi found her seat and sat down. Chapter 63. The Superpower 2 class was on the 5th floor, and the windows were soundproofed. What happened downstairs wasn't earth-shattering, and no sound could reach the classroom. Furthermore, this class was taught by Yan Qianlin, so everyone was concentrating on the blackboard. They were afraid that if they missed a certain point, they would be scolded if they couldn't answer Yan Qianlin's questions. Even Yang Jingjin, who was sitting by the window, sat straight, looking straight at the podium, not daring to lose focus. 10 minutes into the class, when Yan Qianlin was at a crucial moment, there was a knock on the door. Everyone in the classroom looked towards the glass window, in the middle of the front door. They saw Songshi standing outside. Yang Jingjin raised his elbow and nudged Tang Yu, motioning her to look over. Tang Yu glanced up and continued to take notes. Lu Shuilin, sitting in front of Tang Yu, was aghast. He glanced at his laptop, leaned his upper body back against Tang Yu's desk, and turned to Yang Jingjin, saying, Yesterday afternoon, I was 3 minutes late, and Yan Qianlin made me clean the men's restroom for a week. Today, Songshi was over 10 minutes late. Hey, she'd definitely have to clean the women's restroom for a month. Lu Shuilin covered his mouth with his hand, gloating, trying not to make a loud noise. Then, remembering that he had just finished cleaning the restroom, he quickly lowered his hand and wiped it on his leg as if nothing had happened. But his eagerness to watch the fun didn't falter at all. He rested his right elbow on Tang Yu's desk, crossed his legs, and waited to see Songshi's punishment. Hiss! He suddenly gasped, pulled his elbow back, and muffled a cry of pain. It's so hot. He lowered his head to look at the sleeve of his school uniform. There was a charred hole. Fortunately, he dodged in time, and his arm escaped being burned. The culprit was extinguishing a small flame on his fingertips. Lu Shuilin glared at Tang Yu with gritted teeth, but she ignored him completely, picking up the pen on the table and continuing to take notes. Lu Shuilin, shock. So angry. He just put his arm on her desk, and she actually set him on fire. Fire-type fire is different from ordinary fire. Ordinary fire can be extinguished with standard firefighting methods, but the fire created by a fire-type awakener can only be extinguished by the fire type itself, or by other abilities that counteract it. And if one is not careful, a small flame can soar over 10 meters high. If Tang Yu loses control, he will be cremated. He truly regretted carefully choosing a seat with lots of girls, only to find none of them took him seriously, showing no sign of gentleness. And that nagging Yang Jingjin. Don't block my view. Yang Jingjin was anxious to see the fun, and Lu Shuilin's head partially blocked her view again. She shoved him away. Lu Shuilin, Yang Jingjin craned her neck, staring at the front door. Why did I have to sit in the corner? I can't see clearly from this distance. Is that blood on her? Lu Shuilin, pulled away, was about to get angry, but upon hearing her words, he immediately turned back. If that wasn't blood, then what was it? As the only person in the class to have been beaten by Songshi, Lu Shuilin's perceptiveness was much stronger than others, and his subconscious fear of Song Shi was even greater than others. Song Shi must have gotten into another fight. There was so much blood on her. The person who got beaten must have been in a terrible state. The blood was on her school uniform. According to his observation, Song Shi had to run to the training ground to change into her uniform every morning before coming to the classroom. This meant that the fight took place at school, or on the distance from the training ground to the classroom. The flow of people in this distance was huge, especially when it was almost time for class. Except for the Superpower 2 class, all other classes came on time. Who would dare to touch Song Shi, the terrifying healing awakener valued by Yan Qianlin? At this time, Lu Shuilin lowered his crossed legs and touched his chin. He accidentally heard his father say this morning that the deputy captain of the city security team had been dismissed. Could it be that guy Wei Yu? Lu Shuilin wanted to laugh for some reason, but he bit his lower lip and held it back, but his shoulders were shaking slightly. Although he deeply disliked Song Shi, he had to admit that he had always provoked her. Whether it was the punch she given him, the kick she given him under the sink in the women's restroom, or the kick she given him into the classroom in front of so many people, he'd been asking for it. But he hadn't offended Wei Yu, but Wei Yu and his mother, Wang Danyu, had taken advantage of his folly and dragged him into trouble, resulting in him being severely beaten by his father. The beating was a minor matter, but because of this incident, his father's position as the captain's special assistant was nearly lost, and he had to find someone to clean up his mess before he could be cleaned up. If it was really Wei Yu who had fought with Song Shi, it would be really hard to hold back his laughter. But his smile quickly froze on his face. Song Shi had already taken his seat. Why was Yan Qianlin still lecturing so calmly and seriously? Why hadn't he said anything about Song Shi's tardiness? What about a month's punishment of making her clean the toilet? Even if it wasn't a month, like him, a week, Lu Shuilin pounded his fists on the table, expressing his strong dissatisfaction. Then he saw Song Shi turn his head. Lu Shuilin, hello. He forced a smile, mouthing the words in a friendly manner. Song Shi frowned. She was just checking in with Tang Yu. Why was Lu Shuilin joining in? When did she become so familiar with him? Song Shi turned back, pulled her textbook from her desk, and, forgetting Lu Shuilin, listened to Yan Qianlin's lecture. The bell rang. Song Shi prepared to go to Zhou Tan's office to get her books. Yan Qianlin stood at the edge of the podium and called to her, Song Shi, come to my office. It was exactly the same scene as yesterday. The students watched as Yan Qianlin called Song Shi away. One of them poked his head out to make sure they were far enough away, and then sent a signal, go, go. The previously quiet classroom suddenly erupted in a commotion, even drowning out the bell, which hadn't yet rung. Yang Jinjin put one foot on her chair, raised her laptop, and shouted, exclusive news. Want to hear it? A crowd swarmed around her. Tang Yu glanced at her helplessly, stood up, and offered her seat to the gossipers. She then walked up to the podium to wipe the blackboard clean. Of all the teachers, only Yan Qianlin still preferred this chalk writing style of teaching. The school even had a blackboard built just for him. Yang Jinjin was already recounting what had happened downstairs in a vivid manner, all the information she had secretly gathered from the school forum during Yan Qianlin's class. Elsewhere, arriving in Yan Qianlin's office, he pushed a thick book on the table towards Song Shi. Teacher Zhou left this in my office and asked me to bring it to you. She has an emergency at the hospital. Song Shi recalled the hectic scene at the military hospital yesterday. Zhou Tan, despite this, still managed to find time to teach at the school, and even take turns teaching at the control school. He was truly a master of time management. Nodding in understanding, Song Shi stepped forward, picked up the book, and asked Yan Qianlin if he had anything else to do. After receiving a negative response, he returned to the classroom. Chapter 64. Song Shi returned to the classroom, books in hand, only to find a group gathered around Tang Yu's desk, engaged in a heated discussion. Song Shi was accustomed to this situation. As soon as get out of class was over, a group would gather around Tang Yu's desk, discussing all the school gossip. Even though she had only been there for 2 days, she could tell the girl sitting next to Tang Yu was the center of the class's gossip. She just didn't know who they were discussing today. Song Shi pulled out her chair and returned to her seat. The noise of the discussion gradually faded until you could hear a pin drop, the only sound in the classroom being the sound of Song Shi flipping through the pages. The book was old, with Zhou Tan's markings on it. Did Teacher Zhou lend it to you? A gentle voice came from beside her. It was her deskmate, with whom she hadn't spoken more than 5 words. Song Shi nodded. She didn't reveal the name on the front page, but the other person knew it was Zhou Tan. I've met her in her office. Are you a healing type? Song-Sure looked up. Yes, S-Class. Song-Sure recalled the information Chen Lishu had sent her last night regarding the current status of awakened individuals of various levels in the Supernatural Division. The healing department had only one S-Class student, who had awakened to A-Class in her freshman year and, after more than 2 years of training, successfully reached S-Class in the first semester of her senior year. It turned out that person was her deskmate. After reacquainting herself with her deskmate, the bell rang, and Song-Sure flipped through her books for the next class. In the afternoon, Song-Sure waited at the parking lot as Zhou Tan had instructed. The young soldier who had taken her back to school the previous day arrived in Zhou Tan's aircraft to pick her up. As soon as Song-Sure boarded the plane, the soldier excitedly shared that he had been assigned to Zhou Tan's security detail that morning. Protecting a senior healer was far less dangerous than serving on the front lines. The young soldier couldn't contain his joy, humming a song the entire way. Arriving at the hospital, Song-Sure went to Zhou Tan's private office to change clothes. Then, guided by a young soldier, she found Zhou Tan, still in the ward. Zhou Tan looked exhausted, his face pale as paper, as he leaned on the bed rails to adjust his posture. Now that you're here, I leave these people to you. Song-Sure looked over and saw 2 injured patients and 3 people who had lost control of their bodies. Song-Sure first approached the bedside of the patient whose abdomen had been opened, and with even greater skill than the previous day, she channeled her healing power into him. This afternoon, during her lunch break, she had read a section of anatomy textbook. Coincidentally, she had come across the section on abdominal anatomy, which was still fresh in her memory, so she didn't need Zhou Tan's guidance. Song-Sure's power entered his body and inspected it. His internal organs were intact, and the abdominal wall was repairing rapidly. Not bad, Zhou Tan said, examining her work and praising her. Song-Sure walked to the next bed. The soldier on the bed had fallen into a coma. From the outside, there were no injuries that could cause the coma, so the cause could only be in the brain. Song-Sure hadn't seen this part of the story this afternoon. Under Zhou Tan's guidance, he slowly but steadily repaired the bleeding in the man's brain, decongested the blood, and reintroduced it into his cerebral vessels. Everything went smoothly. The soldier slowly opened his eyes, and was wheeled onto his bed by the waiting nurse to be transferred to a general ward. As Song-Sure walked to the next bed, he checked his mental power readings. It had dropped 5 points. Standing by the bed of the soldier, who was being held down by 4 men, Song-Sure offered his 3rd attempt at comfort. The scene of his last comfort flashed through his mind. After reflecting on it before bed the previous night, Song-Sure concluded that soothing and mind manipulation were similar in their application. Both involved replacing the other's emotions with one's own. The difference in effectiveness lay in the control of the emotional color. Calm is just one of the many effects of mind manipulation. Before her eyes, countless black auras scrambled to squeeze into the soldier's body, trailing a dark trail as they passed through him. She couldn't clearly discern the color of the emotions emanating from the soldier, but based on yesterday's experience, it was likely black. Black. Song-Sure hovered his finger over the end of his bed, and tiny specks of silver light poured down, sending all the black auras touch scattering and fleeing. The silver light enveloped the out-of-control soldier. To calm him, to make his emotions transparent. Song-Sure calmed his mind and engaged in emotional conversation with him. 5 minutes later, the soldier's struggles weakened, and his eyes, once dominated by the black aura, regained clarity. Success? Zhou Tan's personal security, who had witnessed yesterday's scene, clapped his hands, genuinely happy for Song-Sure. Song-Sure lowered his eyes, clenched his hands at his sides, and dug his nails into his palms, finally suppressing the irritation that had taken over him. She was different from pure healing awakeners. They were naturally emotionally stable, and the irritation that replaced them was like a stone thrown into a vast lake, creating only a few ripples before quickly sinking to the bottom. She was different. Compared to healing, she was more of a berserker. She simply possessed the ability of healing. The first attempt was successful. Song-Sure walked to the next bed and began the experiment. Control him, make him angry. Song-Sure stared at the soldier on the bed. Amidst the expectant gazes of the people around her, she silently channeled the berserker's everyday irritability into him. Ah! The soldier, possessed by the black energy, felt a sudden surge of strength. He threw his head back and screamed, several veins bulging on his neck, and the special material binding connecting his mouth to the wall hook snapped instantly. The 4 soldiers, unable to control him, broke free one by one, falling to the ground. They quickly scrambled to their feet and grabbed the erratic soldier standing on the bed. The young soldier Song Shi had brought from school immediately protected Zhou Tan and retreated. The alarm rang in the ward. The guards from the other wards rushed in. Miraculously, no one came to take Song Shi away. Song Shi's performance yesterday was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, Song Shi was safer than they were. Song Shi took a half step back, looking up slightly at the man standing in a twisted position on the bed. Mental energy continued to surge from her hands. The incitement had succeeded. It was time to calm him down. Song Shi's emotions shifted smoothly. The soldier standing on the bed, affected by her shift, seemed to have a mind of his own. He tried to break free from Song Shi's control, clutching his head and retreating repeatedly. His back hit the wall, and he staggered and fell to his knees on the bed. Dark energy quickly dissipated from his body. 5 minutes later, he regained consciousness. Song Shi, having succeeded once again, had mastered mind manipulation, and a sense of relief inevitably grew. Because she hadn't yet completely severed the connection with the soldier sat on the bed, grinning inexplicably. Is he crazy? Someone asked cautiously. This remark alerted Song Shi, and she quickly clenched her hand, releasing her mental power into a fist and silently severed the connection between them. The alarm was lifted, and the video footage of the out-of-control soldier, along with the footage of the same incident yesterday, was uploaded to the research institute in the inner city. Chapter 65. Song Shi slowly walked to the bedside of the third out-of-control soldier. Having successfully experimented with soothing and provoking the first two, she chose an emotion somewhere in between, less obvious, sadness. If this worked, she could begin developing her next skill. Song Shi used her mental power to connect herself to the out-of-control soldier, recalling the feeling of sadness. Then Song Shi made the tragic discovery that sadness had never appeared in this body since she entered this world. When she was beaten the worst, waking from a coma on the cold floor, her emotions were filled with rage and a determination for revenge. When she was driven from her home, left on the streets with nowhere to go, she felt only a deep disgust for the world and anger at the discrimination they faced. Anger is the most common emotion for Berserk Awakeners, and sadness. Song Shi tried to recall the heartbreaks of her past life, failing exams, failing to land a job, and career setbacks. She thought about them all. The heartbreak that had made her cry for 3 days and 3 nights back then, surprisingly, in this body, she couldn't relate to them at all. Sadness would never appear on the list of emotions for Berserk Awakeners. But to truly master mind manipulation, she must master every emotion. If she gave up on this option because she couldn't feel it, then as a Berserk Awakener, the only mind manipulation she could perform would be soothing and provoking. She would have to act it out. Who could say fake sadness wasn't sadness? Her blood sister in this body was a skilled actor, so she shouldn't be any worse. Song Shi stared at the soldier lying on the bed. Her eye sockets were purple, her eyes wide and bloodshot. Her hair, tangled on the pillow from the struggle, was stained with battlefield mud and blood. Her face, barely clean after a few slaps, was now twisted in agony like a ghost. She struggled with all her might, like prey roasted on a fire. She was in agony. She desperately needed help to remove the evil energy from her body. She had become this way for the Federation, for the residents within the city walls. As a protected being, Song Shi convinced himself that he should feel sad for her current plight. Sadness, tears, repentance. Song Shi repeated these words silently in his mind. But Song Shi's heart remained calm. But something was different about the soldier on the bed. She seemed to have regained some consciousness, blinking her hollow, dark eyes, and gazing at Song Shi. Just when Song Shi thought that empty slogans would have an effect, she caught a glimpse of a burly man wiping tears from his eyes, restraining the out-of-control soldier's right leg beside the bed. A faint purple light flickered across his outline. So she could be the central hub. At that moment, an upgrade reminder popped up in Song Shi's mind. Congratulations on upgrading your mind play skill, current level, A rank. Just unlocked mind play yesterday, and it's upgraded today. Song Shi's mental power surged with even greater force. In less than 3 minutes, the soldier on the bed regained consciousness and collapsed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, tears streaming down his face. The men restraining her limbs loosened their grip. The burly man quickly stepped forward and carefully embraced her, wiping her tears and repeatedly thanking Song Shi. Song Shi nodded gently, accepting his thanks. She looked at Zhou Tan, who had been standing nearby, and at Zhou Tan's glance, she left the ward. After handing over her work, Zhou Tan also left the ward to join Song Shi. Your progress is faster than I expected, Zhou Tan said, walking side by side with Song Shi. Zhou Tan reviewed the situation. First, you need to quickly review the book I lent you. Memorize the locations of all the major systems, organs, and tissues in the human body. Songshur felt a headache as she thought of the book, which was only 3 fingers wide. I discussed your situation with Director Yin last night. Director Yin said that you don't need to deliberately suppress your berserk instincts. If you really can't master the emotional stability required for the soothing power, you can skip this part. Songshur lowered her eyes. Her figure vaguely reflected on the silver-gray floor of the military hospital. Yin Qianlin said this because he didn't want her to give up awakening her berserk ability in order to practice her healing skills. Perhaps Zhou Tan now knew that she had the potential to awaken both abilities. Zhou Tan glanced at Songshur with admiration. I didn't expect you were able to successfully control 2 of the 3 soldiers today. Although the other one had some rough times, you were able to calm him down in time, which is considered an excellent performance. The 2 walked to the elevator, and Zhou Tan pressed the up button. During college, the healing department will take a required course called emotional management. There will be a teacher teaching specifically about that later. For now, let's learn the next skill in the healing department. The elevator doors opened, and Zhou Tan stepped inside. After using his computer to access permissions, the elevator ascended to the 17th floor. The elevator doors opened to both sides, revealing a large, transparent glass wall. Zhou Tan, clad in a white lab coat, walked out first and stood in front of the glass wall. Songshur followed her and stood before it. A vast space unfolded before Songshur's eyes. The entire 17th floor was surrounded by glass walls. Looking up, the glass walls stretched upwards, reaching a height of more than 3 floors and more than 10 meters. This perspective reminded Songshur of the glass enclosure at the stimulation experiment base. Remember the vacuum pump on the ward roof? Zhou Tan suddenly asked. Yes. In the entire military hospital, all the vacuum pumps terminate here. It may seem empty, but it's filled with the curse of the evil beasts. Songshur raised her finger and touched the glass enclosure. Inside, a black mist collided with her fingertip through the glass. It wasn't empty, she could see inside. The dense black air was like ink, smearing the entire glass enclosure black. Why are they trapped here? Songshur asked aloud. As far as she knew, the black energy wasn't susceptible to physical confinement, so how could an ordinary glass wall contain it? Zhou Tan raised his finger, pointing to a spot 4 or 5 meters up the glass wall. The entire square of glass was transparent, except for the spot Zhou Tan pointed, where a black, opaque substance surrounded it, as if wrapped around the glass with black tape. If Zhou Tan hadn't pointed it out specifically, Songshur wouldn't have noticed because of the obstruction caused by the black energy. When every military hospital is built, a sufficiently large space is reserved. Then, a spiritually awakened individual is invited to imprint a mental imprint on that space. Those black substances are mental imprints that can both attract and trap the black energy, Zhou Tan explained to Songshur. Chapter 66. Coming across this knowledge for the first time, Songshur looked up and carefully examined the branding, only to discover that the black stripe wasn't simply a black coating. It was faintly engraved with intricate patterns. Whenever a cloud of black energy struck it, the pattern would illuminate for a moment, then quickly fade. Follow me. Zhou Tan turned. Songshur followed Zhou Tan, and they went around the 2-meter-wide passage between the glass wall and the ordinary wall to the other side. A metal door appeared before them. Zhou Tan raised his laptop and swiped the permissions, and the door opened automatically. Stepping inside, he saw a series of small transparent cubicles. The glass of each cubicle was covered in a pattern, each one different, with varying colors and brightness. The only commonality was that the intricate pattern almost completely filled the cubicle, even enveloping the person standing in the center. Songshur glanced over and saw that most of the people were wearing doctors' uniforms, with a few in military uniforms and some ordinary clothing. They closed their eyes, their hands hanging naturally, their spiritual energy radiating down. Songshur, who had recently been intensively studying healing techniques, recognized these glowing patterns as the manifestation of a healer's spiritual energy during purification, known as a purification disc. Different healers, due to varying constitutions, spiritual energy purity, and strength, produce different purification discs. In actual combat, the patterns on the purification discs were hidden and invisible. For example, when Wu Xilu fought the Earth Wolf beast earlier, she knelt on one knee to spread the purification disc. Wherever the purification disc was located, the alien beast's black energy would be purified, allowing Lu Xing to kill the Earth Wolf beast with impunity within that range. At the time, she couldn't see the patterns within the purification disc. She could only see the faint glow emanating from Wu Xilu, and the white light that spread out dozens of meters from her palm. The purification disc only appears in confined spaces. Because healers can't push the purification disc across a wide area like in real combat, the patterns within the disc accumulate and overlap, resulting in the scene before her. Also, when healers are being evaluated, they're asked to display the purification disc and take a photo for their records. At this time, healers will also deliberately display the patterns. This applies to newly awakened healers. They don't yet know how to purify. Songshur closed his eyes, then opened them again, his gaze fixed on the 8 corners of the transparent glass cover. There, black mist continuously emanated like car exhaust. The black mist intertwined with the healer's mental energy, rapidly purifying and turning transparent. The healer's purifying power balanced the speed of the black mist. Zhou Tan led Songshur into an empty compartment. This is the military hospital's black gas purification center. Zhou Tan stood in front of a 10 by 10 centimeter screen at the console, scanning his face. Certification successful, S-level healer Zhou Tan. Total purification volume, 100 cubic meters, remaining purification volume, 39 cubic meters. Please start purification immediately. Zhou Tan turned to look at Songshur. Every healer has a required purification volume each year. She wore a pained expression. I still have 39 cubic meters. For the first time, Songshur felt thankful he wasn't yet a healer. Today I teach you how to purify. Once you've learned it, I apply for your healer title. Zhou Tan looked up. Songshur, thank you. Zhou Tan suppressed a laugh, turned, and grasped the single lever on the console. She explained to Songshur, there's a marking on this one. It controls the speed of the black gas. I shift it to level 1. First, release your mental power and spread it as far as you can. Songshur did as she was told. Zhou Tan pulled the lever down. Songshur's vision was instantly consumed by the black gas, and she could barely see Zhou Tan, who was only 2 meters away. Thankfully, Zhou Tan's voice could still be heard. Use your mental power to envelop yourself, then the entire glass cover, trapping the black gas between the 2 layers of mental power. Remember, don't block the outlet. Songshur did as she was told. Soon, the black gas in front of her eyes was cleared, and her vision finally cleared. I'm shifting to level 2. Zhou Tan stood in front of the console, a protective shield of mental power enveloping her. While Songshur was still struggling to clear the black energy released by the first gear, Zhou Tan had already started the second gear. The black energy release significantly accelerated. The 2 previously closed air vents above her head were now fully open. Songshur couldn't help but release even more of her mental power. The mental power points in her mind dropped by 1 every 5 minutes. Third gear. With a boom, Songshur felt herself entering the exhaust vent of a car. The exhaust gas still had a sense of consciousness, constantly pressing against her, threatening to crush her to explosion. Songshur accelerated the release of her mental power once again, her slightly open fingers trembling, the veins on her forehead throbbing. She was barely able to maintain her balance in the purification. Zhou Tan's voice of astonishment and approval pierced through the heavy black energy. You've already reached 3rd gear on your first purification practice. Your mental power readings from the Supernatural Power Administration seem to be problematic. How could it be low? Songshur. Her mental power was truly low, now only at 7 points. Because Songshur needed to focus on purifying the black energy, Zhou Tan didn't expect her to answer. He continued, hold on for 3 more minutes, and today's class is over. Songshur gritted her teeth, maintaining a steady rate of mental power release. Finally, when her mental power dropped to 3 points, the 3 minutes were up. Zhou Tan pulled the lever, and the black mist from the 8 corners ceased. A mechanical female voice rang out, today's purification, 1.3 cubic meters. After all this time, all this mental energy, and only 1.3 cubic meters? Songshur leaned against the cubicle door, wanting to vomit blood. Zhou Tan was delighted. She lowered her head and manipulated the computer a few times, then placed it against the screen. In a few days, I apply for you to become a healer. With my recommendation and today's video as proof, you'd definitely be selected. This method would consume her excess mental energy, which would help increase her body's mental energy capacity. Songshur didn't refuse, but simply asked, is it only the military hospital that can purify black energy? After all, she was far from the military hospital, and not everyone was allowed in. Zhou Tan looked up from the computer. In the outer city, there's only the military hospital. In the inner city, there's a place dedicated to purifying black energy. It's not a true purification facility, but rather a specialized instrument that collects your released mental energy and calculates how many cubic meters of black energy it can purify based on a corresponding ratio. It then adds that energy to your annual black energy purification cubic meter. Songshur understood. In the Federation, mental energy cannot be bought or sold, but it can be donated voluntarily. Similar to donating blood in a previous life. Others can choose to donate voluntarily. As for healers, the federal government requires them to donate and stipulates how many units they can donate each year. Chapter 67. Black Chi Purification is one way to use the crowdfunded spiritual power. Songshur had previously learned about another method online. It is for the awakened members of the Mechanical Assistance Department. The Mechanical Assistance Department is divided into the Mechanical Assistance, Manufacturing Department, and the Mechanical Assistance Combat Department. One of the abilities of the awakened members of the Mechanical Assistance, Manufacturing Department is to channel their spiritual power into various thermal weapons, locking them within to prevent leakage. When facing a monster, a normal bullet fired at them is barely a tickle, barely causing any superficial damage. However, a bullet channeled with spiritual power from the Mechanical Assistance, Manufacturing Department can penetrate the monster's body, where the spiritual power explodes, causing substantial damage. These weapons are nothing to psychics. Most psychics possess greater abilities. However, on the front lines, ordinary soldiers far outnumber psychics, and their demand for these weapons is enormous. While awakened members of the Mechanical Assistance, Manufacturing Department have the ability to create these weapons, they are naturally weak in spiritual power. The limited spiritual energy they possess can only be used to lock their weapons, and the spiritual energy infused into their weapons must be crowdfunded by other awakened. The Healing Department bears the brunt of this. This is because the Healing Department itself belongs to the Psychic subcategory. The other two departments in the same Psychic subcategory are Psychic Department and Flight Department. Psychic departments are indeed rare, and their abilities should be used for more important purposes. While flight departments are not rare, their spiritual energy is only enough to maintain their own aloft flight, leaving little to no spiritual energy for the Mechanical Assisted Manufacturing Department. You should continue to study with me until you start university. During this time, I will give you half an hour of purification time. Don't worry about not meeting the standard within a year. Zhou Tan thoughtfully considered Songshur. The two of them left the cubicle and headed for the elevator. Songshur stared at the glass wall to her right. The black energy within the wall followed her, hitting the glass repeatedly. She calmly released her mental power to sense it. The moment it made contact with the glass, it was repelled by a powerful force. What are the consequences of not meeting the standards? Songshur thought, multitasking. She was half a step behind Zhou Tan. Zhou Tan didn't notice her subtle movements. We healers in the Federation have many benefits: housing subsidies for those in the inner city, free monthly nutrient solution, internal discounts on spiritual food, and even special subsidies for healers over 50. It's enough to live a comfortable old age. Old age, according to Songshur, the average life expectancy for a healer is only 45. The highest mortality rate among psychics on the front lines is among those without the ability to protect themselves. Those C and D level healers, who don't serve on the front lines, are in extremely poor health due to years of mental exhaustion. Those who can enjoy a comfortable old age are truly few and far between. Zhou Tan stopped in front of the elevator and pressed the down button. If you fail to meet the requirements for 3 consecutive years, all these benefits will be revoked, and you will be permanently barred from the inner city, forcing you to spend your entire life in the outer city. Songshur had never been to the inner city, but he had seen numerous videos of it online. It was a gathering place for the Federation's elite and wealthy. It integrated politics, technology, and the economy. Most importantly, it had a high level of security. Federal law stipulated that if a base suffered a devastating attack, citizens of the inner city had priority evacuation. In today's world of frequent anomalous base sightings, those living in the outer city were desperate to get in. But the inner city only accepts awakened. The punishment of being confined to the outer city for life is enough of a warning for promising healers. Then, thank you, teacher, Songshur said. She would still apply to become a healer after she started college next spring, so applying now would give her the benefit of free nutrient solution and the ability to increase her mental capacity through purification. Zhou Tan nodded. I message you once it's done. The two of them took the elevator downstairs, Zhou Tan heading straight to the ward while Songshur took the aircraft back to school. This afternoon's training was once again a combination of physical training and technique study. The next few days would be similar. Friday was the day Pei Ching had scheduled for actual sparring. Only once a week, the 8 Berserker-type awakeners, excluding Songshur, arrived early for the training grounds, changed into their training uniforms, and began warming up. Unintentionally, their target was Songshur, who hadn't arrived yet. Lu Li, in particular, had been training extra hard these past few days after being scorned and questioned 3 times by Songshur. Training ended at 7 p.m., and we all left, but she remained at the training ground. I don't know how long she'd be training until. The boy who had watched the entire fight between Songshur and the frenzied Zhu Jinping swung his arms and shoulders and chatted with the short-haired girl next to him. She holds a grudge. Songshur thoroughly offended her last time, and she's definitely not going to let him off today, the girl said casually while stretching her legs. Who do you think is better between the two of them? The boy, eager to watch the fun, stopped warming up and stood beside the girl, his chin propped up, facing Lu Li in the distance. Lu Li is the most likely of us to break through B rank and advance to A rank first. As for Songshur, although she's a healer, she was able to defeat Zhu Jinping in his berserk state, so her strength shouldn't be underestimated. The girl snorted lightly, her expression dismissive. Healers are healers. You know their physiques are naturally weak. But I feel like Songshur is an exception among healers. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been sent by those branch leaders to train with us, the boy said. The girl stood up casually, and even as she chatted with the boy, she didn't skip her warm-up exercises, flexing her ankles. I asked on the forum. When healers first awaken, their physical fitness remains the same as before, and they don't deteriorate. Songshur was previously a berserker with a high probability of differentiation, so her physical fitness is more similar to ours, which is why she was able to defeat Zhu Jinping in his berserk state. But after all these days, her combat effectiveness has only deteriorated, not improved. The boy listened to her explanation, not sure if he was convinced, but his attention shifted. He asked with a smile, "Did you specifically check? With all your attention on her, are you worried she beat you?" The girl paused her warm-up and squinted at him. The boy seemed oblivious, speaking earnestly. Indeed, as a berserker-type awakener, being defeated by a healer would be embarrassing if word got out. Zhu Jinping has been walking with his tail between his legs these past few days, nowhere near his former arrogance. The girl's tongue rested against her back teeth. "See you in the ring later. I show you what it means to walk with your tail between your legs." With that, she turned her back to the boy and continued training. The boy shook his head in boredom, glancing toward the locker room. His eyes suddenly lit up. Songshur is here. Chapter 68. Songshur changed into her training uniform and came out. Seeing everyone else warming up, she didn't join them. She walked to the ring in the center of the training ground, jumped up with her hands, and sat on the edge, looking down at the information on her laptop. The hunting group team had already sent her the detailed mission plan. There was still one step left to be determined: who would serve as bait. The target of this mission was Bao Bo, a 45-year-old unemployed vagrant who had been molesting minors on the Route 403 bus. He had previously been imprisoned for 3 months, and upon his release, he remained unrepentant. The victim's family members didn't hold out hope that the urban security team would be able to solve the case. The last time they sent him to prison, they had banded together to catch him red-handed. Despite solid evidence and media coverage, the urban security team only sentenced him to 3 months. This time, the victim's family members chose to post the mission through the hunting group, demanding that Bao Bo be castrated and a video be recorded and uploaded online. The missions the hunting group has taken on aren't actually in compliance with federal law, but as long as they're not blatant, the city's security will turn a blind eye. Beating him up on the bus would be too conspicuous. So, Xiaolan plans to send someone to lure Bao Bo off the bus and to a designated location. Old Cow, using a schoolgirl as bait is a bit dangerous, right? Glasses at Old Cow, so I'm not dangerous? I'm also powerless. The current bait candidates are Songshur and the little boy with glasses. Yazi, Bao Bo is a bit of a jerk, so why don't you both get on the bus and see who Bao Bo takes a fancy to? Little Blue, sure. Glasses, that's fair, I agree. Songshur replied okay, and returned to his chat with Zhou Tan. The title of healer has been approved. Please log in to the official website of the Supernatural Power Administration to see if your profile picture has changed. Songshur searched the website for the Supernatural Power Administration again. After facial recognition, her profile list appeared, and a green Z icon appeared in the lower right corner of her profile picture. This is the symbol of a healer. Songshur typed a reply to Zhou Tan. It's changed. Zhou Tan didn't reply. Songshur glanced at the time. 4:28 p.m. This was Zhou Tan's busiest time. Songshur exited the chat box. Pei Yiqing, dressed in a tight-fitting coaching uniform, emerged from the coaching room. She clapped her hands twice, and the players scattered across the training ground quickly gathered and lined up. "Everyone's here pretty early today," Pei Yicheng said with a smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at the line of members before him. "It seems everyone's looking forward to today's sparring." For the Berserker Awakeners, who hadn't fought in nearly a week, this was truly the day they'd been waiting for. All the resentment they'd been accumulating towards each other would be released today. Enough talk, let's get started. Pei Yicheng used his computer to control the projector atop the training ground. A blue virtual screen appeared before everyone, revealing the match list. 9 people, 36 matches, with every 2 people getting a turn to face off, truly ensuring fairness and equity. Group 1, Lu Li and Song Shi. A knockout performance from the start. It was hard not to suspect Pei Yicheng had orchestrated this. So everyone's gaze split, one focused on Song Shi, the other on Lu Li. Song Shi, his expression calm, stepped down the steps to the ring. Lu Li, bracing herself on the edge of the ring with one hand, leaped onto it, her flowing ponytail sweeping across her tense face as she moved. The two stood face to face, about 5 meters apart. No harsh words were exchanged. The moment their eyes met, their tall figures moved simultaneously, like 2 meteors colliding at high speed. Lu Li's attacks were incredibly fast, finding tricky angles, each strike designed to drive Song Shi to the brink of death. As Pei Yicheng's most valued member before Song Shi's arrival, her immense strength was evident to the entire training team. Pei Yicheng had once compiled the statistics on the win rate of the 8 members of the training team, and Lu Li ranked first, with an astonishing 89%. Facing Lu Li's frenzied attacks, Song Shi's performance was even more astonishing. She effortlessly met each of Lu Li's moves. It was as if she had anticipated every move. "Am I seeing things?" The boy who'd been discussing who would win earlier raised his eyebrow, and stared at the ring, leaning slightly toward the short-haired girl next to him. "Did you see clearly?" Song Shi managed to tie with Lu Li. The short-haired girl, knowing full well that this was a mockery of her poor vision, gritted her teeth. "The next group is you and Lu Li. You can see for yourself how strong she is." The boy's face froze as he stared at the suspended screen. Oh my goodness, the next group is really him and Lu Li. He was so engrossed in watching the excitement between Song Shi and Lu Li that he forgot about himself. If Lu Li lost to Song Shi, and then lost to Lu Li in the next group, wouldn't he look like a weakling who lost to 2 people in a row? Being against Lu Li in the first round would be a real test of his stamina. Lu Li loved to engage in attrition battles. He had already depleted so much of his energy, how could he possibly fight the others next? He suddenly hoped Lu Li would win, so that even if he lost to her, it wouldn't be too embarrassing. Or perhaps Song Shi would win by a small margin, draining Lu Li's energy. Xu Jinping, standing across the ring, also stared intently at the two fighting, feigning a relaxed stance, though only he knew his palms were sweating. He was the one in the room who most wanted Song Shi to win. Before, even after he had gone berserk, he had been defeated by Song Shi, leaving him feeling ashamed throughout the school. If another Berserker Awakener also lost to Song Shi, a healer, it would prove that Song Shi was a formidable talent, not a weakling. He could hold his head high and walk proudly through the school. Song Shi in the ring didn't disappoint him either. Lu Li's attrition battles had no effect on Song Shi. His energy was inexhaustible, like a bottomless pit. Lu Li was also secretly alarmed. Unlike the others watching from below, she could sense that her high-intensity attacks hadn't exhausted Song Shi's core, but had instead drained him of his own strength. Her movements were slowing, a trend she couldn't control. Sweat formed on her forehead, sticking a strand of hair to her skin. "My turn." Song Shi, who had been defending rather than attacking since entering the ring, suddenly spoke. As soon as she finished speaking, she flashed in front of Lu Li and swung a punch towards her cheek. Song Shi was using the close-quarters combat techniques that Pei Yicheng had been teaching her over the past few days. This set of techniques was the first formal combat skills Song Shi had learned. She treasured it, practicing it daily, and even rehearsing it at night when she had nothing to do back at the hotel. She also incorporated some practical techniques she had learned from Yang Miao at the control school. This made the set more refined and more aligned with her own movements. Lu Li retreated steadily under Song Shi's all-out attack. Finally, Song Shi kicked her, sending her flying onto the ropes at the edge of the ring. She was quickly flung back onto the ring. Chapter 69. She immediately adjusted her posture upon landing, kneeling on one knee, her right hand on the ground, her left hand covering her chest to avoid looking too awkward. Pei Yicheng announced the result. Song Shi wins 1 round. Xu Jinping's heart finally settled, and he silently wiped the sweat from his palms onto his pants. Great. Lu Li, the strongest member of the training team, had been defeated by Song Yi, a healer. His loss wasn't a big deal. Song Shi glanced indifferently at Lu Li, who was half kneeling on the ground, panting from exhaustion, and walked off the stage. A boy brushed her shoulder and quickly walked onto the stage. The second round of the fight soon began. Song Shi had little desire to watch the fight. Having trained with these Berserker Awakeners for some time, she knew their strength level well. Having never been to the control school, she might lose against these people, but she had fought so many times there, each one far more brutal than the ring match before her. She wouldn't lose. These people were no match for her. The one she really wanted to fight was Pei Yiqing. Song Shi stared at the young trainer, who was watching the fight intently, occasionally lowering his head to take notes. She had never been sure if Pei Yiqing was actually an awakened one. She couldn't tell the depth of her strength. I must find a chance to fight her today, Song Shi thought secretly. On the ring, Lu Li swung the newly arrived boy to the ground, repeatedly punching him in the face, venting her pent-up anger on Song Shi. Lu Li wins one round. Next group. The boy, with a bruised face, stumbled off the ring, intending to sit down in a corner to rest. The short-haired girl walked over leisurely, sneering coldly, "It's none of your business, a newbie, to tell them how strong they are." The boy touched the corner of his mouth, his fingertips stained with blood. Lu Li has gone crazy. Anyone who faces her today is doomed. You better take care of yourself. The girl left without looking back. In the subsequent match, Lu Li beat 4 men black and blue before being defeated by the short-haired girl, who was competing for the first time. Part of the reason was the short-haired girl's strength, but more so because of the physical exertion Lu Li had endured from so many battles. This was one of the reasons Pei Yiqing set up 36 ring matches. Each person had to fight 8 matches over 3 hours, with almost no rest time. This was a real test of one's endurance and explosive power. By the last few matches, everyone was battered and bruised, with broken arms and legs. The battles were practically devoid of excitement, and the system-learned moves were non-existent. It was close combat, a bloody mess of flesh and blood, slow and brutal. It was simply a test of who could tolerate the least pain. Except for Song Shi, of course. The 8 battles had no effect on her. She remained as agile and swift as ever. No visible wounds. The boy, pinned face down on the ground by Song Shi, cursed, "Fuck. I want to be a healer too. I don't feel tired. Injuries heal quickly, always at full health. How could this group of berserkers, known for their exceptional endurance, feel so bad?" Pei Yiqing approached at the right moment and poured a bucket of cold water over his head. "You've awakened the healer, and you probably just get beaten up." The boy, his face pressed to the ground, practically deformed, said, "Pei Yiqing. You hurry up and announce the results." His arm was nearly broken. Song Shi wins 8 rounds. Throughout the entire match, only Song Shi had a 100% win rate, followed by Lu Li, with a 75% win rate. Pei Yiqing's expression was utterly melancholic. Practice ended at 7 a.m., and the ever-punctual Pei Yiqing took a few minutes to get out of class. "I've been training with most of you since my freshman year, for over 2 years. The rest have been training since my sophomore year, for over a year now. And yet, you're beaten like this by a healing awakener who's only been training for a week." Pei Yiqing felt a sense of helplessness, as if all her years of hard work had been in vain. Although she had expected her group of students to lose based on Song Shi's daily behavior over the past few days, she hadn't expected such a complete defeat. Especially after learning from Yan Qianlin that Song Shi's combat experience came from fighting in the controlled school. Starting tomorrow, we continue to increase our training. Even without Pei Yiqing needing to say it, the other team members, except Song Shi, had already silently planned how to catch up with Song Shi. Pei Yiqing's gaze swept across the unsightly faces, then he waved his hand, dismissive. "Go to the infirmary. There's a healer waiting." The crowd dispersed. Song Shi stood still. "What's wrong?" Song Shi said bluntly, "I want to fight you." Pei Yiqing was a little surprised, but he also felt that Song Shi's words were understandable. "Okay, get on the ring." With a light leap, Pei Yiqing landed steadily in the center of the ring. Song Shi saw it all. The height she leaped to was unmatched. Song Shi reached out and grabbed the ring ropes, using the force to launch herself onto the ring. The moment Song Shi landed, Pei Yiqing rushed over like a gust of wind, giving her no time to prepare. Song Shi quickly raised her hand to block. The two of them circled the ring, back and forth. Song Shi was secretly alarmed. Pei Yiqing's strength far surpassed hers. It seemed like a draw, but she could sense Pei Yiqing holding back, intending to let her unleash her full strength. "Don't worry about me," Songshur shouted, her voice rising. "Okay," Pei Yiqing's voice was flat. The next second, 3 consecutive moves in a single second, a punch from the top, an elbow from the middle, and a kick from the bottom. All Songshur's paths were blocked. The speed was so fast that Songshur barely managed to block the first 3 moves before another 3 came. Songshur was stretched to her limits, exposed, and Pei Yiqing threw her to the ground with an overhead throw. The entire ring shook. Songshur fell to the ground, her head dazed from the fall, unable to stand up for a moment. Pei Yiqing half knelt before her. "How do you feel?" Songshur was still a little confused, but she stubbornly extended her thumb. "You're amazing." "Pei Yiqing, I'm asking about your injury. Can you stand up?" Songshur rolled over, lying face up on the ring. "I'll be fine soon." 3 minutes later, Songshur rose, radiant. Pei Yiqing, standing by, felt a little envious. Who wouldn't want that kind of recovery ability? "That's enough training for today. Go home." Songshur touched her wrist, which hadn't healed from being pinched by Pei Yiqing. "Can I spar with you every day next week?" In principle, no. With so many students, she couldn't just practice with Songshur alone. If she was going to practice, they had to practice together. If she were to personally coach everyone, 3 hours of training a day wouldn't be enough to complete other tasks. Songshur nodded. The implication of this no in principle was, from now on, I can spar with you if I'm late every day. Pei Yiqing didn't respond directly. He turned and walked off the stage, his voice lingering behind him. "I won't show any mercy." Chapter 70. At 8:30 p.m., the bus stopped at Jingling Station. Because Songshur trains late every day, she had told Wang Ding a few days ago that he didn't need to prepare dinner for her. These past few days, Songshur had been eating at the convenience store. After getting off the bus today, Songshur headed to the convenience store again, bought some simple fast food, and returned to the hotel. After greeting Wang Ding, who was sitting behind the cashier, she started to go upstairs with her bag. Wang Ding suddenly called out, "Shi Xiao." Songshur looked back. Wang Ding was bending down, lifting a large box from under the cashier. "I forgot to tell you, the courier delivered a box to me this afternoon, and your name was on the signatory. Check to see if it's yours." Songshur approached, puzzled. She had never purchased anything online since she came to this world. The delivery slip on top of the box contained no other valuable information besides her name. However, a green Z icon in the lower right corner caught her eye, and Songshur immediately understood where the package had come from. "It's mine. I brought it upstairs." Songshur picked up the box and went upstairs. Swiping his card to enter his room, Songshur slammed the door shut and gently placed the box on the table. Songshur placed the plastic bag he was carrying on the table. He pulled a pair of scissors from the drawer and cut along the seal of the box, revealing the contents. The top was covered with a layer of white film, and above that was a pure white envelope with a small green Z seal on the wax. This box was her monthly benefit from registering as a healer. Songshur didn't rush to see what was under the film, but slowly opened the envelope. Congratulations to Ms. Songshur on becoming the Federation's 41,176th registered healer. Healer level, Class A, Annual Purification Volume Standard, 75 cubic meters. A short paragraph follows. In the long, dark night of humanity's journey, your presence has lit a light on the dark road ahead. To you, to me, and to all awakened healers. Elivera. Songshur had seen the name Elivera in many places. The first example given at the end of the healing chapter in the Guide to Human Differentiation is about him. He was the first SSS level awakened healer identified after the Federation established an accurate level assessment mechanism. In that era of anomalous beasts, differentiation value detection technology had not yet been developed. No one knew whether they would awaken in the future, or what they would awaken to. Besieged by anomalous beasts, humanity was defeated step by step. Bases built with so much effort were razed one after another, and ordinary people fled. Healers, with their inherently weak constitutions and no signs of awakening, were left unprotected, becoming the most vulnerable group to mass casualties during the Exodus. Without renewable energy, healers gradually became the most scarce resource, with only one healer for every 20 awakened individuals. The human living environment became increasingly harsh. Recognizing this, Elvira abandoned his frontline duties and traveled through various bases to identify individuals with healing talent. He then concentrated them in the central base, where they were protected by federal soldiers. With his discerning eye, he recognized the potential of those he selected, with an 80% chance of awakening. According to incomplete statistics, he initially discovered as many as 1,000 awakened healers, significantly alleviating the shortage of healers at the time. These individuals later became the backbone of the human base, fighting against the alien beasts. After his death, Elvira was hailed as the founder of the healing system. His purification discs were green, so the Z logo, representing a healer, also uses green. To you, to me, and to all awakened healing practitioners. Elvira. Songshur reread the words, folded the letter neatly, stuffed it back into the envelope, and placed it in the drawer. After doing all this, he lifted the top layer of thin paper in the box. As expected, underneath were neatly stacked nutrient solutions. All of them were long-lasting nutrient solutions. At 10,000 yuan per tube, there were 100 in this box. And that was just for 1 month. If she sold half of this each month, she could still get 500,000 yuan. But she hadn't thought of that yet. She would wait until she was truly short of money. Songshur pulled out a tube, held it to eye level, and shook it gently. The pink liquid inside was a gelatinous substance. Songshur unscrewed the bottle and drank a bottle. Tasteless. Moving the remaining nutrient solution to the side of the table, Songshur changed into comfortable pajamas and sat back at her desk. While eating dinner, she flipped through the thick anatomy book. She studied until 12:30 a.m. Songshur looked up from her book. Even though she had been sitting in this position, her healing powers hadn't caused any pain in her neck. Out of habit, Songshur twisted her neck twice to stretch her muscles, closed the anatomy book, turned off the desk lamp, stood up, and walked to her bed, ready to go to sleep. A sudden noise came from downstairs. Ever since she awakened her berserker element, the room, which she once considered perfectly soundproof, had become about as soundproof as an ordinary house. Songshur, his ears perked up, heard the sounds of chairs being smashed and the noises of a drunken man picking fights. This hotel, situated at a busy intersection, boasted a prime location, which meant it was always packed, despite its unrefined interior. When there were more people, there would be disturbances. Especially at night, when the city security team went into hiding, the security in the outer city was abysmally poor, rife with thugs. To mitigate any disturbances, the burly Wang Ding manned the cash register every night. Just to be safe, Wang Ding even kept a pistol handy. Unexpectedly, even then, someone would still come to cause trouble. The noise downstairs showed no sign of stopping, and it seemed to be getting more intense. Songshur threw on his coat, opened the door, and walked out. "What are you doing with that old, empty gun? Tell your daughter to come out and show me what's wrong? Point at me again. I chop off your finger." Without the door blocking the noise, the clamor was suddenly clearer. Songshur looked up and saw Tang Yu, dressed in her pajamas, running down the hallway. Her face was anxious, as she held onto the railing, preparing to go downstairs. Songshur glanced at her soft pink nightgown and the plush headband on her head, frowning. He quickly stepped forward and grabbed her arm. "Don't go down." Judging from their conversation, the troublemakers downstairs were targeting Tang Yu. "It's okay," Tang Yu said, pushing Songshur's hand away and quickly running downstairs, her voice trailing behind her. "This happens all the time in my house. As long as they see I can use my powers, they leave. The awakened hold an unparalleled status in the Federation. Ordinary people certainly don't bother them." But Songshur remained concerned and followed Tang Yu downstairs. Chapter 71. The two of them walked up the last flight of stairs. Crack! The sound of glass shattering suddenly rang out. Tang Yu, sensing something, suddenly quickened her pace, taking 2 steps at a time. As she neared the foot of the stairs, she saw a scene that made her tremble and scream, "Let go of my dad!" Songshur walked up behind her, leaning slightly forward, lowering his gaze through the beams of the hall, and took in the scene at the cashier counter. 2 men about the same size as Wang Ding were gripping his arms, and his head drooped limply. From her perspective, she could see a large swelling on his forehead. Thick blood flowed from his hair, dripping down his face and onto the floor, mixing with a pool of clear liquid. A tall, thin man, as thin as a monkey, stood before Wang Ding, clutching the wine bottle he had used to hit someone. Only a small fragment of the bottle remained, the broken tip of the glass pointed at Wang Ding, as if he were about to plunge the remaining glass into his head. Tang Yu yelled. The man, likely drunk, had a paralyzed nerve and slowed reflexes. He looked sluggishly toward the source of the sound, his thrusts pausing for a moment. Tang Yu seized the opportunity to lunge and push him away, then returned to rescue Wang Ding, whose face was covered in blood. Songshur also descended the stairs, the strong smell of alcohol wafting into her nostrils. She touched her nose with her finger, frowning at the three strangers in the hotel. They were all middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s, with sturdy builds, about the same size as Wang Ding. Their uniform vests and leather pants revealed muscular arms covered in tattoos. Compared to the two burly men restraining Wang Ding, the sharp-faced man in the middle looked a bit thinner, yet he was much taller than Tang Yu, who stood before him. These men looked drunk and out of their minds. They were the kind who failed to weigh the pros and cons. Their bestial urges were driven to the surface, and they couldn't control themselves. Could Tang Yu's awakened status really scare them off? Song Shi was skeptical. She moved aside, standing in a less conspicuous position. If Tang Yu could handle the situation civilly, without disrupting business, everyone would be happy. If these people didn't know what to do, she could intervene in time. Tang Yu's hands were engulfed in flames, her cheeks flushed in the light. She stared at the two men who held Wang Ding's arms tightly. I'm a fire awakened. This is my home. He's my father. Let him go now, or the city security team arrives tomorrow, and you all be in jail. Her anger was ignored. Her pink outfit was far from threatening. Even though she held the flames only possessed by awakened, to this drunken, unbridled crowd, she looked like a child holding a lighter and threatening, I burn your hair if you don't leave. A hand with muddy nails touched the plush bow headband on her head. Tang Yu shuddered and immediately turned, aiming the flame at the skinny man behind her, forcing him back. She raised her voice again, radiating disgust and nausea, and said crisply, I'm an awakened. Get out of here. The man showed no fear. He dropped the remaining bottle, rubbed his hands, and smiled a lewd smile. So what if I'm an awakened? As long as I don't kill him, what can the city security do to me? Tang Yu took a step back in disbelief, clearly encountering this kind of precarious situation for the first time. But she calmed down faster than Song Shi had imagined. She ignited the flames even more fiercely, filling the air with heat. Awakened individuals can kill without punishment from the city security. If you dare come up here, I burn you to death. The tall, lanky man finally felt a little wary. But he looked at the girl before him, licked his lips, and his mind raced. This is your hotel. If you dare set us on fire, it's doomed. Don't forget there are a lot of people staying upstairs. How will you and your father afford the compensation? Faced with such a scoundrel, Tang Yu's arms trembled with anger. Seeing Tang Yu helpless, the tall, lanky man chuckled, wiped his saliva from the corner of his mouth, and winked at the two men behind him. Wang Ding was thrown to the ground. He regained some consciousness, and seeing his daughter surrounded, his heart ached. Little Yuzi. Leave me alone. Leave now, he uttered incoherently. Tang Yu looked back at him with distress. Seizing the opportunity to turn around, his skinny, dirty hand struck her, accompanied by a triumphant laugh. Lying on his back, Wang Ding's eyes shrieked, and he exerted his last bit of strength to try to get up. The hands that were reaching for Tang Yu were suddenly stopped. Seeing the three men being disloyal, Song Shi hooked her toes, randomly selected a wine bottle from the scattered floor, and tossed it into the air. She reached out and grabbed the bottle by the mouth, striking the tall, thin man's hands as they reached for Tang Yu. The crisp sound of the thick bottle colliding with the bones of his wrist was particularly moving to Song Shi's ears. Ah! The tall, thin man screamed, quickly retracting his hands and rubbing them furiously. He was half sober. He looked at the person coming and saw it was a girl of Tang Yu's age. In his excitement, he felt somewhat immune to the pain. He subconsciously labeled Song Shi a weak girl, powerless to resist. He forgot who had hit him earlier. He simply felt he won today. Grab one, get one free. We three brothers can have some fun today. Bang! Song Shi didn't even have the patience to listen to him. The bottle struck him squarely on the head, shattering, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Play? What? Play with you? Song Shi casually threw the bottle, only the top remaining, in his hand. The man clutched his head, his body convulsing, his back arched, his screams rising higher and higher. Shut up. There's someone sleeping upstairs. Song Shi bent his knee and kicked upward, his knee pressing against his drooping head. The man cried out in pain, his head tilted up, his neck forming a graceful curve. A stream of blood streamed from his mouth, marring the aesthetic. Several broken teeth, mixed with blood, spit onto the ground. He finally couldn't scream anymore. Song Shi wasn't finished yet. He twisted around, removed the plush headband from Tang Yu's head, and gently broke it, revealing the sharp plastic fracture inside. She twirled the broken headband between her fingers, lowering her eyes to stare at the man, who had fallen to the ground. Can't you control your hands? The man shook his head frantically at Song Shi's movements. He couldn't speak anymore, and he kicked forward with his legs, leaning back. He just wanted to get away. A trail of water trailed across the ground. The wine he had spilled earlier now soaked his clothes, chilling him to the bone. Songshur sneered at his disheveled appearance, then stepped on his knee. Unable to retreat any further, the man looked up at Songshur with a terrified expression, his hands clasped together in a gesture of pleading. Songshur showed no mercy, stabbing the broken ends of the headband into both of his collarbones. The man's body could no longer bear the intense pain, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the pain. Tang Yu, with her back to Songshur, split the flames in two, blocking the other two from approaching. The blazing flames burned one man's arm, and he jumped back. The tattoo on his arm curled up, and he wanted to touch it but didn't dare. The other man dodged Tang Yu's left hand and reached out to grab her arm. After Songshur finished dealing with the tall, thin man, he turned and saw this scene. The man reaching towards Songshur felt a sudden sense of oppression, and he couldn't understand where it came from. A hand suddenly appeared and pulled Tang Yu away. Chapter 72. Then, his pupils reflected a fist that was gradually enlarging. Bang! The 2-meter-tall man's body fell straight backward. He was not far from the cash register, and the back of his head hit the edge of the counter with a loud thud. His body then bent, and he slid down weakly against the counter. After knocking the man unconscious with a punch, Songshur rubbed his fist. A streak of blood spread from the spot where the man's head had been struck. The scene was somewhat eerie. Songshur subconsciously glanced at Tang Yu. Tang Yu's shoulder-length hair was disheveled from the fight. Her eyes half closed, her long eyelashes masking her emotions. It was unclear what she was thinking. There was only one person left to deal with. From the corner of his eye, Songshur saw the man quietly making his way upstairs. The exit from the cash register had now been blocked by her and Tang Yu. He could only escape from the upper floors, either by jumping out a window or waking a few people. How could Songshur let him alert the others? Just as he was about to catch up to him, a red wine bottle flew past Songshur's ear, sending a gust of air blasting through the air before striking the man squarely on the back of the head. The man's back stiffened, and then he leaned back, tumbling down the stairs. The stairs were narrow, and his massive body was stuck, twisting in a twisted position. Songshur paused and looked back to see Tang Yu retracting her throw. After a pause, Songshur spoke, "What should we do with these 3 people? They were merely unconscious, not dead. If we handed them over to the city security team tomorrow, it wouldn't affect them either. They were awakened. These 3 people broke into someone's home in the middle of the night and committed atrocities. They were acting in self-defense. The Federation doesn't have the concept of excessive self-defense. Especially in the outer city, where the city security team solves tens of thousands of cases daily, there's no need to dwell on whether it's self-defense. As long as they can determine who struck first and whose status is more prominent, the case can be easily closed." Tang Yu stepped over the body lying in front of her and bent down to pick up Wang Ding's beloved fortune cat and the broken pistol from the corner. The fortune cat's arm was broken, and she carefully pieced it together and placed it on the cash register. The pistol was in a drawer behind the cash register. She half knelt again and wiped the face of Wang Ding, who lay unconscious on the ground, with her sleeve. "I take care of these people. Please help my father heal his wounds." Songshur looked at Tang Yu's back, frowning slightly. Her body was radiating a red glow. This indicated her intense emotional fluctuations. At the same time, the perceived temperature around her was gradually rising. All the heat came from Tang Yu. This was also a sign of a fire element's anger. "Okay," Songshur agreed verbally. With a flick of his fingertips, a calm was silently cast, merging into Tang Yu's body. Since the calm skill was upgraded to A level, the color of the skill's cast had disappeared. Tang Yu, like a blazing furnace, was instantly doused with a basin of cold water, and the temperature around her plummeted. Songshur didn't offer a thorough soothing treatment. She simply wanted to ensure Tang Yu was still sane and able to make calm decisions. Tang Yu, unaware, stood up, making way for Wang Ding. Songshur took her place, half crouching, holding Wang Ding's hand, and skillfully channeling healing power into him. Tang Yu turned to look at the emaciated man lying on the ground. She walked towards him, grabbed his right arm, and dragged him out the door, disappearing into the night. 2 minutes later, Tang Yu returned and, using the same method, dragged the unconscious man leaning against the cash register. Most awakened individuals experience varying degrees of physical improvement, and Tang Yu, a fire type, was among those whose physical fitness improved significantly. She dragged away 3 men weighing 200 to 300 kilograms, her breathing steady. After removing the last man stuck on the stairs, Tang Yu never returned. Songsha repaired all of Wang Ding's more serious wounds. Considering the confrontation with the city security officers tomorrow, she left some minor injuries. Most of them were concentrated on his face, looking horrific. After completing all this, Songsha raised her gaze fixed on the door of a narrow storage room under the stairs. There was someone hiding there. She had sensed their presence the moment she came downstairs. "Come out." And I peeked through the crack in the door. The person inside hesitated, wanting to come out but not quite daring. Songsha lifted Wang Ding onto his shoulders and peered through the door. "Led me. Where is Uncle Wang's room?" A white-haired old man finally shakily emerged from behind the door. He was a clerk Wang Ding had hired to work the shifts. Wang Ding worked the store at night, and he worked the day. She usually saw him eating at the cashier on her way to school in the mornings. The old man, leaning on a cane, his eyes welling with tears, looked at Songsha with a mixture of gratitude and fear. "I was here to bring Xiao Wang a midnight snack." The three of them suddenly barged in. Xiao Wang, seeing the situation was getting out of hand, told me to hide in the storage room. I didn't expect these people to be so aggressive. Luckily you were here." Songsha patiently listened to the old man's ramblings, then carried Wang Ding up the stairs and into his room. "Where's Xiao Yuzi?" the old man asked with concern. "I go find her. You keep an eye on the shop." "Okay." The old man nodded, sighing as he watched Songsha descend the stairs. He had always disapproved of Wang Ding renting the house at such a low price to this girl, especially one who had gotten into so much trouble. She had offended the deputy captain of the city security team, and with their power, they could easily bring down Wang Ding's small hotel. He knew Wang Ding was a kind man, and seeing a young girl with nowhere to go reminded him of his own daughter. He felt compassion and took her in. But in today's world, controlling one's compassion is the key to a safe and secure life. But Wang Ding wouldn't listen. His daughter was also a stubborn person, and both father and daughter, like possessed, insisted on renting the house at a low price. Fortunately, the girl was lucky. The deputy captain of the city security team fell first, preventing the hotel from causing any trouble. The girl also awakened a healing ability. I heard that the director at school was very fond of her, and was being given special training. While Wang Ding had good judgment, that didn't mean his kindness would be reciprocated by the girl. After all, ungratefulness wasn't determined by ability. He tended to assume the worst of people. He always believed that anyone who had endured extreme social injustice for 17 years would naturally develop a twisted and dark personality. But today, the girl took the initiative to help, rescuing the father and daughter. The solution was rough, but effective. The old man, tapping his cane, slowly walked downstairs, sighing that Wang Ding's kindness hadn't been wasted. Songsha stood at the hotel entrance. Tang Yu wasn't around. Chapter 73. A strange smell lingered in the air. Songsha's nose twitched as he walked toward the east side of the hotel, where the strong smell was. There were several traces of dragging on the ground. It extended all the way to a small alley on the east side of the hotel, only 4 or 5 meters deep. Songsha remembered that the alley connected to the back door of another hotel. Garbage from both families was always piled up there. Songsha walked a dozen meters, until the alley was right in front of him. The pungent smell intensified, and the faint glow of the fire cast a slanting, dancing shadow on the ground. Songsha glanced around. It was 1 a.m., and there were still people wandering the streets. But for the time being, no one approached the stinking garbage heap. Songsha dodged inside. The flames burned her face, and she instinctively raised her hands to shield her face. "You're here?" Tang Yu's voice rang out from the firelight. Songsha squinted her eyes and looked. Tang Yu stood with her back to her in front of a pile of unknown burning materials, her silhouette swaying in the dancing flames. She turned her head, her slightly chubby face lit by the flames, like the color of a morning glow. "I burn them," she whispered softly. Songsha's heart trembled as he peered into the flammable material. Several charred objects, resembling human limbs, crackled in the flames. The intense heat of the fire system pulverized the black objects from the outside in, gradually shrinking in size. Tang Yu's mental fortitude impressed Songsha. But her biggest concern now was, what about the surveillance? There was a surveillance camera above the hotel cashier, and 2 more at the corner of the alley she had walked through. The security camera at the cash register was easy to deal with. It was my own, and the records could be cleared, but the other 2. Those 2 cameras broke last year, and no one has come to fix them, Tang Yu said. Songsha breathed a sigh of relief. In the 10 seconds they spoke, the flames consumed the remaining bones. Tang Yu consciously controlled the flames, preventing them from spreading and gradually dying out. The ground was charred, with a layer of ash in the middle. The walls on either side were also smoke black. Leave the city security officers to me tomorrow. You won't know anything. You slept all night and didn't hear anything. Tang Yu arranged the next steps. She would face this alone. Songshur knew Tang Yu was meticulous. In this situation where the bodies had been nearly destroyed, whatever she said was the truth. Nodding, Songshur's gaze stumbled upon Tang Yu's hands. She clutched her pajamas tightly, and they were trembling noticeably. She watched helplessly as 3 people burned to death. She had actually started the fire herself. Most people's mental defenses wouldn't be able to withstand such a shocking scene. But Tang Yu was still able to clearly plan how to clear her name. If they don't die, you die. Killing them will eliminate future trouble. You made the wisest choice. Don't worry about it. In today's situation, if she hadn't been there, leaving Tang Yu and Wang Ding alone, the end result would have been a fight to the bitter end. Those 3 men wouldn't let Tang Yu go, and Tang Yu wouldn't let them do anything to her. Pushed into a corner, she would definitely set those 3 on fire in the hotel. The rundown hotel was filled with flammable materials, and the fire would be difficult to control, ultimately destroying the entire hotel. If this had happened to Songshur, she would have made the same choice as Tang Yu. Only by completely annihilating them could she rest in peace. Wei Yu hadn't killed her before she was still a normal person, and as a result, she had sent him to prison to be executed. This was the lesson she had learned from entering this cruel world. Tang Yu's tolerance was far greater than Songshur had imagined. Her solace was the truth Tang Yu had long understood. Tang Yu walked around the pile of ashes, glanced at the camera facing them around the corner, and said to Songshur, "You go back and rest. I clean up these traces." Songshur glanced at the time on his laptop. It was already 1:30 a.m. The 5-person team had agreed to meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Songshur ultimately chose to clean up all possible traces with Tang Yu, and then instructed the only surviving witness, the old man. His testimony was the same as Songshur's. They had both been asleep and had heard nothing. After completing all this, Songshur returned to his room to rest, while Tang Yu went into Wang Ding's room to check on him. Songshur took another shower, washing off the bloody smell. It was already 3 o'clock when he lay down in bed. The moment his head touched the pillow, Songshur quickly fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sound of heavy footsteps in the hallway and a knock on the door interrupted Songshur's sleep. "Open the door. This is routine work for the city security team. Please cooperate." Songshur rubbed his messy hair irritably, got out of bed, and opened the door. "What for?" 2 officers in black uniforms stood outside the door. "Did you hear anything around 1 o'clock last night?" Songshur leaned against the door, yawned, and shook his head. "No, I was already asleep." "Are you sure? We're recording every word you say now. If you lie, conceal anything, or anything like that, we hold you accountable later," the officer standing closer said sternly. His companion was holding the laptop's camera, aiming it at Songshur, recording the entire process. Songshur remained calm. "I'm sure. But what happened last night? This involves the victim's privacy. We won't reveal it to you." The officer coldly closed the laptop. "If you remember anything, feel free to contact us." Songshur hummed a soft hum and closed the door. A knock on the door across the street was heard. Although he had only slept for 3 hours, Songshur was no longer sleepy after all this. After washing and changing, Songshur took a tube of nutrient solution from the box, unscrewed the cap, pushed open the door, and sipped it as he headed downstairs. The morning sun streamed through the window onto the cash register, where a small, red-themed Lucky Cat stood alone. Tang Yu and Wang Ding were nowhere to be seen. They must have been taken back to the city security team for questioning. The entire hotel was surrounded by a cordon. The hotel was at a busy intersection, and the sudden appearance of a cordon caught the attention of everyone passing by on their way to work. This kind of scene was not uncommon in the outer cities of the Federation. Everyone had a murder scene, a shooting, or a fight nearby. Everyone was used to it, just a casual glance and hurried on. 3 or 5 police officers stood outside the cordon, chatting. Songshur approached a little closer, and she could hear the officers' voices clearly, even though they were not trying to lower their voices. "The interrogation is going to be fine. We'd be able to withdraw in 2 hours at most. It's true that when you live long enough, you see everything. Someone actually dares to covet an awakened, and a fire type at that. If they targeted that healer, they might have succeeded." Chapter 74. Songshur, that healing type? Was he talking about her? The 2 officers who knocked on her door at 6 in the morning pointed their computer cameras at her. It turned out, they weren't just recording the situation, they also had facial recognition. No matter which one they chose, they'd die. It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. They don't take the awakened seriously because we in District 11 have been living in comfort for too long. The only officer, his uniform capped neatly on, said disdainfully, once the alien beasts truly enter the human base, we ordinary people won't have the right to comment on the awakened. Songshur heard this officer's deep respect for the awakened. This is the norm in this world for the awakened. Those 3 drunken individuals yesterday are rare. Songshur bent down, preparing to slip through the cordon. The officer in the cap caught sight of her, and immediately stepped forward to stop her. Hey girl, don't go in. We're on lockdown now. No one is allowed to leave. Songshur, halfway inside, exclaimed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the officer's voice boomed. So many people were looking at him as he passed by. Songshur, bent over, nearly crushed the bottle of nutrient solution in her mouth. Neither advancing nor retreating was an option. I have an emergency. Songshur finally chose to step forward and stand outside the cordon. The officer pointed behind Songshur. Those people behind you have urgent matters, but they still have to follow the rules. Songshur looked back and saw heads clinging to the windows of the second and third floors of the hotel. They were all guests staying there last night, now cordoned off. While Songshur was looking back, the officer lifted the cordon and re-entered the area. It's already 7 o'clock. We're supposed to gather at 8 o'clock. Songshur thought about the officer's attitude toward the awakened. She immediately made up an excuse. I need to go for training. The officer in the hat looked at her with a sullen gaze, confused. Training what? I'm the healing awakened you were talking about. I'm going to school for training. I'm going to be late. I hope you can let me pass. When Songshur mentioned she was a healing awakened, the officer who had mentioned her earlier froze and became embarrassed. The conversation they had just had wasn't exactly friendly. And she had even heard it. Brother Liu, I think we can let her go, the officer frantically said, trying to make amends. There's nothing suspicious about this lady. We're going to lift the cordon soon anyway. It's only for an hour. Don't delay her training. The officer in the hat, known as Brother Liu, hesitated for a moment before finally raising the cordon himself. Go ahead, train hard. The other party's final words, train hard, made Songshur feel a little ashamed, but then he realized that completing the hunting group's mission was, in a way, also training for himself. Songshur immediately left without a second thought, feeling no burden. When they arrived at the meeting point, Shinan Station, Xiaolan and Lao Niu were already there. Both were wearing the currently popular leather jacket and leather pants style, which 7 or 8 out of 10 people on the street wore, making them perfect for blending in with the crowd. Xiaolan stood at the bus stop, her legs crossed, her arms folded across her chest, looking Songshur up and down. Shirt and short skirt. These were the outfits she had specifically specified in her plan, perfectly suiting the preferences of her target, Bao Bo. Songshur did as instructed, and Xiaolan nodded in satisfaction. Good job, you've read the plan carefully, she praised. More than that, Songshur not only read his own plan several times, but also memorized everyone else's plan. After all, it was his first mission, and Songshur wanted to complete it perfectly. Old Niu was worried that Songshur would be nervous about her first mission, so he tried to ease her stress. Nothing else matters. Just remember to lure the person down at Beihai Station. Xiaolan nodded in agreement. The 3 of us are on the bus with you. Be patient if you can. If not, just give us instructions, and we knock him out. As long as there's no big commotion, the city security squad won't intervene. In today's society, it's become so easy to knock someone out and kidnap them on the bus without alerting the city security squad. Yes, rules are fixed, but people are flexible, Old Niu said slowly but firmly. Songshur appreciated their kindness. Don't you have weapons? Songshur looked at Xiaolan and Lao Niu's empty hands. Xiaolan's bright red lips curled up with a hint of pride. Although our team is small, we have a clear division of labor. Yazi is in charge of weapons. He prepared all the weapons for our mission. That made sense. Songshur didn't ask any more questions. It was almost 7:50. Yazi and Zhentai arrived one after another. Here, weapons. Yazi held a plastic bag on each of his fingers, 3 different colored bags in total. The moment she saw the red, green, and blue bags, Songshur's expression nearly fell apart. Why didn't this connection look like what she had imagined? Just so casual? Yazi kept one for himself, while Xiaolan and Lao Niu each took a bag. Songshur was closest to Lao Niu, peering over his shoulder to see the contents of the bag. A dagger, its handle still mottled with rust. Not a gun? That's fine, but why is the dagger so worn? Why are you getting so timid? Lao Niu questioned, closing the plastic bag. I don't have a knife at home, so why are you giving it to me? This thing will suffice for this mission, Yosi said nonchalantly. He's just a pervert with little combat power. There's no need to make a big fuss, Captain, right? The captain, whose name was called out, was so angry that the blue balls on her head trembled. She took a deep breath and said, "Next time, I list the specific weapons for the mission. You prepare according to my list." Yosi curled her lips and fell silent. The 5-member team fell into a brief silence. The bespectacled boy, who had been invisible until then, cleared his throat and coughed twice. Everyone's eyes turned to him. It's 8 o'clock. Get ready. Bus 403 has arrived at the next stop. Xiaolon patted Lao Nyo's shoulder and made one final arrangement. Leave the student girl to you. I take care of the glasses. Yaozi, you board the bus and check if there's a target. Bao Bo moved after his release from prison, and no one knows where he lives now. According to information provided by the client, he's always on bus 403. There are 5 bus 403s, each running 10 minutes apart. It's impossible to determine which one Bao Bo is on, or perhaps none of them. Today's first bus 403 arrived at Shinan Station. Yuzi stepped on, his hands in his pockets. He stood at the first step of the bus, his gaze quickly scanning everyone inside. The driver honked his horn, urging him, "Are you getting on?" The passengers also looked disgruntled. Seeing no target, Yuzi stepped back and got off the bus. I suddenly remembered I have something else to do, so I'm going to leave. The driver cursed, I'm already annoyed by working so early in the morning, and now I'm dealing with this idiot. Chapter 75. The bus door slammed shut, betraying the driver's anger. Yazi turned away, spread his hands, and casually said, "Let's wait for the next one." The bus stop soon filled up, and the 5 of them scattered among the crowd, pretending not to know each other. 3 more number 403 buses arrived, and Yazi boarded each one, but there was no sign of their target, Bao Bo. There were few people gathered at the bus stop. Songshur glanced down at the time, 9:01. She sauntered over to the boy with glasses. He was sitting cross-legged on a chair under the bus stop, his wrist-mounted laptop projecting a blue screen. He studied it intently. For privacy reasons, Songshur could not see the screen. Pushing up her skirt, Songshur sat down next to the little boy and asked, "Aren't you proficient in all kinds of hacking techniques? Can't you just identify Bao Bo's face and locate him?" The little boy looked up in surprise. Hacking into the federal security system leaves traces. Those superbrain security guys are always on top of it. Am I going to go to jail for catching a scoundrel? Songshur. That made sense, but it sounded a bit strange. The 5th bus, bus 403, is 3 stops away. The little boy glanced at his laptop. Songshur then realized that it contained a real-time map of bus stops. Songshur rubbed her forehead, reflecting on herself. She must have watched too many science fiction movies, and couldn't distinguish between reality and fiction, which had led to her high expectations for this operation. Plus, the technological level in this world was higher than in her previous life. She had expected to see a vast array of high-tech technologies, but she hadn't expected. "Get ready, we're here." The voice of the little boy beside him perked up Songshur, who had just finished his outfit. He put his earphones in his ears, and looked in the direction of the bus. The blue bus with the number 403 written in the center slowly pulled to a stop with its flashing lights on. Songshur and the little boy stood up, pretending to get on. The thin man, Yuzi, had already boarded. He surveyed the bus, but unlike the 4 previous times, he didn't try to find an excuse to leave. Instead, he paid with his facial recognition and walked to the end of the bus. The target person is on this bus. Songshur followed Lao Nyo onto the bus. Songshur didn't rush to find the target person's location, but instead scanned the seats to the sides, seemingly searching for a suitable spot. She had to sit next to Lao Nyo. Lao Nyo was responsible for her safety, so she couldn't be too far away. Lao Nyo sat on the left side of the second-to-last row. Songshur sat in the row in front of him, by the window, with the seat to his right vacant. Opening the window next to him a crack, Songshur enjoyed the breeze and listened to music. Xiaolon and Yin Jing also boarded the bus one after another. Yin Jing sat in the middle seat, with Yin Jing in the second row behind him. Sandwiched between them was a middle-aged man with a slick-back haircut and 3 moles on the back of his neck, matching the appearance of the target, Bao Bo. Across the aisle from the target, Xiaolon held onto her wristband, looking down at her laptop like an internet addict. The bus slowly started moving, heading towards the next stop. Songshur felt drowsy as the bus rocked. The warm morning sun shone down on her, and she slowly closed her eyes. Having only slept for 3 hours yesterday, it was normal to feel sleepy. Songshur didn't force herself to open her eyes. In a way, keeping them closed would give her target more opportunity to commit the crime. But she remained vigilant. She was acutely aware of an undisguised gaze directed her way. It was a gaze that was intense, from above, and it made Songshur feel quite uncomfortable. She endured it, not opening her eyes. It wasn't Beihai Station yet. She endured it. Perhaps she was truly sleepy. Songshur's consciousness was rapidly dwindling. The air smelled of sunshine. She felt as if she were in a dreamland, strangely comfortable, both mentally and physically. Songshur realized something was wrong. She tried to break free of this half-awake state, but found she couldn't control her hands or feet. She was trapped in this body. Songshur grew anxious. She could clearly feel the bus's stops and starts, the robotic female voice announcing a successful facial recognition scan, and the tactile sensation of air flowing past her. She even heard the announcement, Beihai Station has arrived. Beihai Station was their mission destination. They were going to abduct their target, Bao Bo, at this station. Why couldn't she move? What about the others? If they were still conscious, they wouldn't have kept her awake until now. The situation was more serious than she imagined. What method could have caused all 5 of them to lose control of their bodies simultaneously? Songshur instantly thought of superpowers. Hypnotic powers, psychic, or superbrain powers above level A. There was a superpower on this bus. Was it Bao Bo or someone else? If it was Bao Bo, he must have hypnotized her for a purpose. If his target lost control of their body, even unable to speak, wouldn't that facilitate his actions? But the seat next to her was empty. Bao Bo wasn't with her. Little boy. Songshur couldn't help but mobilize all her mental energy. She needed to regain control of her body. Hypnosis is essentially about controlling the mind. As a healer and a spiritually awakened being, her mental energy could surely repel the other person's control. Songshur continuously directed her mental energy to impact her brain. Wake up, wake up. Songshur first noticed that she could frown. But she still couldn't open her eyes. She could move her mouth, and Songshur immediately bit the tip of her tongue. The smell of blood emanated from her mouth, and a sharp pain slowly spread to her brain. Songshur opened her eyes instantly. Control of her body was regained, and Songshur looked towards the spot where Bao Bo had sat before she lost consciousness. It was a curly-haired woman. Sitting next to the little boy was Bao Bo. The little boy's head rested on his shoulder, and the two of them cuddled together. Songshur stood up and quickly approached, grabbing Bao Bo's shoulder. Bao Bo was startled by the sudden grab, his body trembling violently. He quickly withdrew his hand from the little boy's leg and turned to look at Songshur. Wake them all up. In the entire back half of the car, everyone was sleeping with their heads tilted to one side. Xiaolon, who had been standing nearby with her handcuffed, had somehow leaned back against a seat and slept soundly. How did you know? Bao Bo's eyes widened in horror the moment he saw Songshur's face. How did you wake up? He had specifically taken care of Songshur, and he was certain that Songshur was completely hypnotized by him. Why did she wake up so quickly? And she knew that he had hypnotized the people in the back of the car? Recover them all. Songshur raised her voice. She nudged the little boy's head a few times, and it slammed against the glass on the other side with a loud thud, but he showed no sign of waking. Chapter 76. The unaffected people at the front of the car looked at Songshur with strange expressions. He was making a scene for no reason, and even shoving someone's head against the window. I don't know what you're talking about. Bao Bo stood up, away from Songshur, and addressed the people at the front of the car. Who are you? I don't know you. Songshur gritted his teeth. He considered knocking him out now. We arrived at Shiju Station. The announcement at the front of the bus sounded at this time. The back door of the bus opened automatically. Bao Bo, seeing a chance to escape, hurried towards the back door. With him gone, the hypnosis should be lifted soon. Songshur sent a message from his computer to the 5-person team group. I'm chasing Bao Bo off the bus at Shiju Station. Wake up and come quickly. After jumping off the bus, Bao Bo took off. Songshur immediately gave chase. She avoided crowded places, waiting until she reached a less crowded alleyway before accelerating and kicking Bao Bo in the back. Bao Bo fell face first to the ground. Songshur stepped forward, twisted his arms behind his back, and then, with his tie, bound them tightly together. Who are you? Who sent you here? Why are you tying me up? Songshur lifted him from the ground with one hand. People were still passing by, and their movements had already attracted a few people to stop. The sight of a woman in a shirt and short skirt tying up a middle-aged man in a suit and tie his face covered in dirt, was truly eerie. Songshur surveyed the surroundings and, pushing Bao Bo, began to turn right. Bao Bo's legs were firmly planted on the ground. Where are you taking me? Are you going to kill me? I didn't do anything. You've got the wrong guy. Songshur kicked him in the butt. Shut up. I start a fight in front of so many people. According to the employer's instructions, this man was to be beaten and the area cut off. This final step in the plan certainly wasn't hers to do. But since Lao Nil wasn't around, she didn't mind doing it for him. Bao Bo panicked. He tried several times to break free from Songshur's grasp, but couldn't. He quickly glanced around for someone. Help! Before he could utter the word life, Songshur grabbed his jaw and applied a slight force, dislocating it. Bao Bo opened his mouth and cried out, "Ah!" But his voice was low, so no one looked at him. Songshur dragged him to an abandoned gate. During this time, Songshur felt her eyelids inexplicably heavy. She slapped Bao Bo on the back of the head. Stop your tricks. If you do anything like that again, I cut off your tongue. With these words, her mind instantly cleared. Bao Bo's mind completely crumbled at the sight of the desolate surroundings. He knelt before Songshur, his voice trembling with fear. He was still mumbling, his saliva dripping from his lips. Songshur took a picture of him and posted it to the group chat, along with his current location. He got a quick reply. Little Blue, stay safe, we be there soon, old cow. How could we fall asleep? Yuzzy, we've already taken a flight, we be there in 10 minutes. Glasses, damn. Why are my pants wet? Schoolgirl, did you see Bao Bo sitting next to me? Songshur thought of the last sentence, remembering the scene when she woke up and saw them face to face. She felt a chill in her heart, goosebumps covering her skin. She didn't reply, putting down her laptop and preparing to fix Bao Bo's dislocated jaw. All she saw was a slick of saliva mixed with blood and dirt from the fall. A bit disgusting. But she still had a few questions to ask him, and she had to do it before anyone else arrived. Songshur suppressed her nausea, picked up Bao Bo's suit jacket, held it in her hand, and pried his jaw back. I was wrong. I was wrong. Bao Bo cowed out frantically, tears streaming down his face, his neatly combed hair completely unraveling. I was just looking for excitement. Please forgive me. I definitely turn over a new leaf. Are you an awakened? Songshur asked, and Bao Bo seemed to remember his identity. Yes, I'm a healer. Please forgive me for my awakened status. The employer's information didn't mention Bao Bo as an awakened. Xiaolan had specifically researched Bao Bo before making her plan, including whether he was an awakened, and the answer was no. The information he had filed indicated that he was not an awakened. But it's a fact that he can hypnotize. Unless he awakened without registering with the Supernatural Powers Administration. This situation rarely occurs in the Federation. After all, the social treatment of awakened people is vastly different from that of ordinary people. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Right now, this isn't Songshur's primary concern. Healer? How can a healer hypnotize? Isn't that a psychic power? Songshur rubbed his fists. How dare you lie to me? Bao Bo, who had felt the power of Songshur's palm, saw her move and felt a chill on the back of his head where Songshur had struck him. He swallowed, his face pale as paper. I'm not lying. Even a healer doesn't have the ability to hypnotize. Except when using the repair power, which causes the patient's wounds to heal rapidly, cells to grow rapidly, and physical energy to be depleted, gradually leading to a sleep. But today on the bus, they weren't injured, nor did they feel asleep, but rather a sense of being controlled and imprisoned. I don't know how I developed hypnosis. Suddenly, one day, I was looking for a little excitement on the bus. I hoped the other person wouldn't notice me, and ideally, they fall asleep. I was thinking about this, and they actually fell asleep, Bao Bo stammered. Songshur was skeptical. That's how it happened. Bao Bo nodded hurriedly. That's how it happened. Gradually, I discovered I had this ability. At first, I could only render 1 or 2 people unconscious, but later I could render everyone in a bus unconscious except the driver. But rendering everyone unconscious consumes too much mental energy, and I fall asleep myself. Songshur pondered how he discovered this ability. She was so interested in how he used hypnosis because she was still missing 6 skills from her mental ability panel. Bao Bo had given her inspiration. Why didn't you register with the Supernatural Power Administration? Because, Bao Bo glanced at Songshur cautiously, because my only skill is hypnosis. Songshur frowned. Bao Bo hurriedly explained, I'm a high-probability healer, but I never awakened. Later, when I discovered I could hypnotize, I registered with the Supernatural Power Administration, and they cut my wrists. I have no self-healing ability, and my mental strength is low. Bao Bo said bitterly. They said I'm not a healer at all. Songshur had never seen such a situation before. Healers can't heal themselves. No, since he can't heal himself, he's probably not a healer. It's just that because he's a high-probability healer, he subconsciously believes he's awakened to the healer type. Chapter 77. Didn't they reschedule your genetic sequence testing? Generally, in controversial situations, genetic sequence testing can confirm a person's differentiation direction with 100% certainty. As far as Songshur knows, there are the Berserker type Bad C gene, the Healing type H gene, the Warrior type gene cluster. After awakening, these genes will be highly expressed. No. Bao Bo hung his head, overcome with grief. I'm already 40, and 18 was the final awakening deadline. Those at the administration thought I was causing trouble. The only people registered for awakening at the Supernatural Administration were teenagers. He, a 40-year-old middle-aged man, stood out among the children. I said I could hypnotize, and they asked me to perform it in public. But I looked at those old faces and felt no desire at all. I couldn't hypnotize at all. Then they arrested me and imprisoned me for 7 days, accusing me of misappropriating public resources. Songshur stared at Bao Bo, who knelt on the ground and complained bitterly. If the other person were a psychic awakener, hypnosis wouldn't be surprising. But if he truly was a healer, Songshur didn't want to miss this possibility. She reached out and plucked a hair from Bao Bo's head. What are you doing? Bao Bo watched in horror as Songshur wrapped his hair in a tissue and put it in her backpack. Songshur had no intention of explaining. She heard footsteps approaching quickly. Songshur took a step back. Worry about yourself. As soon as she finished her words, Xiaolan came running like the wind. She stopped in front of Bao Bo and kicked him away. Are you okay? She didn't even glance at the fallen Bao Bo. She turned back and grabbed Songshur's arm, her voice slightly panting. Songshur shook his head. Bao Bo, who had been kicked to the ground, said, He's the one who's hurt, okay? He had just struggled to get up, and before he could even recover from the dizziness from the previous blow, he was met with another furious kick to the chest. What did you do to me? The little boy screamed in despair, grabbing Bao Bo's collar. The more he ran, the more he felt something was wrong. How could he have fallen asleep for no reason? The more he thought about it, the more desperate he became. Bao Bo argued, I didn't do anything really. I just saw the seat next to you was open, so I sat over there. It would have been better if he hadn't said it, because once he did, it confirmed all of the little boy's suspicions. Where's the knife? Where's the knife? Yuzi, give me the knife. The little boy threw him back to the ground and pulled the knife from Yozi's pocket. Yuzi didn't stop him. Xiaolan pulled Songshur aside, his back to them. Ah! The screams from behind continued. Xiaolan shifted Songshur's attention. Do you know martial arts? A little. Not just anyone can join the hunting group. The job interview is a screening process to weed out unqualified candidates. The fact that Songshur made it in proved she was quite capable. So, Xiaolan didn't ask too many questions during the interview to join the 5-person team. After all, their team was pretty badass. They just needed a low-skilled position that anyone could fill. We fell asleep in the car for no apparent reason. It seems like the work of an awakened one. Bao Bo might have had help. Did you see anyone suspicious after you woke up? Xiaolan asked. Songshur had no intention of revealing that Bao Bo might be an awakened. The charge of harming an awakened was too serious. As long as she didn't say it, and Bao Bo had no place to go for testing, he would never be an awakened. No, he was sitting next to Yan Jing when I woke up, and he missed his stop. I chased him here. No one else was involved. Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But it's suspicious that we suddenly fell asleep. Any encounters with awakened individuals during the mission must be reported. We need to write a report when we get back. Songshur still remembered that he was hired to do odd jobs. I write it. Yan Jing used to do this job. Xiaolan glanced back and shook her head. Today's events were quite a blow to him, and he might not be able to recover for a while. You write it. I send you a few templates. Ask me if you're unsure. Songshur nodded. You performed well on the spot this time, Xiaolan said with an admiring expression. Without you, we have failed the mission. Our team always rewards people based on merit, and you earned the lion's share of the points this time. Ever since the registered healer delivered a whole box of nutrient solution, Songshur isn't as short of money as before. Give it to Yan Jing, he's made the biggest sacrifice this time. Xiaolan, okay. Chapter 78. The two chatted for about 10 minutes before the noises behind them died down. The smell of blood began to spread. Songshur frowned. She inexplicably disliked the smell. She felt like she missed something. Is the video finished? Xiaolan had already turned and asked the people responsible for filming it. It's finished, Lan Yo said slowly. I've sent it to you. Xiaolan's computer beeped, and she lowered her head to check if the video met her employer's requirements. The footage was bloody, and she frowned as she scrolled through the progress bar. Songshur glanced at Bao Bo, who lay unconscious on the ground. A piece of cloth covered his private parts, and the smell of blood was emanating from there. Something was wrong. Songshur's heartbeat grew stronger. There was something hidden in the bloody smell. Songshur's nose twitched. At the same time, he glanced around warily. They were outside a dilapidated iron gate covered in creeping ivy. The two iron gates were chained together, each secured by a silver, square lock the size of a human head. Inside, weeds as tall as a man grew, towering trees dotted the landscape, and the roof of a villa was faintly visible. A fishy odor emanated from within. It mingled with the scent of fresh blood flowing from Bao Bo, a stench 10 times stronger. Songshur stared at the layers of grass within the fence, his eyes narrowed. Black gas. Songshur's face paled as she shouted, "Run!" Before anyone else could react, she grabbed Xiaolan's arm, who was still looking down at the video feed, and dragged her back the way they had come. Xiaolan, still unable to react, allowed Songshur to drag her along. The remaining three were even more confused. They exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand Songshur's reasoning, as teammates, they decided to do as she said. The 5 of them, 2 in front and 3 in the back, sprinted back the way they had come. Soon, the other 4 all caught the stench of a stench emanating from behind. Whose body, dead years ago, is hiding here? Yozi cursed as he ran, clutching his nose. Yanjing simply covered his nose and retched, unable to utter a word. This smell isn't right, Lan Yo said, running quickly, following closely behind Songshur. It smells like a strange beast called something like a dog. In his haste, he couldn't recall the name. Four-eyed stinky dog, Songshur said with a tense face. She had seen it before, while cramming through the book Encyclopedia of Strange Beasts. The strange beast's characteristics were as its name suggested: 4 eyes, a foul odor, and a preference for heat. Its habitat was generally near the equator, so it was often found in the 1st and 9th districts. How could such a strange beast appear in Area 11? How could a human base have strange beasts? How did they get in? How could they have gone unnoticed by the city security for so long? Where are those pigeons in the inner city? The pigeons refer to the flying awakened in the inner city. Each base has a group of these pigeons, responsible for scouting the base. Because they are spiritual awakened, they can identify the black aura of strange beasts. Their daily mission is to fly around the base, observing if any strange beasts sneak in. Generally, they work in conjunction with the Super Brain Awakened. The Super Brain Awakened, also known as the security personnel, are responsible for monitoring various areas within the base. Any unusual creatures detected are immediately reported, and the inner city will dispatch a team of Awakened to clear them out. Yazi hurled a barrage of questions, but unfortunately no one could answer them. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of mission accomplishment, caught off guard by this sudden appearance of something that might be a beast. The most important thing now was to escape. Behind them came Bao Bo's heart-wrenching screams. You have to remember that Bao Bo had already fainted from the pain. His screams at this moment reminded one of him being torn apart by the beast, the sound of the beast chewing on human flesh almost as if it were right next to their ears. Everyone's hands and feet were cold, too frightened to look back. Xiaolan no longer needed Songshur to drag her along. She let go of Songshur's arm and used voice control to report the situation to the computer. The 5 of them kept speeding up. But it was too late. The ground was shaking more and more. The stench was 100 times stronger than before. Songshur, whose sense of smell was more sensitive than anyone else's, turned pale from the fumes. Don't worry. Xiaolan noticed Songshur's expression change, grabbed her hand, and pulled her along. I've already reported the news. The group will send an Awakened to rescue us. Songshur's saliva flowed rapidly, her stomach churning. She felt as if she were in a cellar of fermenting corpses, the peculiar miasma of human corpses assaulting her brain. Ugh! The first to vomit was the bespectacled boy who had fallen behind. He already lacked the strength of the others, and this vomiting had left him more than 10 meters behind. Roar! The roar of a strange beast suddenly echoed, its scorching breath brushing against the bespectacled boy's back, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. Save me! He stretched out his arms toward the figures ahead, shouting desperately. Xiaolan braked suddenly, leaving a meter-long streak on the ground. She drew her dagger without hesitation and charged at the four-eyed stinkhound behind Yin Jing. Yao Zi and Lao Niu also stopped, weapons drawn, and prepared to engage. Songshur glanced back at them, then, without stopping, dodged to the base of a wall several dozen meters away, bent down, covered his mouth, and vomited repeatedly. It stinks. The book says that the four-eyed stinkhound's body odor is one of their offensive methods. They aren't particularly powerful in combat, but rely on this stench to maintain their position in the predatory world of alien beasts. They can even suffocate their natural enemies. According to research from Area 9, this stench is actually a form of mental attack. It's similar to the black aura emitted by alien beasts, and is also a mental attack. But black aura is colorless and odorless to humans. The mental attack of this stench is not as strong as the black aura, and only causes dizziness and vomiting, with the added effect of suffocation. According to the research results published by the 9th base, the only way to dispel the stench is to put the four-eyed stink dog into a coma or die. They hadn't smelled the stench when they arrived, perhaps because the four-eyed stink dog was asleep. The smell of Bao Bo's blood awoke it. Songshur looked back at the four-eyed stink dog locked in a fight with Xiaolan, and the other two. Luckily, there was only one of them. The book says that the four-eyed stink dog is a pack animal. It was 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, and judging by its size, it was still underage. Songshur couldn't remember the size of an adult four-eyed stink dog. But she knew that no adult animal was this small. The head, which looked similar to an ordinary dog, was neatly arranged with 4 eyes, providing an almost 360-degree view of the surroundings. The stench emanated from the gaps between its 4 claws. Songshur adjusted her breathing, trying to breathe more shallowly and slowly, and the urge to vomit eased. She had to think of a solution quickly. Chapter 79. Xiaolan and the others were no match for the four-eyed stinky dog. After rescuing glasses from the four-eyed stinky dog's clutches, they kept looking for a chance to escape. However, the four-eyed stinky dog seemed to sense that they wouldn't abandon their teammates, always targeting glasses, the weakest one, to slow down the others. Since the stench was also a mental attack, as a healer, she should be able to purify it just like she purified the black air. Songshur released her mental power, enveloping herself. The black air that permeated her surroundings was dispelled, but not the stench, which continued to waft into her nose. The purification skill was ineffective. Songshur didn't retract purification. After all, the alien beast's black energy was also extremely potent against the awakened one's mental power, so she had to protect herself. Mind play. Songshur used her next skill, connecting herself to the four-eyed stinky dog from a distance. She wasn't sure if it would work. This was the first time she had used this skill on a creature other than a human. The four-eyed stinky dog was furious at having its territory invaded. Amidst the constant emanation of black energy and red flames, its entire body was surrounded. Songshur threw a calm spell at it, and the four-eyed stinky dog's movements were noticeably less aggressive than before. It worked. Songshur was delighted. Scared. Songshur, tamping down the fear of the bespectacled boy, flung himself at the four-eyed stinky dog. Ouch! The four-eyed stinky dog, whose front paws had been swinging at the old cow, suddenly grasped its head. Its entire head rested on the ground, its 2 paws resting on top of its head, as if begging for mercy. The 4 men battling the four-eyed stinky dog stared at the scene before them, frozen in time. What are you standing there for? Run! Xiaolan was the first to react. Lao Niu immediately stepped forward to help the bespectacled boy up from the ground. Although he spoke slowly, on the battlefield, his speed was unwavering. The 4 men flew towards Songshur. Before they could rejoice, the four-eyed stinky dog, lying on the ground, straightened its front legs, its 4 eyes blazing in all directions. Without a natural predator, what was it afraid of? It immediately chased after its fleeing food. Its front legs curved into an arc, its hind paws pushed against the ground, and its massive body lightly leaped up, nearly 4 meters high. Once it landed, it blocked the 4 men's path. Xiaolan immediately stopped the 3 men still charging forward, raised his dagger, and retreated quickly and cautiously. Songshur stood behind the four-eyed stinky dog, clutching his nose tightly, though it was of no use. She cast 3 more fear spells in a row. She didn't know if it was because mind play only allowed 1 use of each emotion, or if the four-eyed stinky dog was already on guard, so the previous fear spells had no effect at all. She desperately needed a sleepiness spell. But besides anger, calm, and fear, no other emotions were present. It was unclear when reinforcements would arrive. Xiaolan and the other 4 had already sustained injuries, from the four-eyed stinky dog's attacks. The bespectacled boy, in particular, was the weakest fighter. He was constantly being targeted like a piece of fat meat, being bitten from time to time, and he was the most seriously injured. If they waited any longer, he would become a piece of fat meat. Songshur rushed towards the four-eyed stinky dog. Before taking action, she checked the progress of her berserk upgrade in her mind. 19%. The four-eyed stinky dog bared its fangs, biting at the head of the bespectacled boy sitting on the ground. The bespectacled boy, bitten on the leg, couldn't stand up. He sat on the ground, watching the four-eyed stinky dog approaching. He was so terrified that he closed his eyes. The other three had already been flung away by the four-eyed stinky dog, either slamming to the ground or slamming against tree branches. None of them could reach him in time. Glasses. Yazi poked his head out of the dense bushes and saw this very scene, his pupils shrinking. Crack! The four-eyed stinky dog's fangs slashed like a guillotine. But the bite was in vain. Songshur suddenly appeared, grabbed the bespectacled boy by the back of his collar, and dragged him to the back. The ground rubbed against his butt, burning with pain, but the boy didn't care. He just looked up at Songshur with tears in his eyes. At that moment, Songshur's figure seemed incredibly majestic in his eyes. Songshur was so choked up by the smoke that tears welled up in his eyes, completely oblivious to his appearance. Ugh! The tearful boy said, eh. The four-eyed stinky dog couldn't stand having its food snatched from its mouth. It pawed the ground twice in anger, making a sound in its throat as it bit Songshur. Songshur wiped his mouth and glanced quickly to the ground to his right. Before Xiaolon was thrown onto the tree branch, he had dropped his knife. Songshur immediately ran over, grabbed the knife, and rolled on the ground, dodging the four-eyed stinky dog's oncoming bite. Quickly climbing to his feet, he stabbed the four-eyed stinky dog in the back. Ouch! The four-eyed stinky dog convulsed, throwing back a painful cry. Songshur stared in disbelief at the knife, which had sunk deep into the dog's flesh. Is the berserker so powerful? It's not like Xiaolon had stabbed the four-eyed stinky dog with his knife before, but it barely left a mark. Songshur had previously understood the thickness of the beast's hide. But now, she inserted the knife with remarkable ease. Yao Zi, who was in the bushes, was also stunned by this scene. He glanced at the dagger in his own hand, then at Songshur's. When had the dagger he bought at a street vendor for 10 federal coins become so sharp? Songshur's shot didn't last long. The stench emitted by the four-eyed stink dog during its painful stimulation was twice as strong as before. She retched as she gripped the knife with both hands, slicing from the lower back of the four-eyed stink dog all the way to its tail. The knife was of poor quality, and the process was extremely difficult. Songshur, bearing almost her entire body weight on her hands, barely managed to cut 20 centimeters. Ouch! Ouch! The four-eyed stink dog lashed out in agony, lashing out with its arm-thick tail, knocking Songshur over. It shook off Songshur and immediately swung its tail like a scorpion. Facing the lying Songshur, its front paws bared their sharp claws as it slashed at his abdomen. A single strike would surely rip him apart. Songshur rolled over a dozen times on the ground, dodging the slash. The ground he hit sent flying, and dust filled the air. Songshur climbed up on one knee and looked up at the four-eyed stinky dog, whose vision was obscured by the dust. Holding the knife in his backhand, he flashed in front of it, then leaped up with his knees bent. He precisely located the dog's eyes, aimed the tip of his dagger at one of them, and stabbed it. Upgrade progress, plus 2%. Songshur landed. Ouch! Roar! The four-eyed stinky dog leaped in pain, flailing its two forelimbs wildly in the air. Wait for the dust to clear. One of the four-eyed stinky dog's eyes was bloodied, and the remaining three immediately went on alert, searching for Songshur. No, nothing at all. That damned human had vanished without a trace from sight. Xiaolon, perched on a tree fork, looked at where Songshur had hidden and felt a pang of worry for her. Chapter 80. At this moment, Songshur was hunched over, half crouching directly below the four-eyed stinky dog's blind eye. This spot was now its blind spot. The four-eyed stinky dog's nose snorted, as if carefully searching for any suspicious scents. Having read its information, Songshur knew this strange beast well. Its nose was merely a decorative ornament, long since tainted by its body odor. Songshur remained relatively calm. But squatting there wasn't a long-term solution. The four-eyed stinky dog could see her if it moved even slightly. Most importantly, this spot was practically the perfect place to smell athlete's foot. Songshur worried that if she stayed any longer, she would be completely tainted. She tilted her head slightly upwards. The four-eyed stinky dog's jaw was round, and a line of blood dripped down its left chin from its punctured left eye. Situating the location of the right eye, Songshur vaguely saw a row of thick eyelashes in that direction. This was the spot. Songshur clenched the dagger in his hand. If he pierced one more of its eyes, it would be no more powerful than an ordinary dog. Holding his breath, Songshur kicked his feet, launching himself into the air. Before the four-eyed stinky dog could even see what had suddenly appeared, its right front eye lost its sight. Now, it only had the two eyes on its back. The book states, although four-eyed stinky dogs have four eyes, for most of them, the two most important are the front two. This is because four-eyed stinky dogs generally have low IQs. The images they see from the front and back require different processing from their limbs, and their brains lack the capacity to accurately control the direction of their limbs. This can easily lead to the situation where the prey is behind them to the right, and they control their limbs to run toward the left front. For the young four-eyed stinky dog in front of them, their intelligence is even more worrying. It turned around, and the eyes on the back of its head spotted where Songshur was standing. Without hesitation, it attacked Songshur. But it bit Songshur in a direction that was getting farther and farther away. It could easily see that it was getting farther and farther away from its prey, so it immediately changed its direction and charged towards Songshur. The other disadvantage of having only two eyes on its back became apparent. Even if it got the direction right, with its back to the prey, its mouth couldn't reach it unless it turned its head again. But that gap was enough for most prey to escape, let alone Songshur. Songshur's figure disappeared from its sight. The four-eyed stinky dog visibly stiffened, and immediately spun in circles like crazy, trying to ensure that its eyes on the back of its head could find Songshur. No, nothing. Hello. Songshur's figure flashed in midair. In the four-eyed stinky dog's vision, Songshur's face magnified to the point that it obscured everything around it. She smiled, then thrust the dagger down without hesitation. The contents of the exploded eyeball splattered in her face. Ouch! The four-eyed stinky dog screamed. Songshur fell to one knee. Only one eye remained. Leave it to it. It was no longer capable of fighting anyway. Time to finish it off once and for all. Songshur leaped onto its back and repeatedly plunged the dagger into it. The dagger was too short to hit its vital points. It didn't matter, she was accumulating level up progress anyway. Berserk type level up progress, plus 1%. Berserk type level up progress, plus 1%. The awakened from the hunting group arrived just as Songshur had delivered the 27th stab. After handing over their work, Xiaolan left with the wounded team members. Because they had subdued a strange beast on this mission, each member of their team received an additional 100 points. Except for Songshur, all 5 members sustained varying degrees of injuries. Songshur's mental power had been used to protect him from the strange beast's aura, and with the stench corroding his mental power points were reduced to 4, so he didn't bother repairing their wounds. Songshur supported the large, burly old ox, whose thigh appeared to be broken. Xiaolan had twisted her wrist after falling against a tree, and Yaozi had only superficial scratches from brush. The two of them supported the young boy, who was the most seriously injured and had lost the most blood. The old ox hadn't yet recovered from Songshur's single-handed slaying of the four-eyed stinky dog. Being carried by Songshur, a head shorter than him, felt unreal. I walk so lightly, he blurted out his thoughts. Songshur lowered his eyes to glance at the strangely curved joint of his thigh and hip. Because you broke it and damaged the nerve. Old Nyo, eh? In reality, he didn't care about his thigh at all, he could fix it at the hospital anyway. You're amazing, he praised innocently. Luckily you were here today, otherwise we'd be wiped out. Songshur didn't deny it. You think of the four-eyed stink dog the moment you smell blood. You're quite knowledgeable about this. Old Nyo scratched his head and said sheepishly, actually, I was a soldier before joining our team and served on the front lines, so I know a lot about these strange beasts. Songshur was a little surprised. Don't frontline soldiers have to retire at 45? This is stipulated by federal military law, unless irreparable injuries are sustained during service. However, such injuries are generally treated by a healer to minimize any residual effects. I'm 47, and I've just retired 2 years. Songshur, who always thought he was in his 30s, said, then you look quite young. Haha, that's what they all say. Old Nyo said cheerfully. You said you know a little martial arts. Little Blue, holding her glasses, tilted her head. Songshur nodded calmly, because I've only studied for a week at most. Little Blue, eh? Old Nyo's earlier smile, sparked by Songshur's compliment on his youth, became forced. How do you embarrass us, who've studied for over a decade? Little Blue corrected him, but you. I've only studied for 3 years, I guess. I've only studied for 7 years, Yuzi added. Wave after wave of arrows pierced his heart. Lao Niu clutched his hand over his chest. You're just trying to piss me off. After sending them to the hospital, Songshur took a taxi back to the hotel. Because she smelled so bad, the driver overcharged her by 100 federal coins. The cordon outside the hotel had been removed, and people could be seen walking inside through the curtains. Songshur paused to examine her clothes. A large splatter of blood clung to the right side of her white shirt's front. It had been there when her eyeball was punctured. She wiped it with water at the hospital, but it had spread. Coming back late at night wouldn't have been a problem, but it was midday, a busy time, and her appearance might have scared them away. Songshur planned to find a place to sit for a while, until the crowd thinned out before returning. As she turned around, her laptop vibrated. She clicked on it, and saw a message from Tang Yu. Come in, the guests have all gone upstairs. Songshur immediately turned around and saw a plastic curtain being lifted from inside, revealing Tang Yu's face.